This man's name is Peter, a top assassin in the underworld. With his outstanding talent and combat skills, Peter became a nightmare for all his enemies. Peter's strength, sharp senses, and fighting prowess made him a living legend in the world of assassins. But when he reached the pinnacle of his life, he decided to give it all up. He unexpectedly retired at the age of 60, then hid away to live a quiet life in a small bookstore, thinking all the old grudges would end just like that. But now, the very organization that raised him up wants to eliminate him. They're not going easy on him just because he's old either. They've put a 7 billion won bounty on his head. This caused countless organizations around the world to compete in hunting him down. Even a kid, still a high school student, came to kill him. Although he could have easily fought back, Peter decided to spare the girl's life and warned her that since she had failed, her own organization would surely send someone to silence her and tie up loose ends. Still, he would protect her because he himself was once a child just like her, raised on bloody beatings, surviving in the cold, and fighting like a soulless machine. While others learned to love, he learned to kill. While others held books, he held a gun. And now, after dedicating his entire life to the organization, they repaid him by trying to kill him. But a miracle happened. As he was on the verge of death, he accidentally woke up in the body of his 20-year-old self. And just like that, the legendary assassin's journey of revenge against the entire underworld organization began. Alright, screw it, let's just get into the main story. A cold voice rang out. You want to hear an interesting rumor? The voice was flat, as if just recounting a story. There's a person in this world who makes even the world's top armed organizations tremble in fear at the sight of him. The name was deliberately emphasized, Peter. But according to the speaker, this Peter was old. It sounded so absurd that anyone hearing it for the first time would be stunned. But the surprising thing was for an assassin like him. For those who knew Peter's identity, the deepest impression left in their minds was a face weathered by time yet had lost none of its presence. He was a 60-year-old man. In front of the speaker was a group of men who looked like they'd just been beaten to a pulp. One of them, still somewhat conscious after hearing the story, stammered, but if he had died back then, he would have been a legend. Now he's being hunted by thousands of assassins. He's lost all the wealth he'd accumulated. The storyteller was wearing a mascot head, with a goofy-looking man's face. Isn't that just tragic? His loyalty to the organization. A legend like him is now being threatened by those who want to take his life. The beaten man narrowed his eyes and asked, "It's you, isn't it?" He looked towards the other man, his voice raspy, as if caught in his throat, but filled with certainty. "Peter. But I'm a little confused. No matter how I think about it, it just doesn't make sense. 1,000 pairs of eyes are all on you wanting to take your life." His words were choppy. It seemed the guy was too exhausted to speak properly. "But how are you still alive? And how has no one been able to find you? Even if you're the legendary Peter, this is just impossible." Peter approached him, a pistol in his hand. "You want to know the answer? 1,000. Even if 100,000 pairs of eyes were watching my every move, you all still wouldn't be able to find me." He knelt down, sitting on the man's chest, and spoke very slowly. "Because..." He took off the mascot head. "Unfortunately for you, I'm the Peter you're looking for." Seeing his face, the man was utterly stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. "No way. It can't be." His mouth hung open, words failing to form. "Whatever." Peter casually pulled out a cigarette and lit it, enjoying the sight of the panicked expression on the man beneath him. His face was backlit, making it hard to see his features clearly. He pointed the muzzle of the gun at the man's forehead, preparing to finish off the one who had discovered his identity. Peter. 3 months ago. In an old bookstore on a quiet street. That's where the story truly began. A voice sounding like a doctor's came through the phone. "Sir, I've told you before, you can't keep doing this." An old man with white hair stood listlessly at a table, ignoring the person on the other end of the line who was trying to persuade him. "If you keep ignoring my calls and don't come to the hospital for a checkup." That old man was the 60-year-old Peter, staring down at a pile of pills on the table. "You'll be dead in less than 3 months." Peter seemed fed up with having to shove handfuls of pills into his mouth every day. He put the pills away and continued his work of arranging stacks of books and newspapers, thinking to himself, "I'm not afraid of death. I've dealt with life or death situations my whole life." His expression turned melancholic for a moment. "I've given 50 years of my life to the organization, and I have no regrets." He looked down at the book right in front of him, titled 10 Skills to Help Anyone Become a Great Photographer, and thought to himself, "I've lived a life with no regrets." His face looked haggard from illness and old age. "That's right." Then he turned to look at his reflection in a mirror, suddenly remembering something. "Now that I think about it, I've never taken a picture of myself." Just then, the door to his bookstore opened. Outside, a note he had written was taped to the door. "Warehouse clearance sale." A young female student stepped inside and greeted him politely. "Hello." Seeing Peter busy arranging stacks of books, she hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I'm here to buy high school textbooks." Peter heard her, but he didn't answer right away, lost in thought for a second. Then he turned around with a bright smile. "Hello there, I sell all kinds of books here, except for the ones I don't sell." The student's name was Juna. She slowly approached Peter and asked, "Do you sell used textbooks, sir?" He picked up a stack of books and replied, "I have textbooks from the 1960s to 2020 sorted by country too. So which kind are you looking for? Let me know so I can check." Juna smiled and said, "The newest kind, please. I'm buying them for my younger sibling." As Peter went to a bookshelf to find them for her, he casually made some small talk. "Is that so? You're a high school student then?" She followed right behind him and answered, "Yes, sir." Their conversation flowed naturally. "Looking at your name tag, you must be a senior, right?" Juna looked at him surprised. "Yes, how do you know so much?" Peter replied jokingly. "I know everything about everyone in this neighborhood." She laughed along. "I see." Looking at the stack of books he brought over, she seemed a bit flustered. This," she quickly explained. "This isn't what I was looking to buy," Juna told him, embarrassed. "I only have 1001, so I can't buy all of these." Are these all unused?" Peter smiled gently and said, "I don't need these anymore, so I'm giving them to you." Hearing this, Juna still wanted to refuse his kind offer, but he tore the clear wrapping off the stack of books and replied casually, "It's fine." He looked up, meeting Juna's eyes with a kind and sincere expression. "See, they're used now, right?" Juna was completely taken aback by his actions. She quickly waved her hands. "Sir, you don't have to do that." Peter didn't mind at all. "I can tell just by looking at you how much you love your younger sibling, so treat them well while you still can." His words left her a bit confused. "Yes, sir." He looked at her seriously and said, "Or else you'll regret it." Juna tucked her hair behind her ear, hesitating, unsure of how to address him. "Not Grandpa." "Mr. No, sir." Seeing her flustered, Peter continued to arrange the books. "Just call me Mr. Okay." At that, Juna's awkwardness subsided a little. "Yes, Mr." She seemed to think carefully before asking, "Have you ever regretted anything, Mr.?" The question made his hand freeze in midair. It was like a stone shattering the facade he had so carefully built to lie to himself. The longer you live, the more regrets you'll have. But a memory he had buried deep inside was unearthed. It was the image of a little girl, only about 5 years old, crying her heart out. "There's nothing else we can do. This is the only way for both me and my daughter to live." Back in the present, his gaze darkened. "You can't do anything about the things you'll regret in the past." His voice was hoarse, yet strangely light. "You probably don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Always be good to your sibling and don't do anything you'll regret later." Just then, Juna leaped onto the table, brandishing a sharp gam knife ready to stab him. But Peter had seen it all coming. "Go back. I won't kill you if you turn back now." Her movements froze, her face a mask of utter shock. How did he know? As if reading her mind, he began to explain. "I remember every face from that high school, but I still had to confirm. You said you were in your final year, correct?" Her lie had been exposed and her expression soured. "Too bad. That school was only built 2 years ago." Their earlier conversation flashed through Juna's mind. "Judging by your name tag, you must be in your final year, right?" "Yes, how did you know so much, sir?" She gritted her teeth, realizing he had been manipulating her. Peter looked down at the floor, 2 large rolls of wire in his hands. "The fact that I've spent my entire life smelling blood already ruined your disguise. Did you really think you could hide the smell of a knife with that cheap perfume?" Seeing the situation turn bad, Juna could no longer hesitate. Her eyes filled with cruelty as she decisively lunged with the knife toward the man in front of her. "He was toying with me from the very beginning. Now that things have come to this, there's no other way." Suddenly, she stopped, her pupils dilating in shock. "What the hell? I'm the one holding the knife." Peter faced her calmly, the veins on his arms bulging like leeches writhing under his wrinkled skin. "So why do I feel like I'm the one who's about to die?" His eyes suddenly widened, his gaze as sharp as a blade thrown at Juna, genuinely terrifying her. She took a small step back, shifting into a defensive stance. The strange thing was, Peter did nothing. He just gently pushed the stack of books towards her, then turned back to finish tidying the shelves. "Take those books and go. I know what you said about your sibling is true." His next words stunned Juna, and her expression softened. "I've been doing this for 50 years. I can tell everything just by looking into someone's eyes." He seemed to have figured everything out. Asking her casually, "You're from the Glory Orphanage too, aren't you? Just like me." "Their script is still the same, huh?" She answered instinctively. "Yes." But in her mind, she cursed herself. "Crap, I slipped up and used a polite tone." Peter continued, "And it seems you haven't been trained there yet." His voice was devoid of any emotion. "In our organization, if the volunteer service fails." In a flash, he leaped onto the table, raising his hand and lunging towards her. They switched to Plan B. He gripped her throat tightly and slammed her backward. Juna had no time to understand or even react, and the color drained from her face. What the hell is Plan B? At that very moment, 2 men crashed through the ceiling and jumped down. They were both holding guns. Peter grabbed her and dived forward, shielding her from the 2 men's hail of bullets. After the narrow escape, he seriously explained to a still dazed Juna, "If Plan A fails, the volunteer is killed too." She struggled to lift her head and her eyes focused on his lower abdomen. Wait, that. Peter's stomach had been grazed by a bullet. Blood dripped onto the floor, seeping into the pages of the scattered books. Then one of the men closed in. firing wildly. As he advanced, getting dangerously close to the two of them, Peter scrambled to his feet, pulled a gun hidden on the bookshelf, and tensed up, waiting for the man to get a little closer. The other two men had grabbed Juna. They pressed the muzzles of their guns to her neck and laughed cruelly. Seeing this, his eyes widened in fury as he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Instantly, the remaining man rushed forward and punched him square in the face. He could do nothing but take the hit. My body. It won't move the way I want it to. The man sneered, mocking him. What's this? A guy like this is Peter. Another man appeared, and the first one threw Peter backward. Oh my apologies, senior. Your goal was to surpass everyone and be number one. Your reputation is the greatest, he said with a smirk. But it seems when it comes to sickness, even the legendary Peter is nothing. The alias, the eight-legged man. Information about the senior specialist. He struggled to sit up, his voice raspy as he interrogated the man. Cut the crap. What's the reason? Why do you want to kill me? The bald man stepped in front of him and answered, the higher-ups don't like you. Cold sweat dripped down his cheek. He was completely shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Park Choen, why? The bald man smirked. If you step outside, there'll be 1,000 people following you wanting to take your head. From his words, one could imagine the entire assassin world was pointing their merciless guns at Peter. The secret is out. The bounty on your head is 7.6 billion. Lying on the floor, he let out a smirk. 7.6 billion. How funny. That's the exact amount I have in my bank account. The bald man nonchalantly confirmed, that's right. The money you spent your whole life saving by selling your life on the battlefield. He looked down on him and continued, but now, that money will fall into someone else's hands. Suddenly, his face twisted into a grotesque maniacal grin. They're pretty lucky, aren't they? So, Senior Peter, please do me the favor of dying by my hand. Hearing those words, Peter felt as if he'd been plunged into an icy abyss, his entire body frozen in place. Immediately after, one of the bald guy's lackeys rushed forward from behind and landed a solid punch right in his face. The guy repeatedly struck Peter's vital points before grabbing him by the throat, snarling, shouldn't you have just quietly bought a coffin and stayed in it? Why did you have to make things so difficult for us? He violently threw Peter backward, sending stacks of neatly arranged books tumbling from a shelf. Peter slumped down next to his simple bed. Seeing no reaction, the lackey spoke up hesitantly. You think he's out for the count? The bald guy sounded a little bored. I was so excited on the way here, but taking care of him was way too easy. Let's clean this up. The other two immediately replied, yes, sir. With that, the bald guy stepped forward, pulling aside an old curtain to start cleaning. Just then, Peter suddenly smirked, throwing something as he said, here's a little gift for you. The bald guy was caught completely off guard, his face contorting. A flashbang, a loud explosion erupted, and a blinding light flared from inside, cutting through the darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Peter escaped. A lackey rushed in to check. He's gone. Only then did the bald guy realize Peter's true intention. Damn it, he tricked us into throwing him toward the back door. He roared furiously, ordering his two men. He's bleeding heavily, so he can't have gotten far. Go find him. The men grabbed their guns and ran outside in pursuit. Yes, sir. Juna sat listlessly on the ground, her face pale. Outside, rain began to fall, the gray sky mirroring Peter's bleak future. He had used every ounce of his strength to escape to a nearby playground. Blood dripped from the wound in his side onto the ground. He laboriously dragged his battered body, gasping for breath, unable to even fight back properly. He crawled on the ground, his body trembling, completely drained of strength. I'm getting old. His vision began to dim his eyelids, so heavy he could barely keep them open. Looking back, his entire life had been the organization. Before death, people often recall memories from their childhood to the present. It's like a film playing on fast forward inside your head. When other kids were holding pencils, Peter was bleeding 365 days a year to learn how to hold a knife. As a mere teenager, he'd put his life on the line, training to be useful to the organization. While others were learning to use social media, he had to learn eavesdropping until his ears bled. He had endured countless hardships, and his hands were stained with the blood of countless people. While others were dating and learning about love, he became a Russian spy living in the freezing cold 24/7. His sole purpose in life seemed to be serving the organization with everything he had. While others were starting families and living normal lives, he was fighting his way through a terrorist group just to survive. It seemed that life would go on like that forever, but then it took a different turn. I put my life on the line on the battlefield for years, but everything changed when the new boss took over. That new boss was Raphael, the one who'd brought him to this state. A new era is beginning. I had high hopes since Peter's reputation was so widespread. But the other assassins in the organization gossiped behind Peter's back. But he's old and didn't live up to expectations. Using that gossip as an excuse, Raphael kicked him out of the organization. You need to be eliminated so a new generation can begin. He couldn't accept any of it. I gave up everything for the organization. I never asked for wealth or respect. His eyes bulged with hatred. He gritted his teeth, thinking, has my life always been this pathetic? One of his hands was broken. He had to use all his strength. In his remaining hand, to drag his body forward inch by inch. They shouldn't have done this. At least not to me. His body covered in bruises trembled as he crawled through the cold rain. I can't die like this. I can't let them take my money. He bit his lower lip hard. That money. The image of his young daughter crying her heart out as she was taken from him flashed in his mind. Tears of pure resentment streamed down his face. He truly could not bear to die like this. Peter collapsed in a pool of his own blood, the pouring rain seeming to weep for his unjust life. It was this same rain that washed away his tracks, preventing the bald guy's lackeys from finding him, and ultimately saving his life. Meanwhile, the hideout of the so-called eight-legged man was a Chinese-style restaurant. Two of the bald guy's lackeys were busy cooking in the kitchen. They whispered to each other, "Damn it. We were so close to catching him, but he slipped right through our fingers. If I had just killed him, I'd have 7.6 million right now. Seriously, why are they paying so much just to kill a dying old man?" The guy in the hoodie, carrying a large pot of soup, grinned and said, "It's the least we can do to show respect for a legend." The other one, wearing a blue jacket, scoffed in response, "Nonsense. Money comes first. I gave up my title as a boxing champion to be here, you know. Just watch me." He stared intently at a photograph of Peter in his hand, his voice filled with confidence and conceit. "I'm going to kill that old geezer with my own two hands and get rich and famous." Suddenly, a cold voice cut in. "You know what? That's the first photo ever taken of me." The two men spun around in shock, their faces showing utter astonishment. What Peter appeared looking strong and youthful with fair skin and jet black hair like a young man. He clenched his fists, lowered his head and said, "Should I say? That's the first photo ever taken of me." The two lackeys ignored his words and held up the photo to compare. "It's not him. I thought it was Peter since they're wearing the same clothes." He touched the wound on his side, then looked down at his own muscular arm, no longer old and wrinkled. He muttered, "I don't know either. When I woke up, I was already like this." The two guys were still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What are you mumbling about?" The one in the blue jacket stepped up and clapped him on the shoulder. "Sorry, but you've come to the wrong place. This isn't somewhere a student like you should be." But before he could finish, Peter cut him off with a low growl. "Hey, punk." He grabbed the hand that was on his shoulder. "I came here because I already know everything. Stop wasting my time. Take me to the eight-legged man. Now." The two men glanced at each other, exchanging a look. Then the one in the blue jacket turned back with a bright smile. "So you're a colleague. I don't care what you're here for. But if someone from our line of work shows up here, He squeezed Peter's shoulder hard, using it as leverage to launch himself up for a punch straight at his face. "Then you have to die." Suddenly he froze in midair. His punch had been effortlessly blocked by Peter's hand. "What's with this bastard?" The man furrowed his brow, his face a mask of disbelief. What kind of power was this? He had blocked the attack with his bare hands. Peter didn't even look up, seemingly lost in thought. He recalled just a few hours ago this very man had struck him in the face, arrogantly sneering, and this guy is supposed to be Peter. A low growl rumbled from deep within his throat. Immediately after, he squeezed the green-jacketed man's fist, crushing his hand just as his own had been crushed. Seeing his partner taken down, the man in the hoodie brandished a dagger and lunged at him from behind. The bastard. But before he could even touch him, Peter landed a powerful blow. The man in the green jacket spun around, pointing a small blade at him in a defensive stance. "What the hell? Who sent you?" Peter didn't answer him, muttering as if to himself. "Being proficient with a knife makes you third-rate." The man stared at him bewildered. "What are you talking about?" But Peter continued, "Those who are proficient with weapons." He glanced over the items on the table. "Are second-rate and first-rate." After a moment of consideration, he picked up an octopus tentacle, clenching it in his hand like a rope. "And they use anything as a weapon." The man in green sneered, his voice hissing through clenched teeth. "An octopus tentacle." What he charged at him with his knife, screaming, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Peter was perfectly calm. He whipped the tentacle in his hand, easily knocking the knife from the man's grasp. The man's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. In one fluid motion, Peter was behind him, wrapping the tentacle tightly around his neck. He immediately began to choke, letting out a terrified scream. Peter ran around the kitchen table, using the momentum to yank the man into the air, sending plates on the shelf crashing to the floor. He ran towards a pot of hot soup, slammed the man down, and plunged his head straight into it. The liquid splashed everywhere as steam billowed up from the pot. The pot itself was dented from the impact. The man in green lay trembling on the floor, the whites of his eyes showing. "Who are you?" Why Peter didn't answer right away, calmly picking up a photograph of himself. He remembered the bald man's threat. "The bounty on your head is 7.6 billion. 1,000 people want you dead. So please, Senior Peter, do me the honor of dying by my hands." He looked at the image of his old self in the photo and asked curiously, "Is this the only picture of my face you guys have?" He thought to himself, "I am Peter, a man once called the strongest on the battlefield, who became young again when I opened my eyes." He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, using the burning ember to set the photograph ablaze. Even if 1,000 men died 1,000 times and came back, the old Peter they were hunting was dead. Only now could they clearly see his face, handsome but incredibly cold and ruthless. Peter was young again. The bald man sat in a car speeding down the road, roaring in frustration. We had him right in our grasp and still let him get away. Sitting in the seat next to him was Juna. He stared out the window and said flatly, "Peter's official wanted notice is about to be released. We have to catch the old man before then." His voice was laced with scornful irony. "And he's about to die from cancer anyway. Shouldn't he do his juniors a favor, don't you think?" But Juna said nothing, her expression lost in thought. It was late at night now, and a downpour had begun, but the lights were still bright inside a shop called Flower Garden. Peter opened a door inside. Miraculously, he had returned to his younger form, still wearing the red plaid shirt with the bloody tear at his abdomen. He looked inside. The shop was decorated in a classic Chinese style, but there was no one there. His gaze was incredibly sharp as he said coldly, "Octopus, your life has just been extended." The next morning, life went on as usual. A small crowd had gathered in front of a public restroom. Suddenly, people inside began to murmur in awe. "What's with this guy? Who is that?" Peter stood before a mirror touching his own face. He himself couldn't understand what was happening. How can this be? He touched his abdomen where the gash from yesterday should have been. The bullet wound that had pierced his side was gone. Even the agonizing pain from the cancer that had tormented him to death was no longer there. He stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror, his bare torso revealing a perfect muscular physique. "I'm not hallucinating. I've turned into my younger self. How could something like this happen? I don't know why this is happening, but either way." He put his plaid shirt back on, thinking to himself, "The important thing is that they can't recognize me like this. They're scouring everywhere for any trace of Peter." He lowered his gaze. "But they'll never find that old man Peter anywhere." Before that, however, the clothes he was wearing didn't fit his current body at all. They were tight against his body, making him rather uncomfortable. "I should get some new clothes." Suddenly, two gangsters nearby caught his attention. Haben's commercial brought in 10 million, but she already got a payout for that, didn't she? The two were acting arrogant, deliberately smoking, and talking loudly despite the no smoking sign. Her old lady is probably gonna croak because she can't afford medicine. Who gives a damn? She should have read the contract carefully from the start. The people around them quickly moved away. An innocent boy complained to his father, "Dad, I'm full." But the man didn't stop. "Let's go outside, son." The gangsters snickered to each other. "She probably used the money to buy Louis Vuitton, right? What an ill-mannered punk. She's got the nerve to call me a punk. You wouldn't know. Those clothes are part of the job." The fat one said with extreme confidence. "If you flash an LV logo on your sleeve and a fancy watch when we're signing the contract, kids these days won't hesitate to stamp it immediately." Just then, Peter stepped forward to stop them from smoking. "Hey, young men. Excuse me, but this is a no-smoking area. Could you please take it outside?" The other one looked at him with contempt. "Who the hell is this moron?" He spoke down to him with a superior attitude. "You talking to us?" Without a hint of fear, Peter replied bluntly, "Who else here is smoking besides you two?" Hearing this, the guy puffed out his chest and said, "You'll get your ass kicked if you don't show some respect to your elders." The punk, the fat one, even patted Peter's face condescendingly. "Get lost, kid. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Don't pull that crap somewhere else, or you'll get yourself killed." Peter turned around as if to leave. He thought to himself, "That's right. I shouldn't waste my time on people like this." Seeing this, the two gangsters thought he was just putting on a show and started to mock him. I don't know why that moron was trying to act tough. Does he have a death wish or something? They had no idea that he went to the door just to kick everyone else out and lock it. "No more wasting time, let's end this quickly." He stood behind the door, carefully locking it so no one would curiously wander in, and also to make sure neither of those two could escape. Seeing him approach them once again, the two guys still hadn't realized the danger right in front of them. Hey, what's he trying to do? Trying to act tough? More like acting like a total moron." He shot them a death glare, slowly rolling up his sleeves, and said, "I'm about to show you kids what happens when you don't respect your elders in a traditional Eastern country." The fat one stepped forward, about to swing at his face. "This son of a bitch is still talking. Cht, today's your funeral. Come on." Before the guy could even move, Peter struck first. One hand punched straight into his throat, while the other delivered a hook to his ribs. The fat guy's eyes went wide, saliva spraying from his mouth as Peter decisively followed up with another blow to his chin. Losing his balance, the fat guy fell backward, his face contorted in pain. Seeing his buddy get taken down, the other guy pulled out a small knife and brandished it. "Who the hell are you? Do you know us?" Peter stood with his back to him and answered calmly, "I don't know you, but I know that knife. A switchblade." The guy froze as if he didn't understand what he just heard. Peter added, "You're holding it wrong." Peter was kind enough to warn him, "If you hold it like that, you'll cut yourself when you throw it." The guy took a defensive stance, gripping the switchblade in his hand and shouting, "Who said I was gonna throw it, you bastard?" Peter turned around, his expression darkening, looking incredibly cold. Someone who wants to stab doesn't hold their arm out in front of their head. The guy immediately charged, gripping the knife intending to stab him straight on. "Shut up." He struck the guy's wrist easily, knocking the knife away. With his other hand, he precisely caught it and stabbed at the guy's neck, chest, and stomach. Feeling the pain shoot through him, the guy clutched at himself, his face draining of color. He collapsed to his knees and screamed. Peter held the now folded knife in his hand, looking down at the pathetic man, and said, "I didn't actually stab you. If I had, you'd be dead 3 times over." The guy sitting slumped on the floor was only now beginning to feel fear. "Who are you?" Standing before him, Peter answered calmly. "I don't know what crimes you've committed, but if you knew who I was." With that, he gripped the man's shoulder joint, squeezing so hard he broke out in a sweat and screamed in pain. Peter leaned in close to his ear and whispered, his voice low but terrifying enough to scare a man witless. "You would die, you little punk." The guy's whole body trembled. He was so terrified he'd wet his pants without even realizing it. After threatening him, Peter stepped back to create some distance. "I don't have a spare pair of pants for you." The guy's face went blank. "Huh," Peter continued. "From now on, I will act strictly according to the law." A moment later, he casually walked outside only to discover that all of his assets were gone. His account balance was a big, fat zero. 76 billion vanished. Peter had stripped the suits off the 2 guys to wear for now. He frowned deeply. "I warned you not to touch the money." His eyes were incredibly cold, flashing with resentment. "And yet, you did it anyway." Behind him, 2 college students happened to walk by the young woman, cheerfully sharing with her friend. "I got the scholarship from the Glory Club this time." Her friend looked at her with admiration. "That's awesome." Those words triggered a memory in him. "I grew up in the Glory Orphanage, run by a small religious organization. And now, 50 years later, the orphanage's name has grown beyond imagination. Advertisements related to them were displayed on large screens everywhere. We, the Glory Society, help children suffering from terrible famine. It had transformed into a giant conglomerate with immense political and business influence worldwide, all under the guise of the Glory Society. Thinking of this, his brows furrowed even deeper, his face showing unshakable resolve. "I was once a part of that company, and I will destroy it with my own hands." Meanwhile, in a dilapidated warehouse, another fight was about to begin. A man sat with his legs crossed between 2 rows of butchered and hanging pig carcasses. He rubbed his chin, laughed, and said, "Just you to catch me, you son of a bitch." Facing him was the bald guy. He scoffed in reply, "You're not, Peter. For someone at your level, I'm more than enough." The man covered his face, laughing sarcastically. "Don't you guys at the Glory Society know, you've all grown some serious balls lately. If you keep singing that same old song about trusting that old man Peter, you'll just die an early death." The bald guy was extremely calm, replying nonchalantly, "Who cares if someone else dies early or not?" With that, he closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth turning up in a confident smile. "Enough with the pleasantries. Let's get this over with. You know, the faster this goes, the less painful it will be." The man sneered. "You little rookie, if you talk like that, what does that make me?" Just then, several large burly men appeared and surrounded the bald guy. The man was incredibly smug. "We have guests, so we've prepared a lavish late-night meal for you all. Wagner PMC Mercenaries, a top private military company in the West since 1984. The man thought to himself, "I know he isn't one of the 12 apostles of the Glory Society, so why is he so confident? What an idiot." He then ordered his men to get ready. "What are you doing? Our distinguished guest is waiting." They all rushed forward at once, but the bald guy remained calm. The man who hired the mercenaries simply stayed back to enjoy the show. Serve him well. At that moment, the bald guy finally made his move, his whole body exuding a pressuring aura. After a while, the old man couldn't smile anymore. The ground was covered in pools of blood. He fell out of his chair, scrambling backward in fear. No way. What's happening? He was scared out of his wits, unable to speak a single coherent sentence. How can a normal person... The bald guy looked him straight in the eye, his smile so chilling it would make your hair stand on end. "Seeing how grand your entrance was, this is a little more boring than I thought." He had a mercenary in a headlock and twisted his neck backwards, causing the man's face to turn purple. His head's turned a full 180 degrees right, codename Baek-2in B rank. Specialty superhuman speed. Note first-class national level in jiu-jitsu. The old man, terrified by the sight, screamed, "Stay away." After finishing off the last mercenary, the bald guy kept his head in that same twisted position and lunged toward the old man, causing him to use all his strength to yell, "Get away from me." Elsewhere, the lights were on again at the Hua Yuan Chinese restaurant. Inside, several men were knocked out and sprawled on the floor. 2 people entered and a cold voice rang out. "So all the cameras were destroyed, and there were no weapons found at the scene." The other person replied, "Yes, sir." Hearing this, the first person spoke again. "Then there's only one person." Those 2 were Baldy and Juna. His face was expressionless as he said, "It's Peter. What trick did that old geezer pull to still be alive and kicking, and even manage to kill one of our men?" He clenched his fist. "And the bounty on Peter is about to drop. I have to get it first, no matter what." He walked ahead with Juna, following behind like a puppet. "As for you, once you confirm Peter's location, report it immediately." Images of the previous day, when Peter had risked everything to save her, flashed through her mind as she meekly replied, "Yes, sir." The door to the private room was opened respectfully by a server. The man reacted first, exclaiming in surprise, "Huh, what's this? It's not a workday today." Seeing a man enjoying a meal in front of him, he asked, "May I ask what brings you here? Did you make a private appointment with us beforehand?" The person bent his head slightly, his cold voice ringing out, "I didn't make a reservation, but it's true that I have a debt to collect." Baldy shoved his hands in his pockets and asked, confused, "A debt? I don't remember forcing you to take any bill." The person at the table replied, "That's right, but you see, my bill is a little large." That person was none other than Peter. He stared intently at the man and continued, "About 7.6 billion or so." Baldy suddenly flashed a friendly but completely fake smile, then his expression darkened as he gave a firm order, "Lock the doors." He put his hands on his hips and spoke nonchalantly to him, "You seem to be connected to Peter, but whether that's true or not, you're not walking out of here alive." He gave him a probing look, thinking to himself, as suspicion began to grow in his mind, "Who is this bastard? How does he know about Peter? He's definitely not one of the guild members. I don't know anything about him. What is he planning?" The server beside him had already pulled out a hidden gun while he just stood there speculating. Is he Peter's secret son? No. A disciple? That's not right either. Peter always works alone. Baldy stared at Peter as if trying to see through his identity. Peter didn't back down, meeting his gaze. No emotion could be read in those eyes. After a moment of silence, Baldy held up 2 fingers to make a deal. "I'll give you a chance to live. You have 2 choices," he said coldly. "First, tell me Peter's whereabouts and walk away alive. Second, you resist and die with a bullet in your head." Peter closed his eyes and replied casually, "What should I do? I don't need either." That arrogant attitude piqued Baldy's interest. This little brat. Peter calmly picked up a piece of octopus with his chopsticks. "I've never seen anyone survive after hearing this offer." Then he looked up straight at him and smirked. "How about this? A third option. I am Peter." Peter admitted, "And I'm the one who killed your subordinate." Hearing this, Baldy asked, bewildered, "Huh, what are you talking about?" He mocked, "So young and already hard of hearing. I'm the one who killed those 2. Baldy thought to himself, "What's he saying? Wasn't it Peter who did it? Why is this so complicated? If what he's saying is true, Peter didn't kill them." Baldy also wondered, "Then why is this guy targeting me?" After a moment of thought, he started to threaten him. "Listen, student, you should know this is a real gun, so speak correctly. What's your relationship with Peter?" He stared at them, and Juna also raised her guard. Peter asked nonchalantly, "You want to know?" Baldy affirmed, "I want to know." Peter casually said there was only one way. Baldy grew impatient. "What way?" he replied. "You have to kill me first." Baldy sneered. "Is that so? How convenient." He even taunted, "That happens to be my specialty." "Just make sure you keep him breathing," he ordered his subordinate. The goon immediately obeyed, but before he could even fire a shot, he was taken down. He died before he knew what hit him. She thought in fear, "No way." The chopstick hit his vital spot. Meanwhile, Peter leisurely picked up another pair of chopsticks and continued his meal. Baldy thought to himself, "He looks about my age. No one in the Glory Guild can do that. No, that's not right. There's no one in the entire country with this ability." He praised, "So cool," and tried to recruit him. Even if that was luck, it was spectacular. "I'm starting to like you. What guild are you from? There's no way someone like you exists without me knowing about it. How about you join our guild?" But it was all a pretense to distract him. Baldy aimed his gun at the boy and cursed, "You son of a bitch." Peter quickly flipped the table to block the hail of bullets. Seeing this, Baldy scoffed, "I guess you're still just a kid." "Don't you know? That's not enough," Baldy taunted. "This isn't a movie. You can't block bullets with a table like that," he said cheerfully. "I'll give you one more chance to give up, Peter. It'd be a shame if you died now. Come on over to me." And then he was there. Baldy added, "Help clean up too," but the scene behind the table confused him. "What is this?" Baldy was stunned, thinking, "Is that chili oil, not blood?" He looked around in a panic, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, where is he?" "Not behind the pillar," Baldy thought. "So, where did the little brat go? He's not a ghost, is he?" he muttered repeatedly. "Crap." Baldy froze, spotting him clinging to the wall just before Peter sprayed chili oil right in his face. "You freaking son of a bitch." While Baldy's eyes were stinging, Peter quickly knocked the gun away and didn't forget to land a punch on his face, followed by a knockout blow straight to his head. Baldy was dazed, thinking, "I can't see anything. He's too fast. Is he really just a kid?" Before he could even recover, he saw Peter in front of him. Peter gave Baldy's head a slight twist, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. He gave his opponent a cold look and nonchalantly walked away. As he lay gasping, Baldy couldn't accept it. How can this be? He thought back on the countless opponents he'd fought over the years, but this was the first time he'd met someone so skilled at that age. Baldy remembered being told during his training as a child, "Special skills. You will always face strong opponents, so you must take down the target when they lose focus." At that time, he had mumbled special skills. "Back then, I created a technique only I could use." During training, Baldy was taunted by an opponent. "Is that all you've got? That's not gonna kill me. Squeeze harder." In the end, that guy had to beg, "Let me go." At the same time, his instructor had warned him, "But be careful. The most dangerous thing is to turn your back, thinking you've already won. Don't be overconfident. After that, he had arrogantly thought, and finally I've perfected it. Now I'm confident I won't lose to anyone. With that strong will, Baldy's vitality surged. He grabbed Peter's leg and wrapped himself around his limbs, finally locking onto Peter's body. Baldy taunted, "I've been in this business since you were born, you little punk. My experience is on a whole other level than some rookie like, you got it, you son of a bitch," and he roared die. Suddenly the bald man was startled by a question. How long has it been? He was dazed. How did he end up here? The bald man stared in shock at his own subordinate. Did I miss it because I couldn't see anything, he thought to himself. I've been doing this for decades, I'm 100% sure of it. Seeing the man's bloodlust, Baldy knew that he was going to die by this man's hand. Moreover, he guessed this man was even stronger than all 12 apostles. No, he was definitely stronger than them. Panicked, Baldy tried to sue for peace. "Wait, hold on, let's talk." Peter replied, "All right." Seeing this, the man immediately offered a deal. "I'll hand this girl over to you. She's not very experienced, but she's still useful, right?" Juna quickly protested. "No, I can't go." Baldy yelled, "Shut up, I'm negotiating." And Peter accepted. "Fine, I agree." At the same time, Peter praised him, as expected of a member of Glory. "You're pretty sharp." The man was ecstatic. "So you agree, right? Smart move. The deal is done." Before leaving, Baldy made sure to add, "Take the girl with you. I'll just pretend nothing happened today, alright? You can do whatever you want with her." In his head, he was thinking, "This son of a bitch. I'll find out who you are and who you work for." But a single word from Peter was enough to stop him dead in his tracks. Specialty. Peter continued to speak. "If you turn your back thinking you've won, the very second you think you're victorious, you'll lose your head." Hearing this, the man was stunned. In the past, his instructor had taught him, "You will always face powerful enemies. You must strike them down when their guard is down." And at the beginning, he'd also said that he was the one who killed my two subordinates, the one with the 7.6 billion won bounty. Putting all the pieces together, Baldy stammered, "No way. It can't be." He desperately tried to recall his instructor's face. The two faces merged into one. He gasped, "It's Peter." Peter then asked, "You remember now, don't you, what I just said?" Baldy panicked. No one knew Peter was still alive. Peter agreed, "That's right." And like a flash of lightning, he attacked the man's arms, stomach, and face. In an instant, Baldy was dead. As night fell on a skyscraper, a subordinate reported that the target codenamed 8 Stars was confirmed dead, and the surveillance cameras in the shop had been wiped. When we arrived, the place was empty. Raphael was suspicious. Strange, isn't it? An old man on death's door was shot, but he came back. Just one day later, and killed 4 professional assassins without leaving a single trace. The subordinate muttered, "A 7.6 billion bounty, an SSS-Rank mission." He informed all of Glory's assassins, and Raphael gave the order. "From this moment on, you are authorized to hunt Peter." Amidst the bustling night scene, a child suddenly cried out, "Dad over there." The crowd was also drawn in, and Peter paid close attention. On the news board was a call to give warm meals to the elderly, accompanied by a photo of the old Peter. He understood immediately they were spreading the word. They were even handing out flyers. "We are the Glory Nonprofit Corporation. Please support us with 20,000 won a month." Holding the flyer, Peter thought to himself, "No need to search." He crumpled the paper and muttered, "I'll come right to you." Peter then considered his options. "To take down Glory, I'm going to need help, and I have someone in mind." However, he hesitated, thinking, "But that bastard is a little weird." That's why Peter was a bit worried. He then went to an abandoned public bathhouse and gently pushed the door open. Seeing the bodies piled up, Peter was bewildered. "Why does the body count keep going up?" He muttered to himself, "I'll just pass through." Looking at the flyers, Peter thought, "Let's see. A hub for organ trafficking and weapons dealing." Touching a blank spot, he thought with relief, "Here it is." A secret staircase appeared. When he saw the room, Peter was overwhelmed. He whispered, "This place is still as magnificent as ever." Peter was astonished. He's literally swimming in money. While he was admiring the scene, a needle pricked his neck. Peter calmly said, "I guess fine clothes and jade plates don't mean a thing to you, do they?" He even twisted the knife by saying, "Since you're blind." Juwan scoffed, My. Things have been getting a little boring around here, but I guess today's the day I have to take out the trash again." She sniffed the air and silently sized him up. "This one's young. Doesn't smell like alcohol. Not one of the beggars from around here." Juwan found it strange thinking, but for a petty thief, he's not nervous at all. In fact, he's radiating killing intent. After a moment she spoke, "I get it. Glory sent you, didn't they?" Assuming he was an enemy, Juwan attacked relentlessly. She taunted him, "You're quick, like a little rat." Then Juwan lunged again with a warning, "Watch yourself." As she attacked, she chided, "That wallpaper is expensive, you know." And Juwan asked softly, "Why?" Peter thought to himself, "Now I'm getting curious." Meanwhile, she jeered, "What, you've never seen a blind person before?" He wondered to himself, "Can she really not see?" Just as she was feeling triumphant, Juwan let out a startled gasp. Peter had caught her and gently slammed her to the ground. Juwan praised him. "Well, I'm surprised. I never thought Glory had someone as skilled as you. You're getting me all worked up." But she noted, "You don't have any killing intent." At the same time, she provoked him. What's wrong? Feel bad about killing a disabled woman. But you don't have a choice. This only ends when one of us is dead. And Juwon called out Alexander, making a ferocious dog appeared. But what happened next left her in complete shock. Juwon's eyes went wide as she called out M. King, while the dog happily played with the man. A little later, the two of them were sharing a drink, though she was still reeling from what had just happened. Now Juwon screamed in terror. You got younger, Peter said, annoyed. Stop that. Ignoring his attitude, she continued to poke and prod him. Your skin is so soft, and your old man smell is gone too. Is this for real? He was exasperated. It's been 30 minutes already. Suddenly, Juwon threw herself onto the ground. Peter was suspicious. What are you doing? She pleaded urgently. Did you die like this? Tell me quick. I want to try it. She didn't stop there, pressing him. Or is that not it? Is how you die more important than the position you die in? Why did you have to die from a poison dagger? How do I have to die? To become young again. After he explained everything, she took a deep breath and said, So, you're going to take on glory all by yourself. Peter admitted it. That's right. Juwon was perplexed. But how he revealed I'm going to infiltrate them using the Eye of the Storm. She was curious. Eye of the Storm, Peter explained. They want to hunt me down. This is my way of controlling and messing with them from the palm of my hand. Not only that, I'm confident I'll become one of Glory's assassins. Juwon scoffed. You're talking crazy, Peter repeated. Crazy, I know it sounds that way. Then a thought flashed through her mind and she said quickly, No, wait a minute. Juwon started putting the pieces together. You're young again, so no one can recognize you. If you become one of Glory's assassins, then the situation will be. They'll be making plans to catch Peter while being in the palm of Peter's hand. She stammered. You're actually terrifying, you know that, but he just replied, You're way scarier. Now let go of me. Juwon knew the plan and objected. But senior, that's impossible, and you know it. To become a Glory assassin, you have to have come from the Glory orphanage. She pointed out that even though the old Peter came from there, he was just an outsider now. So how could he possibly become an assassin for Glory? He shot back. Wrong. There is a way. And with that, the scene shifts to a school. Students are whispering, Hey, did you hear? This is crazy. The female students were all gossiping. Our school is finally getting an upgrade. I can't believe you're not wearing makeup, girl. Are you insane? Are you telling me you're not wearing any? The center of their attention was a guy like this transferring into our school, New Glory High. The female students were freaking out. They said the new student's name is Peter. Even his name is sexy. Oh my god, what should we do? His jawline is sharper than my future. One girl worked up the courage to talk to him. Peter, we have to go to the auditorium. Peter replied, All right. The chatter started up again. Oh my god, his voice is amazing too. A brief introduction. This school was established by the Glory Association. It's a private school, New Glory High. On the surface, it seems like a normal school. Walking beside her, teacher Lee probed, Peter, what's your type? He reminded her. Miss Lai, get a grip. You're a teacher. She got embarrassed. I was just asking for fun. However, the true purpose of this school is to train assassins. There's an assassin class taught in secret, and since entering that class is the only way to become an assassin for Glory. Meanwhile, Sai asked curiously, Peter, what's your MBTI? Peter replied coldly. Later, at the traditional ballet award ceremony, all the students were gathered. Juwon spoke from a distance. I already told you, only those who came from the orphanage can enter the assassin class. Do you really have a way in? He thought to himself. There's only one way, one exception. Peter scanned his surroundings, speculating that it was a rare occurrence but would definitely get their attention. She was doubtful. Senior, don't tell me. Peter confirmed. That's right. And the way you were talking about. Peter walked onto the stage and introduced himself. My name is Peter, and I just transferred here today. The students were curious. What's going on? What's he doing? Ignoring them, he continued. My hobby is fighting, and my specialty is also fighting. Oh, Peter added, with emphasis, I'm an assassin. After hearing that, everyone was stunned. And just like that, he had truly captured their attention. The assassins in the shadows were intrigued. Who is that kid? But Peter was determined. I'll make them let me in. The students gasped in shock. An assassin becoming an assassin. Juwon was panicking. This guy's insane. What the hell is he saying? Not stopping there, Peter declared. To be more specific, I will become the assassin with the best academic record. He called out, Everyone please cheer me on. Someone sneered. What's this about a top student assassin? Another person joked. Hey, what's wrong with that? Confidence is a good thing. Just then, Yoon aggressively pushed his way forward. Move. He and his cronies approached. Peter thought to himself, looks like prey is serving itself up. Yoon called out, Hey, assassin. He questioned him. You seduced Juna, didn't you? Peter looked baffled. I don't know what you're talking about. Inside, he thought, I have no idea what's happening. He watched as Yoon, on the verge of tears, started yelling. You son of a bitch, Peter thought, confused. It seems like he's deliberately trying to start a fight. A quick introduction, this is Yang Yun. He only has eyes for one girl, Juna. Yoon's girlfriend of 22 days, the dream girl of Sinyang Yoon High. But now he had lost his girlfriend to Peter. For that reason, Yoon raised his fist and roared. I'll get my revenge on you, Peter was bewildered. We just met. What's with this young Yoon? You took down Mat Pao with a single punch. This will be the first time. Peter quickly dodged the blow and immediately countered. He was going to let him feel something he'd never experienced before. Meanwhile, Yoon thought to himself, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, Juna. As Yoon braced for the punch, Peter unexpectedly flicked him hard on the forehead. Yoon was still in a daze. His buddies quietly called his name Yoon. At the same time, a loud voice boomed. Kanjiu ran over yelling, this is a school with rules. What do you think you're doing, fighting in here? The old man scolded. Hey, what does your father do? Or is he dead and couldn't teach you any manners? Peter was flustered. I'm sorry, sir. Kanjiu grabbed Peter. You're coming with me, acting like I'm not even here. Seeing him get dragged away, Yoon was furious. You should have let me go so I could beat him up, his friend argued back. Who was stopping you? Yoon snapped. Just shut up and listen to me. In another room, a hidden figure asked, what's the plan now? Another one asked, should we go and investigate a bit? The other man agreed. Sounds good. Looking at Peter, he got excited. Maybe I should kill someone for once, huh? Meanwhile, the old man urged him on. Hurry up, Peter replied obediently. I'm coming. The female students were buzzing. This is insane. He's so handsome. Seeing Peter, Juna was horrified. Why is he here? Is he planning to level this school or something? During a quiet afternoon at school, in a corner of the courtyard, someone called out Juna. Mind if I sit here? She was startled. Why are you sitting here? He replied nonchalantly. People were bothering me, so I wanted to find a quiet place to eat. What about you? Why are you here? Juna scowled. I don't have much of an appetite, so I came out here, Peter wondered. Isn't that a bit too much food for someone with no appetite? She snapped quietly. Shut up. Meanwhile, Juna remembered when he had asked her, do you want to live? Then Peter had demanded, then testify that the person who killed that punk was the old man in this photo. She was worried. I kept my promise. Why are you still coming after me? He replied. I never said I came to see you about that. Juna was suspicious. Are you trying to silence me now? Because of you, the company is only monitoring me now. Do you have any idea how hard it's been for me? He explained. I came here for reasons I can't really talk about. Besides, Peter was skeptical. You make it sound so tough. Aren't you able to sit here and eat right now because I saved you? She retorted. Saved me. I found a way to live on my own. He gave in. All right. Juna told him how terrifying this place was. And you don't even know who I really am. What can an outsider like you do here anyway? Peter thought for a moment. Then he insisted, but I did help you, she said coldly. Why should I care? Peter explained. Because we're in the same boat. He added, I'll be counting on you from now on. Juna. No, her name is Juna. She was terrified. How does he know my real name? When she looked again, Peter had vanished. On the day of New Glory High's sports festival, everyone was cheering loudly. Among them was an athlete. My name is Jonathan, nicknamed the Usain Bolt of Sinyang Yoon High. I hold the high school record for the 400-meter dash, but it seems my retirement has been decided today, thanks to the appearance of that new transfer kid. His teammate consoled him, don't be so down. During the vision test, whatever line they pointed to, Peter read it clearly. 248 airplane. The students were amazed. That's incredible. He can even read the 6.0 line. Is he Mongolian or something? Can he really read all of them? Peter said smugly. Isn't there an 8.0 line? When it was time for cooking class, the teacher announced, all right everyone, today, we're going to learn how to peel and carve fruit. This is a high difficulty class. The teacher instructed, I bet you've never peeled fruit before. Be careful not to cut your hand. Peter obediently replied, I'll do my best. The teacher was pleased. If you can't do it, just let me know. Following his assassin's instincts, he picked up the knife and tested its sharpness. After a moment of carving, Peter said humbly, I just wanted to give it a try. The teacher praised him. Can you believe it? He carved the apple into a rabbit. Meanwhile, in a corner of the school, Kanjiu was in a bind. What do you guys want? A group of delinquent students was threatening him. I don't like cleaning. You think you can handle it for me? The kids continued to mock him. Besides getting angry and giving out demerits, is there anything else you can do? The old man got annoyed. How dare you be so disrespectful? One of the punks teased. You forgot you're a teacher. I'm sorry, sir, he said, followed by their hideous laughter. Kanjiu stammered. What? Who are your parents? Who are they? The students filmed him and jeered. The teacher's even stuttering, mumbling like a little kid. Do you want to get suspended? The old man tried to discipline them. Hey, you kids, you've broken school rules. The punks weren't scared and even hurled insults. One punk grabbed Kanjiu, threw him to the ground and threatened him. And these are the student rules. What are student rules, you ask? He continued his threats. You know what's scarier than a demerit? It's the fact that if I so much as cough, you'll lose your job. You'd be better off just keeping your head down and playing the part of a figurehead. Let me take a picture to post online. Another kid in the group chimed in excitedly. That'll probably get a ton of likes. Suddenly, he exclaimed. What? Seeing him, the students began to jeer. Isn't that the new student who said he wanted to be an assassin? Another one laughed along. An assassin? You, Peter asked skeptically. Are you guys going to hit the teacher too? The punk got angry. This guy doesn't know his place. So what if I want to hit him? Get lost if you know what's good for you, he provoked back. And if I don't go, what are you going to do about it? He retorted. If you don't get lost, the punk challenged, then eat my spit and taunted. This guy. He then threatened assassin. If you want to live, you'd better get lost now or else. The punk rushed forward. Stand still and die. Peter nimbly dodged the punch. The students watching from the side laughed. That's hilarious. He didn't land a single hit. He got frustrated. Shut up, you bastards. The punk seethed. Damn it, why can't I hit him? Meanwhile, Peter effortlessly tripped him with a simple flick of his leg. The punk thought to himself, this guy isn't normal. Another kid from the group grabbed a brick for a sneak attack. Eat this brick. But Peter was as fast as the wind. In a flash, he swung his arm, shattering the brick and landing a painful kick on the kid. The entire group of students bowed their heads in fear. We're sorry, sir. We're sorry. They even chanted, justice always triumphs over evil, he told them. All right, now go. At the same time, he checked on the teacher. Are you okay, sir? The old man, though frightened, remained stubborn. Hey, even so, how dare you fight in front of me? Peter ignored him when he noticed they had dropped a phone while running away. Kanju nagged. Hey, how dare you ignore me? The old man criticized student Peter. What's wrong with you? Taking advantage of his distraction, Kanju attacked from behind. The old man was thrilled, as I thought my judgment of people is never wrong. When he saw Peter easily block his kick, he asked coolly, what do you mean by that, sir? Kanju stated, you're not normal. Peter retorted, proof. The old man demonstrated, here it is. You dodged my attack without spilling a single drop. And tell me, he said, curiously, where did you learn? Peter, Kanju emphasized, no, the right question is, what is your purpose for coming here? He calmly replied, because I want revenge. Inside, Peter's heart burned with hatred. Glory took my life away from me. He poured out his heart, my home, my money, my reputation. They took everything from me. Sir, you can consider my life already over. After hearing this, the old man proposed, in that case, would you like to join our service department? Peter smirked, thinking to himself, I've been waiting for this. I remembered all my efforts these past few days were just to meet you people. In his heart, he thought, my teacher. No, Peter corrected himself, he must be Glory's assassin instructor. Kanju explained, Shin Ing School has a place that trains assassins. Whoops, I mean it has a department called the service department. Only the chosen elite are allowed in there. You're a new student, so you're an exception. It's not easy at all. The old man made the official announcement. Welcome. In his heart, he anticipated, this is it. Kanju welcomed him. Welcome to the service department. Glory. Peter steeled himself before opening the door. He thought, this is the place. Peter wondered, the service department. But seeing the scene inside, he was stunned, thinking, is this really a place that trains assassins? Kanju gestured for them to gather. The old man announced, from today on, this is the person who will begin his service with us. Seeing Peter, Juna panicked internally. Why is he here? He glared at her. Why are you looking at me? Don't you dare let them know you know me. Then Peter winked, signaling to Juna. She thought in fear. What kind of gesture is that? Why did he wink? Did something get in his eye? Or does he want to eliminate me too? Meanwhile, he introduced himself clearly. I'm Peter. Thank you all for welcoming me. At the same time, Peter was skeptical. A normal-looking place like this creates assassins. The moment he finished speaking, Go-Go Hyung started trouble. Welcome my ass. Peter, or whatever your name is, I couldn't care less. Looking at him, Peter silently guessed. Looks like there are still a few unsavory types here. Go-Go Hyung questioned him. This is a place only for those who came from the Glory Orphanage. Who are you to be allowed in here? Go continued. I don't get it. He thought to himself, I came from the Glory Orphanage too. To break the tense atmosphere, Kanju suggested, everyone, let's have a welcome party for the new member. The students started talking amongst themselves. Let's go eat some dumplings. Peter thought dumplings. They replied, full of bloodlust, human flesh dumplings. He praised them internally, spoken like true future assassins. Go Day and Go demanded, move it. Let us welcome him first. Juna tried to stop them. Stop it, you guys, she worried internally. If you do this and he gets angry, you're all dead, he shouted in annoyance. If you don't want to get beaten like him, then get out of the way. Lee Juna thought, annoyed, I'm trying to save you people. Go-Go Hyung called out, hey new kid, let's go outside for a little fight. You look pretty decent. His partner agreed. Let's have a little greeting. Peter replied indifferently, a fight, sure, why not? At the same time, he thought to himself, it's been a while since I've experienced this. But when it comes to fighting, I've had more than my fair share. The two of them attacked in perfect sync. You'd better be careful. This welcome battle might just be your last. Peter reacted swiftly, blocking one with each hand. The kid warned, this isn't a place for someone like you to be messing around. I hate guys like you. Do you know why we're studying here? His comrade added. It's to become stronger and become a super assassin just like him got it. To become the strongest in this underground world of assassins. Hearing that, he thought to himself, him. The two shouted in unison. The apostle Peter Go-Go Hyung continued to try and drive him away. So there's no place for scum like you here, got it. The moment the two guys finished speaking, they were pushed far away. Peter complained, "This is so boring." And he challenged them. "Enough talk, it's annoying. Both of you come at me at once." The boy was stunned. How is that possible? Go was also confused. We both got pushed out. The two guys were furious. "Do you have any idea how much we've suffered here for the past 18 years? They criticized relentlessly. What would a bastard like you who came from nowhere and gets special treatment know about it? Peter also sighed to himself. I've been through 65 years of this, not just a little. A moment later, a group of students started sucking up. That was amazing. The Go brothers really are on another level. Truly amazing. The boy replied smugly, and that was with me and my brother, not even using our full strength. The students started gossiping. The new transfer kid couldn't do a thing against them. He must have been terrified. That guy is nothing special, huh? Amidst the quiet lights along the hallway, a voice called out, "Hey, Peter." Juna was suspicious. "Are you looking down on the service department?" He just replied. "What are you talking about?" She shot back. "You can't fool me," Juna stated. "I saw everything." She recalled the fight just now. Peter was only focused on observing his opponent's moves. Juna asserted, "There was no power in that punch at all." He still wouldn't admit it. "What are you talking about? I tried my best." She was frustrated. "You're lying again. Because you're different from them." Recalling the image of the two brothers drenched in sweat, Juna became even more certain. "You fought them without breaking a single drop of sweat." Losing her composure, she blocked Peter's path. Juna questioned him suspiciously. "What's your reason for doing that? You enrolling in this school was already suspicious, but what do you want that makes you hide your true abilities? What are you plotting?" she interrogated. He replied, "You want to know?" Juna demanded. "Tell me." Peter hesitated. "About that." He trailed off, fell silent, and then squatted down to the ground, slipping out of her grasp and teasing her. "Sorry, I'm gonna go get something to eat." Juna snapped. "It's 12 a.m. right now." At the same time, at a bus station, a driver was humming happily. As night fell, with each step he was thrilled about a single taxi charter that earned him 1,000,001. So lucky. However, the driver was bewildered. I thought it was a large group." He wondered why there was only one person. Park Sang-do was polite. "Hello." The driver was skeptical. "What about the other passengers?" The man replied. "It's just me." Instead, Park Sang-do explained sheepishly, "I have a lot of luggage." The driver beamed. "Oh, so it's a lot of luggage. Let me help you put it in the car." Inwardly, the driver mumbled, "What the hell is with all this luggage?" Suddenly, he was startled. "What the?" The man unexpectedly made a proposal. "Do you want to make a bet on what's inside this suitcase?" A moment later, the car set off. While driving, the driver felt uneasy, constantly glancing over at Park Sang-do, thinking to himself that even though he didn't take the bet, as he was lost in thought, he was met with the man's intense stare. The distracted driver continued to think, but I definitely didn't see wrong. He was now certain. It moved. Meanwhile, at the service department, Kanji was announcing a mission. "Attention, we have been commissioned. The client is Chairman Choi Un-trong of the DI Group. Everyone's heard of him, right? He's the one who sponsors us. The man has posted a reward. The action team that succeeds in this commission will be recommended by the chairman and immediately receive their service certification." Let me repeat that so everyone understands. Kanju emphasized, success means immediate certification as an assassin. Everyone grew excited. "It's finally here." A curious student asked, "So, sir, what is the content of the commission?" The old man stated, "The content is retrieval. To be specific, there have been many recent kidnappings of youths around 10 years old. The issue is that among these kidnapped children is Chairman Choi's son." A girl asked doubtfully, "You mean we have to find him and bring him back? If that's the case, why not call the police?" "Right, wouldn't that be faster?" Kanju explained. "Chairman Choi. He wants revenge. That's precisely why he came to us." The old man presented, "We just need to find his son, that's it. After that, reinforcements will be sent if the enemy is too numerous." The students buzzed. "So that's the mission. If we succeed, we become assassins right away. That would save us 2 years of school here. Success means a straight shot to the top. But I bet it won't be easy. Why not let the upperclassmen handle such a dangerous mission? Why give it to us?" Go spoke up. "That's right, sir. So, let's decide it like this," he proposed. "We'll take this mission." Go Hyung agreed. "Yeah, that's fine." Go sneered. "But hey bro, it looks like it's not just gonna be us." His brother laughed and replied, "I see it. The new guy and that stupid girl are here too." Juna raised her hand. "I'll go." Peter followed. "I'll go too." She snapped. "Why are you raising your hand just because I did?" He argued back. "I raised mine first." Juna was annoyed. "If you get in my way, you'll be sorry." Peter retorted. "Don't be so sure. We'll see who gets in whose way first." The students wondered. "We're all prepared. Are we moving to the location to take action now?" Unexpectedly, Kanju said. "No. First you all will." Peter said to himself, "The time has come. I can do this." At an amusement park, the students all shared the same question. This is the retrieval mission. But Peter remained carefree. "Let's just have fun for now." In the amusement park, performers were calling out to the crowd. Watching a samba dancer, Peter teased, "Hey big sis, take me with you." Juna snapped, "You're like 50 years old." What big sis. At that moment, Go Hyung was bewildered. I can't understand why they're wearing bikinis at an amusement park. Go wondered, is that really fun? The two said in unison. We really don't get it. She teased them. Just turn your heads back around and say that. Juna analyzed internally. Even so, this is all too vague. But what the teacher said. This is the place. At the same time, girls were surrounding Peter. Hey, can I have your number? Are you on TikTok? Earlier, Kanju had instructed them that this was the place where Chairman Choi Un-trong's son was kidnapped. He had warned them, you must find the hostage and take down the kidnappers. She thought to herself, this is good. The last place he was seen was Green World. I wonder where the boy is now, or if he's even alive. In a place this big, where are we supposed to find any clues? Juna thought, but him. In a situation like this, does he already have a plan? It's like he already knows everything. Peter pointed the way. First, let's go in that direction. At the ticket counter, an employee informed them, I'm very sorry, valued customers. You can only use this ride after making a reservation. If you understand, please step aside. The boy scowled. What's this? What kind of ride requires a reservation to play? The employee explained. If you have any complaints, please send us a DM. Go Hyung got even more annoyed. Why do we have to send a DM for a complaint? There were jeers from the surrounding crowd. Looks like it's their first time at a park. Peter paid attention when someone said it would be more convenient to download the app. After checking the app, she sighed. The Atlantis and the haunted house are all booked. He reminded her, did you come here to play Juna? Aren't you going to do the mission? You really don't have what it takes. And yet as soon as they entered the play area, Go Hyung and Go were screaming, let's go, Sebastian. They were excited. A supercar's coming, get out of the way. Let's go. Nice. Juna sneered, look at that ridiculous loser. At the shooting gallery, the owner called out, hey guys, this one's super easy. The boss is taking a loss just for you guys, you know. She asked, what do we get if we win? Food. Peter was intrigued. I'll give it a shot. Seeing his prey had taken the bait, the owner got excited. It's 'cause I think you guys are cute that I'm letting you play for free. Got it. He chuckled to himself. These idiots. There's no way you can knock them down, because I've placed something heavy underneath the dolls. The owner thought. Whether it's 10,000 or 100,000, just play to your heart's content. Thanks. Today's gonna be a big haul. Meanwhile, Juna was struggling. This is hard. It's my first time using a fake gun like this. A moment later, the owner was filled with regret. She was holding a huge pile of stuffed animals. Thank you, sir. He was polite too. You've worked hard, he said excitedly. You go next, try that one, he yelled. Juna, stop eating. Go, Day called out, cheerfully. Peter, you come over here too, he thought to himself. Everyone seemed so excited. Peter figured it made sense since it was everyone's first time at an amusement park. Because you all went through a childhood just like mine. I understand that pain, so please enjoy yourselves. Because we don't know when we'll be able to laugh like this again. Cherish this moment. Later, Juna complained. It was so hard to get away from them. We didn't come here to play, so what are we doing? Her phone suddenly buzzed. What's this? She was surprised. Isn't that the chairman's kidnapped son? How am I picking up his AirPods signal? Could it be? Juna considered a possibility. He was nearby. As she followed the signal, she grew suspicious. But why is the location? Juna suddenly wondered. In the women's restroom, she quietly analyzed the situation. Did someone find his earbuds? No, it could also be someone with the same name. Should I ask the others for backup? Should I go in alone? In the end, she decided I'll just go in and check first. Juna's heart was full of doubt. There's nothing special in here. The signal was coming from the person next to her. She told herself, still, I shouldn't misunderstand, so I have to ask carefully, right? Just smile. And so, Juna spoke up. Excuse me, where did you get those AirPods? The girl, terrified by Juna's creepy smile, screamed her head off. Her boyfriend rushed in. Babe. What's wrong? She replied. That crazy BTJ suddenly appeared from behind and tried to hit me. Juna was confused. That's not what happened. The girl added fuel to the fire. She kept trying to steal my stuff. The guy cursed. This girl has a pretty face. Wait, no, this BTCH looks pretty, but she's a thief. Juna quickly tried to explain. It's a misunderstanding. Without listening, the guy got physical. Who the hell are you to touch my girl? She pretended to be innocent. Babe, you don't have to hit her. I just want her to apologize. The guy said, of course she's going to apologize, and rushed forward aggressively. First, I'll teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, Go Dae started to worry. Hey, have you seen Juna? Go Hyung was indifferent. She probably went off to eat something again. Then he turned and asked, hey, have you seen her? You don't think something happened, do you? He said nonchalantly, I haven't seen her. Despite that, Peter said confidently, but nothing dangerous will happen. Back in the women's restroom, she started to fight back, and he became even more certain as he looked at the two brothers. We don't need to worry. Juna got her opponent in a tight hold, and quick as a flash brought the lollipop stick to the guy's ear. She suddenly stopped, realizing she was acting out of habit again. After taking care of them, Juna turned to the guy. Now talk, she demanded of the girl. Where did you get this? She stammered. I that. After finishing up, Juna ran to find her teammates. Everyone, I found it. She announced, these are Choi Un-trong's AirPods. I found the last place they were detected. He asked doubtfully. What Peter speculated. Well, it seems we're all looking at the same place, huh? He asked. What are you talking about? He analyzed. Think about it. The most natural way to disappear, even when you're somewhere with a lot of eyes on you. A place where you're least likely to be noticed, right? A place where it's not strange for someone to scream or be attacked by others. He also noted, look at the reservation window for this attraction. It's been fully booked for the entire day, a place where no one goes in or out. Based on these facts, it was the haunted house, and they decided to go in. Go-Day was serious. All right, playtime is over. He added, everyone focus. He also warned, we don't know what might happen, so stay behind us. Juna, annoyed, said, let go of my shirt. Then Go-Day chickened out. I'll take the rear. She got angry. Hey, you just said you'd go first, they argued. Let's just go together, Juna. Seriously, stop clinging to me. Peter, however, was lost in thought. This is strange. Why? He was confused. I don't sense anyone at all. So, Peter warned, get ready. He asked, what are you talking about? He said, our mission starts now. Go-Hyung was on edge. Is this going to be okay? Peter replied. Even so, we're already halfway successful. And why is that? He thought. He analyzed their goal, find the hostage, and take down the kidnapper. To do that, Peter realized that our mission from the very beginning was to get kidnapped, and they collapsed. He struggled to open his eyes. In a daze, Go-Day saw a figure approaching. At that moment, at the service center, Kanju screamed, stop, the staff member jumped. Instructor. The old man asked urgently, where are the kids now? The staff member was bewildered. They're on their mission, aren't they? Kanju urged. Contact them now. The staff member was confused. Huh, why instructor? After making the call, he reported, they're not picking up. What's going on, instructor? The old man revealed. That's no simple mission. Then he said a name, Park Sang-do. The staff member panicked. What you don't mean? That Park Sang-do, Kanju confirmed. That's right, that Park Sang-do. He remembered a time when he was once nominated to be an apostle, but Glory couldn't stand him and kicked him out. Not yet realizing the danger, the staff member joked, but sir, they're not idiots. They've learned everything they needed to, so what could happen? The old man was distressed. No. Kanju's face was filled with panic. Seeing the old man so scared, the staff member started to panic too. Instructor. This. Meanwhile, in a warehouse filled with suitcases, Juna and he had been tied to a pillar. Park Sang-do muttered, do you know, the sleeping gas you were hit with was chloroform. You know the anesthetic you always see in movies. But, he analyzed. When a normal person passes out, they usually sleep with their mouth open. Back at the school, he stammered in. Instructor Kanju was resolute. We must stop Park Sang-do. He said, he is a very cruel man. Then he quickly snapped. This is no time for this. We have to save the kids. Back at the warehouse, she thought to herself, I think he knows. What do I do? Kanju was terrified. If he catches them, he'll cut off their legs. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing from Juna's pocket caught Park Sang-do's attention. He picked up the phone and answered. Hello, Kanju growled. Hello, Park Sang-do. He threatened. If you so much as touch a single hair on those kids' heads, I swear I'll risk my own life to kill you. Park Sang-do replied calmly. It's been a while, Kanju Sunbae. But why are you saying such scary things? He vaguely brought up the past. Yeah, are you afraid? I'll cripple them. Just like you, Sunbae. Kanju's brows furrowed, and he grit his teeth in anger upon hearing those words. The old man yelled, you bastard, I'll never let you. Before Kanju could finish, Park Sang-do made an offer. Speaking of which, how about we make a bet? He placed his hand on her thigh with a provocative tone. When you get here, Sunbae, let's see how many legs the kids have left. Park Sang-do said over the phone, if you guess right, I'll spare Choi Un-trang's son. If you guess wrong, well, what do you want to bet, Sunbae? The young man in front of him watched the old man and muttered worriedly. Instructor, why are you shaking like that? Upon hearing the word bet, Kanju trembled so much he couldn't stand steady. He had to grip the table with both hands, his face a mask of pure horror. Suddenly a shout came from somewhere. Hey, come on out, you damn criminal. Where are you hiding, Juna Petergu? Go-Hyung gave an order. Go, you check that room over there. They're weak, so they'll be the first targets. The man noticed them and stood up, his face cold as he urged, hurry up. It's about to start. While Park Sang-do was distracted, Juna whispered his name. Peter. Peter. She thought anxiously. He said he was going to sleep. Does he mean he's actually sleeping right now? How can he be so calm? There's no way he can sleep now. Juna expertly used her foot to untie her shoelaces. What should I do? No. There's no other choice. Just as her foot got close to his face, Peter suddenly spoke up. What are you doing? Juna jumped, exclaiming. You're awake. He glanced at her and said, I was never asleep to begin with. She quickly pulled her foot back, stammering. Don't get the wrong idea. I was just trying to wake you up. Peter gave her a curious look. Juna immediately snapped and pinched him. Using her bound hands, she hit her thigh and said, this is how you use what we learned in training. Now you do it too. He raised his already untied hands and asked, do what? Juna exclaimed in astonishment. What, how, when did you get those off? Peter nonchalantly replied, a while ago. Flashing back while Sang-do was on the phone, he had untied his hands, thinking he'd need to step in if something happened. Peter announced seriously, "Listen, Juna, this isn't a simple kidnapping. That guy from before is from Glory, you know that right?" After untying her, he suddenly asked, "So Juna, do you like to gamble?" She was confused. "What do you mean?" Go Hyung rubbed his neck and spoke with a disdainful look. "Man, for a regular office worker, you've got some nerve. It would be nice to end this here, but we're on a mission," he threatened. "If you don't want to die, old man, then start talking." Both of them demanded to know where Choi Un-Trang's son was. The man let out a sinister smile and said, "You young students really have sharp tongues. I like it. So, in that spirit, how about we make a bet?" Go found this interesting, smiling as he looked at Go Hyung. "A bet." Understanding the meaning, he smirked back. "Fine." Park Sang-do laid out a deal. "If you two win, I'll do whatever you want. I'll also let Choi Un-Trang's son go." Elsewhere, a tense Kanjiu was speeding toward their location. No. If they bet against that bastard, they can't possibly win his game. The man reached behind his suit vest as if grabbing something. Park Sang-do pulled out 2 knives with a treacherous smile. "If you two lose, you'll have to leave a leg behind." Go Hyung licked his lips, full of excitement. "I thought you were just a regular office worker, but you're an unexpectedly sexy one." Go stared back with a cold gaze. "But are you going to be okay, old man?" Both of them ripped off their shirts, revealing their muscular physiques. He exclaimed with a look of extreme excitement. "'Cause starting tomorrow you'll be in a wheelchair." Suddenly the man threw a knife toward Go Hyung's leg. Park Sang-do flashed a friendly smile, holding his hand out to the two of them. "A bet's no fun, unless it's fair, right?" He caught the knife and lunged forward with a smug grin. "You're going to regret this, old man. I'm very good with a knife." Glory Orphanage Class 58 Director, Go Hyung. Specialty, super fast movement and knife fighting. Go Hyung swung his knife fiercely at the man, but Sang-do blocked the blow with an indifferent expression. During the fight, he analyzed internally. "What's this? He's nothing special. We're both using knives, but this old man is slower than me, so even if I don't land a finishing blow, the damage will accumulate. If we drag this out, I'll win." Go Hyung was suddenly struck with a cut across his chin. "But, what is this?" At that moment, he looked at his blade and started to wonder. "It's strange. Our knives are clearly the same." Go Hyung wondered why the clash of the 2 knives sounded off, along with the speed of their quick, decisive strikes. After seeing him back away, the man stopped and asked, "What's wrong, student? Is something amiss?" He examined the knife carefully, his face twisting in anger as he cursed that dirty dog. He didn't understand. "What is it? What's wrong, Hyung?" Go Hyung answered. "This knife has no blade." Park Sang-do pushed up his glasses and gave a cunning smile. Just then, Peter and Juna ran up, calling out, "Director Go Hyung, go, we're here, we'll help." He held up a hand to stop them, then Go Hyung yelled, "Stay out of it, this is our fight." He sized them up and said, "If we can't handle him, neither can you. So just stand there and watch." After hearing this, though, they were worried. They silently complied. Go Hyung rested the knife on his shoulder and glanced over, his voice raspy. "Isn't that right?" Go rubbed his chin in agreement. "Yeah, that's right." With determined looks, they both conveyed a hidden message. "You have no idea what goal we're aiming for, old man." The final gate to completing the orphanage program, Hell Week, was 1 month in a place with no food and no water. The only supplies received were a single gun and a single bullet. The place was filled with thousands of wild beasts, and we had to survive. The bullet could be used in any way, for hunting, betraying friends, or ending your own life. We started to become more competitive, realizing we had to survive at all costs. We saved that bullet until the very end, having a feeling that at some point, this one bullet would decide our fate. After Hell Week ended, we found out that out of the 181 people in our orphanage class of 58, only the 2 of us passed. And I heard something shocking. The Apostle Peter, when he was a teenager like us, set a unique and unparalleled record. In 58 years, he was the only person who never used his bullet. Under the dim light, Go Hyung calmly stated, "It's been 10 years. He proudly spoke of the time he'd spent striving to become just like Peter. During this, Peter just watched in silence. Filled with fighting spirit, Go Hyung and Go rushed toward the man. "You're just a stepping stone for us to walk all over." He lunged forward, grabbing a hold of Park Sang-do's lower body. Then Go quickly shouted Hyung. He used the man's back as a springboard, launching himself into the air. "I told you so." With a stone-cold expression, Go Hyung swung the knife hard. "You'll regret giving this to me, old man." The man looked up, his eyes filled with contempt. "You're not the real deal at all." Without a single wasted movement, Sang-do clamped down on his wrist. "Guess I'll have to chop off that hand, won't I?" But Go Hyung had already anticipated this and let the knife go. He figured if he couldn't slash with the blade, he could just stab with the point. As the knife fell, Go Hyung caught it from below, preparing to drive it into the man. As he thrust the knife upward, Park Sang-do's face was completely devoid of fear. He said coldly, "You want to end up like Peter." Before Go Hyung's astonished eyes, the knife shattered into pieces. As the shards of the blade rained down, the man scoffed. Go Hyung was stunned. He had shattered the Nepalese kukri knife. A worried Juna was about to run in to help, but Peter stopped her. Park Sang-do boasted proudly, its mass and weight are triple that of a normal knife. I've trained with this my entire life. He flashed a smug grin. Faster than a dagger and heavier than an axe, Park Sang-do assumed a professional fighting stance, declaring, "This little baby is a weapon made for killing." Former glory assassin Park Sang-do. Specialty knife fighting. Estimated past rank A. Hearing this, the two boys got fed up and yelled, "Just shut your mouth already." As Go Hyung charged, he wondered, can he really control a knife that heavy with such ease? But judging by the man's confidence and incredible speed, in the blink of an eye, Sang-do had struck every single joint in both their arms and legs. Go Hyung had to admit it. This old man, he's no ordinary office worker, he's an absolute monster. With the last of their strength, they both yelled a warning. "Juna, Peter, run, get out of here." Seeing them both taken down and lying on the floor, she screamed their names, Go Hyung, Go De. The man seemed annoyed. "What a loud girl. They're not dead yet, so stop making such a racket." "How could I lose against a bunch of kids?" Park Sang-do said with a triumphant smile. "Still, a bet is a bet. Time to pay up." He raised his knife with immense satisfaction, ready to swing it down on their legs one by one. Right. Elsewhere, Kanju was speeding down the road, shouting in desperation, "No, don't you dare touch those kids, Sang-do." "Please, you can have my other leg," Juna screamed in a panic. Wait a minute," she thought frantically. "He's really going to cut off their legs." Just then, Peter spoke up. "Care for a wager?" Park Sang-do shot him a cold glance. Peter stepped forward with a tempting offer. "Let's double the stakes. Both arms and both legs if you're up for it." The man was intrigued. What was that? Park Sang-do's attitude instantly shifted to one of friendly amusement. What an interesting kid. Just what I'd expect from Glory. All right then. He used the same old trick, tossing the knife over to Peter. Park Sang-do extended a hand and smiled. "A bet's no fun unless it's fair. Don't you need a weapon?" Juna immediately warned him. "Don't, not that knife." But Peter raised a hand to silence her and replied calmly, "No." Peter then took out a tray decorated with a colorful floral pattern. He held it up confidently. "This is all I need." Park Sang-do was baffled. "That's a serving tray." He tried to stifle a laugh but couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. "This is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. It's been a long time since I've cried from laughing this hard." But kid, his expression immediately turned ice cold again. Gripping his knife, he lunged forward with a threat. "I don't go easy on children." Park Sang-do swung his knife so fast it left a trail of light, but Peter was no slouch either, quickly leaning back to dodge the blow. Seeing him consistently use the tray to block, the man had a realization. "So you're using it as a shield, huh? A clever idea." Park Sang-do swung his knife again with a mocking laugh. "How many times do you think you can block my blade with that flimsy tray?" 10 times. No. Can it even withstand a single blow? Meanwhile, a look of pure terror filled Kanju's eyes. He drove in a state of utter panic. What's going on? It can't be like that day. It can't happen again. Kanju remembered the man's terrifying face, mumbling, "The day I lost everything to Park Sang-do." The dealer in front of him was sweating profusely with fear. Sang-do calmly reassured her, "There's no need to be so tense. Dealer, things like this happen all the time. How about we make a little wager while we're at it?" He held a half-eaten fried chicken leg, a sly grin spreading across his face. He said calmly, "Will I walk out of here alive, or will I be carried out dead? You're a smart woman. You should be able to see which way this is going, right? But if I were you, I'd go all in." Behind Park Sang-do's back at that moment stood 5 assassins wielding chainsaws ready to take him out. Kanju announced his death sentence. "Park Sang, you've caused too many incidents lately and the company is struggling because of it. We have to sacrifice you to calm things down. As of today, you're fired." The moment the words left his mouth, all 5 assassins charged with their chainsaws toward the seated Sang-do. In our world, that was a team of veteran assassins all B rank or higher. No matter how strong Park Sang-do was, facing 5 B rank fighters at once should have been impossible. But at that moment, the glint of his knife reflected in my eyes. It felt like something that surpassed all human limits. And on that day, I, as an assassin, also died. He remembered the man's words. It doesn't matter if a chainsaw is stronger or a knife is stronger. What matters is how you wield it. Kanju cursed under his breath, that deadly, dangerous bastard. Back in the present, Park Sang-do swung his knife, slicing Peter's tray clean in half. He paused, a mocking smirk on his face. "You got lucky that time. But what are you going to do now?" Peter froze, staring at his bisected weapon as Park Sang-do taunted him. "Look at that. Your only shield is now in 2 pieces. Seeing things turn bad, Juna pulled the knife from behind her back, murmuring, "This isn't good, I have to help him." Peter, however, curiously asked, "Is this a kukri?" He held the broken tray, examining the clean cut made by the knife, and analyzed it with surprise. "A kukri isn't typically known for its sharpness, so I'm quite surprised. It's much sharper than I thought." Suddenly, Peter squeezed the tray with so much force that the metal bent in his hands. Juna realized with a shock, What is he doing? That tray. It wasn't meant to be a shield. It was meant to be a weapon. Peter gripped the two halves of the tray tightly, thanking the man. Thanks to you, I now have two excellent weapons. Park Sang-do scratched his head and replied with a smile. All right. I guess you're not just some ordinary student, are you? The man was confused. What the hell, was that just a fluke? No, it couldn't have been. I was sure my blade made contact. But in that split second, he pulled back. He survived, but the tray was split in two. Sang-do thought to himself. Can you believe this kid? Is he really just a student? He tossed his suit jacket towards Peter and declared, Listen, kid. I don't know where you picked up those parlor tricks, but they won't work on me. Park Sang-do moved faster than the jacket could fall, muttering to himself. Whether it was a fluke or on purpose, there's only one way to find out. The man swung his knife in a hashmark pattern the moment the jacket fell, obscuring his vision so he couldn't dodge. Park Sang-do let out a mocking laugh. As expected, a kid is still a kid. This time he was sure he'd landed the cut. Suddenly his eyes filled with confusion. What Sang-do had just slashed turned out to be a cushion, while the real Peter had moved with lightning speed behind him, swinging half a tray to strike the back of his neck. The man froze, stunned, and muttered, but I definitely felt like I cut something. The cushion. A red flash sliced across Park Sang-do's neck. He reacted instantly, dodging away from him. A small cut trickled blood onto Park Sang-do's hand as he muttered, Damn it. He got behind me in an instant, and went for my throat without hesitation. If I hadn't blocked it with my hand, he would have torn open my artery. After that last exchange, the man felt suspicious and asked if he was really just a student. Suddenly, Sang-do realized something. I get it now. You can't cut thick clothing with a tray, and you can't block my knife with one either. Peter was now rushing forward like a predatory eagle. Meanwhile, Park Sang-do had a silent realization. That's why he aimed for my exposed neck. He parried the blow in astonishment. And with a speed I can't even keep up with. Park Sang-do was continuously forced back by the overwhelming assault, muttering, This bastard, don't even call him a student. With every strike, his eyes glowed red, his movements as fast as a lightning bolt, making the man wonder if he was even human. Juna stood to the side, silently observing. The weight of that kukri. Every time he swings it, the air around it feels like it's exploding. A direct hit would definitely be fatal. She saw the difference in their speeds and murmured, But that guy is still slower than Peter. Looking at the situation, Juna realized the reason must be the weight of the knife. If the fight continued like this, Peter would win. Suddenly, an invisible line grazed Peter's face, leaving a cut. This startled her. Peter's been hit. Park Sang-do pulled another knife from within the first one, muttering nonsense. When you're catching a cow, you use a cow-catching knife, but for a rat you need a rat-catching knife, Juna exclaimed in shock. There was another knife inside that one. His eyes were cold, his expression calm. He analyzed that his kukri was 3 times heavier than a normal knife. As the blade appeared right before his eyes, Peter secretly understood the reason he'd shed the weight was so that speed would no longer be only his weapon. Park Sang-do's strikes were faster and stronger, and with every parry from Peter, you could almost see an explosion in the air. Juna stood frozen in shock. That guy. He's like a completely different person from before. He's so much faster. She watched a little confused. But this is strange. That weapon is clearly meant for stabbing. Watching his fast yet bizarre striking motions made Juna wonder why he was just swinging it around like that. Park Sang-do planted his feet firmly on the ground as an anchor, then put all his strength into his arm for a final strike, yelling, Die, you bastard. His face remained calm even as the tip of the knife neared his throat. The man was shocked to see his own arm involuntarily let go of the knife. Park Sang-do stared in disbelief as the knife fell. Impossible. Peter spoke, his tone slightly mocking. What's wrong? Is there no strength left in your hand? The man's face darkened as he muttered, Now I get it. You bastard. Park Sang-do recalled his previous actions and realized he wasn't aiming for his neck, but had been targeting his hand from the very beginning. His arm was covered in cuts as he asked, You little brat, what did you do to my arm? Peter answered coldly, Muscles. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, he explained. The extensor muscle, the palmaris longus, the median nerve, the ulnar nerve, and the radial nerve. All the muscles and nerves necessary to grip with your hand. Peter held up the tray now stained with Sang-do's blood and said, I've severed them all. Only then did he reveal his purpose. From the very beginning, I never intended to kill you. The man trembled, muttering, I don't understand. Park Sang-do stared in terror at the colossal shadow that now stood before him. This was no student. His face was terrified, his eyes filled with suspicion. Finally, Park Sang-do saw the tiger within him and cried out in a panic, How many people have you eaten? Peter crushed the tray in his hand, fashioning it into a gauntlet and said, It was the same just now. A silver tray can never win against a steel knife. He rolled up his sleeves, his gaze resolute as he made an announcement. Now, to end this, I'm going to show you how to break a boulder with an egg. Flashing back to Park Sang-do's past. A kid from the group of bullies spoke up. Hey, look at that. It's hilarious. He burst out, laughing mockingly. This guy is drinking pee. A young Park Sang-do was hanging upside down from a tree, his body covered in urine. They jeered and asked, "Hey, is it good? What's it taste like? Want some more?" So much fun. That memory takes up most of my childhood. Every single day, I imagined killing that bastard, but the kid just waved goodbye after he'd had his fun. That was great. Park sang, see you later. I didn't have the courage to fight back, and that event completely awakened something in me. In another scene, two vicious dogs, with their mouths wide open, revealing sharp teeth, charged furiously, as if they wanted to tear everything apart. The man fell scrambling backward in a panic, screaming, "Stay away." He pulled the two dogs back, holding their chains tight, and smirked. "If you can beat them, I'll stop bullying you from now on. How about it?" Back then, I would have rather died. His voice was full of provocation. "Want to make a bet?" Those words made my heart pound. My weak legs carried me as I was hanging from a cliff. Although I didn't know why, one thing was clear. Betting my life made me stronger. Dopamine, serotonin, adrenaline. Pleasure and power came to me every time I risked my life. Betting was my drug, and I always won bets like that. I am the strongest. Back in the present just then, Peter delivered a powerful hook that completely distorted Park Sang-doo's face. The man was sent flying, muttering, "It's impossible." After punching Sang-doo, the tray gauntlet flew off as well. Yuan gasped quickly, covering her shocked face with her hands. His face was cold, his red eyes sharp as a blade. Clenching his right fist, he charged forward with ferocious intensity. The man screamed in fear, "Stay away from me, you bastard." Just then, his trembling hand pulled out a grenade. Sang-doo yelled, "Kneel, kneel, you bastard." He aimed the grenade towards the suitcases behind him and shouted a warning. Before I blow everything up, Peter's expression remained calm, even when Sang-doo said, "Do you know what these are? They're the kids you've been looking for." The scene cuts to a child tied up and stuffed into a suitcase. He roared, "Chairman Choi, Untrang's son is in here too." Hearing this, she exclaimed with a look of utter horror, "That lunatic stuffed people inside suitcases. No way, if that explodes, we'll all die." At that moment, he lowered his head without a word, while Park Sang-doo continued his aggressive threats. "See that gas pipe on the ceiling? If this thing blows, everyone's dead." The guy roared, his eyes wide with madness. "If you don't want to die, get on your knees now." In a flash, Peter saw an opening, snatched the grenade from Park Sang-doo's hand, and shoved it right into the guy's mouth with a provocative tone. "Go on if you can." He squeezed Park Sang-doo's mouth shut, pulled the pin on the grenade, and reminded him gently, "If you're going to use a grenade, you should know this, right? I've already pulled the pin, so if you don't want to die, keep your brands." Jaw clenched tight. The man stammered in fear, This guy." Peter clenched his fist, holding the pin in his mouth, his eyes sharp as he spoke. "This is how you threaten someone." Park Sang-doo mumbled, "This bastard." Immediately after, he took a devastating punch to the ribs. His whole body bent, but his mouth still held the grenade tightly. Another blow came down from above, smashing right into the back of his neck. Park Sang-doo's eyes bulged, blood splattered everywhere, and his body could no longer stay upright. A horizontal punch slammed straight into Park Sang-doo's face. The force of the final blow sent Park Sang-doo crashing to the ground. Despite being beaten to a pulp, he still kept the grenade clenched tightly in his mouth, which even earned him some praise from Peter. "Look at that. He's really clenching it tight." He leaned down, put the pin back in, and said, "I've put the pin back in, so stop pretending. Get up." His handsome face was now streaked with a bit of blood, his eyes burning red. Peter took the grenade out of Park Sang-doo's mouth and growled, "We're not done yet." The man struggled to his feet, stammering, I didn't mean for it to go this far." Juna mumbled to herself. "No way, what is he going to do now?" She felt something was wrong and shouted. "Wait!" Park Sang-doo dropped to his knees, clasping his hands together, tears streaming down his face as he begged. "Let's call it a draw." The man cried and pleaded, "I'll pretend this fight with you kids never happened. I'll release the kids, I'll release them, so please, please." Hearing this, Peter looked confused, while Juna was surprised. Just when everything was over, Kanjiu finally ran up yelling, "Kids, where are you? Your teacher is here." Park Sang-doo immediately called out, "Senior Kanjiu." The old man was stunned. Park Sang-doo. This. Kanjiu looked at the man crawling to his feet, crying, and wondered, "Is this the Park Sang-doo I know?" With tear-filled eyes, Park Sang-doo hugged the old man's leg and begged, "Please save me." Peter dragged the other two guys over. Go Hyung and Go unconsciously called out to Sister Sam in confusion. The old man replied, "My kids." And just like that, the case was over. Along with the kidnapped children, the son of Chairman Choi Un-trong also escaped safely. An employee from the Glory headquarters spoke up when he saw the man's pathetic state. "Is that really Park Sang-doo?" Park Sang-doo was stuffed into a bag with only his panicked face showing as he screamed. "Let's call it a draw. Please, let's just call it a draw," someone there said with contempt. "I heard he ran away from the company and avoided the HR department for 13 years. Maybe those infamous rumors weren't such a big deal after all." And Park Sang-doo was taken to Glory's main headquarters. Despite the man's screams of, "Please, let's call it a draw," the assassin zipped up the bag. Kanjiu's feelings were hard to describe as he watched Park Sang-doo being taken away, mumbling to himself, "The nightmare that ended my life as an assassin. It ended today, but I still can't believe it." He woke up, wrapped in a blanket, rambling, Earlier, I felt it clearly. Our coordinated attack actually worked. The other guy, also wrapped in a blanket, replied excitedly. You felt that too. The old man looked at them doubtfully and muttered. Those kids took care of him. Kanju's gaze fell on Peter as he thought to himself, although a lot of it is unclear. But then he turned to Juna and said softly, cover yourself with the blanket properly or you'll catch a cold. The old man had no choice but to admit, well, it wasn't me, so I don't have much to say. After that, we officially became assassins. Go Hyung held the ID card in his hand and asked in disbelief, this is it, for real, he shouted excitedly. We're A-rank. No, we even caught an S-rank assassin. Peter gestured for Go Hyung to quiet down while Juna turned and scolded him. So embarrassing, just shut up. He still couldn't believe it and asked again, but we got D-rank. It's D-rank. Watching the elevator go down, Juna kept wondering. But why did they call us to this place? Where is this thing going? We're not going to our deaths, are we? When the elevator opened, he froze, while Juna's eyes widened as she hesitated. Are we really going to die? All four of them were stunned to see the two powerhouse girls waiting at the elevator door. Go Hyung's hands grew sweaty as he repeatedly pressed the elevator button, blurting out, wrong floor, close the door, close the door. Sorry ladies, we'll come back later. Meanwhile, Go repeatedly banged his head against the elevator wall, thinking how unlucky he was to see this sight. The two powerhouse girls stepped aside, and a secretary appeared saying, please come in, we've been waiting for you. Both of them immediately blushed. This time, his hand also pressed the button repeatedly, but with an excited tone. Open up, it's the allies, that's us. The secretary gently invited them. This way, please. After guiding everyone upstairs, the secretary said, our chairman is very interested in you because you saved young Master Yoon, the heir to the DDH group. She led them to a dining room and continued. The chairman gave special instructions to treat you to the best of everything. Go Hyung and Go, excited by the delicious food, yelled enthusiastically. Delicious steak. The whole group went to a super high-class fitting room, still excited. He adjusted his tie and said, we got to eat delicious food, and we even got new clothes. Even though we didn't get to meet him, he's done everything for us, huh? Standing in front of a large door, Go Hyung exclaimed excitedly, are they going to give us something else? This is so exciting. The secretary walked over, opened the door and said, well, I'm sure everyone is curious. She opened the large door as if making an announcement. Today's main course is this place. A blinding light shone from inside the doorway, leaving him and Go speechless with amazement. When they stepped inside, they saw that the room was filled with VIP-grade heavy weaponry. The secretary introduced our DDH Group is a world-leading military supply company responsible for providing all kinds of combat support to Glory's assassins. She then added, congratulations on your official appointment as assassins. Looking at the weapons in the room, the secretary relayed a message. The chairman says to take as much as you like. Go Hyung stood in the back, brandishing a gun and waving his hands. Hey, we don't use guns to fight, right bro? His friend quickly agreed. Of course not, man. But in the blink of an eye, the two had stuffed their clothes full of weapons, saying politely, we'll just take this much, it's enough. Seeing this, the secretary stammered, let me have them delivered to you. Juna turned to look at a knife display and marveled. This is a Damascus knife, and it's made with S30V steel too. Is it really okay to take something this expensive? She reached out her hand and mumbled, well, I guess I'll take one too. Juna suddenly remembered, no, I didn't do anything that day. I don't have the right to receive this. The secretary walked up behind Peter and asked Mr. Peter, have you chosen anything? She was curious, what will this student choose? He picked up a pen, turned around and replied, I just need this. The secretary was stunned and mumbled to herself, just a fountain pen. Is it because he's young and not greedy? Peter thought to himself, it's because they're all weapons I've used before. Suddenly she received an order through her earpiece and replied, yes, chairman. All right, I get it. The secretary announced she'd take me to the chairman's office now. He shrugged. Why make things so complicated? Oh well, guess I have to go. Let's go. No, she said. Looking at him, the secretary specified, only you, Peter. Peter was confused. Me. Hearing this, Go Hyung cried out. No, wait, Mr. Chairman. After all the rapport we've built, the elevator display showed it was ascending to the 41st floor. Inside, she complimented him. The fountain pen was an excellent choice. He calmly replied, even if it wasn't, this is the model I prefer to use. The secretary asked curiously, but aren't you from an orphanage? Peter cut her off and asked, why does the chairman want to see me? She stammered, I don't know. You should ask him directly. He replied coldly, thanks. Arriving at the penthouse floor, the elevator announced doors opening. The secretary led Peter and bowed and reported, Chairman, I've brought Peter as you requested. Untrong told her, good work, you may leave. She obeyed. Yes, sir. Looking at the young man, he said, I've been wanting to meet you. Untrong smiled politely and invited, please have a seat. Student Peter, chairman of the DHA Group, the world's top military supply corporation, Choi Un-Trong. He leaned against his desk and asked, was the meal to your liking? He replied, yes, it was excellent. Un-Trong asked, and the clothes? Peter said, they fit perfectly. As the chairman poured coffee, Peter asked, why did you want to see me, sir? The man chuckled casually. Didn't I already say I simply wanted to meet you? There's no other reason, so you don't have to be so tense. Suddenly, Untrang stepped closer to Peter, his voice dropping. No. On second thought, you have every right to be tense. He looked into the young man's cold eyes and said the name Student Peter. Leaning in close, Untrang whispered, I know who you are. He whispered again. You're Peter, aren't you? Peter froze for a moment, but then the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. December 24th, 1978. Namsan. A chilling jolt of electricity, like death itself, shot through a man's body, causing him to convulse violently. His eyes rolled back as tears streamed down his cheeks. His mouth was gagged, allowing only muffled groans to escape. A skinny man slammed his fist on the table and roared. Spit it out, you bastard. Where is Choi Untrang right now? He ground his teeth. Damn it, he's tight-lipped. The Soviet agent, despite enduring all manner of torture, simply laughed in his face. The agent smirked. I already told you, there's only one way you can save the boy. The Soviet operative shouted his demand. Hand over the missile that South Korea developed with the Americans to the Soviet Union. He threatened. If you refuse, the Deha Group's heir will die. On the other side of the glass, a staff member tried to calm the chairman down. Sir, please calm down, he suggested. Request assistance from the U.S. and send in your most elite forces, including Delta Force, to Moscow. They'll definitely find him. The man on the phone's expression suddenly changed as he stammered, Section Chief O. That, in front of a moving train, a man is aiming at a helicopter. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the air, and the helicopter is blown to smithereens. An announcement came through, Delta Force has been completely wiped out. With no other choice, he ordered Section Chief O go. Section Chief O hesitated. Chairman, you can't mean that place. The chairman replied, I do. To the Cathedral of Glory. The scene shifts to outside a church. Chairman Deha pounded on the door shouting, Father, it's an emergency. Please open up. It's Choi Untrang. A priest stepped out, his voice calm. Calm yourself. It is quite late to be coming for confession. What is the matter? The chairman yelled desperately. My son Untrang has been kidnapped by the Soviets. He gripped the iron gate, his face a mask of panic. The support you people wanted from the Deha Group. I'll agree to all of it. Whatever it costs. For the next 10 years. No 100 years. The priest placed his rosary on the Bible as he listened. From among your 12 apostles, please send your very best. The priest replied nonchalantly, I have no idea what you're talking about. Chairman Deha was stunned. What he pleaded desperately, my son has been kidnapped. Please, I beg you, I'll do anything. The priest reassured him, you need not worry. Everything is in accordance with God's will, he said calmly. Therefore pray. Unable to remain calm, the chairman screamed in desperation. How can I pray in a situation like this? What is there to pray about? The priest said. God's missile has already reached Moscow. The scene cuts to Peter, his face expressionless. Gripping the handlebars, his motorcycle speeding along. Still worried, Chairman Deha asked again, Father, are you sure this will work? The 3 Special Forces teams that went in first were all annihilated. And even if he is an apostle, can he really do it alone? The priest answered, without a hint of hesitation. He can. The scene shifts to the back of a train, where a man has been knocked unconscious. As Peter appeared on the train, the priest's confident voiceover was heard. Even alone, he will resolve this. My child is the strongest. The men in the train car stood up, turning their eyes toward him. A bearded man asked, What the hell? How did you get in here? Wait, you came alone. Peter exhaled softly, his breath misting in the cold air. The perfect number. The man was confused. What? Before he could understand, the bearded man collapsed from a fatal gunshot. Peter sidestepped and fired in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, he moved in a zigzag pattern, cleanly taking down the grunts on the train, giving them no chance to react. A bullet pierced the final man's head. Only then did he finish his thought aloud. I said, it was a perfect match for the number of your heads and the number of my bullets. Too bad none of them were left alive to hear it. Stepping through from the next car, Lieutenant Colonel Li Yujin shouted, Drop your weapon. He pressed his gun to young Untrang's head. If you don't want this kid's head to get an extra hole, drop your gun. Now. The train barreled through a snowstorm. Inside the cabin, Yujin spoke. Yes, I've heard the stories. He recounted the rumor. They say there's some kind of monstrous Asian. A monster who can survive anywhere all alone. But you're younger than I expected. Lieutenant Colonel Yujin asked. That's you, isn't it? The Apostle Peter. By this point, Peter had already complied, dropping his weapon and putting his hands on his head. He moved closer and spoke in Korean. Hey Choi Untrang. Untrang was stunned. You're Korean. Peter gave an instruction. I'm going to count to 3. When I get to 3, duck your head down. The kid looked confused and stammered duck. Peter began counting in Korean. 1. Not understanding Korean, the colonel roared. What the hell are you saying, you bastard? Speak Russian. Peter continued counting. 2. Lieutenant Colonel Lai Yujin screamed in a rage. Stop your damn babbling and get on your knees, you dog. Just then, a coin appeared in Peter's hand. The colonel threatened, I'll kill this brat for real, I swear. Untrang instantly ducked. The moment he did, Peter flicked the coin with incredible force. It flew straight and embedded itself in Lieutenant Colonel Lai Yujin's head, sending him reeling backward. Peter coldly watched the colonel fall. My apologies, I'll say that again in English. Goodbye, Lieutenant Li Yujin Adre F. of the KGB Intelligence Bureau. Having escaped the danger, Untrang stammered, "Thank you for saving me." After the mission was over, Peter lit himself a cigarette. The kid spoke up and asked, You're Korean too, right? Untrang said gratefully, "Thank you. I'll never forget this." He calmly kept smoking even as the kid shouted, "I'll definitely repay you." Picking up a hat and putting it on, Untrang, he said. "Hey Choi, Untrang, I didn't come here to save you." He turned away coolly. "I came to save the future of the Daeha Corporation. If you get it, then hurry up and get on your feet." Peter reminded him, "It's a long way home." The kid got up and followed behind, muttering, "He's so cool." Back in the present, Untrang said, "That's how I've managed to survive until now. Even though 40 years have passed to this day, I have never forgotten my benefactor's face." The old man stood before him and asked, "You're Peter, right?" Untrang assumed Peter was that man's grandson. This question made Peter break out in a cold sweat. Luckily, he hadn't been found out. The old man exclaimed, "The resemblance is uncanny, but I don't think I've ever heard of Peter having a family." He muttered, "It's been a while since I felt a chill like this." Peter looked at the man before him, the same kid he'd saved back then, and thought, even so, that weak little kid has grown up to be quite imposing. Untrang asked curiously, "I heard you only chose one pen from the armory. Why didn't you pick more?" He replied, "Just accepting the gesture is enough for me." The old man felt that wasn't enough, saying, "No matter what, I can't let that man's grandson leave like this." Peter seemed to have seen something as he looked a bit surprised. Untrang said humbly, "It's just a small gift, but please accept it." As the steel door slowly rose, he began to recount a story from long ago. Inside, a motorcycle appeared, the pinnacle of the Day Corporation's future technology. Untrang's secretary introduced it as the PAS V4, a collectible from the man who had saved him. Looking over each part of the motorcycle, he began his analysis. With a powerful engine developed by DH, its top speed is 527.21 kilometers per hour. What's more, it's also equipped with a stealth function that can jam all devices, ensuring you can carry out missions freely, evading both GPS and CCTV. Juna walked over, touched the motorcycle, and exclaimed, "So cool," Peter said, nonchalantly. "You really didn't have to go this far." Go Hyung was a little jealous but tried to act calm. "Don't make such a fuss." Go chimed in, acting just like a child. The two of them took the weapons they had just gotten over to the secretary and asked, "Ma'am, can we exchange these?" The secretary gave an awkward smile and replied, "I'm afraid not." He tossed a helmet to her and said, "What are you doing?" Peter got on the bike, put his on, and called out to her, "Hurry up and get on." Juna was a bit bewildered, wanting to go too, and shouted, "Hey, wait for us." He wondered, is this how you treat us, considering our relationship? His phone rang. It was Teacher Oku calling. Peter answered. Teacher Kanju, who was sitting and sorting through documents, replied, "It's me. Having fun on your tour. The seniors at Glory are probably dying to see you." After hearing this, he muttered, "A gathering of assassins." The man hesitated. "Well, it's been 4 years since we've had a special recruit, so everyone's very curious. Go there and show them the burning passion of youth." Go Hyung muttered youth. Go asked if it would be okay. The scene changes. He and the other guy are on scooters, but they're still full of energy, saying, "This is going to be intense." The girl sitting behind him yelled, "Peter, step on it." Peter glanced over at them and said, "But then our friends will be left behind." Juna replied, "That's the point. Let's ditch them," Kanju said over the phone. "And when you get there, announce that the monster rookie has arrived." All 4 of them were wearing black suits, standing in front of the Gangseo branch of the Glory Club's church. Go smoothed back his hair and bragged, "Being this famous is exhausting." Go Hyung adjusted his tie and agreed, "Yeah, I get it. Of course people would be curious about us after we took down an estimated S rank." He turned to Juna and asked, "You ready?" Peter muttered, "Is this really okay? Those two look way too excited." Walking up to the large door, he pushed it open and said, "Well, let's go in." Juna was stunned by the scene behind the door. Is this the place where the revelation is bestowed? Inside, people were sitting and praying before God. The revelation, the assassins of Glory, would receive missions suited to their individual ranks, that is to receive the revelation. A priest spoke, "The body of Christ." A man replied, "Amen." He handed the B ranker something and said, "Good luck." After observing this, the girl realized with a shock that this was how real assassins received their missions. Peter, however, just looked bored. "So this is how low-rank assassins get their missions?" He asked excitedly. "Hey man, what mission did you get?" The other guy excitedly flipped over his card and said, "Don't tell me it's to participate in a promotion ceremony." Go Hyung was bewildered. Go's card was exactly the same. He wondered, what does "let's fight" mean? A priest walked over and asked, "Is this your first time here?" The man smiled kindly and explained, "I never give missions to newcomers." One of them asked arrogantly, "Hey old man, do you have any idea who we are?" The other chimed in, "If you knew you wouldn't be talking like that." The priest took out a glass of red liquid and held it in front of the two. Touch this and I'll give you some special delicious holy blood. Go immediately complimented it. Man, this smells great without a hint of caution. Go Hyung burst out laughing and said, I think we're gonna get along with this old guy. Immediately after the so-called holy blood was poured all over his head, the old man's face was gleeful. How's that delicious, isn't it? The priest flashed a demonic grin. I've been waiting for you, D-rank trash. Go Hyung bit his card to pieces defiantly. You never know if it's crap or gold, if it'll hurt or not. Some people just have to learn things the hard way. Veins popped out on his face as he looked up and asked, and I guess you're one of them, huh, old man? The people in the church began to surround them. Go stretched his leg muscles, issuing a challenge. So it's a fight with no ranks, huh? We don't go easy on the elderly, you know. Go Hyung cracked his knuckles to warm up, saying, looks like they're campaigning to become B rank. It's a cold world out there. A man with a long scar by his eye sneered. What a bunch of ridiculous bastards. Wan Jiang scoffed. I don't know what being a D rank means, and frankly, I haven't cared for a while now. The old man glared when he heard him say, of course you don't know. Go Hyung rushed forward, launching a kick and arrogantly announcing, we weren't born to be D ranks. The man with the long scar barely dodged his kick. It was immediately followed by a powerful punch from Go, who reminded him, remember this, we are the Dokji brothers and we will become S-rank apostles. When he saw the old man dodge his attack, he growled, for a B rank, you're pretty annoying, old man. Well then, we won't be playing around anymore. The people watching from the sidelines grew suspicious as they observed the way the two of them fought. Hey, those kids are pretty good. Are they really just kids? They're completely fearless, huh? Juno was amazed. The Dokje brothers are so strong. They seem even more confident now, don't they? He's much stronger than when we faced Park Sang-do. The long-scarred man took a step back to his chair, confused. What is this? The old guy only saw Go and muttered. Where did the smaller kid go? Suddenly, two arms shot out from under the chair and grabbed the long-scarred man's legs. Go Hyung popped out from behind and asked, looking for me. The old guy jumped, turning around in shock. Since when was he there? He immediately shouted. Go appeared like a giant, clasping his hands together and leaping up to deliver a powerful blow from above. Blood splattered onto Go Hyung's dazed face. The long-scarred man spoke mockingly. Think you're some kind of Peter. The old guy holding a blood-stained club turned around and said, with a smile, I was the same way at your age. You gotta let the kindergartners get some hands-on experience. The long-scarred man withstood his blow and declared with a serious expression, all right, I'm done playing around now. Juna panicked when she heard Go's blood-curdling scream, but Peter's face remained calm. He held out his hand and called out, Go. The old guy landed a punch so hard it deformed the man's face. Her face filled with panic, she rushed forward, shouting, we have to stop him. Juna was stopped by Wangang. He slung his arm around the two of them, smirking as he asked, so, what are your thoughts after seeing the truth? The assassin from Glory Wangang ranked number 33 B class. Director Lai Wangang watched as the long-scarred man punished the other guy, saying that old guy had to work his whole life just to get to B class. Even a normal assassin at that level is in a completely different league. Glory's D-Class are assigned missions targeting ordinary people. There are a total of 336 D-Class members and 200 C-Class. C-Class deals with targets who use force like gangsters, and there are 100 B-Class. B-Class missions can involve conflicts between assassins. There are a total of 36 A-Class and A-Class assassins handle national-level assassination missions. After becoming an assassin, all you know is swinging a blade until you drop. You have to cough up blood to reach the top of the Glory organization. He hesitated slightly. Yeah, you have to throw away your life to get to A-Class, but S-Class. That's absolutely unattainable no matter how hard you try. The 12 apostles at the pinnacle of all assassins. They are the true apostles. The scarred man grabbed Go Hyung by the neck, sneering. Hey kid, let me teach you how to become an apostle. He stammered, what's that? The old guy gave a demonic smile, tightening his fist and growling, just be reborn. And with that, he delivered a thunderous blow to Go Hyung's face, knocking him unconscious. The long-scarred man mocked them. Do you brats see how arrogant you've been, apostle? Go cry for your mommy's milk. The surrounding crowd burst into derisive laughter. Hey man, those kids are from the Glory orphanage. Where are they supposed to find a mother? She spoke up, feeling pity for him. Even so, did you have to go that far? Wangang called out. Hey little girl. He flicked Juna on the head as a reminder. I heard you're Park Choen's little bitch, huh? You should be grateful you're even ranked. No talent, no right to call yourself an assassin. Even a passing dog would laugh at her. Peter grabbed Wangang's hand, squeezing it tightly while the guy was still rambling. But you know what? Even Park Choen wouldn't. Wangang realized what he was muttering and said, What? He stepped forward to protect Juna. Senior, don't cross the line. The guy was bewildered. What's with this little punk? Just as Wangang cursed, son of a bitch, Peter's grip tightened. He remained calm in the face of the guy's challenge. You want to fight? Is that it? Scene change. Juan grabbed Peter by the collar and shouted in his face. No, senior. You can't draw attention to yourself. Think about it. The crazed killer, Peter taking down the A-class Park Sang. Who would believe that? She explained worriedly. With your real strength, it's only a matter of time before Glory gets suspicious. Any plans you have will be put in jeopardy. Don't worry about what happens to the kids' lives. Back in the present, he muttered to himself, I know. If I want to strike at them from the shadows, I have to hide myself completely as a D-class. Wangang slapped Peter across the face, yelling, Speak up, you arrogant little mutt. At that moment, she could only cover her terrified face with her hands, while the guy hurled insults at him. Trying to act tough in front of a girl, huh? You look like a total poser. Peter just said calmly, Go ahead and hit me as much as you want. Hearing that, Wangang stopped, intrigued. He lowered his head in silence. Then Peter's attitude changed, and he said softly, Please let me take him to the hospital. One of them is seriously injured and the other is unconscious. It'll be dangerous if we don't go now. Just then, Go regained consciousness and crawled worriedly over to Go Hyung. He said, I won't dare mention the apostles again. We won't forget the lesson you seniors taught us. With a cold look in his eyes, Peter bowed. I'm begging you, senior. The guy wiped the blood from his hand, laughing contemptuously. You bastard, you wore me out. Fine, we can stop here. Suddenly, Wangang held out his hand and said, In exchange, he made his demand, Give me your volunteer qualification certificates. Peter's expression soured upon hearing the request. Wangang sneered mockingly. Hurry up and get stronger, then come find me to get them back. The four of them walked out of the Glory Church. A stark contrast to their initial excitement. Now they all looked battered and were unusually silent. Go Hyung, supported by Go De, lamented. What is this? Seriously, what are we going to tell Master Kanju? Juna looked crestfallen as he said, If we tell him we lost the qualification certificates, he'll probably rip all our hair out. Go De stood in front of them, covering his face, his voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry, Juna. Peter felt guilty for not being able to protect everyone. Peter's gaze softened, even as the boy yelled, Even so, it's a good thing you guys didn't step up. Can't we just get the certificates reissued? The more arrogant we act, the more danger we'll be in. Go Hyung forced a laugh, his tone filled with self-blame. Damn. I was planning on becoming the captain and showing everyone how cool I could be. He took a helmet and put it on the boy's head, saying, Let's go, Captain. Peter used the helmet to cover Go Hyung's tear-streaked face. It's time to eat, the boy replied with a choked voice. Yeah. The motorcycle's wheels sped down the road. Now it was just him and her on the road. Juna suddenly spoke up. Hey, Peter. Peter was curious. What is it? She asked. How do you get stronger? He scoffed. That's a pretty pointless question. Peter wondered. Why are you asking that? Juna hesitated. It's just, didn't you see? He asked, confused. See what? She recalled. We just got robbed like that, Peter replied. If you're weak, of course you'll get robbed. Peter said, annoyed. You're really getting on my nerves. Juna said in a small voice, but we are weak after all. He noticed her hands were clenching his shirt tightly. Peter was getting really annoyed. Inside the church, the voices of the long-scarred man and Wangang echoed. Thinking back on it, that was so satisfying. This business is already too crowded. The thought of fighting those brats for a piece of the pie makes me sick. If they had any sense, they'd choose a different line of work. Exactly. Walking to the door, the guy suddenly remembered something. Oh, but that kid from before. Who were you asking about, old man, the pretty girl, or the one with no eyebrows? Wangang replied. No, the one who looked like... Is it because he's still young? For a kid, his eyes are incredibly ruthless, he commented. Wangang was surprised to see someone still left in the church that night, and exclaimed, So, that didn't work, huh? The guy let out a mocking laugh. Did he come back for another beating? Or to repent for being so arrogant today? He just kept sitting there, praying, not saying a word in response. Seeing this, Raphael shouted, An adult is talking to you, why don't you answer? Peter suddenly spoke up. Do you really have to take it this far? The guy asked a bit confused. Hasn't this punk had enough? Wangang threatened. Today we're gonna make you. Before he could finish, he stood up and cut him off. That's why I came. To show you something you've never seen in your entire lives, and will never see again. An S-Rank. Peter held the rosary in his hand, a faint blue light glowing from it as if he were a saint, and said in a low, menacing voice, Apostles' Combat. After hearing that declaration, both men fell silent. The guy with the long scar suddenly spoke up. What the hell is an Apostles' Combat? The older guy clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. Apostles' Combat. I guess anything can happen in this world, huh? Hey kid, I've worked here for 14 years and I've never once met an apostle. The guy with the long scar was laughing so hard he was crying. The older guy sneered, This young man doesn't know anything about life. We'll just mess with him for a bit and then let him go. Wangang, the guy with the long scar, called out again. Wangang. The older guy glanced over and muttered, Wait, what's wrong? The guy with the long scar called out, a little worried. Gomgang, why are you frozen? Gang's entire face darkened. A high school kid, a D-rank assassin. He couldn't even remember the kid's name. No weapons, no support items, the only thing in his hand was a rosary. Clearly he was full of weaknesses. The guy broke out in a cold sweat and mumbled, So, how? Won Gang looked into Peter's ruthless, ice-cold eyes and couldn't believe it, blurting out, "How can a D-rank kid have eyes like that?" The older guy asked quizzically. "Hey, Won Gang, why are you just standing there? Don't tell me you're scared of that kid." The guy gave a forced arrogant laugh in rebuttal. "What are you talking about?" Won Gang clutched his head, trying to calm himself down. "That's right, he's just a kid with an ordinary look in his eyes. I've overestimated him." He held the Bible in his hand and called out, "Hey kid, there's an unwritten rule in this business." Won Gang forcefully threw the book at him, saying, "If there's an uprising by an assassin against a higher-ranking senior, then the senior can deal with that assassin right on the spot. If I throw this book, he'll raise his hand to block it. When he does, his waist will be wide open. That's right, the instinct to protect where you've been hit will make him bend over, but his waist wasn't my target from the beginning." The guy moved swiftly in front of Peter Gang's 2 fingers, aiming for his eyes. "It's over." Suddenly, a look of absolute terror appeared in his eyes. He used the string of the rosary to attack Gang in a flash. All the guy saw were the rosary beads flying everywhere, mixed with his own splattering blood. Won Gang froze, mumbling, "What is this?" It wasn't an ordinary rosary. While he was stunned, Peter had already controlled the string, wrapping it around Won Gang's neck. There was a terrifying silence. Then with a bang, all the pillars in the church were destroyed. The guy felt a chill run down his spine, his pupils shrinking. With a single pull, he sent Gang's head flying through the air. He gasped and snapped back to reality. Panicked Gang grabbed his neck, his whole body trembling. The guy with the long scar yelled, "Won Gang, what are you doing, just standing there gawking?" At that moment, he still hadn't shaken off the chilling sensation that had just occurred. Won Gang looked at him, mumbling in absolute terror. "It's impossible." The image of himself being taken down every time he charged at Peter made him more certain, because I've experienced the feeling of dying 1,000 times. What I've learned, from hundreds of battles over decades, is the intuition that I'll lose to someone even without fighting them directly. But what is this? This feeling? It's not on that basic level. I never imagined someone this terrifying could exist. What should I do? If I go over there, I'll definitely die. His face was terrifyingly calm. With his piercing eyes, he stood there silently, just looking at Gang. Peter took a step closer and raised his hand, and before he could do anything, the guy screamed in panic. I was wrong. Won Gang squeezed his eyes shut, his face covered in a cold sweat as he yelled, "If you let me off for what happened today." He raised his hand to his face, scaring the guy into silence. "I've heard that the ability to sense killing intent is a basic skill for an assassin. In that sense, Senior, you have truly exceptional qualities." Won Gang was so scared his legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground. Peter left with a final warning, "Be more careful next time." When he got outside, he heard shouting from within. The older guy asked, "What are you doing?" The guy, his voice still trembling, yelled, "Shut up if you don't want to die." Juwon drove up confused. "What is this situation with this person?" Peter looked up, startled as she started yelling at him. "Are you crazy, Senior? Why did you come here?" Juwon got out of the car with her guide dog scolding him. "Did you get into another fight? If this gets out, what am I supposed to do?" He put his hands in his pockets and casually said, "That's not going to happen." What she snapped, annoyed. "What are you talking about, Senior?" Peter replied. "Just think about it." Inside the church, Won Gang still couldn't get up after the terrifying experience. Peter calmly said, "That friend is a B-rank assassin, but he lost to a D-rank assassin. Not to mention the embarrassment of the story getting out. If that happens, it means they can never set foot in this area again." He got on his motorcycle, ready to leave, his voice tinged with a bit of sarcasm. Losing to an 18-year-old kid without him even throwing a single punch. "Juwon, if it were you, could you even imagine that?" Hearing the motorcycle, Juwon asked, "Aren't you coming with me, Senior?" She pouted angrily and muttered, "I was so worried," and chased after him, and he can't even say a single decent thing. Peter revved the engine and sped off. The scene changes. At this moment, Go Hyung and Go were imagining the scene of Kang-ju exploding in a fit of rage. "Hey you idiots, your assassin cards are like your lives, how could you lose them?" They both trembled and muttered, "Damn it." The two of them were racking their brains, breaking out in a cold sweat, trying to figure out a way to escape the terror. The two jumped when they heard Won Gang call them. "Hey kids." His gangster-like face appeared, and the two of them screamed in panic. "We're so dead. You idiots, get out of my sight." Won Gang calmly asked, "What's wrong?" He got into a defensive stance, his voice stuttering. Why are you here again?" he asked, trembling. Do you want to fight again? Who wouldn't be scared looking at you like that?" The guy held out 4 cards and said softly, "I came to return these." The two of them exclaimed in shock. "Are those our assassin cards?" Go shouted with joy. "Bro, we're saved, big bro." "Won Gang, I thought you were a jerk, but it turns out you're a good guy." Won Gang didn't seem to care much. He glanced over at Peter and replied, "Is that so?" He watched him, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes wary as he muttered, "What a formidable guy." With his business done, Won Gang said, "I'm leaving." The two bowed a full 90 degrees and shouted, "Goodbye, big bro." He yelled back, "What big bro? I'm not a gangster." Looking at Juna's card in his hand, Peter thought he should return it to her soon. But where's Juna? After getting his card back, Go Hyung immediately went to show it off to the girls. Hey, you two want to see this card? It's like a student assassins. A brown-haired girl exclaimed in admiration. Are you guys real assassins now? He smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye. Is that even a question? The scene changes to a private room filled with the sounds of intense training. Juna lunged at the training dummy in front of her. Each knife strike swift and clean, every stab landing precisely on a vital point. Sweat rolled down her forehead, but her gaze never wavered. She recalled all the times she couldn't help anyone during a fight, muttering to herself, so pathetic. It was the same back then. And that time too. Juna forcefully stabbed the dummy, shouting in frustration, I'm so pathetic I can't do anything. If I keep this up, my little brother Lee Eugene will be in danger. Suddenly Peter's voice cut in. What's so pathetic? Startled, she turned to him, her eyes welling up with tears. Peter held out her card. Take it. I came to give this back. Juna turned away to pack her things, her voice quiet but firm. I don't have the right to take this. Noticing the phone case with a picture of the two siblings, he asked curiously, Is it because of your brother? Peter's voice was low and provoking. Because you feel guilty, you're trying to become an assassin. All for your little brother. She angrily slammed her fist on her phone and yelled, Shut up. Furious, Juna grabbed him by the collar. What do you know? If you don't know anything, then keep your mouth shut. Peter remained calm. You're right. I don't know anything about you. He took her hand, his voice softening. But it's not like I know nothing. For example, what if that kid isn't your real brother? Juna was shocked. How did you know? Peter asked. Can you tell me what happened to your brother? Her eyes seemed to see memories of the past flashing before her as he spoke. In the past, Juna's little brother ran up to her, excitedly calling Sis. I want to run away with you. Please let me come with you. Are we a family? Juna looked at the boy and replied coldly. Family? What nonsense. Annoyed, she snapped. Get lost. Lee Eugene, you're not even my real brother. My family abandoned me in a subway locker the day I was born. I don't have a family. I should have died there. Unfortunately, I was saved and taken to an orphanage. There was never enough food or clothes, but I didn't mind. Family, friends, it was all the same. I didn't want to think about any of it, because I didn't want to be abandoned again. I preferred being alone. It was better that way. It made me stronger. I wished I would just die as soon as possible. The scene shifts. Juna is lying on a stretcher, her body covered in wounds. A bald old man calls out Lee Juna. Stay with us, Lee Juna. She's losing too much blood, doctor. She groggily opened her eyes as the doctor asked what happened. The old man explained the situation. The kid was shot on a mission. I can't stop the bleeding here. He then asked, there are no blood bags left. Should we send the patient to Jan Raphael Hospital? The doctor suddenly exclaimed. What did you say? Juna froze when she heard the bald man say, just leave her in the dump. Someone's voice rang out, but Juna has been here for a long, long time. The old man's voice was cold. Just forget it. It's not like we only have 1 or 2 kids here. They've cut our subsidies, but it turns out this is for the best. His words were like a cold knife stabbing into her. Juna lay still, her heart growing numb. That's how it is. The bald old man was the first to leave, saying, It's dangerous to stay here. Let's go. The young boy hurriedly followed him, calling out, Let's go together, sir. It would have been better if we were nothing to each other from the start. I already knew what this place was really like. This should have happened sooner, at least. Everything is okay. I feel relieved. It's perfectly efficient. In the darkness, a warm voice spoke. You're awake. She looked over at him and stammered. Why? Am I still alive? The doctor said a miracle had happened. And since that miracle occurred, after waking up, Juna rushed to the playground and asked the kids, Where's Lee Eugene? Lee Eugene was gone. Juna's brother had asked, Just how stubborn can she be? She seemed to realize something and rushed back to the hospital. The boy mumbled, Even though the doctor tried to stop me, there was nothing more they could do. In her haste, Juna's bare feet were getting injured. Juna's brother's voice was resolute. I have to save my sister, even if it kills me. She ignored her recovering body and ran frantically searching for the boy. Lee Eugene, where are you? Juna's brother had told the doctor. Afterward, please tell her that a miracle happened. The pale boy lying on the bed and ignoring his own condition asked, My sister will get better, right? I thought I didn't have a family, but every single day in that same place, he was always looking out for me. Juna ran, searching for the boy, screaming through her tears. Why would you do that, Lee Eugene? I didn't even know I had a family. The bald old man pointed a finger and asked, Doctor, do you know how much one packet of coagulant costs? A single bottle costs 1.7 million. The old man complained, I've been taking that expensive medicine for days now, every 5 hours. It's such a waste of money. The bald old man rambled on, medicine didn't used to be this expensive. Just then, Juna ran up and stabbed the doctor. Watching her fall to the ground, he wondered. Lee Juna on the floor pleaded in a weak voice, Doctor, please don't abandon him. Her whole body trembling, she stood up and stammered, I'm fully recovered. It doesn't hurt anymore. I can go earn money now. How much is the hospital bill? I'll pay it all back. With a determined gaze, Juna said, No, the money doesn't matter, because I'm his sister. For the first time in my life, I had a reason to live. Back in the present, she lowered her head as tears silently rolled down her cheeks, asking herself, So what if he's not my real brother? So what if he's a little different? Juna said resolutely. I will save my brother no matter what it takes. Peter gripped her hand and replied, fine. It seems my words were useless. He turned to leave. I'll be going now. Finish your training, she stammered. You're the strongest person I've ever met. Juna grabbed Peter's sleeve and called out, hey. A little surprised, he turned back to see her pitiful expression. Juna begged, please help me get stronger. Juna was embarrassed, her face turning beet red as she bowed her head, thinking to herself, Lee Juna, what did you just say? I'm going crazy. Then she imagined herself biting a pillow and kicking her blankets in frustration. Just die. Why did I ask for help? Calm down. I already said it. I just have to say it again seriously. She lightly covered her mouth with her hand, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What I mean is, you. She pointed at Peter's face and shouted, be my master. Then, a moment of silence. Everything was dark, with a single spotlight shining down on where Juna and Peter stood. After a while, he finally asked, is this how you usually ask people for favors? She kept her finger pointed in his face, stammering loudly, how much more serious do you want me to be? Hearing this, Peter replied, all right, I get it. She deliberately turned her back to Peter and declared with a wave of her hand, get what? Who do you think you are? I've been doing just fine on my own, without a master like you all this time. He continued, anyway, I'm still thinking about your offer. Suddenly Juna whipped around, got right in his face and grabbed Peter's shoulder, exclaiming excitedly, from now on, I'll call you master, okay? He looked down at her and replied, just the thought of having a disciple like you is terrifying enough. As if ignoring him, she yelled over him, master, your disciple understands, hurry up and teach me a few tricks. He just replied coldly, let me think about it. Her strength and physique are quite weak. Her natural physical condition wasn't good. She's afraid of many things, but she has a fiery temper. She lacks focus, which is the worst possible trait for an assassin. Each of his words was like an arrow piercing Juna, but she refused to back down and angrily retorted, are you asking for a death wish? What's wrong with my personality? Peter coldly cut her off. But Juna, you have very good eyes. They're quick and sharp, perfect for becoming an assassin. Hearing this, she was stunned, her face round with wonder as she questioned it herself. My eyes, he continued, from the time at Ponchoin restaurant until today. As June answered her, he also came to understand why he had taken an interest in Juna. In a flash, he remembered Juna covering one eye but still noticing the person who had fallen. Or when he was brawling with the two guys who were charging at him. A fist flies in and the scene shows two men in vests ganging up on someone. She was also standing nearby watching, just like when Sang-do was wildly attacking him with a knife. He had also noticed her eyes were fixed on the fight. Peter understood that it was because she never took her eyes off the battle, always staring intently at the fight to observe everything, as if she wanted to memorize every skill the others had. After that train of thought, he continued, they say baseball players who hit home runs can even see the path of the ball as it flies towards them. He stuck his hands in his pockets, tilted his head, and acknowledged her. I'm sure your eyesight is even better than theirs. Following that, he also thought to himself, I was really surprised when Juna noticed Park Sang-do's finger. Her cheeks flushed red as she crossed her arms and asked loudly, are you complimenting me? Peter replied with a deadpan expression, I'm just stating the facts. He reached into his inner pocket while continuing. In any case, a weapon will help turn Juniko's weaknesses into advantages. This is the weapon that will help you Juna defeat anyone. If you know how to use it correctly, you can do everything well on your own without any master at all. He then tossed it to Juna, who quickly snatched it. Peter continued to remind her, that weapon will help you become a true assassin. Hearing that, she opened her hand to look, completely stunned as she wondered, what is this? The scene changes to a guy holding a wad of cash, sniffing it and exclaiming, smells so good. Go Hyung, wearing a red shirt, sat on the sofa, holding money, grinning happily at Go, in the blue shirt next to him. An official assassin gets paid 1 million wool a week. He replied cheerfully, how much do you get if you become an apostle? 10 times more. Peter walked by and thought to himself, no, for an apostle, things like that are meaningless because they can have anything they need just by saying the I word. The two guys were still excitedly fanning out their money, asking each other, what should we buy with this? Then an idea struck him, and he said he wanted an iPad Max. Peter quietly wondered to himself, 1 million wool. That must be the rate for a D-rank assassin. Then he turned and asked, but where's student Juna? I don't see her. Go, replied Juna. 100%, she's out working a part-time job. He asked again. A part-time job? He continued, looking puzzled. You've been here a while, right? About 2 weeks. I think she's been doing cleanup lately. Peter wondered. Cleanup, Go explained. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's the job of cleaning up the traces assassins leave at a scene. I find it disgusting, so I can't do it. There's even poop and guts. But she can, which is terrifyingly impressive. Then he laughed mockingly at himself. At that same moment, Juna, dressed in blue protective gear, was vigorously cleaning syrup off the floor of a dilapidated, stained crime scene. Her forehead was drenched in sweat as she gently pulled down her mask to breathe. Meanwhile, Peter and Go were still discussing it. That's gross. If you become an official assassin, you can just sit around. and still make 1 million wool a week. So why on earth does she have to work that hard? Just then, Juna smiled. On the back of her phone was a picture of a little boy happily wrapping his arms around her neck. Go guessed, could it be for food money, Peter wondered. Food money, he laughed and replied. She eats a ton, you know. Then he exclaimed, you don't know anything, do you? You can save a lot of money by eating at the group meals. The group meals are free. At that moment, Juna was stuffing her face with so much food that her cheeks were puffed out. Go Hyung chuckled. No, that's not good. If you want to grow up, you have to spend your money freely. Peter, if you want to get rich like a tycoon, remember my words. Then Go turned to tattle. Hey man, Peter Gu is ignoring what you said. The other guy replied. Even though he's ignoring me, he still looks so cool. Peter paid them no mind, thinking to himself, she can't be spending that much money on herself. Juna must have some secret she can't talk about. Suddenly one of them exclaimed, and then they both said in unison. A message from Juna. Go Hyung hesitated before continuing, but why would we need a scarf in the spring? On the phone screen, Juna, with the nickname Baby, had sent a message, bring me a scarf. At the ice factory, the displayed temperature was -20 degrees Celsius. Go sniffled as he asked, hey man, why on earth did Juna call people with precious jewel-like bodies like ours to a place like this? The two guys, both wearing red scarves, shivered uncontrollably, their noses running as they clasped their hands together. Go Hyung yelled bitterly. Damn it. Hey Juna, do you have any idea our daily salary is 1 million? Pay up. Juna, wearing gloves and a tight-fitting suit that covered her whole body, wiped her chin lightly and mocked them. What a surprise. Just a few days ago, you guys couldn't even afford to eat. Go, furious and trembling, yelled loudly. Enough, just take it. What in the world are you doing here anyway? She replied. What else? I'm training, of course. Surrounding them were rectangular blocks of ice stacked on top of each other. Go Hyung asked curiously. Did you find a new part-time job? Go, still wrapped in a scarf, exclaimed. It must pay a lot. Hearing this, Juna retorted angrily. Hey, I'm training, you moron. The two men took turns questioning her. What the hell are you even doing? What kind of training? Breaking ice with your bare hands, she continued. What bare hands? I'm wearing gloves. Look. The two of them huddled together to see. Peter, still not getting it, remained puzzled. What is it? The scene changes to when Juna received the weapon from Peter. He explained to her that it was a rope dart. A dart attached to a coil of rope on her arm made Juna ask, a rope dart, can this really make me an assassin? Juna held the rope dart in both hands, staring at it. Peter confirmed her question, replying, that's right. The rope dart is a signature weapon of Wu, used by wrapping a rope around your body and throwing the dart at the enemy. The amount of power is directly proportional to its speed. When thrown, the dart will spin, and its destructive power will be far greater than normal. He continued to explain. Another major advantage is that the enemy can't tell when or where the dart will fly in from. She asked doubtfully, fast and powerful. But Peter, instead of this, I'd rather just use a gun. Back to the present. The two men smirked at her in unison. This is a secret weapon, even though it was truly powerful, shattering that thick layer of ice in just one blow. Go Hyung held the rope dart and broke the block of ice in front of him. At best, it's just some kind of toy. Why don't you use a gun? Go, standing next to him, added. One shot, one kill is better. Guns are more powerful and comfortable to hold. One shot, one kill is just how I like it. Juna agreed. You're right. Hearing that, Go Hyung asked again. She remembered Peter explaining it to her. One shot, one kill. He made a gun shape with his hand. But if you want to kill 5 people, you need to use 5 bullets. This weapon is different though. If it's the rope dart. Juna swung her weapon. A flash of white light zipped past the two men's stunned faces. Juna's eyes were filled with determination and focus as she forcefully whipped it forward, understanding her rope dart. Following that, a whole row of ice blocks shattered into pieces. Goyong and Go scrambled to dodge in astonishment. She thought to herself, this will be one shot all kill. Go, Hyung and Go shouted in unison, trembling with their mouths hanging open in awe. She destroyed all the boulders in a single blow. Go put a hand under his chin, in shock. How is that possible? Then the two of them turned and started whispering to each other. Hey, what's it called? Some kind of dart girl. How much is a rope dart? Quick, look it up. Juna, standing far away, wrapped in a scarf, reminded them, don't be so obvious. It was now sunset, the gentle evening light, about to be hidden by clouds. Baek Bin Shu, rank D number 113. The manager of the ice factory walked over with his hands in his puffer jacket pockets and asked Juna, so was it good? She slung her bag over her shoulder and replied cheerfully, yes, senior. I'll clean up now. He looked at her and replied, clean up what? Juna was taken aback and asked again. Bin Shu replied suspiciously, you're Juna, right? I've seen many people come here to practice breaking ice. They lock themselves in here for days on end. I didn't think you'd be able to do it. But no, I think you're the first person I've seen do it like this. You've broken every single block of ice here. A scene of utter chaos and destruction appeared before them. Juna felt awkward. I'm sorry. He stood beside her and casually continued. What's there to be sorry about? Then she rummaged through her bag and called out to Bin Shu. Oh right, senior, wait. I almost forgot to pay you for the ice. He raised his hand and replied, no need. 3 hours ago, your friend came and paid. He paid me a whole 1,000,000 won. In the distance, Peter's back could be seen fading away after giving him the money. Juna was stunned to hear this, and he continued, he also left this for you. He then tossed it over to Juna, reminding her, hey catch. In her swollen scratched hand was a small bottle of medicine. She wondered to herself, what is this binshu? Standing nearby prompted her. You'll probably need that. Apply it before it leaves a scar. Juna then turned and walked out, putting the bottle into a pouch on her hip. The evening sun cast its light on the ice factory. She slowly walked out of it, wondering, what should I say to him? Grateful thanks. Her phone screen was now displaying a chat with the old geezer. Miss Juna, I've put your contact book in your desk drawer, and the words she was typing were, thank you. Suddenly, she had a second thought and deleted the message she had just typed. She was conflicted, thinking about what she should say to Peter. I don't know. A moment later, Peter picked up the phone and asked her, hello, what's up? Juna, leaning against something, replied, I was just curious about what's for dinner at the cafeteria today. He sighed, thinking, this woman is really something else. She cut in. Is that boring? Peter replied. They have meat and your favorite strawberries. Is that okay? She got flustered and said loudly, that's fine. I'm hanging up now. Suddenly, Peter's voice continued. Hey Juna, congratulations on getting your own weapon. I hope you do well with it. Juna froze and then he hung up, saying goodbye. See you later. He was wearing a tracksuit, leaning against a pillar, and reading a book. In the distance, Goda sat next to Go Hyung, who was practicing with the rope dart. He was clearly frustrated. Juna could do it. So why can't I? Is it just talent? Go tried to console him. Just give it up, man. If you don't have the talent for it, you could practice for 10 years, and it wouldn't matter. Peter put his book down, turned, and walked away. Juna. You know what? The power and the unique weapon you've been searching for so long. It's been in your hands for a very long time. That book contained Juna's information alongside a scene of her gracefully performing rhythmic gymnastics with a ribbon. The scene changes to a wall painted like a sky with white clouds. A loud scream echoed. Hey you bastards! A man in a business suit covered in syrup was groaning on the ground. A naked Park Sang-do raised his sword high and cut off the man's head. He declared loudly, bring it on, I am Park Sang-do. About 4 or 5 men pointed their weapons at him, but he just mocked them tauntingly. A truck full of B-rank and C-rank trash. Come at me. Do you really think you can beat me? Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. That'll be tough. Park Sang-do was slightly startled and got into a defensive stance. The other person stepped on the hand of an unconscious man and continued, B-rank won't do it and C-rank is definitely not a match. If you want to defeat the A-rank Park Sang-do. He paused for a moment then, spoke with conviction. It would have to be an apostle. The person wearing a white coat approached, and the 2 rows of people around them bowed their heads in deep respect. Park Sang-do's eyes were wide with shock, his expression vacant, and he dropped his sword to the ground, right next to a pair of blue Crocs with cute stickers on them. The man bent down, picked up the sword, and continued, I heard you like to bet, so let's make one. A-rank is it. The assassin Park Sang-do is about to become an S-rank apostle. Then he placed the sword in Park Sang-do's hand, and with a challenging tone he uttered, can you win a fight against a real apostle? The man stammered, unable to speak. Reflected in his glasses was the other person's savage smile. The AA Apostle Nathaniel. A loud, annoyed scream rang out. No. No. An orange-haired little girl threw a tantrum, even kicking off her shoe. I don't want a shot. Danby doesn't want a shot. Go, wearing a patient's gown, laughed mockingly. She's such a weakling. It's just a shot. What's all the fuss about? Go Hyung beside him agreed. At this rate, you'll never grow up, kid. Soon after, the little girl was carried away by her family. The 2 guys, trembling, turned to look at the nurse. Go Hyung pleaded, ma'am, can you give us an anesthetic shot instead? Peter was completely speechless, while Juna remarked, idiots. Then the 2 guys started whining. Why do you need so much blood? Anyone who saw this would think I'm donating blood. Peter understood. Everyone had to undergo a health check to become an assassin at Street Town Hospital, which was run by the Glory organization. You had to pass a series of tests. The receptionist asked him, what year were you born? He hesitated before answering 2005. Juna, standing next to him, glanced over. Peter thought to himself, but no matter what, the most troublesome part was the blood draw. The nurse came out and called for Peter. Next, we'll proceed with the blood draw. You already know the reason we have to take blood is simple. When he was with Juwon, he had explained that it was to put a leash on them. Biological information like DNA and fingerprints wouldn't change no matter how you disguised yourself. Once you betray the organization and run, it becomes a chain that tightens around your neck, choking you to death. The nurse beside him gently tied a tourniquet around Peter's bicep while he remained lost in thought. And then it would only be a matter of time before they realized Peter's DNA was that of an old man. They'd realize that the young man who just had his blood drawn today had DNA identical to Peter's. In other words, his identity would be exposed. He then frowned slightly. The scene changes to Juwon and her dog with cucumber slices on their faces, frowning suspiciously. Wait a minute, Senior, say that again. Why are you here? Peter answered helplessly. I already told you they took my blood. She smacked him on the back in frustration. The little dog snatched up the cucumber slices that flew off. Hey you, are you an idiot? You're not gonna survive like this. Last time you picked a fight with B-rank assassins and now this blood. They took your blood. You might as well just wear a billboard that says, I'm Peter. A cute cartoon band-aid was on his arm. He rested his chin on his hand and replied thoughtfully, a billboard, that's a good idea. Juwan grimaced and yelled, what did you just say, Senior? Do you really want to die? Then the two of them sat down on a bench. Peter continued, all right, I won't let them find out that easily. I'm thinking of a way to avoid their control. In that same tone, she asked him how. He smirked and replied, that hospital. I'll blow it up with my faith. Juwan sighed in frustration and hit his back. You damn old geezer, he yelped a little. That hurts, Juwan. She yelled, say something that makes sense for once. She questioned him, removing the cucumber slices. Are you really younger now? Do you even know where that is? Peter cut her off. How could I not know? It's Glory's favorite place after all. Soon Street. Tone General Hospital is the largest hospital in South Korea, operated by Glory. On the outside, it seems like a normal place. But we know the secret hidden inside. Murders are disguised as medical accidents, injured assassins are eliminated. It's a place where you can easily hide a body. A hospital of assassins, by assassins, and for assassins. Peter continued, my DNA is probably managed by the hospital's data center. Juwan, casually wearing a robe, shrugged and replied, so we have no other choice but to make that center disappear, right? You're always like this, Senior. But do you have any idea who's managing that hospital right now? She put her glasses back on and frowned. It's the apostle, Nathaniel. Then she shrieked. That bastard isn't human. Hearing that, Peter just remained silent. In a hallway behind a slightly ajar door, a doctor sat intently at a computer desk. Juwan's narration continued, codename Nathaniel. His main job was a doctor, praised as a gift from the heavens, a medical genius. A year later, he was involved in a medical accident and then vanished. What the hell happened? 4 years ago, in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, a police officer was driving calmly when he suddenly stuck his head out, the car window stunned. What is that? Who is it this time? What kind of maniac dares to pull a prank right in front of the police station? On both sides, figures of different heights were hanging from the trees. Suddenly, he screamed in pain. Immediately after, the car slammed into a pillar in front of the station. On the hanging ropes, bodies were dangling, each missing different parts, interspersed with the sound of a radio reporting to command. All victims in this incident have been identified as gangsters from Rio de Janeiro. Other gangs suspect a third party orchestrated this. This is their chance to gather their forces and rebel. Commander, call in the entire team. The scene changes to soldiers gathering in front of a door, discussing. If they resist, shoot to kill. Even a slight movement gets you a punch. The operation was called the Graham War on Crime. Someone gently pushed the door open immediately, sensing the smell of gunpowder. There was a shootout here earlier. Suddenly, he unexpectedly gave an order. Wait, hold your positions, he thought in astonishment. What is this? Why is no one here? And why are all these guns bent like this? No, more accurately, was this even done by a human? It was a bloody scene with countless guns stuck into a pillar. A soldier turned, looking a little worried. I have a bad feeling about this. I'll report to headquarters first. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he shouted, Sergeant Fernando. The person next to him asked, what is it? Commander. Just then, a hand reached for the sergeant. He screamed in pain and was instantly dragged away. Chaos erupted among the others. Damn it, it's an ambush. There's something inside. Requesting backup from headquarters, a voice followed the man who was dragged away crying, help me. He grimaced and asked himself, what the hell is this? A door opened to a pitch-black room filled with syrup. The commander called out softly, Sergeant Fernando. He was utterly confused, wondering, over there. What's over there? From within that room, a twisted voice echoed, more. Right after that, something flashed past his eyes. He confirmed it with a shock. It's a military boot. Suddenly, strange noises began and he looked up in terror. A person in a doctor's uniform was holding a bleeding head. All around, bodies were impaled with their heads to the ceiling. His voice echoed, give me more, give me stronger ones. The commander screamed in terror, firing his weapon wildly in front of him. After that, 6 Rio de Janeiro gangs that had evaded the law for 30 years, and the world's most elite military police force were completely wiped out. All in a single day. Peter sat in front of a computer screen, reading the information, when there was a knock on the door. Juwan entered and asked, so that information was hard to get, you know. The little dog excitedly jumped on him. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and replied, I'm a little curious. Can a person really bend a gun? She scoffed with a frown. Senior, that information is a state secret in Rio de Janeiro. It's completely unheard of. The two of them and a dog walked out of the computer room. Juwan continued, that monster is at Street Jude's General Hospital. It's better to find an opening rather than attacking head-on. Standing nearby, Peter petted the small dog and replied with a slight smile, I've learned a few things thanks to you. She looked incredibly proud. Right, it's a good thing you realize that. He replied, thanks to you, I've figured out a way to sneak in. Juwon tilted her head and sighed. This old guy never changes, does he? She scratched her head lightly and continued. Seriously, the moment you walked in, it was game over. Hearing this, Peter reassured her. Don't worry, I'm not at a disadvantage. Wait, I have an idea. Let me borrow it. The small dog tilted its head up to look at him. Juwon asked in alarm. What do you want to do? He turned and replied, it's nothing serious. On a busy boulevard, a little girl with 2 pigtails pointed to the sky and exclaimed, Daddy, Daddy, look. A few people on the street asked in amazement Peter. Standing nearby, Peter looked up and thought to himself, it's nothing serious. The paper he held mentioned serving hot meals for the elderly from the Glory Club, along with a sponsorship phone number. He continued to tell himself, it's just a simple greeting. The screen in the plaza displayed the words, Street Ton General Hospital, 30th anniversary, 24 months. Peter came to visit Dr. Nathaniel, and his picture was on the screen. An old man wondered. He infiltrated the Glory server as instructed. But is putting up an advertisement really okay? If Glory finds out, she'll be in danger, risking her own life. For a 19-year-old kid's prank is too reckless. Juwon put on his glasses and calmly said, It's okay, sir. The man asked again. Young miss, why is that? She cut him off. But in the 50 years I've known him, that reckless man has never once failed a carefully planned mission. Murmurs echoed through Glory Hospital. Did you hear? It seems Peter is really alive. He even dared to hack Glory's headquarters' electronic billboard to upload an ad. So does that mean we're about to see the real Peter in person? Assassins were sent to capture Peter. Profile D-rank assassin. Note low combat power. One man in a hospital uniform asked the other two with bewilderment, but why did they call us? How are we supposed to catch the Apostle Peter? The man in the patient gown next to him leaned on his hand and replied, Hey buddy, we're just security guards. They're the ones who will actually catch Peter. They're all famous assassins from Brazil. Just looking at them sends a shiver down my spine. The two of them were dressed in hospital gowns. One was a black man, the other a white man. Codename funeral service agents from Rio de Janeiro. Specialty, Nathaniel Special Forces. General information estimated to be primarily A to B rank. The man in the patient gown continued. A-rank assassins are a rare sight. And yet they chose to be on the same side as the Apostle Nathaniel. How surprising. The day has finally come when we get to witness a fight between apostles. The man in the uniform asked again, Who do you think will win? The man in the doctor's coat still holding a gun didn't seem to care, while the man in the patient gown answered, Nathaniel, of course. That old guy must be at least 70, and I heard he has terminal cancer too. This will be an absolute victory. Suddenly a shout interrupted them. Peter will win, go go Hyung, and Go said in unison. We did. One of the men asked in confusion, Why are you guys cheering for the person who's about to be captured? Another one sneered. Just ignore them. Aren't all rookies like that? Actually, deep down I hope he doesn't come. One man exclaimed in surprise. You too, the other guy replied. Don't you think so? His face is very well known. There's no way he can leave here alive. No, he probably can't even get in. Peter stood with his arms crossed coldly. Codename Peter. Aga Akim Peter. Rank D336. Status former apostle. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Everyone gather round. If any of you encounter Peter, do not engage. Instead, pretend to obey him and use the tranquilizer gun you were previously issued. He is not a man to be underestimated. Therefore, we will be using a dart that can tranquilize an elephant in just 3 seconds. Furthermore, as soon as you see him, find a way to press the emergency alert button to report your current location. An A-rank assassin will be dispatched to assist you. Is that all clear? Standing nearby, Peter nodded and thought to himself, crystal clear. He glared, mocking himself. How amusing, then smirked slightly. To catch Peter, the commander's voice rang out. To your positions, and everyone shouted in unison. Yes, that was followed by an order. Peter's in position. He then dashed off, because they'll need Peter. A pool of red water bubbled up. Murmurs could be heard. Did you hear that Peter has declared war? A group of men were relaxing in the pool. Everyone is in a frenzy, wondering if Glory will be okay. I heard everyone out there is doubting the leadership of Glory's new boss. Sheesh, why is this guy like this? A white-haired man sitting near Raphael, who had a demon tattoo, spoke up. Ever since I heard we were messing with Peter, I've had a bad feeling. The brown-haired man replied, I heard they still haven't found him. The two of them continued to chat. Peter could be here any minute. He might just show up and turn everything upside down. Choi Un-trang, you know that well, don't you? Just how exceptionally talented a man Peter is. The man next to him heard this, but remained silent. The white-haired man across from them leaned one arm on the edge of the pool, laughed, and replied, That's what I'm saying. Stop making the problem worse and just deal with it now. If you can't even catch an old tiger, I suggest you give up quickly. What I mean is, don't make us get involved. Raphael lowered his head and said, I apologize for my short-sightedness. From now on, I will live according to my station. He stunned both Un-trang and the brown-haired man. He continued admitting, Because I was treating you old-timers too well, I almost completely forgot my place. He then stood up, revealing all his tattoos, and shoved the white-haired man's head under the water. Once you've made it to Army Chief of Staff, you should have the sense to retire. He continued to hold the man's head down, uttering a threat. Do I look like a fool to you? This damn intuition of yours, along with your arrogant line of thinking, I'm really looking forward to it. Peter, he let out a soft laugh, thinking, the masterpiece I created will fight the masterpiece created by my own father's hands. If the two of them face off, who will win? At a hospital, a voice called out, wait. Peter, dressed as a doctor, grabbed a man by the head, causing him to scream his lungs out. Wait a minute. Then he used his strength to twist the man's neck, making him groan before he thudded to the floor. Suddenly the man jumped up, exhilarated, looking around. Oh my God, that feels so refreshing. When did you learn such an amazing technique? Peter stood nearby with his arms crossed and replied, it's nothing too special. It's my job. By the way, do you happen to know a doctor named Nathaniel who works at this hospital? The other man rubbed his neck and continued. Nathaniel, this is the first time I've heard that name. Peter then put on his glasses and walked out into the hallway. He pushed up his glasses and thought to himself, I have to find Nathaniel. But no one by the name of Nathaniel exists. The name and the face. Could it be that the kid abandoned everything to hide his identity? He placed a hand on the railing and looked down. But it was clear that everyone said the Apostle Nathaniel was somewhere in this hospital. Turns out this is a battle of speed, a race to see who finds the other first. Down below, people were bustling about when someone suddenly asked what he was doing. Peter, with a bandage on his leg, stood next to Go-hyung, who had a bandaged arm and was in a wheelchair, and chimed in with a laugh. What, I can't move fast? Peter cut him off. The one with the leg injury isn't in the wheelchair, he replied. It's a minor thing, don't worry about it. He then asked, where's Juna Go-hyung? Shrugged and replied with a laugh. She probably couldn't make it. Not high level enough. That girl's only rank 335 after all. Peter reminded him, I'm only rank 336. Go leaned in slightly and explained, you're our trusty right-hand man, so you get special treatment. He leaned against the railing and continued, while you were out playing around, we've already searched all the hallways. He nonchalantly put his hands in his pockets and replied, you guys worked hard. Go-hyung warned him, if you spot anyone suspicious, you have to call us immediately. You're a total noob, so let us handle it. He replied, I'll take that to heart. Suddenly the guy shielded Peter and Go with his arms and yelled in a panic. Wait, this is crazy. I think I see Peter. Go asked, bewildered. What? Where? Oh my God, for real. Go-hyung took out a picture of a silver-haired Peter to confirm. Look, it's a perfect match. What more do you want? A slightly overweight man with a beer belly wearing a red striped shirt walked by. Speechless, he wondered to himself. How on earth do they look alike? He called out to the two of them. Hey, you two knuckleheads. That old guy isn't Peter. They both shouted, sir, then whispered in a low voice, you're that hero, aren't you, sir? The man, a bit stunned, replied, a hero. Oh, that's right. Before me stands a hero who protected our country. Go and go, Hyung continued to whisper as they took the old man's hand. You can't stay here, sir. We'll take you somewhere quiet. The old man said frantically, let go of me. You two kids, it's time for my treatment. They shouted in unison again. Forget the treatment. Just come with us, sir. Scene change. Someone asked quietly, excuse me, doctor, do you need a syringe? Peter turned to look at the nurse who had just asked the question. What do you mean by that? She covered her mouth slightly and replied with a smile. Well, about that. I saw you capturing that old man. Did I misunderstand? He realized what she meant and smiled until his eyes crinkled. It's fine, I already got one. At the same time, he understood. The Find Peter game has begun, hasn't it? All around, everyone was talking to the elderly people in front of them. Sir, I need to take your blood. What, bleeding for no reason? Whose blood? I'll give you a free checkup. No, I'm fine. Meanwhile, Go and Go-hyung were still holding the old man by his arms, making him shout his explanation. No, you two kids, I came here for treatment. Aren't you going to let me go? They both made a shushing gesture with their index fingers. Shh, we told you to leave quietly, sir. Suddenly a girl walked by and bumped into Go-hyung, causing him to cry out. He winced and rubbed his shoulder in annoyance. Who was that? Watch where you're going. The other person quickly replied, oh shoot, I'm sorry. He realized with a start. Juna. What are you doing here? Rank 335s can't get in. Dressed in office attire, she looked over, flustered and stammering. I just came because my younger sibling is also a patient here. Go-hyung asked again skeptically. This is the first I'm hearing of this. Juna hastily waved her hand and started to run off. Anyway, I have to go. Go asked, bewildered. What's with her? Go-hyung laughed and replied, who knows, she's probably intimidated by the aura of a rank 333. Peter fell silent. Juna. What is that girl doing here? Suddenly a voice came through his glasses. Are you worried about your juniors now senior? He thought to himself. Juwon. She's uncannily perceptive. She, walking her small dog, continued. Have you found a way to find Nathaniel yet? I see. You didn't gather any special information from the HR office, did you? He replied. Well, I'm still trying to figure out a way. He crossed his arms, deep in thought. Both Nathaniel and I are looking for each other. I need a way to draw Nathaniel out without revealing my identity as Peter. He looked over at a dark-skinned man with a full beard holding a baseball bat under his arm. Rodrigo. Origin Rio's funeral organization. Predicted rank B-class assassin. Note sole hobby is killing. He turned and spoke. D-class from Glory. Shouldn't you guys be doing your jobs properly? Sooner or later you'll all die by my hand. Peter smiled obsequiously until his eyes crinkled. Yes, hello sir. I'm Peter D-class from Glory. I'll just be leaving quietly now. He whispered softly. Found it. Juan didn't hear clearly, and asked again. What did you say, Senior? Peter continued. Since the fish can't see the fisherman's face, it'll have to take the bait. Juan, I think it's time to use that thing. Hearing this, she pursed her lips questioning. Already, he reminded her, I'm about to go into the room right now. She smirked and replied, okay, remember to go easy on our kids. Senior. Peter washed his hands thoroughly with soap. He stood before the operating room dressed in green scrubs, holding his hands up as he pushed the door open with his foot. Rodrigo, sitting on the bed, asked, What is it? Who are you? Peter, fully covered, replied, It's Peter, the D-class assassin assigned to wield the scalpel today. The man had a baseball bat slung over his shoulder. D-class, are you that glory assassin I met earlier? Get out and go find Peter, he explained. But the person I'm looking for isn't him. It's the Apostle Nathaniel. So where is he now? Rodrigo asked back. What? He tapped his bat against the side of the bed frame, annoyed. Why is a D-class punk like you asking about him? He replied with a slight smile. I don't expect an answer, but there's only one reason an assassin asks about someone. He growled and then charged forward, and that's to kill. The man laughed, powering up his swing. Just when I was getting bored. Excellent. Scene change. A man holding a tablet ran over in a panic. Professor, I have something to report. Nathaniel turned and asked, What is it? The man immediately bowed his head, held up the tablet and stammered, This. Please take a look, Professor. He took it and looked. Isn't this CCTV footage? The man continued. Yes, sir. It was recorded in the orthopedic surgery room on the 3rd floor. On it, the scene of Peter talking to Rodrigo was displayed. He was silent for a moment, then gave a slight smirk. He began counting the seconds in his head. 1. Rodrigo swung his bat, but Peter dodged every blow. 3. Peter landed a direct kick to his head. 5. He pivoted and slammed a kick into the guy's groin. 7. He swung his leg, kicking Rodrigo in the back and sending him flying. Then he followed up with a punch to the stomach. Rodrigo flew far out of the camera's view. Nathaniel remarked to himself, exactly 10 seconds. The surrounding area was a wreck. Rodrigo lay collapsed in a corner. Peter walked closer to the camera. He wondered. He took out a B-class assassin in just 10 seconds. Peter continued to approach. Nathaniel zoomed in on the screen. As Peter gently removed his mask, Nathaniel laughed in admiration. So you finally decided to show yourself. The camera analyzed the face and confirmed it was Peter. He asked his subordinate about the aftermath of the fight. Where did he go? The man bowed and stammered, That. The security department is still checking. But according to the report, aside from the footage you just watched, Professor, all other CCTV files in the hospital have been completely erased. He was trembling and covered in sweat. We had no way to stop it with our technology. Then he screamed his head off. Professor, please spare me. Just this once. The man paused, then agreed. Look at his expression. Park sang, You must be really looking forward to this, huh? The guy grinned his face, full of smug satisfaction. Nathaniel seemed to agree. That's right. I feel the same way. That Peter fellow has just served himself up on a silver platter for us. I'm so happy I could go crazy. Outside, Nathaniel gently touched the containment tube holding a naked Park Sang-do. He spoke. Rayon, Carter, Sawyer, and Robert too. Everyone is wholeheartedly waiting for him to arrive. The people inside the tubes had vacant, soulless eyes. Nathaniel continued, I've saved a VIP seat just for you, but I wonder if you'll like it, Peter. Surrounding them was a row of containment tubes holding people with Park Sang-do in the one in the middle. He said excitedly, I can't wait to put you in there. On the other end, Juan spoke cheerfully in a loud voice. Surprise, this is quite the catch, isn't it? When I do something, it's always top-notch. Juan continued. Driver Kim also said everything from the wrinkles to the lips and facial features is a perfect match, like 2 peas in a pod. Peter replied, Once I take the bait and kill that kid, Nathaniel will show his face soon enough. He gave a sarcastic smile. I wonder if he'll be surprised. I'm sure he will be. To be so careless only to meet such a tragic end. Oh man, I'm dying to see the look on that bastard's face. Hey Senior, what are you planning to do now? On his end, Peter tossed surgical tools into the trash and replied, This time it's my turn to throw the bait. The hunter is the one who has to set the ambush. From a distance, Juna was eating a snack and scrolling on her phone when a message from Xinguang General Hospital popped up. Confused, she replied, Ah yes, hello. Is this about me not having paid Eugen's hospital fees for this month? I'm sorry, she typed, with a sad face. I'll pay it within this week. The other side quickly replied, I'm not contacting you about that. Our professor would like to meet you, Miss Juna. We will arrange for a private car to pick you up at the school gate. I'll confirm the time later. After reading it, she realized something. There was only one person the assassins called Professor the Apostle, Nathaniel. Why would someone like him want to see me? Could it be? I got noticed because of what happened that time. Remembering when Peter showed her a card, Juna frowned with regret. I shouldn't have gotten involved with them. If this keeps up, it's not just me, but everyone will be in danger. She suddenly muttered aloud. Especially that guy, Peter. Definitely. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind her. Peter was standing there, patting Juna on the shoulder. Why shouldn't you have gotten involved with me? He asked. Startled, she looked up and put down the snack she was holding. Oh my God, Peter, he said, feigning curiosity. That would be me, she stammered evasively. My mom told me to come over for dinner, so I'll be heading home now. He pressed down on her shoulder and continued, stop saying weird things and sit down. She looked at him and said loudly, What? What do you think you're doing? Seriously. Holding a food container, Peter smiled slightly and replied, Being Peter, the D-rank assassin buying some takeout, Juna retorted. Well, then you can just sit here and eat by yourself. I'm leaving. He held up the food container. I can't finish it all. I accidentally ordered a 2-person serving. She pouted and pointed out, well, a box that big is basically 2 servings anyway. He sat down and replied, Anyway, let's just spend some time together. I'm a little early for my appointment. Juna was curious. Appointment? What appointment with who? Suddenly she felt something was off and thought to herself, no, why should that matter to me? If you're seen sitting with me, we'll both end up in danger for sure. Peter ate a piece of fried chicken with one hand and offered some to Juna with the other. Here, take it. My arm's about to fall off. She thought to herself, no, I have to refuse, no matter what. Then, holding the plate of fried chicken and hugging the food to her chest, she replied, I already told you I'm not eating with you. Go somewhere else. He teased back, it'd be more convincing if you said that after putting the chicken down. She took a bite of chicken, her cheeks puffing out, and said, I'll just have 1 piece. There, Peter replied, while also chewing. Eat as much as you want. A while later, he asked teasingly, You said you'd only have 1 piece, but the table is covered in chicken bones. Juna kept eating as she spoke. Okay then, just 1 more piece. He teased, Your mouth is stronger than your willpower, huh? Then she also put her plate down and asked, So what are you waiting for? Peter reminded her. You know you could get hurt. Just eat your chicken. You're annoyed, but you ate it all anyway. Come on, stop beating around the bush and just tell me. With a serious face, he said, The real reason I came to this hospital. I know this will be hard for you to accept, but there's something I have to say. When we first met, I was already working for Panchwan. She mentioned the elderly Peter. I noticed, and I know you have a connection to that old man. Although I can't help you find him, I can tell you one thing. The truth. I'm sorry, Peter. He sacrificed himself to protect me. He took a bullet for me. The old man named Peter is probably really gone. Suddenly, he cut her off. I'm looking for someone. She asked, stunned. Who? Peter replied. I don't want to drag you into this, Juna. But if you came to the hospital for that thing, then you must have seen that person at least once, right? He held up his phone, showing a picture of a doctor with black hair and continued. It's the Apostle Nathaniel. You've met him, haven't you? Don't tell me you don't know. Juna frowned, looking uncomfortable. He questioned Juna, the reason you weren't summoned for. This Peter Hunt is because this person specifically called you here, isn't it? She hesitated and denied it. No way, are you crazy? He looked at her suspiciously. Then she continued, This person isn't Nathaniel. The real Nathaniel is. Suddenly a voice interrupted. Miss Juna. A few people approached, led by a man in green scrubs who spoke. I told you to come alone and not to bring anyone with you. But since this man is already here, you might as well both come to the patient's room. Juna turned to look at him bewildered, but Peter remained silent as ever. She trembled slightly and frowned. He understood. So, he's finally decided to show himself. Nathaniel wore the exact same badge as in the photo on Peter's phone, but his hair was curlier now and his face was much more angular. He coldly told them to sit properly. Codename Nathaniel. Director of Xinguang General Hospital. Special ability unknown. He glared, demanding an answer. Apostle class. Nathaniel glanced at Peter and asked, But who is this? Juna grew anxious when she saw him clench his fists. She stood up and muttered, No, if these two meet now, they're definitely going to start fighting. But then Peter did something that astonished her. He stood up, extended a hand and bowed. Greetings, Professor. He grinned like an idiot and introduced himself. I am Peter, a D-rank assassin sent to support this operation. Peter put on a fawning expression. I can't believe this humble body has the chance to gaze upon the face of an apostle such as yourself. This is truly an honor for my entire family. He just gave a smug grin and stated firmly, I'm Peter, and I'll definitely be the one to catch Peter. Just leave him to me. His eyes were cold and unwavering as he stared straight at Peter. Nathaniel turned to her and said, Miss Juna, please come to my office. Juna was startled and confused. Yes, sir. Me. His voice was low. I'll have someone show you the way. Nathaniel left with the other two, saying he'd see her later. Apostle Nathaniel. He's certainly no ordinary man. Dr. O called out, Professor. He asked, Sir, I'm reporting that those kids have captured Park Sang-do. According to a teacher at St. Tone High School, they just got lucky. Even their supervising teacher didn't seem to care. Nathaniel told Dr. O, I'll be the judge of that. Where is the file I asked for? Dr. O took out a stack of documents and replied, right here, sir. He held out his hand. Give it to me. He accidentally dropped the file. Dr. O, terrified, stammered, I'm so sorry, Professor. He looked at the professor's ice-cold expression, his voice trembling. My hand slipped. Nathaniel paid it no mind. He was remembering the look on the man's face from before. I am Peter, a D-rank assassin assigned to support this operation. Nathaniel looked at the scratch, and his own trembling hand muttering, D-rank, huh? He then asked aloud, what's that boy's name? Dr. O, with sweat pouring down his face, answered, if you mean the kid you just met? Juna and Kim. That's right. It's Peter. Nathaniel gave a sinister smile. I think we should keep an eye on him. He'll make a good test subject. Over a chessboard, Juwan's voice on the phone was filled with disbelief. Nathaniel's assistant Peter sat calmly, drinking water and playing chess with some kids, letting her scream. Nathaniel is on high alert right now, searching everywhere for Peter. What the hell? You just accepted an offer to be his assistant when you should be getting out of there as fast as you can. He replied nonchalantly, what's the problem? It's fun. He knows damn well that Peter has snuck in, but the more he searches, the less he finds. Hearing this, Juwan angrily crushed the can in her hand, yelling, are you insane, old man? None of this is fun, she screamed into the phone. He has to know this was going to happen. Couldn't you have left a little sooner? If you get caught, we're both dead. Peter thought for a moment. An assistant, huh? But an idea had just struck him. Maybe he could discover something. Peter said, I'm heading out, then hung up the phone. He stood up and ruffled the orange-haired girl's head, praising her. How'd you get so good at chess? The little girl cheered with delight. This is so fun, the boy next to her scoffed. You idiot. The doctor let you win. In a dark basement, Dr. O handed Peter a card, telling him to take it. This is a card that will grant you access to anywhere in this hospital. He praised him. For a D rank, what you've done is impressive. The professor has never personally appointed an assistant before. Dr. O reminded him. Anyway, it's nothing to worry about. Just remember 3 things when you meet him. The light cast their shadows on a wall painted with a blue sky. He instructed, first, do not open your mouth until you are asked a question. Second, do not question what the professor is doing. And finally, third, never refuse the professor's grace. Hearing the word grace, he grew curious. Grace Peter looked at the man's sweat-drenched face and mumbled, why is this guy so terrified? Dr. O spoke up. Let's go. The professor doesn't like to be kept waiting. As the office door opened, he and Peter walked in. Professor, I've brought Peter, he growled. Ah, I'm so glad you could make it. Peter smirked and muttered to himself. Waiting for me behind Nathaniel is a whole squad of assassins. He spoke up. Let's get down to business. Codename Rio de Janeiro, funeral service. Nathaniel's private army. Estimated to be mostly AB rank. He muttered, this won't be simple. After a quick scan, Peter silently noted that these foreigners were already accustomed to the stench of blood. These men don't belong to glory, nor are they loyal to glory. Peter concluded they follow only their king, and exist only for that king. This is Nathaniel's army, he asked. What's the status on Peter? Dr. O bowed and replied, I've followed your instructions. All hospital entrances have been blocked. All patients and their families have been denied entry after the announcement was made. We are pleased to inform you that several virus samples from the laboratory have been released. Please wait a moment until the quarantine and sterilization process is complete. He reported, we have successfully narrowed his range of movement. Nathaniel asked, what about the DNA comparison and matching process? Test tubes of blood sat on the table. Dr. O replied, we've collected blood from everyone of Peter's age. It will take approximately 48 hours to analyze. Unfortunately for him, the real Peter wasn't the old man he thought he was. Dr. O stated with certainty, I'm sure he hasn't been able to leave yet. He adamantly guaranteed that no matter how good a disguiser this Peter is, he can't beat a DNA test. He can't escape the hospital. The rat will be smoked out eventually. Dr. O affirmed, it's only a matter of time before we catch him. He smirked and mumbled, so that's your plan. However, as expected, Nathaniel was not someone to be taken lightly. Scene change. An IV drip is flowing as a child throws a tantrum. I hate it. He was now playing the role of a gentle doctor, leaning close to the child and saying softly, if you don't cooperate, you won't be able to play soccer anymore. The little boy hugging a teddy bear asked, if I do this, can I play soccer again? Nathaniel smiled and replied, just soccer. You'll even be able to go to school. He walked over to a nurse to discuss a case. The surgery is complex, so why don't we repair the radial nerve? If possible, I'd like to collaborate with Professor Yom. The nurse replied, I understand, Professor. Peter glanced at his watch and muttered, he must have some ulterior motive for making me his assistant. Why is he having me do all these menial tasks? Suddenly Nathaniel spoke up. Are you disappointed? He flinched and looked over as, Nathaniel said, I promoted you to be my assistant, yet I haven't given you anything to do. No, that's not it. A child ran up and hugged Nathaniel affectionately. He wrapped his arm around the boy and turned to ask Peter, or is it because I don't look like an apostle? He calmly replied, I wasn't thinking that at all. Nathaniel seemed suspicious, saying, not at all. It's written all over your face. Follow me, there's something I want to show you. He led Peter down many flights of stairs to a place not marked on the hospital map. What floor is this? Where does this staircase lead? It was pitch black below, impossible to see anything. Down and down we go. I just have to follow him in silence. What does this Nathaniel guy want to show me? Nathaniel swiped a card at the door and asked, "What do you think?" When the door opened, the sight that greeted him filled him with rage. This bastard. He stood amidst tubes containing human bodies and proudly declared, "This is the place where I make my ideals a reality." Peter, disgusted, muttered, "What kind of cruel, twisted hobby is this?" Nathaniel led him to a container, looked at the naked body inside, and asked, "Are you interested in biology?" Peter replied coldly, "I only know the basics." He laughed and said, "The basics, it's quite simple." Nathaniel then quoted Charles Darwin once said, "All living things evolve through natural selection, right? Since evolution happens by chance, there's no reason to judge one thing as superior or inferior." His voice suddenly grew hoarse. But Darwin was wrong. Evolution isn't about selection or God. It's not natural, and it's certainly not random. Nathaniel leaned close to his ear, his face twisting into a crazed expression as he whispered, "It's up to the individual." He observes life, then questions himself, discarding weakness, retaining strength, and continuing to develop. Isn't that better than foolishly clinging to useless frailty? Isn't this the true art of medicine? He flashed a devilish smile. "So, Peter, the reason I've taken an interest in you is..." Suddenly, an alarm blared through the room, cutting Nathaniel off. They both turned around. Nathaniel's expression showed he was all too familiar with this kind of announcement. Peter, on the other hand, had no idea what was happening. The system announced Code Red. Code Red. A test subject from the basement has escaped. All researchers, please close your doors and remain in place until the security team has successfully subdued the subject. Attention, I repeat. A naked man with markings on his body and several needles stuck in him burst out screaming. "Get out of the way," the announcement continued. "A test subject from the basement has escaped. Warning, warning, warning. Aoni has been activated at level 4. The test subject cannot be controlled." 2 security guards ran up and fired tranquilizer darts at him, shouting, "Everyone to Area 51. Don't let it reach the surface." The naked man charged toward the barrels of their guns. A guard shouted, "Freeze." Blood splattered through the air. In the blink of an eye, he had dealt with both guards. The system announced, "Warning, warning, the test subject cannot be controlled. Temporarily closing all surface-level doors." The naked man finally saw the exit door. He panted and muttered, "The exit. I'm almost there." The system began a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The naked man pushed himself harder. "Faster, I need to run faster. Before they slam the doors shut, I have to get to the surface." Just as he was about to reach his goal, the wall next to him suddenly exploded, a terrifying force shattering it into tiny pieces. Nathaniel's arm reached through from the other side and grabbed the naked man's head. The grip was so strong it threw him backward. Peter watched in disbelief as Nathaniel growled, "I was in the middle of a very important conversation." Nathaniel squeezed the naked man's face and yelled, "A test subject, like you shouldn't be bothering people." From the other side of the wall, Peter could only hear his terrified screams. And then there was silence. Nathaniel turned back with an embarrassed smile and said, "My apologies. Shall we return to our topic?" Nathaniel pulled his hand back, his arm now covered in blood, and said softly, "What I mean to say is I like strong people." Nathaniel looked at the containers, his life's work, listing their contents, their muscles, their tendons, and even their cells. "I tear them apart, rip them open with my own 2 hands. Recently I discovered someone with special physical abilities." He looked knowingly at Peter. "Mr. Peter, I see the potential within you." Nathaniel made his offer. "This kind of power is unusual for someone your age. I want to see the fruits of my ideals through you. How strong will you become after that evolution? Isn't it exciting just to imagine it?" He extended his bloody hand towards him and exclaimed, "Accept my grace." Nathaniel offered tempting conditions in a seductive tone. "With me, you can reach A-class. No, you could even possess power equal to that of an apostle." Scene change. Peter walked down the hospital corridor, calling Juwan. "Just as I thought. That guy is completely sinister." She was shocked. "My God, I can't believe he could punch clean through a wall like that. It gives me the chills just thinking about it." He said what was more surprising was that he could sense a presence through the wall. Peter recounted to Juwan. "He didn't just catch him, he crushed the guy's skull at the same time." She hesitated and asked, "Senior, can't you just leave him alone now?" He replied, "No, it's not that simple. I'm also very curious about the source of his power." Juwan sighed in helpless frustration. "Who can stop this stubborn old man? So what now? We're going to test the blood of the elderly patients and you at the same time." She whined, her voice filled with worry. "We're both going to get caught just because of this stupid blood test procedure." While Juwan was rambling, Peter came up with a plan. "There is a way." She was curious. What way? He looked at the results file in his hand and said, "I'm thinking of swapping the test results. It's been 48 hours, so the results are definitely in his office." "The DNA cross-check results from the Glory Genetics Research Institute?" Juwan asked. Senior, you're planning to sneak into that bastard's room, but how Peter took out the card he got from Dr. O and said, "How like this?" She yelled anxiously. "This old man is insane. What if you get caught?" The senior consultant replied confidently. "That's not going to happen." Peter calmly pressed the card against the door. "Plenty of time. The current time is 2:53. While I was walking around with Nathaniel, I timed exactly how long he's gone for. I have 4 minutes and 30 seconds to swap the results in there." He started to open a cabinet, preparing to make the switch. Nathaniel went back to visit the boy, hugging a teddy bear, then spoke with a nurse. He waved goodbye to her and called out for Dr. O. The doctor replied, "Yes, Professor." Nathaniel asked, "Do we have the DNA comparison results for the elderly patients?" "Yet," Dr. O reported. "Yes, sir. I left them in your office, Professor." He said that although they checked, all of them, no one had results comparable to Peter's. He smirked. "How interesting." Nathaniel was curious. "Among all the patients of the same age in this hospital, so not a single DNA match for Peter, or is he just hiding somewhere?" He replied. "I doubt it," Nathaniel said in a low voice. "That's just our imagination. Maybe the Peter we're looking for." He stood behind Peter, his face cold and expressionless as he uttered, "What if he isn't what we think he is?" Nathaniel glared and growled. An empty room, not just any room, but the private quarters of an apostle. He wondered, "So what is a D-rank assassin like you doing here?" Peter's eyes were filled with astonishment as he mumbled. "For the past 2 days, Nathaniel has been making the exact same patrol rounds at the exact same time. He still has 2 minutes and 30 seconds left before he finishes this one." Nathaniel's eyes turned red, his voice dropping low. "I need a reasonable explanation." He wondered why the hell he was back already. It was impossible. Was he doing this on purpose, saying he was bestowing a favor, proudly boasting about the secrets hidden underground? Was it all just bait to make me think he was toying with me? From the very first moment he suspected me every single second. He was losing his patience, his terrifying gaze fixed on Peter as he spoke. As Peter stammered for an answer, he immediately grabbed the file and handed it to Nathaniel, rubbing the back of his neck with a laugh and saying, "I came to give this to you, Professor." Nathaniel wondered, "What is this?" Peter quickly explained. "I don't know what it is, sir." "Doctor, Hong told me I had to bring this to you immediately, Professor." Peter tried to make a quick escape. "Well, if you'll excuse me." But Nathaniel wasn't letting him go that easily. He grabbed his shoulder, telling him to wait. Holding the file, he said in a low, threatening voice, "Even if you don't know anything, it seems you've heard quite a bit about this." Here, Nathaniel wondered, "So why are you so curious about the blood samples of the elderly patients, huh?" His question made Peter freeze. Nathaniel roared, "Peter, explain yourself." His eyes looked like they wanted to devour him. He was curious which part of this document made him so inquisitive. Nathaniel asked in a menacing tone, "You snuck into my room because you wanted to see something, didn't you?" The air grew tense as he made his deduction. "If you can't answer, then there's only one conclusion." Peter replied, "Professor," he said, showing no fear. Instead, he asked a question of his own. "Even if you change your words, your behavior, your face, and even your expressions, do you know what can't be faked?" Peter said confidently. "It's DNA. Peter hasn't been caught yet, has he?" He speculated, which means Peter isn't the decrepit old man we think he is. I think it's possible he doesn't actually look old at all. Peter took out his phone and showed Nathaniel the image on it. Then he said, "That's why I went looking. I checked people who have had plastic surgery recently and compared them to this image. But I couldn't find anyone like this." His voice dropped. "I'm thinking I might have to search again. If you already suspected." Suddenly, Peter realized and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, Professor. I acted on my own, without your permission. It seems my desire to catch Peter was too intense. I should have asked for your permission first, Professor. Please forgive me. I'll use this to strike back at you." He thought for a moment then. Nathaniel said coldly, "Lift your head." He was surprised by a flick on the forehead. Nathaniel spoke softly as he moved closer to question Peter. "What do you think you're doing, huh?" He advised, "Working hard is good, but you also have to maintain the qualities of a glory member. Now, get going." Taking his words to heart, Peter felt grateful. "Thank you, sir. I'll be on my way." As Nathaniel touched Peter, he had a thought. "What? That's real skin." A nurse came to check on him. "Dr. Peter, I heard you still haven't had lunch. It's not good for someone so young to skip meals. Your bones will get weak." "Dr. Peter, should we go eat later?" Nathaniel looked at the aged photo of Peter. He pieced it all together and confirmed it wasn't a human skin mask and it wasn't makeup. It was 100% the skin of a teenager. This wasn't Dr. Peter. He pressed his thumb down, shattering the iPad screen. Nathaniel gave a demonic smile, muttering to himself, "Peter, where on earth are you hiding? Weapons are allowed. Killing is permitted. A modern-day arena created outside the bounds of law and institutions. And the king of that place," the announcer shouted. "The champion is the guillotine emperor of the Mexican arena, Carter Foreman." The guillotine, his special ability, the death kick. When the guillotine lands a powerful kick to an opponent's head, the announcer introduces him as the man with the strongest legs on the planet. With just a single kick, he takes down every fighter in the ring. He stepped into the ring, slowly walking forward and asking, I heard you're the one, is that right? The guillotine was puzzled. What's this some Asian kid with a death wish crawled in here? The strongest legs on the planet, he mused. Nathaniel walked up and punched a hole straight through his leg. The guillotine lay on the mat, clutching the leg that had just been destroyed, screaming in agony. Meanwhile, Nathaniel held up the leg he'd just taken as a victory trophy. Scene change. A muscular man with a gigantic fist appears. Nathaniel mused, the world's strongest fist. When they faced off, his punch shattered the bones in the other guy's arm. Scene change. A gang of people of color holding heavy weapons stood before Nathaniel. He mused, the strongest gang. In the blink of an eye, Nathaniel had turned the entire gang into balloons stuck to the ceiling. He just grabbed the boss's head and walked off with it like a trophy. I've met and defeated every single one of the strongest people on this planet. But why? The guy with the lip ring, even while being choked by Nathaniel, still managed to stammer out, you, Asian. You can't be the strongest. He didn't understand what the guy with the lip ring said because of him. Hearing that name again made Nathaniel furious. Every bastard I've killed, and now you too. Every time one of you opens your mouth, it's Peter this, Peter that. I'm sick of it. He wondered, who the hell is this Peter, and how can I meet him? Nathaniel yelled. Answer me, now. The guy lay on the ground, his eyes lifeless, blood and saliva drooling from his mouth. Annoyed, Nathaniel cursed. That damn Peter. How the hell do I meet him? Why? Why can't I find him? Nathaniel yearned for it. In order to truly and officially become the strongest person in the world, I have to meet you. Peter, he muttered. Where are you? The last person who met him might know. Nathaniel called out. Dr. O. Dr. O replied, yes, Professor. He ordered, bring me that girl. Go Hyung and Go are both hospitalized, feeling curious. Juna, I'll ask you again. Why did you come here? Why would a rank D number 335 assassin take part in such an important mission? The display shows D334D33. Juna stammered, I have my reasons. And if you guys are going to pretend to be patients, at least do a good job. Geez. The guy asked her, I saw you go into Nathaniel's room. Are you really sure you were just assigned this mission? She muttered in annoyance. These idiots don't know anything. A big guy called out her name. Juna. He relayed a message. Go see the professor. Immediately. The other two immediately pretended they didn't know anything, just standing off to the side, shooting the breeze. Juna wondered why, but the big guy told her not to ask questions. The two of them were in awe. That guy's an A-rank assassin from the funeral service. Damn it, what's the real reason for all this? She muttered, a little worried. Nathaniel. Nathaniel held out the picture of the old Peter and asked Peter. In his office, he remarked, Juna, you're the first person to survive an encounter with such a dangerous apostle. Nathaniel tapped the photograph, his voice laced with threat. At first I thought you were Peter's favorite student, but you were also with Park Sang-do, an A-rank assassin. You're good with a knife, but there's nothing special about you. Looking at Juna's young face, he sneered. Just a D-rank assassin. You're trying to calm yourself down right now. It's okay, there's no concrete proof. I'll just pretend I don't know anything until the very end. Nathaniel brought his zombie-like face closer, curious. Could it be a miracle, Juna? He immediately dismissed the thought. No, considering everything, I've come up with a theory. Nathaniel deduced that, from the hideout of the 8 stars to Park Sang-do's secret chamber, Juna here had received Peter's help and needed to repay the favor. He interrogated her about what she had done for Peter. Nathaniel mocked her about the orphanage, a girl so disadvantaged that she had nothing of value but her body. What the hell could you have possibly done for Peter? He brought his disgusting face close to hers, his voice simmering with anger, as he asked if the answer was that she'd become a double agent. Juna stammered, It doesn't matter if you suspect me. Nathaniel stated firmly, I know full well that you had no other choice, Juna. He looked at the photo of her and her younger brother on her phone and uttered a threat. I suppose you can't just die and leave your little brother all alone, Nathaniel said, seizing on the information. I heard that Lee Eugene has had hemophilia for a very long time. He predicted that the next 3 years would be very difficult for Juna's brother due to many complications. Such a pity, and so young. Nathaniel gently placed his hand on hers, beginning his manipulative ploy. However, I can save him. In the research lab, doctors are developing a cure, he said, with an extremely valuable serum developed by our St. Soon General Hospital. A single dose is so rare, money can't buy it. With just one injection, the patient will feel so healthy, it's as if the disease completely vanished. At this point, someone as sharp as you understands, right, Juna? Nathaniel left her with a final word about which side she should choose. Juna stammered, If I do that. Then she yelled, On the 24th, he said he would come visit me. A silver-haired man is entering the hospital. Whatever he says to you, Juna, please provide me with that information. That mysterious man. However, this is just a very simple task to act as bait. On the 24th, at 2 p.m., go to the clock tower in the hospital lobby. The scene changes as Nathaniel continues to persuade her. There's no way you could earn that much money in 3 years. You, Juna, will save your precious little brother, and I will capture Peter. A mutually beneficial agreement. he said. First, I'll give you a place to rest in the hospital. The reason will be for treatment. Treatment, Juna wondered. Her expression changed. A sickening crack echoed as Nathaniel broke Juna's arm with just 2 fingers. She fell to the ground in agony, letting out a terrible scream. In my hospital, he said. Then Nathaniel walked over and stomped on her broken arm. The pain made Juna cry out. He growled. An ordinary person can't just get admitted to the hospital. At the same time, Nathaniel stood over her threatening. Oh, by the way, if you refuse my offer. He put pressure on Juna's injury as a warning. Then we'll find out who the next person to be treated will be. Nathaniel walked away coldly. Well then, I'll see you later. Room 604 patient Juna. With her arm in a cast, she sat on the bed, murmuring that it was Peter who had helped her all this time. If Nathaniel found out about her, Lee Eugene and Peter would all die. Juna stared into space, thinking, but if I do this right, Lee Eugene will live. What should I do now? Peter walked in and called out, Patient 604. She turned her head and answered, yes. Juna's eyes widened in surprise. The person who had arrived was none other than the one she was just thinking about. He smiled brightly and said it was time for her shot. She yelled, you crazy bastard, why are you here? Peter grabbed the TV remote, casually turning on a show. Because there's a really good program on right now. Juna questioned, why are you doing this? What are you doing in my room? He calmly replied, just consider it my way of thanking you for saving my life. She clutched her head in frustration. No, Peter said. In the meantime, I'm also going to watch the wrestling match on Channel 2. Juna walked over and tried to snatch the remote. Give me the remote and get out. He asked curiously, why do you keep trying to kick me out? Is it because of Nathaniel? She scolded him in frustration. Do you have a death wish? I told you not to carelessly say his name. Peter looked at Juna's broken arm and asked with, our concern. Anyway, what's this all about? I'm your master, aren't I? He tapped her cast with the remote, questioning her. I don't remember ever breaking my student's arm. Peter pressed. Tell me who did this. Her face was filled with worry. Juna looked down and said softly, Peter Gu. She then asked curiously, what are you going to do on the 24th? He was confused. The 24th, for what? Juna said. I have something I need to tell you. Peter joked. Then just tell me now, kiddo, she stammered. I can't right now. Juna instructed, meet me in front of the clock tower at exactly 2 p.m. on the 24th. He asked, you mean the clock tower in the hospital lobby? She turned her face away to avoid his gaze. Stop talking and just go. Juna mumbled to herself, that's right. This is the only way. It's the best I could come up with. Peter seemed to notice something, so she repeated, you have to be there, okay? He replied, got it. Outside, the rain was pouring down relentlessly. Juna looked at the photo on her phone, her tears falling and wetting the screen. She asked herself, Lee Eugene, am I doing the right thing? Juna blamed herself. This is the only thing I can do. Congratulations on the 30th anniversary of St. Soon General Hospital. Nathaniel stood up high, a smile on his face. The 24th. You have no idea how much I've been waiting for this day. Looking at the banner hanging on the building, he mumbled, this was the day you were supposed to visit me, wasn't it? At St. Soon General Hospital, Peter will pay a visit to Professor Nathaniel. Nathaniel let out a devilish smile, his voice filled with excitement. I'm really looking forward to seeing you, Peter, he asked through his earpiece. So Juna, where is Peter? She stood in the hallway watching everyone. Juna stammered, he's on his way. Just then, Peter walked up. When the clock tower strikes exactly 2 p.m. Hurry up and get here, Peter. The scene changes. Gentle moonlight shone through the window frame, seeping through the thin curtains that fluttered in the early breeze. Juna little brother's voice rang out clear and curious. Sis, do you have a boyfriend now? Juna didn't quite hear him and asked again. What friend? The cute yellow blanket with the bear pattern. The little boy asked curiously. I saw in your avatar that you have like 3 boyfriends. What did she quickly say? Those are just my friends. Juna's little brother was surprised. You have friends? The boy really knew how to press her buttons. But that guy in the middle is really handsome. Isn't he, sis? Do you like him? Juna replied. He's just a friend. Even the steam pipes were shaped like cute bears. Juna's little brother gasped in awe. He's so tall, I really want to play soccer with him. The scene shifts to a soccer ball on the table. The little boy wished I want to go to the World Cup with him too. Then we'll give our all for the country. Fighting through the pain, she said, it sounded wonderful. I'll buy you a plane ticket, she said. Juna's little brother cheered. Awesome, it'll be my first time going abroad. Suddenly the boy stopped and stammered. No. Lying in a hospital bed, tubes connected to his frail body, Juna's little brother spoke softly. Actually, I don't really want to go on a plane that much. Over the phone, Juna snapped. Lee Eugene, I told you not to say things like that, the boy explained. But the plane tickets are so expensive. She reassured him as if it were nothing. Don't worry about it. Just get ready to go see the World Cup, okay? I'll figure something out. Lying on the floor, Juna's voice was full of excitement. The professor said there's a recently developed treatment that works like a miracle. I heard that just one shot can cure any disease. Juna's little brother exclaimed, Really? You're just trying to make me feel better. I'm serious. So don't say things like that anymore, she insisted. He called out affectionately, Hey curious Juna, What is it? Juna's little brother's voice was warm and full of love. I'm so happy you're in my life. She sighed dramatically. Oh man, that's so cheesy. You're making me all sleepy. I'm gonna go to bed now. The boy obediently replied. Okay, sleep well. We'll talk again later. Juna smiled and answered, yeah. She clenched her teeth, holding back the pain until he hung up the phone. The scene changes. Juna is now standing under the clock tower waiting for Peter. She looked down and muttered, I can't run from this. This is the best I can do. Nathaniel urged Juna. Where is Peter? Juna hesitated. He's on his way. He's still en route just as he promised me. As he walked past two nurses, he stopped to greet them briefly. Waiting at the clock tower, Juna mumbled, So Peter, you have to keep your promise to me. Peter's face was tense as the clock struck exactly 2 o'clock. Standing on an upper floor, he wore a devilish smile, eagerly waiting to see who this Peter really was. But when the clock showed 2:01, the smile and excitement vanished from Nathaniel's face. He growled, Miss Juna, why isn't Peter here yet? She too mumbled in confusion. What's going on, Peter? You didn't forget our promise. Right. He stood looking at the clock at exactly 2 o'clock, standing by the clock tower in the courtyard. Peter muttered, You told me we'd meet in front of the clock tower in the courtyard. He recalled their conversation from yesterday. What are you doing on the 24th? At exactly 2 p.m. On the 24th, come, meet me in front of the clock tower. The one in the hospital lobby? No, the clock tower in the courtyard. You have to go to the one in the courtyard. If you go anywhere else, you'll definitely be killed. Okay, got it. And that's why Peter was waiting at the clock tower in the park, constantly checking his watch, because he'd been waiting so long. Juna noticed 3 men wearing black blindfolds, looking at her, and thought to herself, the person who killed Cho-in wasn't Peter, but Peter. If Nathaniel finds out, Peter could die. Juna looked around. The reception desk, the station, the lobby, all were filled with Nathaniel's subordinates. No matter how strong Peter was, this was too dangerous. She closed her eyes and prayed, So please just run away, Peter. You who suddenly appeared one day, the person I was always so suspicious of. But with you for the first time, I knew the happiness of eating with someone, the joy of savoring every moment with someone, the anxiety of depending on someone, and someone who seriously considers what's best. And Peter, you were the first. That's why I can't betray you. Juna's whole body was trembling as she confronted Nathaniel. His face darkened with a murderous aura, making the 2 men behind him break out in a cold sweat. He snarled, Miss Juna, why is this happening? Juna trembled, clutching the hem of her skirt as she stammered, The truth is, I haven't seen him since that day, and we haven't been in contact. Her voice shook. I lied because you said you would treat my brother. I'm truly sorry. Juna stammered. But Professor. His eyes were filled with rage as if he wanted to devour her. When he heard Juna say, Even if he knew I was here, he still wouldn't come. She collapsed to her knees, stammering. Then Juna desperately begged him, Please give me a task I can do. I'll really do anything. She listed her strengths. I'm very good at cleaning, and I've been training hard too. I'll do a great job. Juna burst into tears, pleading desperately. Please, sir. Please don't touch my brother. Nathaniel growled. Miss Juna, in the end, you couldn't bring Peter here. It's a shame, but there's nothing you can do. He was so furious, he crushed the metal railing with his bare hand, his eyes cold as he uttered, You will die. Nathaniel's henchmen began to close in on her. His voice rang out like a death sentence. Cleaning training. The moment you failed to lure Peter here, you became useless. I should have warned you who would be next. Take her away. Suddenly the fire alarm blared. Fire alert, fire alert. There is currently a fire in the hospital. Attention all staff. Medical personnel and patients, please do not panic and evacuate quickly. We repeat, there is currently a fire in the hospital. Attention medical personnel and patients. Go asked anxiously, What about Peter? Go in his wheelchair pushed with all his might and yelled, Does that even matter right now? Announcement, please evacuate quickly. Something made him stop and look back. All the exit doors had been shut. Both of them stared in shock at the scene, exclaiming, What all of Nathaniel's men gathered. He wondered, A fire, I don't smell anything burning. Nathaniel immediately ordered them to find out what was happening. His men responded, Yes, sir. Juna muttered in confusion, A fire. Is this a coincidence? Peter suddenly called out to her, Juna. Her eyes darted to one side in astonishment. Could it be? He slowly walked toward her. Peter stood before her like a hero, arriving for a rescue. He spoke into his radio, I'm here. Juna looked up and asked Peter, Why are you here? He replied softly, I made a promise, right? Peter said. We would meet in front of the clock tower. Peter stepped forward, speaking into his radio. If there's a fire in a hospital, a normal person would run to a safe place. After observing everyone, he analyzed, But you all are still standing here, so calmly, because you aren't real doctors, and you aren't patients either. Peter looked at the crowd holding weapons, then looked directly at him, and concluded, So that means all of you are assassins, summoned here to get me right, she stammered. Peter, you. Why did you? Nathaniel touched his chin, puzzled. Me? What are you talking about? Did you come here to save Juna? He remembered their first meeting. I knew something was up. But can he really handle them? The gravediggers from Rio de Janeiro. The scene shifts to the funeral city. Suddenly someone's cries for help ring out. Please, save me, the Rio slums. The life expectancy of children born here is only 16 years. The bearded man hugged the child tightly. Facing the barrel of a gun, he pleaded, please, I'll give you everything, just spare our lives. The two kids holding guns exclaimed, really, but getting paid for a shootout is way more fun. You know why? It's because most people here die before the age of 10. Because this place, a collection of countless corpses, is also known as Funeral City. It's a place where the weak deserve to die, and if you manage to survive, it means you are strong. Kidnapping, drugs, prostitution. These gravediggers took over all the black market industries and became the most powerful organization in Brazil. The Rio de Janeiro funeral service. The scene changes as Nathaniel announces that the 100 strongest survivors from that place are all here. He mocked, tell me, how can you possibly win a 100 against 1 fight like this? Nathaniel called out mockingly, just as I said, I see the potential in you. You could say you're a little tiger cub. He made an offer. If you develop well under my care, you'll become an unbeatable super predator. He compared the men from Funeral City to spotted hyenas. But right now you can't beat the adult species yet. Nathaniel extended an invitation. Stop playing this friendship game. How about you come with me? I'll take very good care of you. Peter just looked at him with a contemptuous gaze, then shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care. Seeing that expression, Nathaniel said, I understand. Your point of view, Mr. Peter. With just a glance, 2 armed men immediately rushed down. He said, is this what you mean? The 2 bloodthirsty men exclaimed, you're out of luck, Rafael, of the Rio de Janeiro Funeral Service, estimated B-rank assassin. Sao Paulo, of the Rio de Janeiro Funeral Service, estimated B-rank assassin. Sao Paulo let out a crazed laugh and shouted, you D-rank tiger cub. Blood splattered everywhere. All they saw was Peter holding something very small, as he took care of both of them. Everyone who witnessed it was gaping in astonishment. Nathaniel silently assessed him. The opponent jumped down from above without even looking, and even attacked their weak points precisely. Peter handled those 2 men with just a pen, and asked coldly, how was that? He capped the pen, flicking off the blood, and with a sharp gaze, said, do I still look like a little tiger cub now? Nathaniel spoke up. Do you know how long it takes for a person to die? Looking at the 2 men down on the ground, he answered his own question. If you cut an artery, 1 minute and 12 seconds. If you cut a vein, 40 seconds. And if you cut the jugular vein, it only takes 12 seconds. Nathaniel rubbed his chin, calculating. Let's just say it takes 1 minute to kill 1 person. Mr. Peter has to fight 100 assassins here. He burst out laughing with delight. I'm very curious, Mr. Peter. The funeral service team charged forward aggressively. Nathaniel wondered if he could survive the next 100 minutes. The leader, Sam, shouted, this damn country stinks because it's so peaceful. The man looked at Peter's gentle, naive face and yelled, violence is what makes us feel alive, you understand. He grabbed one of the men's arms. The speed of his strike was like a flash of lightning. The punch sent blood flying, completely disfiguring the man's face. Right after Peter spun around and delivered a kick that sent the long-haired man flying backward. One of the men in the crowd rushed forward, shouting, I'll remember my brother's sacrifice until the day I die. An Asian kid like you can't kill all of us. Everyone charged at the same time. Witnessing the 1 versus 100 odds made Juna extremely worried. Wait, at this rate Peter will be in danger. They're slowly cornering him. By now he had no escape route, pushed into a corner by the mob. She looked at Peter worriedly, thinking to herself, no matter how many of their comrades die, they don't lose momentum and just keep advancing. The man with the scorpion tattoo smirked mockingly. Your choice surprises me, my Asian friend. We've been fighting side by side since we were born, the bald man said. You probably don't know because you grew up in peace, but to us, life and death are just trivial things. Those 2 men struck decisively, but their speed was still raw and green. With just a glance, he was able to dodge the blow. Watching how Peter dodged the attacks, Nathaniel made his assessment. Mr. Peter, you're pretty good at dodging, aren't you? And you're agile too. But if you keep this up, you'll run out of energy to fight. He wondered, what will he do now? As Peter was cornered with no room to move, Nathaniel sneered, you have nowhere left to run. He put on a worried face and asked, what will you do now, Mr. Peter? Your escape route is cut off. Nathaniel watched the entire funeral service mob waiting to pounce and tear him apart. He was curious. Dozens of people are surrounding you. How do you plan to handle this situation? Peter calmly said, wow, it's pretty crowded in here. Suddenly, he flashed a sly grin. What do I plan to do, you ask? Peter reached out and opened the fire hose cabinet. The bald man saw this and grew curious. What's that? What are you doing? Hey, wait. He gripped the fire hose tightly, then aimed it straight at them, his face a mask of confusion. A powerful stream of water shot out from the fire nozzle, tearing through the space, washing the entire mob away like trash in a flood. Peter laughed triumphantly and asked, why so surprised? I haven't even finished warming up yet. The water current continued to blast them away. Suddenly, his eyes glanced down. The nozzle in his hand had stopped spraying. Peter turned the hose head up to look at it, disappointed. It's already out of water to play with. Nathaniel, observing from above, spoke up mockingly. Are you trembling? You're pretty quick-witted, but how can a water hose like that kill anyone? One of the men in the crowd yelled. Who the hell do you think you are, you dog? Peter glanced over at the defibrillator and said to them, Fellas, I'm just getting warmed up. Peter activated the machine. He picked up the defibrillator paddles, pressed them together, creating sparks of electricity, and said, This is just the first move. Immediately after he slammed the current onto the wet floor, the entire group was instantly electrocuted by the water's current sent flying as they screamed in absolute agony. After the electricity stopped, the smell of burnt human flesh filled the air, but it was anything but pleasant. He clapped his hands, his face filled with delight as he exclaimed, Mr. Peter, you are truly amazing. Just how much more are you planning to startle me? Nathaniel mumbled to himself. The reason he let himself get surrounded was to lure them to the fire hose, and the fire hose was used in combination with the manual defibrillator. He laughed heartily with amusement. The more I watch, the more captivated I am. Nathaniel announced, Mr. Peter, allow me to amend the rules slightly. 100 minutes is now reduced by about half. You have approximately 1 hour left. It would probably take you almost 2 hours to handle all of them. Peter dropped the defibrillator from his hands and replied confidently. All right. He bent down and picked up a green file folder, saying, I'm sure this will be useful. Peter opened a pen and wrote something in the file, making Nathaniel curious. What's this? He's suddenly writing something. After he finished writing, he slammed the file on the ground, which confused the funeral service members. Looking at the human figures marked in red ink, the crowd wondered what it was. Peter stepped forward and challenged them. You're all wearing doctor's coats, and you don't even know what this is, model. The cause was massive blood loss from a wound that had severed the carotid artery. He pointed the bloody pen towards them, his face cold as he declared, This will be the cause of death for all of you. The black-bearded man realized with terror that he'd messed up. As soon as he saw the predatory look in Peter's eyes, he muttered, This guy isn't someone I can fight. In a flash, he struck with millimeter precision, slicing each of their carotid arteries. After this group fell, another one charged forward. Peter was a single flame incinerating the moths that were his enemies. They tried to overwhelm him with sheer numbers piling on top of each other like a mountain, but with a single spin, he sent them all flying. Juna was astonished. I've heard about the strongest man in the world. The scene changes, and she arrives at a bookstore. The old man there spoke up. Hello, I sell all kinds of books here, except for the ones I don't sell. A legend. The people around me were always telling stories about that man. But unlike the epic tales I'd heard, the legend was just an old man, more ordinary than I'd imagined. He was resilient and tough, but he couldn't do much. Not at all like a hero who had once defeated 1,000 men. In the end, I still couldn't believe the rumors. But what if? What if the rumors about Peter were all true? Before Juna's eyes was the sight of Peter alone, facing 100 members of the Undertakers, a chaotic scene she couldn't believe. Wouldn't a legend be a man just like that? A silence fell over the floor, smeared with streaks of blood. Nathaniel covered his face and burst out laughing. Unable to hide his amusement, he exclaimed, Peter, you truly are the one I chose myself. In just 13 minutes, you've taken down 100 men. He looked down at all the fallen Undertakers. Only he and she were left standing tall. Peter spoke up, I'm sorry, but this isn't over yet. Nathaniel was curious. What do you mean? Peter looked at him and said, Because you're still alive, aren't you? Peter asked. Now choose. Do you want me to come up there, or are you coming down here? His eyes showed no fear, but rather a hunger that seemed to want to devour Nathaniel whole. He jumped down, creating a powerful shockwave that shattered the floor where he landed. Looking at him with dark eyes, his face like a demonic clown, he exclaimed, Mr. Peter, do you find this answer satisfactory enough? Nathaniel stood panting in front of Peter. Mr. Peter, I have a question. He found it strange. How could someone so young have skills that have already reached the master level? I really don't get it. And the fact that you're just a D-rank assassin is even stranger, Nathaniel pressed. What are you really, an assassin working abroad? No, you're still too young. Suddenly, Peter cut him off. Professor Nathaniel, he ruffled his own hair with an indifferent look. I'm curious about that too. You know what it is? Peter looked at Nathaniel with a chilling gaze and said mockingly, when someone feels insecure, they tend to talk a lot. Hearing this, Nathaniel flashed a grotesque smile. Peter, you need to learn something. He charged at Peter frantically and said, There's a difference between being brave and being arrogant. Peter blocked the attack with his hand. Nathaniel rushed forward, but Peter quickly jumped up to dodge his punch. He looked at Nathaniel in shock. What is this power? Juna watched, completely stunned. Even though he blocked it, Peter was still sent flying. Just how strong is Nathaniel? Peter was knocked back a little wary. A murderous aura radiated from Nathaniel, astonishing Peter. What is that power? Is that really the same person? Juna worried. No, at this rate this is bad. Nathaniel continuously rushed in to attack Peter. Juna realized the situation wasn't looking good. It's obvious he used up all his strength in that fight against 100 men earlier. Peter was being pushed back despite trying to hold his ground, making Juna even more anxious. If this keeps up, Peter is going to lose, she screamed in fear. Peter, it's dangerous, dodge. Nathaniel grabbed 2 assassins and threw them with a provocative smile. Are you tired already, Mr. Peter? The fun part is just beginning. His movements were so fast Peter couldn't react. His eyes widened. The two assassins were thrown at Peter by Nathaniel. Nathaniel mocked. It might have been a bit tough, but you know you can't do a thing, don't you? Right, he gloated as he attacked. No matter what excuse you make, it's useless. Peter was still overwhelmed by Nathaniel's power as he was grabbed with one hand and thrown. He was slammed into the elevator door. I've never felt such power from a human being before. What is the source of his power? Without stopping, Nathaniel kicked Peter into the elevator. Juna, witnessing everything, could only scream in despair. No, Peter, she wondered. Nathaniel is so strong he's made Peter helpless. Juna ran to the elevator. The elevator is going down. Where is it going? Nathaniel's hand frantically mashed the elevator buttons. He said, Mr. Peter, you were so agile before, so I thought. Nathaniel gloated. If we fight in a confined space, you won't be able to escape, right? Peter didn't answer him. He leaned against the elevator wall, letting Nathaniel hit him over and over. Nathaniel kept hitting him while wondering, is this all you're going to do, Mr. Peter? He attacked him relentlessly, without stopping. His mouth kept taunting. Where did all that spirit from before go? I thought you were so interesting, Mr. Peter. Nathaniel feigned disappointment. Turns out you're no different from the others. The elevator was hit so hard that even its steel walls were dented. The inside of the elevator became more and more deformed. Even the elevator cables snapped from Nathaniel's blows. The elevator went into freefall, with the two people inside. The elevator hit the ground, creating a significant impact. Dust and smoke billowed outside. The dents were clearly visible. From above, Juna called out worriedly, Peter, Peter. She was starting to lose her composure. I have to find a way to get down there fast. Nathaniel stepped out of the elevator. He said, I have a lot of questions, Mr. Peter. Nathaniel turned to look at Peter with a puzzled expression. I thought I was going to meet Peter today. Why did you come? What's your relationship with Peter? But Peter didn't move. Nathaniel asked calmly. Mr. Peter, what's wrong with you? Seeing Peter slump against the wall, Nathaniel continued. Are you dead yet? He was mocking him as always. Nathaniel said smugly. That's what happens to any fool who dares to defy me. I always fight seriously. He felt something was strange, but the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Hey, Peter. Peter now woke up, smirking at Nathaniel's question. He didn't have a single scratch on his face, which piqued his interest again. Nathaniel recalled, I put everything I had into those last few blows. He had poured all his strength into those punches, but Peter had blocked them all with his hands. Nathaniel realized, you dodged all of my attacks. Peter stood up, brushed off his clothes, and said nonchalantly, sorry about that. I shouldn't have been like that. He gave a slight smile and explained I had to get a little shut-eye. Peter's sarcastic remark left Nathaniel speechless, because he was just so dull. Peter asked flatly, you just said you always fight seriously, right? Got it. He got into a fighting stance and provoked Nathaniel. Bring it on. I'll gladly accept with all my heart. That man lunged at him in a fury. Peter was resolute. This time I won't hold back. The two fists collided, making the air feel as if it were being torn apart. The camera inside the lab was also recording the scene. Juwon observed the fight through a small monitor. She asked the older man beside her, are you sure he has the upper hand? The man replied, yes, Peter is being pushed back. Aren't you worried? Hearing this, Juwon just chuckled softly. Worried? I once heard a very interesting story. The man asked. About that man, 55 years ago when Peter was a boy, his master asked the class, what do you all think is the source of your strength? One kid quickly answered, sir, it's making rational decisions. Another kid gave a different answer, the ability to utilize weapons. The kids began arguing over their different answers. Only Peter didn't say a word. Is it the technique to control all things? No, I think it has to be a strong body. The master stopped the argument. All right, that's enough. Then the master gave a request that baffled all the kids. Now break this boulder. He asked them. You've all been through hellish training, so you should be able to do it right. One kid, finding it difficult, questioned him. No, that's impossible. How am I supposed to break it? Can anyone even break this boulder in the first place? The girl next to him noticed Peter standing in a corner. Hey, Peter. Are you even listening? Peter said nothing, just silently wrapped a ribbon around his hand. The other kids saw this and looked on with contempt. What's this, a ribbon? We can't even do it. So what the hell do you think you're going to do? And the ribbon was tied very loosely. Ignoring what the others said, Peter resolutely struck the boulder. The disbelieving kids jeered. You could hit it for 100 days straight, and it still wouldn't break. Peter persisted, hitting the boulder day after day. He tirelessly struck the boulder day and night. Some time passed. The kids returned to the training ground still laughing. That idiot Peter. He hasn't been to training in a month. What's this? Finally, the kids looked at the still intact boulder and mocked him, so he couldn't break it after all. That's sad. I was starting to like him. What a shame. But one girl frantically called her friends over. Hey, look. The sight before them left them speechless. Was it always like this? No, it wasn't. That's impossible. Then this boulder must be a new one. Looking at the pile of shattered rocks discarded at the bottom of the cliff, the kids finally realized Peter did all of this. Back in the present, the showdown between Peter and Nathaniel is still raging on. Nathaniel looks at him and asks a question. Mr. Peter, do you know the maximum amount of power a person can generate? He explained. Strongman, the human said to be the most powerful, is supposedly strong enough to lift an object weighing 524 kilograms. Nathaniel said, that kind of person is no match for me. But what was this? He was completely overwhelmed by Peter's strength. Are you even human? This is the strength of a human who hasn't received my blessing. Yeah. Peter asked Nathaniel a question. Professor, have you ever been hit by a car? He scoffed, wondering, why the sudden question? Peter rushed forward and said, my hand chop hurts more than that. As he finished his sentence, Nathaniel was sent flying. Peter seized the opportunity to advance, moving so fast Nathaniel couldn't react. What the hell? How am I getting hit? Peter relentlessly pummeled him. His hands were like blades coming for Nathaniel's life. The ceaseless chops gave Nathaniel no chance to retaliate, and just like that, he was slammed into his own containment tube. The old man standing next to Juan watching through the camera cheered with joy. He won, Peter, he won. Once you're trapped in that giant tube, it's hard to survive. Suddenly, he noticed something was off. But Juan was also wondering. What's wrong? Peter also sensed something was strange. Nathaniel, what the hell are you? Nathaniel calmly pulled his head out of the containment tube. He understood what Peter was thinking. You seem to be mistaken. Then why am I still alive and kicking? And why are your hands that just attacked me? Peter looked at his own bruised hands as Nathaniel continued. So battered, he stood up and took off his outer shirt. Nathaniel repeated, remember what I said before, I am the one who chooses the course of human evolution. He said, this is the first time I've shown this to anyone, Mr. Peter. Peter froze at the sight before him. Peter wondered to himself, this guy, what the hell did he do to his own body? Nathaniel's body was incredibly muscular. He said excitedly, why so surprised? This is the legacy of my evolution. Nathaniel asked with a look of pure satisfaction. Mr. Peter, I wonder if you've ever heard of this. The ability to improve through adversity. He warned, if you can't kill me, the pain you inflict only makes me stronger. Nathaniel explained. When muscles are torn, they are strengthened and grow during the recovery process. I've developed a drug to minimize that recovery time. The more he spoke, the more shocked Peter became. The more I'm attacked, the stronger my body becomes. Do you know what that means? Nathaniel immediately rushed forward, saying confidently, the probability of you winning. Peter worried. If he catches me, I'm dead, Nathaniel declared, is a big fat zero. In the blink of an eye, Peter was slammed hard into the ground, sending dust flying throughout the lab. Nathaniel had a sinister look mixed with a hint of surprise. Up until now, no one I've caught has ever survived. But what is this? Peter had luckily escaped his grasp. Nathaniel glanced at him. I suppose I should at least congratulate you, shouldn't I? He found it hard to believe. Impossible. Nathaniel replayed the situation in his mind. I definitely grabbed him by the neck. No, wait a second, he thought. And yet in that brief moment, in just an instant, he wedged his hand in and created an opening to escape. Nathaniel was dumbfounded by Peter's quick thinking. After making a split-second judgment, he tilted his head back to dodge. Are those really human reflexes? Peter, having escaped, was also on edge. He calmed himself. I thought I was a goner for sure, but even though he was only caught for a moment, Peter recalled the feeling when Nathaniel's hand touched his. It felt like a nail was being driven straight through the back of my hand. One thing was certain, the hand that had punched through a wall to grab an experiment subject was incredibly strong. The wall had cracked right before Peter's eyes. Nathaniel's hand mercilessly squeezed the test subject's face. Peter worried to himself, if those hands get a hold of me, I'm toast. On the contrary, Nathaniel was even more excited than before. More, show me more. Come on. Peter's power chart displayed Peter D rank. Strength, endurance, speed, intellect, spirit, attack, skill. Nathaniel had already read it. I've already read your chart, Peter. Looking at your performance and the skills you just showed me, you should be A rank. No, you're even stronger than most A rank assassins. Despite that, he remained arrogant. But even so, you'll never defeat me, because I am still evolving. Nathaniel pointed a finger at the floor with a challenging expression. Now you're trembling. Get on your knees and beg like a dog. Immediately. You can do that, right? He laughed maniacally. I'll take good care of your body. Peter didn't bother to answer him. He just slowly raised his hand. Nathaniel's face lit up. Looks like you understand me, don't you? The guy in the camera room was incredibly anxious. It looks like Peter is surrendering. If that's the case, we'll be discovered too. I have to ditch Peter and run now. Meanwhile, Nathaniel just kept rambling. From the very first moment we met, I realized you were different from the others. Just forget all this petty stuff and walk a new path with me. Before he could finish his sentence, Peter suddenly swung his arm forward. I will grant your every desire for power. Nathaniel was confused by his action. What the hell are you doing? Peter just asked him one question. How do you like this? He was gently teaching him a lesson. For a stupid kid, Peter figured out a method. One good punch, and he'll get the picture. Nathaniel grew even more frantic. You're really pissing me off. He charged forward aggressively, screaming. All right, this is how it should be. Grab. Peter didn't hesitate to rush forward to meet him. His footsteps were so fast they were almost impossible to see with the naked eye. In an instant, Peter rushed in and started pummeling Nathaniel, not giving him a chance to recover. He combined his punches with kicks. Nathaniel, still unaware of the misfortune about to befall him, was still smiling. Juan was utterly stunned as she watched through the monitor. What's happening? The man next to her had no idea what was going on either. I'm not sure either. I only know one thing. You said something that perfectly fits the current situation. This doesn't look like a human fight. Nathaniel let Peter beat him furiously. He just thought, you're strong, Peter. To be honest, you're completely different from anyone I've ever faced before. But the truth remains unchanged. Even at this very moment, my body is still evolving. This is the first time I've found a fight this interesting. Nathaniel was still cheerfully enjoying the pleasure before him. How much stronger can I get? How much tougher can I become? Peter persistently hit him, like when he used to break boulders. Nathaniel still had an unresolved question. You've shown how strong you are up to this point. But there's still a question behind that power chart. He looked at Peter's extremely ordinary power chart. Peter D. Rank. Strength, endurance, speed, intellect, spirit, attack skill. Nathaniel couldn't help but be curious. There was still no answer, something he had yet to discover. He wondered to himself, what the hell do you believe in that lets you keep fighting like this? Nathaniel grew more and more annoyed with Peter's attitude. Why haven't those eyes wavered at all? He glared menacingly. Well, then there's only one answer. Nathaniel blocked Peter's kick with one hand and shouted, Peter. He ran forward in a rage. Hey Peter, I've made my decision. Even if you wanted to beg like a dog now, it would be useless. Nathaniel no longer held back and moved to send Peter flying. From now on, I will destroy you, he cruelly uttered after kicking Peter into the wall, down to every last bone, every single cell. A murderous aura emanated from Nathaniel's entire body. I will destroy it all, I'm sorry. But the last thing you'll see. Nathaniel threw a punch straight at Peter's face. He continued. Is my fist. The man in the camera room panicked. Peter's going to die, Juan screamed in shock. What? No, Peter, bye, she called out to Peter in fear. Peter, bye. Suddenly, Peter's voice rang out. He said, the more punches you take, the stronger your fists become. Ah, Peter had figured out Nathaniel's weakness. After taking a hit, the muscles get bigger and stronger. And the reason you're so strong is that you've accelerated muscle recovery by shortening the recuperation time. Peter calmly looked at Nathaniel's terrified face. So, I was just waiting. His eyes widened in terror. What? Peter continued. You're stronger now than you've ever been. Fear gripped Nathaniel's heart. Nonsense. Could it be that he's... Peter let him know what was happening. The bulging muscles were gradually hardening, causing the bones and nerves throughout your body to overload, until finally, you can't even move a single finger. Only then did Nathaniel realize he couldn't move. He began to regret not noticing sooner. He was so excited that he didn't notice his body getting stiffer and stiffer. Nathaniel couldn't understand. But this guy... Even I didn't realize the side effects of my own grace. His eyes turned bloodshot as he realized that this guy had figured it all out in less than 10 minutes. Peter spoke up, Apostle Nathaniel. He smiled leisurely as he said softly, You have been defeated. Hearing this, Nathaniel became even more resentful. He questioned himself. How long did it take to gain this power? Impossible. No, this shouldn't be happening. I endured so much pain in exchange for this strength. All for the sake of becoming a perfect being. And yet, I'm about to die at the hands of a kid this young. But it seemed Nathaniel had one last weapon. I never thought I'd have to use this. He bent down and took the charm attached to his sandal. He put the charm in his mouth and laughed savagely. This drug has the side effect of melting my muscles, but it will turn me into the most supreme being. Nathaniel's muscles began to atrophy, and he boasted proudly, You, Peter, are worthy of witnessing the final version of this evolution. Nathaniel's eyes were bloodshot. It seemed he was determined to drag Peter down to hell with him. In 3 minutes I will no longer exist in this world. Sirozao poured from Nathaniel's mouth. He declared, And you, Peter. You too. The drug's effect sent Nathaniel into agonizing convulsions. At the same time, Peter charged toward him, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. But Nathaniel was like a madman who had lost all reason. He could feel the bone-deep agony caused by the drug, his body feeling like it was being incinerated. This is the final stage of evolution. My fists right now are at the highest level I can possibly reach. However, he's reading every single one of my attacks. Even though I'm fighting one person, he's so fast it feels like I'm up against 1,000 men. That's right. That unsettling feeling I had from the very beginning. This person called Peter far surpasses the narrow hexagon of a D rank. He has something that even I can't overcome in this lifetime. The value of real combat experience. That wall. Experience. The experience of that kid, Peter, is like the person I've spent my whole life chasing. Peter's eyes seemed to burn with fire. Nathaniel now understood that the one who surpassed the very heavens, somewhere in a distant place, had reached the level of a god. The man he had always envisioned. Nathaniel realized too late that this person was Peter. In the year 2003, a hand was raised to take an oath, I promise. At the 2003 St. Paul University School of Medicine, opening ceremony location, first floor auditorium, St. Paul University School of Medicine. The same voice from before rang out, "I pledge to dedicate my entire life to the service of humanity." All eyes were on the stage, listening to the speech. "In the practice of medicine, I will maintain a clear conscience and dignity, no matter what happens. I will not use my medical knowledge to violate moral principles." The people in the audience were astonished. "Hey, that's him. Amazing. Is this really possible? I'm seeing it with my own eyes, but I can't believe it." The speaker was a child prodigy who had entered medical school at just 13 years old, a young Nathaniel. He continued his speech as the freshman representative of St. Paul University's School of Medicine, Nathaniel. Despite all this, Nathaniel was never happy or cheerful. In August of 1994, Nathaniel was hospitalized in the pediatric ward. The other children were all excited to receive gifts. "Santa, can I have a gift?" "Me too," but Nathaniel wasn't interested. "Nathaniel gets a gift from Santa too, right, Nathaniel?" On the wall hung a picture with the words, "I love all my children." Nathaniel thought to himself, "That's how I was born. I am a child chosen by God." He wondered to himself, "Chosen yet weak like this. If I was chosen and born weak, there must be a reason. But what is that reason?" A commercial played on the TV, a crayfish shedding its old shell to grow a new one. In this way, they can make their bodies bigger, stronger, and much tougher. "By myself. Have you given me a mission? Perhaps that mission is to achieve things that humans cannot. Humans can become as strong as animals. Right, all right. Then I will be the one to do it." In 2012, a person was brought to the hospital in critical condition. "The patient has been shot. The wound is bleeding. We don't have time. Prepare for surgery quickly." Seeing this, a doctor whispered, "Did you hear? They say that guy is a real assassin." A nurse next to him wondered, why was someone like him brought to our hospital? The heartless doctor replied, "Who would want to treat him?" "I don't get it." The nurse objected. "What do you mean, no one? We have someone here. Professor Nathaniel. He's an expert in this, isn't he?" Nathaniel was annoyed at being noticed. "Why make such a fuss? I'm just doing this because it's my job. Why do you have to be so nosy about other people's business?" "But this is the first time. I have surgeries like this every day." So why? Nathaniel stared at the large body before him with immense curiosity. "Why is my heart beating so fast?" Curiosity pushed Nathaniel toward a dark thought. "I've never seen such a strong and robust body. How did he get a body like that? What's the BT5 difference between him and me? I'm so curious. I want to cut this body open and study it." Nathaniel struggled with his conscience. "What are you thinking? You're a doctor. You can't do this." "No." But Nathaniel's hands felt like they were being controlled by an invisible force. "Because I am a doctor, it is my duty to preserve and advance humanity." "That's right. This is to serve the development of humanity. But I can't do this." A struggle took place in his mind. The number of geniuses is dwindling. It's a blessing for humanity when people like me dare to express themselves. "No. But I shouldn't do this." "No. Just imagine a world where everyone becomes stronger. You'll be like that too, right? Those ridiculous speeches about human rights are hindering the evolution of the human race." "Yes, you are human. You must be a pioneer. You must take the first steps and find a way to solve the problem." "I have to calm down. How much longer are you going to live in this weak body? If you don't want to surrender to nature, you must become stronger. After all, this world is divided into the strong and the weak. I wonder what it feels like to be strong." Nathaniel snapped back to reality. He was performing surgery, suturing an internal organ, but when his senses returned, the person's brain was no longer intact. Horrified, he quickly fled the operating room. "With nothing left to lose, I ran away to a city in South America. The reason I hid here was probably because this place had so many test subjects for me to study. Observing specimens, continuing my research, and testing my strength and progress by killing other strong individuals, overcoming weaknesses. Without my father's help, without my mother's support, and just like that, I became a god." Back in the present, Nathaniel was being beaten to a pulp, but he was satisfied. At least it should have been this way. Nathaniel was thrown far away, his body crashing into the test tubes he had created. The entire laboratory was engulfed in smoke and dust. Everything was a blur. The dust gradually settled, revealing a weakened Nathaniel leaning against a test tube. He knew what was happening inside his body. "My life is completely destroyed. All my muscle fibers are melting. I really can't lift a single finger." Peter approached him. "You can't move. It's useless to do anything. If you move, death will only come faster." Nathaniel struggled to speak. "Tell me." He couldn't accept defeat. "I've been researching for 30 years, only thinking about how to make myself stronger, persevering day after day." Nathaniel was now just a pathetic shell of himself. "Peter, how did you become so strong? I simply can't understand. I can't accept it." Peter looked up at the ceiling and said, "You may not believe this. I can see that you put in no small amount of effort, but I also tried my very best." Peter said one last thing before leaving Nathaniel with the rubble. "All 65 years of my effort." Nathaniel was stunned. 65 years. The image of Peter's back as he walked away was still seared into his mind. Nathaniel smiled faintly. Even as a doctor, there are many things I can't understand. But somehow his lips moved. I got to meet you before I died. Nathaniel passed away with his last ounce of pride. Peter. And just like that, the battle at St. Paul's Hospital came to an end. All the Brazilian assassins and Nathaniel were dead, and they had also destroyed all the information about Glory's assassins that was stored in the hospital. The last thing left to do was to bring everyone back to the academy as the sun set. The twin brothers had a question. "Teacher, we want to ask something." Kanju replied, "What is it?" Go Hyung and Go said in unison, "Shouldn't we be promoted to C rank by now?" Kanju laughed and said, "Who do you think you are, to be asking for a C rank promotion?" He asked them to take off the powder, but the two brothers refused, calling it method acting. "Don't you get it, teacher?" Kanju was at a loss. "Fine, whatever. Stay in character until you die for all I care." Go Day excitedly recounted, "But you didn't get to see the scene where we fought those Brazilian assassins. You should have witnessed it." Go turned around and called to Juna. "Say something, will you? We were awesome." They called her again, Lee Juna, but she just tiredly looked out the window and answered with a single word. Go was worried. "What's wrong? What are you looking at, Go? Hyung cheerfully said. "It's nothing. Juna has finally acknowledged us." Only Peter had been noticing Juna's mood the whole time. She thought, "That's right, I should be happy that everything ended well, so why does my heart feel so heavy?" She recalled Nathaniel's words, "Miss Juna, I can save your little brother." He had promised to cure Juna's brother with a serum worth 4.5 billion developed by our St. Ton General Hospital. With just a single injection, the patient will be as healthy as if the disease had completely vanished. Peter's voice cut through Juna's thoughts. "It's because of your little brother, isn't it?" Juna tried to act like she was fine. "My brother, what about him? I was just thinking that I shouldn't eat the school lunch anymore." Peter didn't press her any further. "It's okay, I understand." Juna was sad because all hope was gone. After all, Nathaniel and the serum were gone. It was all useless. Peter calmly read his book and replied, "That's right." He still tried to comfort her. "Even so, Juna, I think you can find another way." Juna was silent, unable to say anything other than two words. "Thank you." A while later, the car arrived at the school. Go Hyung stepped out of the car pretending to say, "The smell of home is still the best." Go scolded him. "We've always been in Korea. Don't you know that?" Go Hyung laughed and asked, "You mean your brother's acting is a bit over the top?" Go immediately replied, "That's the understatement of the century." Kanju gave his instructions. "All right, that's enough chit-chat. Remember to be at school on time tomorrow," the twin brothers said loudly. "Yes, teacher." "Goodbye, teacher. Have a good night." Suddenly, Peter saw something. He turned back and asked Juna, "Juna, aren't you taking that bag?" She didn't recognize it. "That bag isn't mine." "Did you leave it behind, teacher?" But Peter handed the bag to Juna. "I wonder if Lee Eugene will like it." Juna was surprised. "Lee Eugene? How do you know Lee Eugene's name?" Juna opened the bag to see what it was. She was stunned when she saw what was inside. Juna's eyes filled with tears. "Peter, you." She looked emotionally at the vials of serum inside the box. "How did you?" Peter said softly, leaving a single sentence before walking away. Nathaniel hadn't thrown it away. Juna was moved, crying her eyes out. She hugged the box that could save her brother's life. At the same time at St. Ton Hospital, the assistant was reporting the incident. "Sir, we have transferred all the patients to other hospitals. The public doesn't know anything about this yet. I still can't believe this happened." The entire hospital was in ruins. The assistant couldn't believe his eyes that the traces were caused by a human. He reported, "First of all, the media has been blocked, so we can rest easy," but he was cut off. "Was it Peter?" The assistant was still confused about what was happening. "Sir," the boss asked again. "Was it really Peter?" The assistant replied. "Yes." The boss said he was clearly recorded by the hospital's security cameras. "But how did no one see Peter here? There isn't even a single photo of him entering or leaving this hospital." The assistant said nervously, "Yes. It's as if he were a ghost," the boss asked with annoyance. "A ghost?" Suddenly two people in black hoods appeared, frightening the assistant. "No, that's not it." They asked, "Did you just say ghost?" The assistant screamed in terror. "That's not what I meant. A ghost." The assistant was so scared he fell to the floor as sword slashes passed through him. The man in the black hood asked, "A ghost? Peter is a ghost. Ah, how infuriating. How dare you use the word ghost right in front of me?" Then he sheathed his sword and said to the boss, "I forgot myself in my frustration and anger, and I've killed your subordinate." The boss spoke up, "Not at all." The man in the black hood showed his disappointment. Nathaniel died before the new apostle could even join the training. What a disgrace. He angrily sheathed his sword. "Peter," the man in the black hood made a decision. "It seems I'll have to face you in a fight." Kanju was talking to his students. "Listen up, all of you." His eyebrows were knitted together, his gaze seeming to pierce the very souls of each student sitting below. "From now on, you will be doing volunteer work." Go Hyung rested his head on his hand, tired of constantly doing missions. "After fulfilling the responsibilities entrusted to me, this awesome body is always ready to take on a new challenge." Go seemed calmer, as if this was nothing new. He sighed, "We're always on missions, so we never have time to rest." He continued to ask, so what's the mission this time? Assassinating a night spirit or reconnaissance? Peter stood still, so bored he couldn't be bothered to open his mouth, his eyes lifeless as if he were contemplating something. Next to him, Juna turned her face away, muttering in her head, when will I ever be able to sew this guy's mouth shut? Kanjiu continued to speak still, with his characteristic deep rough voice, but this time with a hint of ambiguity. Actually, I don't know either. I don't understand why they trusted you all with this mission. He looked at them all, his face still as serious as if he were about to announce an execution order, and continued to instruct his students like it was his last will and testament. But that's why this service department exists. Make sure you do a good job. Peter, Juna, Gode and Go were taken to a small island in the middle of the vast ocean. As soon as they set foot on it, the smell of the sea breeze mixed with the gentle lapping of waves seemed pleasant, but this peace was quickly shattered. He and the others looked at each other in confusion. What is this? Go Hyung complained. I thought you said whoever volunteers gets to go. Go-dae continued dejectedly. I didn't know either. She approached, carrying some things just in time to see the three idiots being swarmed by a group of children like flies on honey. One jumped on Go Hyung's back, another pulled at Go's shirt hem. Are you guys deaf? The teacher said, we're going to do volunteer work. The words struck them like a bolt of lightning. Go Hyung suddenly looked up his face as if he had just woken up from a terrible dream. No, wait a minute. So we're not volunteering for a mission, but our mission is to volunteer, a child asked curiously. Miss, this guy is really weird. Juna bluntly admitted, I know, they have a congenital disease, kids. Peter, who had been silent since arriving on the island, laughed with amusement at her answer. Hey, don't be so insulting. We have to do these volunteer activities to get credit at school, you know. You and him lay in the middle of the road, throwing a tantrum like little kids begging for candy. Go shot back, not having it. Who the hell comes to Glory to do volunteer work? I don't wanna, I won't do it. Go D was just as bad, wailing pitifully. No, I don't want to. This gorgeous body can't be resting in a backwater place like this. No. While they were busy throwing a fit, someone approached them. Excuse me, a teacher from Jin High School said, are you all here for volunteer work? He and the other guy immediately fell silent when the teacher arrived, staring at her as if they were cooking up some dirty scheme. Go D and Go had changed into floral pants, the kind you'd see on a countryside ajuma. They enthusiastically pulled weeds at Jin High School, replying in unison. This school has so many weeds. You see, ma'am, we've done nothing but volunteer work our entire lives. Please just let us help. It was clear they were just trying to get on the teacher's good side, but they were doing less helping and more destroying, forcing the teacher to scramble after them to stop them. No, don't. Those are flowers. Meanwhile, Peter and she stood on the sidelines like a pair of exasperated parents watching their overgrown kids play in the mud. Juna was completely exasperated. This condition is incurable, isn't it? Even Peter isn't defending them anymore. Probably. She was still puzzled about the volunteer trip and turned to ask him, but I still don't get it. Why would the master send us to a place like this? It's nowhere near us. Peter remained silent, lost in thought, as she continued to voice her confusion. It's a whole 500 kilometers from Seon. He recalled Kanjiu's warning before they came to the island. I don't know either. Those are the orders from above. But remember, this is just volunteer work. Don't cause any trouble and don't get caught. Leaving Juna to wonder, Peter turned and strode towards the school building, saying over his shoulder, there must be a reason we were sent here. His attitude and actions seemed strange to her. What? Why is he so calm and collected today? After they finished pulling weeds, they sat down for a chat. Go started. I just have one question. Go Hyung added, are you a student here? The teacher smiled, covering her mouth. No, I'm a teacher at this school. Are you two saying I look very young? They suddenly cut in, holding a finger to their lips. That's enough. Then they both pulled their hats over their faces, trying to look mysterious. So cool. Don't look at me with such passionate eyes. Because I am but a student, and you are a teacher. Juna, standing nearby, was exhausted for them. Will you guys cut it out already? Suddenly a voice called out. Ah, the students are here. Welcome to J School. The teacher introduced him. This is our school's security guard. All three of them greeted him at once. Hello, sir. The guard, a humorous man, joked. As you young folks know, our school is the only one on this entire island. Even though it wasn't really funny, it made the teacher and the guard laugh. She cut in. Please, sir, that's enough. Juna then asked about the work, but it looks pretty clean already. Is there anything else for us to do? The guard replied cheerfully while laughing. All right. If you go around back, there's a whole pigsty. But since people are using it, I guess we should call it a human sty, huh? Peter, standing in the back, didn't know what to say. The guard laughed and said, this way. She frowned, feeling like something was off. It's a little suspicious, she thought. Did they really call us all the way out here just to do this? Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, get out here now. It was debt collectors. They swaggered up, shouting, hey, when the hell are you going to pay the protection money? Don't you know you get to live so comfortably thanks to us? The security guard was the first to speak. Ah, you're here. My apologies, but this school is so poor we don't even have heating. The guy with brown hair shot back. We're poor too. We don't have a heater, so we have to cover ourselves with newspapers to sleep. The guard stepped forward holding a cloth-covered basket and offered it enthusiastically. In that case, I'll give you this. Thinking it was something valuable, the black-haired thug stepped forward to take it. What's with preparing so much? Good thing the two of us are strong, huh? Their smiles froze when they realized it was a basket of potatoes. The guard smiled. We grew them ourselves. The brown-haired guy sneered. Real fresh, huh? Then he suddenly threw the basket of potatoes at the old man, knocking him to the ground. Everyone cried out in shock, sir. The thugs spoke with contempt. Unbelievable. We came all this way to collect this crap. The teacher rushed over to help the guard up and protested. You can't just hit someone like that, the brown-haired thug retorted. We're businessmen, you know. It's not fun when you keep breaking the rules. Juna moved to block Peter, afraid he was about to jump in. Peter, don't. Peter replied calmly, I'm not. She insisted. Master Kanju told us not to interfere. The teacher shot back frustrated. If you have eyes, you can see there's no money here. We're struggling to get by on government subsidies. The brown-haired thug leaned in a cigarette dangling from his lips as he smirked maliciously. Teacher, there are other ways. The teacher was confused. What are you talking about? He then grabbed her by the chin. With a lecherous look in his eyes, he smiled and uttered some disgusting words. There are plenty of ways to make money, even if you're not a teacher. You get what I'm saying. I bet you could earn a pretty penny. Suddenly a hand shot out, separating the two of them. A man's hands were not meant for hitting women. Go made a cool entrance, still wearing those floral pants. I am here to protect her. The brown-haired thug tried to protest. I wasn't, but was cut off by a hand slapping him across the face. Go Hyung continued, and that is why I will not forgive you. While he was busy striking a pose, he took a punch from the black-haired thug. The guy stood over Go Hyung, who was now on the ground. And I think my hands were made for punching guys like you. The teacher stepped in to stop them. Please stop. He's just a student here for volunteer work. After getting punched, he suddenly got serious. It's okay, ma'am. Don't worry, I'm fine. His serious expression lasted less than 3 seconds. Go Hyung looked up, blood gushing from his nose like a waterfall. That punch was nothing more than a mosquito bite. The teacher asked worriedly, but you're bleeding so much, he replied. Don't sweat the small stuff. The sun set behind the mountains to the sounds of a brutal beating. Go Hyung and Go, beaten to a pulp with faces so swollen their own mothers wouldn't recognize them, were now lying in the school's infirmary. The teacher was getting a first aid kit to treat Go Hyung's injuries, asking worriedly, does it hurt? You must have been so surprised. Huh, I'm so sorry. Go, who still had some energy left, spoke up. The most concerning thing right now isn't this. It's that fatso's fist. The security guard, who was looking in a mirror while trying to stick a pain relief patch on his bruised back, explained, oh, you poor kids. They're just some local gangsters. I have no idea where they came from, but they suddenly showed up demanding protection money. I guess every generation has a few punks like that. Model. The teacher smiled after she finished treating their wounds. Thanks to you, all the children are very happy, and the place is so clean now. For now, just get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow. Peter casually leaned against the table with a smug grin. Captain, feeling better. Our captain is all grown up now. Go Hyung snapped. What the hell? He thought back to when he met those two. At the school, they were so arrogant, trying to pull a power move on him right from the start. When they met people who hid their strength, they would get cocky and look down on them. With other enemies, they weren't afraid to show their power, rushing into fights without knowing their own limits. But today he saw them in a new light. A truly strong person knows when to yield when necessary. You did well today. Go Hyung boasted. A woman's tears are for her man. But before he could finish showing off, Peter had already turned his back. Get some rest. Go Hyung called after him. Hey, the teacher, thinking he was calling her, asked, did you need something? He replied, no, not you, Miss Juna. I meant that guy. Wow, the night sky on this island is full of stars. Juna sat alone on a swing, her face clouded with sadness, as if she were worried or thinking about something. Her mind was a tangled mess, sitting quietly, so as not to bother anyone. Juna remembered the past. As she got out of a car, someone said, Juna, aren't you going to take that bag? She noticed the bag in the corner of the vehicle. Juna picked up the bag. This isn't mine. When she opened it, inside was a case containing 5 test tubes filled with a reddish-yellow liquid. Seeing them, she burst into tears. Peter, why was it you? Then she hugged the case, leaning against the car as she cried. Back in the present, Juna was still wondering how to thank him. I have to thank him, but I just can't. What should I do? Peter suddenly appeared. Watching the kids reminds you of your little brother, huh? She gasped, startled by his sudden appearance. Peter asked, what did you see, a ghost or something? Juna replied, why are you always like this? He asked again. Like what? She answered, you know the things you always do. Juna glanced at the swing. Peter was sitting on her mind racing. It seemed like this was the moment. Should I say it? She hesitated before speaking. Hey, Peter, he replied. What is it? Seeing her falter, he said bluntly. Just spit it out. Flustered, Juna didn't know how to thank him. I want to say. Suddenly, Peter finished her sentence for her. Thank you for that day, right? She was stunned. Huh, Wah, but the man who had just spoken was already looking up at the starry sky. Peter recalled an old memory of when he was pretending to be a doctor, and Juna had her arm in a cast. She had told him, "Please meet me in front of the clock tower." Peter asked, "The one in the hospital lobby?" Juna replied, "Seriously, no, the one in the courtyard." Later, for some reason, she was kneeling in that same hospital courtyard crying her heart out. Back in the present, he smiled and turned to Juna. "You must have been scared, but you protected me." He praised her, leaving her stunned. "That was very brave," Juna replied shyly. "It was nothing special. That's a treasure to me after all." But Peter reverted to his bored attitude. "Good for you." The beautiful scenery made one's heart flutter. She spoke up. "I have a question," he replied. "Go ahead," Juna asked. "Are you a relative of Peter's or something like that?" "No, that's not it." The light from the stars and moon shone down on the two people, sharing a quiet moment on the swings. "I've met a lot of assassins, but I've never met anyone as strong as you. You even beat Nathaniel. So how can you be just a D-rank assassin?" Peter closed his eyes, tilting his face towards the moonlight with a smile. "Just wait a little longer, and I'll tell you everything." Juna looked down, appearing sad as she gathered her courage. She spoke up. "Thank you." He pretended not to hear. "Huh. What was that?" she replied shyly. This is so frustrating I can't say it." In a small voice she whispered, "Thank you." Peter continued his act. What Juna turned to face him and said it directly. Peter, seriously thank you." Peter kept up his little game. "Sorry, but I really didn't hear a thing," she exclaimed, exasperated. "Ugh, that's it," she screamed. "Thank you," which made him jump. Surprised by her shout, he replied, all right, calm down." Juna ran away in embarrassment. As she ran, she looked back, pointing right at Peter and yelling, "Hey, you did that on purpose. Turns out you have a twisted side to you. I'll have to be careful from now on." He was left completely speechless. Peter let out a helpless sigh, her words still echoing in his ears. "This is why I can't just thank you normally." He stood up, looking like a weary father, watching his young children. The Go brothers and Juna, they've all grown up. Both of them had left, leaving the scenery to its original peace. Peter said to himself, "Well, things are more or less settled. Time to make a move, isn't it?" Inside, the school building moonlight streamed through the windows as he walked leisurely toward the classroom at the end of the hall. Peter looked up at the lit classroom. Inside, the security guard was monitoring the school grounds on his cameras when Peter spoke up. "Can I help you with anything, sir?" The guard holding a steaming mug of hot cocoa swiveled his chair toward Peter. "Oh, the young man is still awake. Working too much will age you, and your bones will get weak. You need to get proper rest. I wish I could lose this belly fat too." Then he burst out laughing as if belly fat was the funniest joke in the world. Peter stood beside him, completely speechless. Seeing that Peter wasn't laughing, the guard's smile stiffened. At that, Peter turned to leave, speaking politely. "Well, I'll be going then. Please get some rest, sir." The guard's voice stopped him cold. "Fool. I've lived with the stench of blood for decades. Do you really think you can hide that smell with such a clumsy act?" He took off his baseball cap, revealing shoulder-length hair. "But there's something special about you. I smell so much blood." His silhouette looked lonely, yet immensely powerful. He replied, "The only way to get here without being noticed was through volunteer work. I came here for one single purpose." Then he turned his head, looking at the guard with ice-cold eyes and said, "And that purpose is you." When he turned back, the guard had already shed his uniform, revealing a toned body. His hand was drawing a sword from within the broom he always carried. Peter continued, revealing his identity. "Apostle Simon." He looked at the man with cold, murderous eyes. "In this country, no, I heard you're the greatest swordsman on the planet, the top swordsman of glory." The man then stood like a true warrior, a wicked look on his face as he brandished his sword. "He goes by the name of Simon the Azure Star Sword. The order has been given a single strike for every swing." The man lowered his blade as the thought continued. "They all reveal openings. And in that tiny opening, a swift assassin will find the space to launch a counterattack." And then Peter thought to himself. However, Simon's face appeared in his mind. This man. It's as if he can read minds. Peter was certain. There are no openings whatsoever. Simon's blade was sharp. No matter how powerful a weapon was, not even a bullet could face or evade that sword. The cover was sliced cleanly in two, and at that moment, Peter couldn't move. He thought to himself, in just a brief moment, "I've been cornered." He had blocked all of my movements with the trees. Peter had to admit, he truly was the best swordsman on the planet. Peter called out his name, the Star Sword, Saint Apostle Simon. It was Simon Flex's turn. "There are only two things I cannot capture within moves. You should be grateful for that." He swung his sword. "Because one of them is you." Peter skillfully dodged. Simon sneered. "Humans can't hide their habits." His eyes darkened. "The way you walk, talk, and even your scent. Even the sound of each person's breathing is different." Simon looked conflicted. "At first I had my doubts because it seemed impossible. In the end, it's still absurd." Simon was reluctant. "But through this fight, I'm certain." He plunged his sword deep into the ground. "Apostle Simon," Peter called out. Under the watchful eyes of the clouds and sky, Simon knelt. "Greetings, senior brother Peter." He made a move no one expected. It's great to see you, big bro. After a bit of conversation, Simon was shocked. You've gotten younger, Peter replied. Yeah, that's about the gist of it, Simon continued. But seeing you like this makes me happy too. I really thought you were 6 feet under, big bro. Peter was so happy he couldn't believe it either. Simon asked, didn't you see the playground where you awakened? Peter looked annoyed. Are you enjoying digging into my painful past? At this, Simon got excited. But it really is great to see you again, big bro. Now you can do all the things you never got a chance to do. Peter was confused. What do you mean? Simon explained. Like dyeing your hair, for example. Peter refused. I just woke up and, besides, my hair looks fine like this. Peter sighed but thought. Still, I'm glad. Together, with the sword stuck in the ground between them, they shouted, the invincible swordsman, the star sword saint. Isn't that title a bit of a waste? Peter teased. You almost killed me, you know. Simon replied. I knew it was you, big bro. How could I? Peter pointed out. You held your sword right at my throat. Simon whined. You're so mean, big bro. Peter then praised him. But seriously, after all these years, your skills are still as incredible as they were in your prime. Simon said shyly. I've been holding a broom for years, so a sword still feels a little awkward. Simon recalled. But isn't it because you taught me that I am who I am today? By the way, big bro, what brought you here? Peter answered. Have you ever heard of a guy named Nathaniel from St. Paul's General Hospital? Simon nodded. Yeah, I heard there was some chaos over there recently. He suddenly flinched. Was that you, big bro? Peter confirmed. Yeah, that was it. Simon was surprised. I thought it was some lunatic. Peter shot back. A lunatic. Realizing his mistake, Simon replied. No, I mean, you were amazing. Way to go, big bro. Simon then grew curious. But why did you do it? He voiced his suspicion. Are you trying to destroy glory? Simon pleaded. Big bro, no matter how strong you are, it's too dangerous. Don't you know what glory is like now, so please. Simon suddenly became agitated. Please let me go with you, big bro. Let me take care of all those bastards, Peter said dismissively. Just go to school like usual. But Simon stubbornly insisted. No, big bro, I have to go. Peter cut him off. Simon, are you going to throw away all these long years you've spent in hiding for nothing? Simon explained. Even now, I still have dreams about that night. He recalled, if you hadn't stopped me, big bro, I probably wouldn't even be alive today. Simon was filled with resentment. It's all because of that damn bastard. I would have gladly killed him even if it meant getting my own head blown off. Isn't that right, big bro? Father. Those words stirred Peter's memories. The story goes that 60 years ago, the Glory Orphanage was founded by Father Gabriel. He recalled that among the children raised, there 12, including himself, were chosen. Peter remembered how it suddenly turned into a battle for survival. There he was treated like a lowlife and forced to endure harsh training. He was forced to slaughter. The 12 survivors were raised as the nation's secret agents, the 12 apostles. Peter grew up like a puppet, and before he knew it, Glory was sending 2 apostles to fight all over the world. Then, one day, a new member joined the orphanage. For some reason, Father adopted the child. As time went on, the child began to covet the crown, and eventually he placed that crown on his own head. He had betrayed their faith. Seeing this memory is what made Simon so agitated. I'll kill you. At that time, it was Peter who stopped him. Calm down, Simon. Simon screamed, let me go, big bro. Peter soothed him. For your sake and for ours. Now is not the time. Glory had been seized by that man's filthy hands. It quickly went downhill, becoming a vile organization of assassins tainted by corruption. Back in the present, Peter admitted that, at the time, he had been a little weak. But now I have the ultimate weapon, my youth. Peter stood up. You just need to watch me. I'll be the one to destroy his fortress. Peter walked away leisurely. The next day at school, Go Hyung made a threat. Anyone who Go Dae continued give something. We'll get something in return, they said, in unison. It was clear these guys handled everything, so why were they sticking so close to Peter? The teacher smiled. I was worried today would be chaotic. It's a good thing those thugs didn't show up. Go Hyung and Go Dae spoke up. Oh, they won't be coming back ever. The teacher looked confused. Huh. A man clapped his hands and asked, did you really have to do that? The 2 gagged thugs tried to make a sound. We won't do it again. Please just spare us this once. Go Hyung and Go Dae warned them. You will never see your neighbor Miss Juna again. The 2 thugs swore it. Yes, of course. From now on we'll live like ghosts. Go Hyung and Go Dae even took them to the side of a boat to threaten them. If you come back, you'll pay a very steep price, because your opponent will be a future S-rank assassin. Or maybe not, who knows. The 2 thugs obediently replied, yes, we understand. Go Hyung puffed out her cheeks. It's nothing special, but it's a bit embarrassing. We just gave them some souvenir gifts. The teacher looked even more confused by the explanation. In a flash, they were already at the pier. Thank you for everything. Simon cut in. Thank you all for creating so many wonderful memories for the kids. Peter was being polite. Isn't it the other way around? We should be the ones thanking you two. Simon chuckled knowingly. The only thing worth mentioning was that these one-of-a-kind young people visited the one-of-a-kind school on this Duel Island. One of a kind. Go Hyung and Go called out to the teacher. they said cheerfully. From now on, I'll come back every year to see you. The teacher replied, that would be wonderful. Go Hyung was excited. Miss, you want us to come back and see you, the teacher confirmed. Of course. Just then Simon Go said, boss, shake on it. Feel free to contact me anytime. Apostle Simon is always ready to help you. If anything happens, I'll fly right to your side, boss. Peter replied, thank you. Stay safe. They began to set sail. Just then, a storm rolled in aggressively. The weather today really is terrible. Lightning enveloped the school. Simon was still on security duty as usual. Simon muttered, how strange. He smiled. We've been getting a lot of visitors lately. Simon had sensed them, but it seemed they were uninvited guests. Simon grabbed his opponent's hand. You don't look like you're searching for something. Do you want to meet someone in a remote place like this? The mysterious woman replied. So you've been hiding in a place like this. She drew her sword. One of Father Gabriel's 12 disciples, Apostle Simon, also known as the Simon Holy Sword, the greatest swordsman in Korea. Simon quickly guessed, a woman holding a sword, accompanied by a tall man. So you're the fake Simon from New Glory. He concluded, I hear you're the best swordsman in Japan. At the same time, the woman drew her demonic sword. The woman said mockingly, oh, you know me, I'm so touched. Simon didn't hide his identity and questioned her directly. What's your reason? Did you come here to steal my title? The woman replied contemptuously, I'm not interested. Her tone was sharp. I should ask them for more money for this job. Simon scoffed. Now why would you do that? Coming all the way to a remote place like this probably doesn't pay much. He hesitated. And something about this isn't right. As he spoke, Simon drew his sword. Who dares call me the greatest swordsman in Korea? Simon drew the Simon Holy Sword. The woman gave a faint smile. Coming all this way seems to have been worth it after all. Simon replied scornfully, don't worry because I give my guests a very warm welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward. Enjoy it. The woman also glided across the water like a wave, until one of us is dead. Outside, the rain poured violently. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from one of the schoolrooms. It turned out that the light was sparks created from the fierce clash of the two swords. The sword strikes erupted violently. A second later, they both retreated, keeping their distance. The demon sword spoke softly. I expected a lot from the famous Simon Holy Sword. Have you gotten old, uncle? You're not as good as I thought. Simon's lips curled into a slight smile as he calmly replied, I know, just as you said, my swordsmanship has gotten rusty. If this were the old days, you two would have been dead long ago. The demon sword sneered, oh uncle. Then she lunged forward shouting, don't bluff. Simon frowned, calculating. Her technique is a bit unusual, but I'm more worried about that big guy. To handle both of them, I need a more open space. With that thought, he also rushed toward the demon sword. The two blades clashed once more. Simon spoke slowly. Hey, this school is public property. You'll have to compensate us for the damages. The demon sword replied, why so worried? It's not like anyone will ever know. In a flash, she swung her sword swiftly at him. Because you'll be disappearing soon too, old man. The classroom window was shattered immediately after. The demon sword cursed in anger. Damn, it did that old fox get away. The big guy approached from behind and spoke up. It's raining heavily outside. Can you manage? She smiled confidently and replied, easily. The scene shifts to the forest outside. Simon is running at high speed. As he fled, he swung his sword, cutting down the bamboo stalks, blocking his path, honing the craft. That is the essence of the sword. But that weapon, it's not a sword. It's a saw that rips through human flesh. Even if she doesn't move much, that saw can easily cut deep into flesh and bone. And on top of that, these guys look very suspicious. It's clear they're hiding something. The rain was still pouring down. Simon was finally cornered. He stood silently in the torrential downpour. The demon sword raised a hand to her face and let out a devilish smile. What's wrong? You look like a mess, but you're more romantic than I thought. What a beautiful scene, right? If you're going to die, you might as well pick a nice place for it. Simon turned to look at them and asked, Hey, do you know why they call me the Simon Holy Sword? The woman sounded confused. Huh, why does that matter now? This old man sure is stubborn. I need to end this quickly. I'm busy. Suddenly, the big guy spoke up, stopping her. Wait, he's very dangerous. Simon's lips curled into a smile. Right. I prefer practical action over pointless sermons. His tone was sharp. Simon Holy Sword. Simon kept his head bowed in the rain, not moving a muscle. The air, the seawater, even the falling raindrops. Everything suffocates me except... A second later, Simon rushed towards them. He was surrounded by swirling water like a vortex. Only then did the two of them become startled and alarmed. Damn it, he's too fast. Simon kept lunging, attacking her relentlessly. I can't react in time. The attack doesn't stop, not even for a beat. The big guy watched from the side, mentally noting. That is a skill honed through millions of practice swings over decades. With this skill, he has struck fear into every swordsman in the world. Finally, he unleashed his finishing move, Imperial Heavenly Demon Sword. After taking the full force of that blow, she collapsed to her knees on the ground, crying out in pain. After taking her down, Simon turned to the big guy and said, "The best swordsman in Japan. Ridiculous. It's been a long time since I've fought like this. Now, who's next?" He pointed the tip of his sword straight at him and continued, "Big guy, it's your turn." The big guy remained calm. The former apostle Simon was a great swordsman. If you hadn't hung up your sword for so long, you would have been a formidable opponent. But it's too late now. His words made Simon frown in confusion. What are you talking about? You're the one who's lost." A second later, Simon looked down at his stomach and saw a huge gash across it with blood pouring out. What is this? His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Since when? Impossible. This can't be happening. The big guy continued to speak. "What's wrong? Did you think you'd won, old man?" Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "That's hilarious. Look at that expression." "What's wrong?" Uncle Simon's eyes widened in surprise. "I definitely cut her. It's like I'm cursed by a demon. Could she be the embodiment of a demon?" At that moment, Simon's mind descended into chaos. "No, it's just a hallucination. What the hell? Since when?" It was then that he suddenly realized. An image of the demon sword spraying perfume flashed in his mind. That's it. That perfume. It was a hallucinogen. Simon looked up at the sky and muttered, "So many tricks. An illusion. Fine. This is just a small pebble on a wide road. Did you really think I wouldn't anticipate this?" Then he closed his eyes and frowned. "I have been cut down hundreds of thousands of times. If I can see the demon within you, then closing my eyes is all it takes to make things right." Once again, he stood motionless in the rain. "I've used this method a million times. Because for me, sight is meaningless." In an instant, he was face to face with the big guy. Simon used the same technique from before. Seeing this, the big guy couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Looking at it again, it's still a terrifying skill. The renowned Holy Sword of the Stars, Apostle Simon. It turns out he'd been trapped in an illusion this whole time. The real Simon was acting like a clown, swinging his sword wildly everywhere. How could he do something like this? He still hadn't realized it and was rambling like a madman. "Come here, you demon. Do you know who I am?" The demon sword couldn't help but laugh out loud. The old man's lost it. "Tisk, well, he probably can't hear me anyway. I'll teach you a lesson too. You know why they call me the demon sword." Her eyes filled with bloodlust continued. Literally. Then she raised her sword and lunged forward. Demon sword. "I am a demon that knows how to use a sword." The scene changes to the next morning at a school. A voice calls out, "Hey, listen. I want to ask you two something," Juna asked quietly while carrying a box. "What's wrong?" Go said, looking bored. "Is love supposed to be this painful?" Juna isn't replying to my messages. On the verge of tears, he held out his phone showing his chat with Juna. "Look, seeing this?" Someone shouted, "You sent that." Who the hell would reply? Go Hyung chimed in to deny it. "No," Juna was replying at first. He then showed everyone a different part of the conversation. "Read this," a friend said. "What? For real, teacher? Juna is such an angel. She even replies to messages from these guys." Then Go Hyung showed them a piece of paper. On it was a drawing of a woman with a sword and a man as large as a bear. "But yesterday, Juna sent me this picture, and after that, I haven't heard a thing from her." Go said teasingly, "What are we supposed to do with a woman's fragile heart?" Go Hyung joined in. "Sorry, I forgot you're still just a kid." Seeing that the two were ganging up on him, Juna rolled up his sleeves. "If you want to fight, just say it." Peter remained silent. He then walked away to make a call, ignoring the fact that the other three were about to throw down. "Hey Peter, where are you going? Don't just stand there, come save us. Can't we just sit down, have some tea, eat a cookie, and cool off?" "Sure, don't worry. I'll cool off after you guys are all dead." The person on the other end of the line spoke up. "Senior, what's wrong?" Peter asked. "Are you free?" The scene shifts to a cliff by the sea, where he gently placed a photograph on a cardboard box. Seeing this, Juwon asked curiously, "Senior, hey Mark King, why are you reacting like that?" She kept pressing, "Senior, what is it? Just answer me." But at that moment, Peter's expression darkened. He frowned, wondering to himself, why? Peter recalled the conversation he had with Simon that night. He had pleaded, "Please let me go with you, boss. Let me take care of all those bastards." Peter blamed himself. If only he had let him go. Next was the image of Simon waving goodbye before he left. "Feel free to contact me anytime, boss. Apostle Simon is always ready to help you. If anything happens, I'll fly right to your side." If only I had stayed by his side then. If he had then. Inside, the cardboard box, was Simon's arm with a message written on it addressed to him. This wouldn't have happened. Peter was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead, his whole body trembling. From a distance, someone was watching them. A familiar voice came through. "What's the status?" The man observing with binoculars replied, "Yes, reporting. The target has confirmed the gift." The person on the other end asked for confirmation. "Are you sure it's Peter?" He answered with certainty, "Yes, I'm sure. It's an old man, but he's not alone." The person on the other end asked, "You said he's not alone." The man turned his binoculars towards Juwon and Mark King. "He's with a woman, a dog, and a kid." Then suddenly realizing something was wrong, he blurted out, "Huh. Hearing this, the person on the other end asked, "What's wrong?" The man continued, "Where did the kid go?" But before he could finish his sentence, Peter snatched the phone from him from behind. "Give me the phone." The man's eyes widened in shock. What, he came all the way here from that distance in just a second? And how did he know I was here? Damn it. Fine. Peter raised the phone and asked, "Are you the new Simon of Glory?" It turns out the person on the other end of the line was the demon sword. She smiled, a slight curve on her lips, and said, "Am I speaking with Peter? I'm so moved." Peter asked bluntly. "Are you a demon?" He continued coldly. "Listen here, demon. I don't know how confident you are to pull a stunt like this." As he warned her, he started breaking the fingers of the man next to him. "But I hope you're prepared otherwise." Peter then applied more force, causing the man to scream in agony. "You." Peter's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he growled. "Will experience the greatest pain imaginable at the hands of a true demon." The scene shifts to a yacht speeding across the ocean. The sound comes from Peter's phone. "Is everything all right, Senior? You know where she is, right?" He replied without hesitation. "Of course. Isn't that the home of that witch?" The person on the other end sighed. "Are you really taking such a huge risk when you're already in a tough spot?" Jay, with a cookie in her mouth, typed on her keyboard and said, "I've scoured the 5 oceans and 6 continents, social security numbers, even the personal data of all the crew members on board. There's only one ship that hasn't published its detailed data." She continued in a low voice. "Its code name is the Ghost Ship. The one who kidnapped Senior Simon is on that ship." The person on the other end added, "How is she the owner of the ship? Who is she? It's all shrouded in mystery." However, before Juwon could finish, Peter cut her off. "The only thing I know for sure is their origin. If Korea has glory, then Japan has them. From the Kamakura shogunate to the present day, they are a group of assassins that have propped up Japan for 1,000 years. The demon sword style. The most famous legend about the demon sword involves the greatest yakuza in the Kanto region, the mass disappearance of the Jamatogumi gang. The incident took place at the grand 60th birthday party for their leader. 2,000 people gathered there were massacred, and the culprits were those two." Juwon rested his chin on his hand and said, "Everyone knows that story, old man. But why call it a disappearance? Wouldn't a massacre or genocide be more accurate?" The beefcake on the other end replied. "Exactly. 2 people against 2,000. Yet, at the site of such a massive battle, not a single body could be found. The Japanese police immediately issued a warrant for their arrest. But just as their name suggests, they vanished like ghosts. A few years went by, and now they've suddenly reappeared in South Korea, becoming the new apostles of glory." Juwon added, "If that's the case, are you someone who knows them so well, planning to attack that place all by yourself? That's pretty impressive, you know. Taking an arm from one of the senior apostles, and on the sea no less. If you go alone and something happens, no one will be there to save you." "Do you really not need my help?" Peter said in a low voice. "I don't care how dangerous it is. No matter how many enemies I have to fight or how many times I have to die, I'll hunt down every single one of them and make them pay for every drop of my brother's blood. Besides, I've already got my crew." His words made June exclaim in surprise. "What?" At the same time, another voice rang out. "Hey, what did you just say? Why do you look so cool?" Go and Go Hyung yelled displeased. "What the hell? And why the hell do we always have to dress like this? I want to be a bodyguard too." Peter replied calmly. "It's all the same job. That's why I told you guys not to come." The two of them continued to shout. "There you go again. You're always going off on your own," he said bluntly. "This isn't a joke," Peter warned. "You guys could actually die." But the two of them didn't seem to care at all. "I don't care, Go," Hyung said with a lollipop in his mouth. "To a true man, death is just the final medal." Suddenly, another voice came from behind Peter. "Peter, do you like this yacht?" Peter immediately greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Chairman." This elegant and sophisticated man was Jang Eun-jung, the chairman of the DA Corporation, the world's largest military corporation. Peter spoke with concern. "Chairman, it's getting cold. Why don't you go inside and get some rest?" Go and Go Hyung, standing behind them, demanded, "Mr. Chairman, we want to be bodyguards too. Do you think we became assassins for glory just to be janitors?" Noticing Jang Eun-jung wiping beads of sweat from his face with a handkerchief, they quietly asked, "Why do you seem so tense?" He replied that it was unavoidable. Smuggled drugs and weapons, priceless works of art that have vanished from the world, and even living people. That ship sells everything you could possibly imagine and desire. No matter how rich or powerful you are, you can't get on board without her permission. Peter bowed his head and said, "I owe you for this one, Chairman." Jang Eun-jung turned to look out at the sea and said, "There's no debt between us. It's over there." The ghost ship of the apostles. Peter's eyes turned as cold as ice as he thought to himself, "The demon sword. What kind of person am I? I'm actually excited to meet someone so cruel. To accurately assess you." The unofficial base of the Glory Society, the sanctuary of the ghost ship. A piercing shout rang out. "You get your boss over here now." A pot-bellied, arrogant man was yelling at a female employee. "You insolent brat, call your boss. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Just then, the figure of a woman approached. "Director, so this is where you were. Aren't you tired of calling for Im Hwan?" That woman was the demon sword. Following behind her was a large masked man, not a boss, but the owner of the ship. So, this was the true appearance of the two apostles. She approached and sat down next to the pot-bellied man, suggesting, "Why don't we go to my room for a more intimate chat?" He growled in refusal. "No. Have you forgotten who I am? I could ruin you with a single word. I am the CEO of the Dudu Sang Corporation." The demon sword moved closer to him, even propping her leg up in a seductive manner. "If you don't like my room, should we just get down to business right here?" The pot-bellied man was still furious and shouted, "What are you trying to do? Do you think I'm some simple man?" She caressed him and continued, "Do you like this?" Then the demon sword grabbed his face with both hands. "Since you're already drunk, I'll make you even more intoxicated." Suddenly, a second later, he froze. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably, throwing him into a panic. What the hell is happening?" The demon sword smirked as she watched the pot-bellied man fall to the floor. Her voice was full of sarcasm. "Oh my, look at you. I didn't mean anything by it. But, is this what you're into? Director, fine by me." She watched with delight as he writhed on the floor in agony. Everyone has their own tastes after all. Well, look at that. Then the demon sword, holding a glass of wine, gave a blunt order. "Throw him into the sea." The guard heard and acknowledged the command. "Understood." The demon sword turned and asked, "What do you think about Peter?" He asked back, "Do you think he'll come? This is the first auction since that call after all." "Ah," she said with a laugh, "after receiving such an interesting gift, he's bound to show up." The guard asked curiously, "If Peter really does come, what will you do?" A second later, she broke into a chilling, crazed smile and said, "Well, I'll have to meet him and kill that old man to collect the bounty, of course. Come and find me." The scene shifts to Go and Go-hyung, who are stunned and sweating bullets. What the hell is this? Before them was a scene filled with sparkling lights and thumping music, complete with a club and a swimming pool. This was clearly a super luxurious hotel. The world's upper crust were all gathered here. These people probably wiped their butts with money, right? The two exchanged a secretive glance. "Go, you ready?" "Of course, bro." The two enthusiastic young men started cleaning. Can't let a single speck of dust get in the way of the VIPs. A Western guest saw this and seemed pleased. "Okay, little boy." The two were still diligently cleaning when the guest suddenly called out to them, "Hey, come here." Hearing this, they both answered in unison. "Yes, my VIP." The man's face was all smiles, one hand giving a thumbs up, the other holding a wad of cash. "Take my money." "Good service, good." Go-Day took the wad of tip money and started counting. "Whoa. How much is this?" $100 is 100,000. One. A second later, their jaws dropped and their eyes went wide as they shouted in amazement. "That's 1,000,001. They began to fantasize about living it up, lying on a pile of money. "We made 1,000,001 just for mopping the floor once. At this rate, I could mop floors for the rest of my life. Are we about to get rich, bro?" They were so excited they rolled around on the floor. "We've struck it rich. We don't have to fight anymore." Just then, a loud voice boomed. "Attention, everyone. Welcome to the ghost ship. I extend to all of you my warmest greetings." The demon sword spoke, a glass of wine in her hand. "Before we begin the auction, I'd like to introduce today's special item. The impression that Simon left on a piece of paper. A woman with a sword and a man as large as a bear." Peter's face was ice cold as he confirmed it in his mind. "That's the fake Simon." The announcer then removed the red cloth. "The main item for today's auction is Botarok. To all of you, what do you think is the worst weapon in the world? Cannons, tanks, fighter jets, or nuclear missiles?" The demon sword asserted, "No. This tiny thing can kill hundreds of thousands of people in just 2 minutes. This is the biochemical weapon Botarok." Peter frowned, thinking to himself, "Am I supposed to defeat Simon with this thing? Doesn't seem likely." "Then how?" The guests below began to whisper. "What is that really? Botarok?" Botarok was developed by the Soviet Union, but it was supposedly scrapped for being too dangerous. "How did she get her hands on it?" The demon sword continued. "Smoother than a bullet, more painful than nuclear energy." An old man leaning on a cane cursed out loud. "Son of a bitch, I always wondered who stole it," he roared. "How dare you steal my Botarok?" This old man was Viktor Igorov, Russia's top arms dealer. Igorov furiously pointed and ordered, "Bring that bitch to me now." His massive subordinates acknowledged the order. Igorov's 2 men were immediately blocked by security. "You can't go any further." The guests below started to stir. "What's going on?" The 2 henchmen aggressively pushed the guards aside. "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." The 2 goons walked up to the demon sword and threatened her. "If you don't want to regret this, shut your mouth and come with us." But instead, she just hummed a little tune. "My hair is so silky smooth." Hearing this, one of the men let out a confused, "Huh." The demon sword glanced at him. "So smooth, you didn't even feel it." The man asked again, confused. "What?" In the blink of an eye, the 2 massive henchmen suddenly fell to the ground, clutching their faces and screaming in agony. Witnessing this, Peter couldn't help but be shocked. What's wrong with them?" The guests below also noticed and began to murmur. "What's happening? They were fine a second ago. Nobody did anything." He stared wide-eyed and blurted out, "Those people are melting." Peter remembered the guard who had touched their faces earlier. It was that guy. He pressed his hand on their faces. the demon sword's voice cut through. Due to a minor incident, the program will be temporarily suspended. My apologies. Allow me to continue. The auction for Potorok will begin tomorrow evening. The starting bid is $200 million. I wasn't going to announce this just yet, but I'll make a special reveal just for all of you here. In fact, there is one more item in this special auction. It's an item so incredible that no one could possibly imagine it. The guests below began to whisper amongst themselves again. Is it a weapon or a rare holy relic? This is so intriguing. Show it to us. What is it? You have to show us everything. Suddenly, the demon sword slowly raised a hand to her lips, signaling for silence. Ah, she spoke. Tomorrow I will announce the special item. Driven by curiosity, everyone continued to gossip. What could it be? Could it be even better than Potorok? I'm already getting excited. Meanwhile, Peter's heart was burning. Simon, where are you? The guard and the demon sword stood above observing the crowd. He spoke up. Peter is over there. The demon sword replied. Doesn't matter. Just wait. We'll find out tomorrow. Because if he doesn't, he'll never see his precious subordinate again. Chairman Yoon and Peter were walking down a hallway talking. Peter, this whole situation is so tense, it's making me hungry. Let's hurry to the banquet hall and have some wine. Understood, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Yoon turned to him with a warning. Ah, and you saw it too. We have to be extremely careful with that woman. Politicians, businessmen, and all the most powerful figures in the world, listen to her. She is the most ruthless person I have ever met. He continued. And the man beside her. Just then a voice rang out. Chairman Yoon, the demon sword walked over cheerfully. My, why is it so hard just to get a glimpse of your face? You didn't come when I invited you last time. Perhaps you have a thing for Potorok. The demon sword moved in close to Chairman Yoon and grabbed his tie. It's been a while, so let's have dinner together. I've already prepared it. Chairman Yoon forced a smile and declined. I'm sorry, but I was planning on skipping dinner tonight. The champagne was a bit too strong. Suddenly, her voice dropped. Chairman Yoon Unchan. Be careful what you say. Seeing her like this, he grew anxious. She's too dangerous. Suddenly, a hand pushed the demon sword away. The one who pushed her was none other than Peter. He said coldly, he will eat later. The chairman isn't feeling well today. Peter leaned in close to the demon sword and whispered, if you need someone, I can help you. The air between them suddenly became tense. After that, Peter escorted Chairman Yoon away from there. This way, Mr. Chairman. He left the demon sword behind, her expression absolutely terrifying. That kid is kind of cute. In that case, I'll have to show him who's in charge. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she acted. Wait, she called out. The demon sword strode forward, spraying perfume as she walked. Yes, I need a companion for dinner tonight. Go on a date with me. And when you arrive, it would be best if you've already taken off your belt. She stood close to Peter, grabbing his tie. My dinners tend to last a while. See, even you can't resist, can you? The demon sword leaned in closer, grabbing his tie, and expertly licked her lips as if she was about to enjoy a delicious meal. Peter frowned, looking at her. He mentally assessed her scent. He didn't know what this feeling was. Seeing his wide, dilated pupils, she made an assessment of her own. Men are all the same. The demon sword ran her hand up Peter's chest. It's strange. The moment they meet my eyes, they seem to lose all reason. They can't even turn away. She traced his lower lip with her thumb, looking as if she wanted to devour Peter right then and there. The demon sword asked him in a seductive, playful voice, isn't that right? The demon sword was still brimming with confidence when out of nowhere, a voice interrupted the demoness's next move. Master, are you here? Two janitors holding mops ran up in front of the demon sword. They looked incredibly excited and happy, blocking the way. Peter was still stunned, and though no one asked, these two clowns seemed perfectly fine, introducing themselves as if anyone was paying attention. The new cleaning staff has arrived. Big Dog and Doggo D. We will kill all. We'll eliminate all stains. Just call us. The two of them started bickering. Doggo, let me do it, you idiot. The master likes it this way better. Because they were so busy fighting over every little thing, they had no idea how shocked Peter still was behind them. He just stood there dumbfounded before finally snapping out of it. Seeing that she'd been interrupted, the demon sword sighed and gave up. She looked at him, her voice no longer having the same seductive tone as before, though a faint trace of it clearly remained. Sweetheart, you're very lucky, you know that. The demon sword gently brought her hand up, caressing the side of his face as lightly as a dragonfly skimming water, and then left with a look of regret. She ordered her guards, let's go. Watching her leave, Peter was lost in a jumble of confused thoughts. What just happened? It was as if I completely lost control of myself. How could she have done that in such a short amount of time? Meanwhile, the two Dak Gao brothers were still busily cleaning every nook and cranny of the ship. One of them called out, Master, I won't let a single speck of dust get in your way. The two of us brothers guarantee it. Demon Sword had been long gone, but Peter was still standing there observing. He thought to himself. Just as expected, the two Dog Gao brothers were still cleaning diligently. The older brother Dog Gao and Dog Ga Di were scrubbing hard, chatting as they worked. Did you hear that? The master just gave us $1,000. We're going to pamper him down to every last armpit hair. Clean his toenails. Of course, he asked and answered himself enthusiastically. If you wish it, sir, we will serve you immediately. I will gently clean the noble spaces between your toes. Clean, clean, there we go. Peter stood there, looking at them like they were a couple of idiots. He definitely couldn't understand what was so captivating about this cleaning job that had them in such a frenzy. The scene shifts to a luxurious bathroom. The demon sword was relaxing in the tub, while the guard stood watch behind a pillar, completely naked. The demon sword in the warm water suddenly called out, "Aren't you curious? He must be quite passionate." Her hand toyed with the long rose petals floating on the water's surface. "What are you talking about?" The guard didn't understand, remaining steadfast in his position without turning around. "Just think about it," she said again. "Fighting against 100 Brazilian assassins, and then vaporizing that apostle Nathaniel. Right, only someone with an intense passion for power could do something like that. Could a 70-year-old man on the verge of death really pull that off? His opponent was an apostle at 100% of his power after all. Is that really? Peter the guard voiced his thoughts after hearing her list the details. What do you mean? She asked, and he added more. This is different from the St. Ton Hospital incident. Even when tracing the POTA system outside the ship, the possibility of winning through deception comes to mind. The demon sword stated with certainty, but that old man is not on this ship. The guard brought up another possibility. Or, someone is impersonating Peter. The demon sword just laughed. Then we have to ask the opposite. Who is it, and why would he use Peter's name to do so many things for the organization? How could we possibly know? The guard replied. The demon sword playfully splashed the water. Oh, have you forgotten? We have that. He fell silent, lost in thought for a moment, then asked the demon sword again. Does he get under your skin? As if afraid she wouldn't understand, he added. That man, I mean. The demon sword, stroking her drenched hair, gave a half smile. You're funny. How do you know it's a man and not a woman? I just want to see the face, that's all. She asked him. Hey, why so serious all of a sudden? But then a thought occurred to her. Are you afraid that I might find someone else? She asked suspiciously. The guard remained silent, not answering her, letting her interpret it according to her own emotions. After a few seconds of silence, he blurted out of nowhere. It's nothing. A massive, ultra-luxurious yacht sailed on the sea at sunset. Peter, disguised as a server, was pushing a cart down the hallway. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, but his mind was on a day he spent with Simon. That day, Simon had been excited. Even so, I'm glad. Peter, confused, asked, What do you mean by that? Simon was a bit emotional. Right, did you think I had another family? Even though we don't share the same blood, you're the only family I have, big bro. Even if one of us has to end up in a coffin, I'll be the first to go. Even if we have to take a memorial photo, I'll be the one in it first. Perhaps Simon truly valued Peter. He valued him so much that he was willing to sacrifice himself as a stepping stone for Peter, to move forward, willing to use himself to protect Peter. That day, the two were sitting together on a rock in the forest. Peter commented, You're not afraid to do anything, are you? Simon readily agreed. That's why I have no regrets. Hearing this, Peter finally understood his friend's true feelings and comforted him. I'm not going to die. I can't die until I've fulfilled my promise to you. So you need to cut back on the drinking and stay healthy too. Could Simon really believe those words? He feigned a startle. Look at you, big bro. You mean, that promise? How do you even remember that? Peter replied instantly. My memory is pretty top-notch. 23 years ago, you swore you'd quit smoking, but I can still see and smell the smoke on you now. You're right, I can never win against you, Simon conceded. Back in the present, Peter thought to himself, Simon, my brother, my family is your family too. That's why I'm willing to kill hundreds, thousands of people to bring you back. Recalling Simon's bright smile from that day, Peter was now incredibly determined to achieve his goal. At the moment he was listening to the play unfolding before him, the demon sword was acting as the MC very professionally, and a plan began to form in Peter's mind. Right now, the first auction is in full swing in the banquet hall, with every eye on this ship focused in that direction. Somehow I will find Simon, Peter thought as he walked, finally reaching a corner with the cart. Two black men were standing outside a room talking. Seeing him pass by, one asked, What's your business? Peter replied cheerfully. I'm with room service, sir. The men relaxed. Ah, okay, carry on. Peter began to push the cart forward again. Suddenly, a voice spoke in his ear, but it seems you don't know. There are no Asian male servers on this ship. The two African men approached Peter, even checking the cart, though it was empty. You two are nosy. Is this guy connected to the one the ship's owner is looking for? Couldn't be. Let's just take him in. His path blocked. Peter got angry and said something truly astonishing. The two African men didn't understand what he said and asked what, only to hear him ask back, Is it because I'm a pirate? Then very gently he continued pushing the service cart now, with an extra man stuffed inside. They're better prepared than I thought. The kitchen, the boiler room. I've scoured the entire ship but still haven't found a trace of Simon. In that case, there's only one place left. He had taken out all the black men in the area while remaining spotless himself. Peter adjusted his tie and turned, making a judgment. He must be there. Now then, let's begin. A pure white canvas, with a single black dot in the center. was placed on the stage. The MC Demon Sword raised her voice into the microphone, the guard always at her side. A painting from 1780. This is a masterpiece by the renowned Czech painter Monet M.Th. It was a wedding gift for Princess Ja, and the entire world knows it has been missing since the fire at the royal palace. As she spoke, everyone in the room gasped in amazement. My goodness, it's truly a treasure of humanity. The starting bid is $1 million, the Demon Sword announced crisply. 110, a Western lady immediately called out. 130, a black man countered. The Demon Sword asked again. Any other bidders, grazie mister? Pasari has raised the bid to 135. If no one else offers a higher price, I will close the bidding here. She shouted, Glory to Italy, Monet M.Th.'s masterpiece in the hands of the Pasari family for $135 million. And now for the highlight of today's event. The final auction item of the day is here. We've done our utmost to bring this little gem to you all. Two men pulled a red cloth off a giant safe. The attendees were very curious. Finally, the main event of this auction. With that size and security, could it be Marilyn Monroe's jewel collection? I heard the ship's owner has it now. Even Podarok and Monet Moth can't compare. So the Demon Sword on stage is acting all mysterious. Is it a Podarok or some kind of gemstone? This item cannot be compared to such trivial things. It's more precious than any gem, more expensive than a Podarok, and was once loved by God more than any other creation on this planet. Hey, what the hell could possibly exist in this world like that? The crowd didn't believe it and started murmuring. The Demon Sword just smiled. Well, you'll all find out soon enough. The one, acknowledged by all. She turned the dial on a large vault-like cabinet, a gift meant for just one person, as the box slowly began to open. And as for the main event of the day, everyone was deeply shocked when they saw what was inside. It was one of a kind. The last sword of the Glory Guild, a former apostle. The box opened completely, introducing Simon. Simon was shirtless, kneeling inside the box. One of his hands had been severed, but both arms were still chained to the top. The Demon Sword cheerfully continued her introduction. In his prime, he was considered the best swordsman in the world. And what was his title, I wonder? The Simon Holy Sword. The crowd began to buzz again. The Simon Holy Sword? Is that really the one we know? But isn't that just a corpse? From behind a curtain of long hair. Simon's eyes were indeed open, but they were lifeless. The Demon Sword gloated internally. What do you think, Peter? Are you watching? Does it make your blood boil? Her face couldn't hide a smile that wanted to split the whole room. I'm getting so worked up I could go crazy. Hurry up and show me. She was so excited she had to clutch her own head. So cunning. Fine. Even if you won't show your face, I can still find you easily enough. There are only two types of reactions for those who witnessed this scene. The entire audience was still in a panic. What the hell? Who brings a human body to an auction? Is that really the apostle? Simon the Demon Sword couldn't care less about them. She was only thinking about Peter's expression when he saw this. Surprise. Her eyes scanned the crowd, searching. Outrage. Protectiveness. She calmly searched for it. Because as she looked down at the massive crowd below, she smirked. The Demon Sword grinned, a smile so wide it looked like it would split her face. You must be absolutely furious. There was one face in the crowd showing bottomless anger. Found you. The stage where the Demon Sword stood was very high, and the crowd below was huge. A guard leaned over and asked, have you found him yet? The Demon Sword answered, yes, but you don't see him, do you? The guard was completely confused by her words. He's definitely over there. I'm sure of it. Her eyes remained wide open, scanning. Right in the middle of the hall. I can feel the killing intent coming from a gaze somewhere around here. Was I mistaken? No, that's impossible. Then what is it? Which bastard is it? It doesn't matter. She exhaled, then smiled confidently again. Let's see if you can hold back. The Demon Sword shouted once more. The auction for Simon will now begin. Place your bids, ladies and gentlemen. The starting price is $10 million. If you don't bid right now, the Simon Holy Sword will die right here. But can you really stand there and watch calmly? Bid quickly before he dies. Come on, everyone. Peter. He's going to die. Though she spoke to the crowd, her mind was only on Peter. Simon was the bait she had prepared just for him. Peter thought, grinding his teeth. I don't even have $10 million to make a bid. But if I bid here, it's like I'm announcing my presence. However, I can't use force here. There are too many eyes watching. Peter had to clench his fists tightly behind his back. He pursed his lips, looking up at the state of Simon, who was about to die and yet was being sold off like an item. How the hell am I supposed to get you out of here? Peter was racking his brain. How humiliating. The Demon Sword maliciously pushed down on Simon's kneeling head. An apostle of glory, once worth more than thousands of nuclear weapons. And now no one even gives you a second glance. For you? Being abandoned by him must hurt 100 million times more, don't you think? She grabbed him by the hair, yanking his head up, then turned back to the audience. Let's see. Does no one want to bid? Are you all being so picky because this is a defective product with a missing hand? As he watched, Peter's fists were about to break free from his control. The demon sword's hand was still tangled in Simon's hair. She continued, because this is a living creature, it spoils easily when kept at room temperature. If no one bids, it will be disposed of. In that case, I will count to 5 and kill this item. 5. 4. The spectators were horrified. 3. She leaned her face close to Simon's as if she wanted to bite him to death right there just to lure out Peter. The veins on Peter's forehead and neck were bulging. The demon sword's grip on Simon's hair tightened, pulling him back even harder. 1. Peter was about to step forward. 20 million. A voice rang out, just as the word 1 left her lips. The demon sword looked down expectantly. Peter was also stunned and turned to find the source of the voice. $20 million. The guest who made the bid raised his hand high. For the Dawn Corporation. He was standing right next to Peter. All in cash, Choi Un-trang stated plainly. The demon sword was shocked. That bastard. Choi Un-trang. Why? Because he hates me. He's the boss's closest partner. I don't know what to say. She forced a smile. We have 20 million. Are there any other bids? If not, we will end the auction here. For some reason, Choi Un-trang's hand was shaking. Peter noticed this. Choi Un-trang, the demon sword continued. Congratulations on winning this auction, Mr. Chairman. Everyone applauded him. But while Choi Un-trang smiled on the outside, he was sweating bullets. What are you hiding? It seemed the demon sword had also noticed something suspicious. After being purchased, Simon was treated and was now resting in a bed. Is that the person you were looking for? Peter Gu Choi Un-trang asked Peter. He followed the chairman out the door and replied, yes sir, but I'm worried that because of this, you'll be in danger, Mr. Chairman. Choi Un-trang simply said, don't be so hard on yourself. My family has worked with glory for generations, so it's only right that I do this. It's fine. Even if we tried another way, we couldn't have escaped Simon's trap. Peter knew it too. We were in a difficult situation. If you hadn't bid, he would have died. He glanced back at Simon on the bed one more time. But because you, the chairman, were the one to buy him, we won't be able to avoid suspicion. That's exactly what she wants. The two of them left the room. Choi Un-trang sat down, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face. Just being on this ship now is dangerous. Well, I'm well aware of that, but there's no way to get off this ship. There is a way, sir, Peter said from beside him. Peter, what do you mean? The chairman asked, looking up at him. Peter continued, I've prepared for situations just like this. We have the Joker. Peter stood alone outside the room guarding Simon. Then he saw some familiar faces approaching. Oh, you guys are here. It was the DG brothers. They were dressed to the nines, acting all sophisticated to match their outfits. How dare you, a commoner, address me? Peter was at a loss. What's gotten into you two lately? The two came over and threw their arms around Peter's shoulders. Hey commoner, how long are you going to keep doing these menial jobs? You need to learn how to make money like me. You think being an assassin is enough to support you. Trust me on this. Follow me and I'll help you change your life. Peter ignored both of them. Didn't you guys work this hard to become an excellent assassin like Peter? His words brought the two old-timers back to reality. Man, how did we end up like this? The two brothers looked at the hair on their bodies and were startled. We must have lost our minds since we earned 15 million in 3 days. Then we went crazy. You can get rich as a janitor, but you can't become a master assassin. So what can we brothers do for you? Peter was serious. There's something very dangerous on this ship, and the only people who can solve this problem are you guys, the ones who just cleaned every single centimeter of this ship. So far, how much have you two cleaned? Doc G proudly answered. We've polished all the shoes of the VIP guests. Peter decided that was enough. It's time for your efforts to bear fruit. From now on, you will be assigned a mission equivalent to that of an A-rank assassin. That evening, the hallway was dimly lit. Peter was still keeping watch inside Simon's room, watching him struggle in his delirium. Peter was genuinely worried, then his thoughts drifted to the past. Big bro, have you ever thought about it? Back then, Peter was still wearing a school uniform. Simon sat cheerfully holding a wooden sword, hoping that this uniform was a real one that he could eat his mom's cooking and carry a bag to school, instead of holding guns and daggers in a sweat-drenched gym uniform like those other kids. The two of them looked down at the carefree bunch below each group of boys with their own stories. See if Bangun has won yet. The girls from Yosung School said they're going to the bakery. Simon was very hopeful. It would be amazing if we could go to school like those kids. What do you think? Peter shot down his idea. Nonsense. Why would we need to go to school? Simon laughed. I was just kidding. How could I dare hold a pen with these blood-stained hands? It seems the autumn air is making you sentimental. I'm not listening to you at all, big bro. Then Peter gave a different answer. Or would you prefer this? Simon was so surprised he looked up. You and I, we'll take in poor children with no parents, no home, with nothing but their thin, weak bodies. And we'll build a one-of-a-kind school, a place where you can happily go. Then I'll give you all the books you want. Like it, Peter smiled under the sun like he was making a promise. Big bro. Simon was completely caught off guard. Huh. Like what? Peter was also surprised that Simon rejected him so bluntly. Isn't that school enough for you? Well, then I'll buy the books myself, he said, then smiled proudly. Peter remembered that wanting to reach down and touch Simon's arm, which no longer had a hand to hold the wooden sword. Wake up. We still have to go to school. You promised me, remember? Peter leaned down and whispered to him. Come on, wake up. Untrang, standing outside, heard everything. Damn it. Damn it, I'm so pissed I could die. She walked away barefoot, her guard following closely behind. Wherever she went, the staff bowed to her. She just kept walking and cursing. Choi Un-Trong, that damn old man. I couldn't stand him from the very beginning. Antique vases and precious statues were smashed to pieces. The demon's sword couldn't stop screaming. How dare he? What connection does he have to the Saint Sword, Simon, that he dares to ruin my plan? You're hurt. Put on your shoes first. The guard was overly concerned for her kneeling with her shoe, and wanting to put it on for her, afraid she would step on the fragments she herself had broken. I'll kill him. The demon's sword was still lost in this thought. The guard couldn't even manage to put the shoe on her. I'll slit that bastard Choi Un-Trong's throat and hang him where everyone on this ship can see. The guard stood up and reminded her. That's the chairman of the Daehan group, ma'am. We can't do that without the boss's permission. He's one of the important links in the empire Glory is trying to build. The demon's sword slapped a nearby servant and spoke to her darling guard again. He's the leader of the two masters of this ship. The boss. Don't get confused. On this ship, I am the queen. I am the law. She gave an order to the gangsters. Release the children and send them to Choi Un-Trong. Tell them they have to kill Choi Un-Trong and the Saint Sword Simon. That way, Peter will have to come crawling out. The door was knocked on. Knock, knock. Un-Trong, sitting and reading a book, wondered, who is it? I'm not expecting any visitors. Peter, standing guard, said, it's probably room service, sir. I requested dinner. Please wait a moment, Mr. Chairman. The room outside was pitch black. Un-Trong put his book down and said to Peter, Peter, thank you so much. I don't know what you ordered, but let's eat together. Then he was disappointed. Is it only tea? Peter brought the tea tray in. I had to send it back, sir. The steak was a disaster. Un-Trong had to accept it. I see. It seems I've angered that woman, haven't I? I can't believe she'd tamper with the food. It's okay to skip a meal or two. But we have a patient in here. And you need to eat to keep up your strength too. Peter poured the tea and replied, I'm fine. I don't have much of an appetite right now. First, please have some tea and wait a moment. Peter bowed. Chamomile tea is very good for both physical and mental well-being, sir. I'll be back before the tea gets cold. Un-Trong said, all right, I'll wait for you. He went outside, closed the door, then opened the door to the room across the hall. Looks like the hygiene in here isn't very good, is it? He looked at the black guys who were all unconscious and gagged, scattered around the room. Even though no one was conscious, he talked to himself. You know something? Peter pulled out 2 small jars. 60 degrees is the perfect temperature to enjoy tea, but the tea here easily exceeds 75 degrees. This place is officially off my list of luxury cruise ships. Outside the room, it was the complete opposite. Many black men with guns had surrounded Peter. A guy with a buzz cut and a chipped tooth raised his gun to Peter's head. What did you say, you Asian punk? I don't think you understand your situation. The 10 men right in front of you are all armed. Yet you plan to fight with those jars of pepper. Are you crazy? Hand over that VIP client before. You guys are still so clueless. He didn't let the guy finish. He held up the 2 jars. Come on, I'll personally show you just how frightening a weapon a pepper shaker can be. The guy with the buzz cut sneered again. You're going to risk your life against 10 gunmen just to do your duty as a bodyguard. That confident are you, you Asian guy. The man thought there were 10 gunmen surrounding him. In this situation, he has no safe place to hide, no armed allies. So what are you going to do with that pepper shaker, you punk? Of course you can't do a damn thing. Overwhelming the opponent with sheer presence, this is a basic combat technique. But, what is this? What's with this kid? Seeing the man's fearful expression, Peter asked. You're this close and you still don't dare to shoot, he smirked. He can really see right through all of us. The black man realized it himself. What the hell is this guy doing? Peter was seen holding a pepper shaker in each hand, jumping from side to side so they couldn't get a clear shot. He added, if you only know how to use firearms one day, you're gonna run out of steam. You have to remember this. Sometimes a pepper shaker lid is tougher than a bullet. Peter charged forward like a warrior. Nonsense, is he really not afraid of getting shot? Even when attacked by surprise, the gap-toothed henchman didn't dare to shoot, his mind racing. He still rushed into the enemy encirclement. His attacks were flawless, without a single wasted motion, punching the temple and killing his opponent instantly. Is this guy even human? Hey pirate, the reason you can't pull the trigger is simple. The enemy is in the center, with guns pointed at him from both the front and the back. The men just cursed at each other. Damn it, just shoot. But I'm telling you to just shoot. And what if the enemy keeps moving constantly? Like this, you'll never be able to pull the trigger. Because the moment you fire, you'll hit one of your own allies in front of you. Now I'll show you. Seeing the 2 sides, about to shoot each other, he made his move. Just how terrifying a weapon a pepper shaker could be. Both shakers flew out at the same time. They exploded in the air, sending pepper dust flying everywhere. The men clutched their eyes in pain. I can't see anything. Stop shooting. We have to see him first. Seizing the opportunity, Peter rushed in, grabbing each man by the head. It's this bastard. Peter used the pepper shakers to beat one guy after another all in a flash. It's a shame instead of using firearms, if you were skilled enough to use melee weapons as well, you might have lived a few seconds longer. Unfortunately for you guys, he ran off, leaving the corpses of the pathetic pirates behind. A panicked crewman reported to Demon Sword. We have a huge problem, Shipmaster. Just now, all the men sent to Choi Un-Trang's location. Demon Sword was still lounging on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, have been completely wiped out. After hearing that, she couldn't relax anymore. The men I sent to Choi Un-Trang were all elites I picked from Somalia, and now they're all dead. There was only one guy on their side. The man continued. Demon Sword flicked her cigarette into an ashtray that another man was kneeling to hold up with both hands. She made a judgment. That old geezer is hiding like a little mouse. He's plotting something behind Choi Un-Trang's back. Shipmaster, the messenger in the restaurant stammered, right now. Whatever it is, spit it out. She had no patience. Peter has appeared, sir. Isn't the restaurant in Choi Un-Trang's room? At the moment, yes, that's right. Immediately similar reports came in over the radio. Shipmaster, can you hear me? Peter has appeared near the swimming pool. Can you hear me? Peter has appeared in the control room. A few more men shouted. Shipmaster, Peter is in the casino. He's in the engine room. That Peter guy. Peter has appeared in the East Wing lobby. Report to the Shipmaster quickly. It was a flood of information all at once. She took another drag from her cigarette to think. Peter appeared in the control room, the casino, and the swimming pool. All at the same time. What is this? What the hell are you trying to do, Peter? She finally gave an order. You all go find out what he's thinking right now, hurry. Brawls were breaking out everywhere on the cruise ship, by the pool, at the food stalls and the lounges. Knives, guns, and blood were everywhere. Tourists were being attacked for no reason. Go find him, Demon Sword screamed. Those lunatics are messing with me. Find them for me right now. Her men of course had to obey. Yes, ma'am. Looking down from above, two people were commenting. Good, very good. Everyone is running so well, they'll never figure it out right, that this whole earthquake is our grand plan. Doc Gao was overly confident in their little game. He remembered what Peter had taught them. I ask you, what is a VIP to you? The two of them gave a terrible answer. It's a handsome person like me. It's someone who wants privacy, like Leto. Peter knew they'd be like this, and calmly got to the point. Anyway, the VIP guests are in a crisis. The Doc Gao brothers panicked. What but why we still need to make money, Peter then clarified. Remember, yesterday, that woman's subordinate killed two of a VIP's bodyguards. That VIP was dragged away, and his whereabouts are still unknown. That woman is planning to massacre all the VIP guests on this ship. What? The two brothers wished they were deaf. Kill all of our precious VIP guests. How could she do that? Peter was serious. That's why I need you. It's time for your efforts to bear fruit. He even put his hands on their shoulders to motivate them. From now on, you will be assigned a mission equivalent to an A-rank assassin. The two brothers were of course very excited, and responded immediately. What do we have to do? Peter explained. Listen carefully. Because you handle room cleaning, you can move freely around the ship. Continue cleaning as usual, and from now on spread a rumor on this ship. A rumor. Are we hearing this right? But Peter didn't let them overthink it, stating it plainly. The two began their plan, returning to their jobs as cleaners. One, Doc Gao whispered into the other's ear. Hey, Doc Gao, have you heard? Yeah. The ship's owner is planning to kill all the VIPs. This was said intentionally loudly. A few tourists walking by overheard and took notice. They pretended to be careless with their sweeping, just talking as if they had to tell the guests right away. Bro, forget it. If we get caught, we'll be the ones in trouble. The guests who heard were terrified. An order was given. Hamiya, bring all the bodyguards here. Now the two of them wondered to each other, but why do we just need to spread a rumor? You're so dense. Peter already told us to wait. Peter looked at his wristwatch. His gun was already locked and loaded. Until I give the signal. He raised his gun and fired at the ceiling. The passengers who heard the shot started to panic. What was that? Hey, was that a gunshot? It was a gun. The rumor is true. They scattered in a panic. We're all gonna die. There's the signal. Doc Go remembered what Peter said at that time. Got it. As soon as you hear the gunshot, your most important mission for those of you who received my signal is to let everyone know that Peter has come to the rescue. The two brothers immediately shouted. An old Asian man was fighting with the crew members. After firing the shot, Peter wasn't sure what to do next. The servant reported again, Captain, the situation outside isn't looking too good. Some people are saying that Peter has appeared, and someone also predicted that the captain is planning to kill the VIP guests. I've tried to control the situation, but the VIP guests don't trust us. We have to do something before the situation gets worse. As soon as he finished that sentence, she grabbed the ashtray and smashed it in his face. Peter, she screamed, crazily pinning him to the floor and beating him senseless. With every blow she yelled, Peter, 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 he was just a walking corpse. That filthy rat. Blood from the guy's face splattered non-stop. How dare he? On my ship, how dare he? She was about to smash his head in. I'll kill you. The heavy cracked porcelain chicken covered in blood was thrown and rolled to the guard's feet. I'll kill you. The sword fiend was still holding half of the ashtray, ready to strike the final blow. You came up behind her. I'll capture him. Please give me that task. I'll be sure to bring him before you. The sword fiend, covered in blood, smirked. Really? The sword fiend stood up, dusting the blood off herself, even though she knew it wouldn't come off. Honey, you don't need to go out there. Rats belong in the sewers, right? If you reach down there to find it, you won't accomplish anything. It'll just run to another sewer to hide. I was just trying to say. Before the guard could finish, the sword fiend clung to him. I know a way. I can do it even better. You know what I can do. All you have to do is trust me and listen to me, okay? I promise, I guarantee you will finish this. I'll do a great job. Now I just need this. She smashed the glass case. I said rats have to live in the sewers, right? So what do you do in that case? You have to disinfect it. The sword fiend pulled out a suspicious-looking canister of gas. Just one of these canisters is enough to send 200,000 people to hell. She hugged the canister and licked it. Poisonous smoke poured out of the door, released from the vents in every cabin. Every room was now filled with the poisonous smoke. Peter's eyes widened. Sword fiend. I can't believe that Psycho would use Podarok. All the passengers who inhaled the gas clutched their throats, blood streaming from their noses and mouths. He ran towards the areas the gas hadn't reached yet. No, if you don't know what it is and inhale that smoke, death will come in just a few minutes. By the time I get to the control room, everyone on this ship from the bottom of the hold to the deck will be dead. I don't have time. If this keeps up, it'll reach the civilians. This woman is planning to kill all the VIP guests here, even the people who trusted me and boarded this ship. They'll all die. But Peter was all too familiar with this game. Sword fiend, you may not know this, but I've been through this situation countless times. Meanwhile, at the auction hall, Podarok, just a few drops can send hundreds of thousands to their eternal rest. The worst invention of the old Soviet regime. Such a terrifying weapon was being used on this ship. Bear observed the symptoms. Jet black hair suddenly turned white, eyes slowly became bloodshot, and death by vomiting blood. Those are the symptoms of Podarok poisoning. But to him, that was absolutely not the reason why Podarok was an auction item today, he thought to himself. However, the reason Podarok is so terrifying isn't because of its destructive power. What happens next is the real horror. The passengers on the ship were panicking. Run, the poison gas is coming. Thousands of passengers scrambled to escape. In contrast to the chaos outside, Peter was sitting in a corner observing everything. He thought to himself, a chaotic crowd, the hallways, the casino, the lobby, the swimming pool. The gates of hell have opened everywhere on this ship. The people who are cornered have completely lost their minds. Peter told himself to save this panicked crowd. I need to find a way to get them to the deck. Right now, the fastest and safest option is an alarm bell or an emergency announcement. And then he realized something. But while searching this ship, I noticed one thing. There are no alarm bells or communication devices on this ghost ship, but I can't just shout and call out to every single person. Besides, there are people who are unconscious and have no idea what's happening. Peter remembered Simon, who was lying unconscious in bed. He realized the critical situation. He's in danger right now. His Simon was on this ship too. Peter ran against the flow of people, his mind a tangled mess of thoughts about Simon. Damn it. This is bad. The way back to my room is blocked. I can't get through this crowd. What should I do? Wait, don't push me. Amid the chaotic sounds, Peter heard a voice that made him freeze in his tracks. He stopped running. He called out, Mr. Chairman Untrang was carrying Simon on his back. Hearing his voice, the chairman's relieved reply put him at ease. Peter, he was glad to see him too. Peter reached out, offering to help with Simon. Let me carry him, sir. Chairman, please evacuate to a safe place. The chairman didn't hand Simon over, nor did he rush to safety. Untrang simply asked him, Peter, do you know how my corporation became #1 in the world? Whether it's technology or manpower, once you have it in your hands, you never let it go. That is our business principle. The chairman stated the principle of his corporation to let him know the fight wasn't over. So leave him to me. Peter, you go do what you need to do. Even though he was drenched in sweat, he gave Peter a reassuring smile. Mr. Chairman, he fell silent. Life is sometimes truly incredible. So much time had passed. But seeing the child from back then now grown up in the blink of an eye, Peter remembered when he used to pat Untrang's head, but now that child was able to protect him. Then I'll leave him to you, sir. I'll be back soon. Peter trusted Untrang. He would remember this debt. Peter, wait. That way, that way. Untrang couldn't believe it. That's where the poison gas is coming from. Come back. Why are you trying to run back there? What the hell is he trying to do? Untrang watched Peter completely baffled. He covered his nose and mouth with a handkerchief and immediately jumped down the stairs instead of taking them step by step. Untrang observed this man. He didn't hesitate for even a second. But what could a young man possibly do in a place like that all by himself? My mind tells me I should stop him, but even without knowing his plan, I hope he can do the impossible. That he'll achieve his goal just like that person back then. A young Untrang used to follow closely behind Peter. Peter. It feels like I'm relying on him again. The record player was still spinning, but the men in the bar were on the verge of suffocating. Saved, now it's time to party. Someone was still casually pouring a drink into a glass. Because we've won. The guard replied grimly. Yeah, everyone knew who that someone was. Peter, along with our beloved VIP guests and the Stella sword. He must be running around like a headless chicken, right? Or maybe their bones have already rotted away. The sword fiend arrogantly shook her drink. Our boss. I wonder if he'll even be able to identify that old man's body. The hanging lamp on the ceiling was suddenly thrown upwards, causing both the sword fiend and the guard to lose their balance. Objects started to fall and shatter. The ship suddenly tilted. What the hell was that? Demon Sword didn't understand. She screamed loudly. What is happening on my ship? Outside, huge waves rocked the boat. 5 minutes earlier, a nimble hand typed on a computer keyboard. The computer system beeped, continuously activating administrator privileges, disabling the autopilot, and accessing the Area 1 ballast water tank. The captain had truly been knocked into next week. Do you want to open the water tank? Large ships have something called a ballast water tank. The ballast water tank on a ship is used to adjust the load and stability of the vessel by changing the weight of the water in the tank. Water is pumped into or discharged from the ballast tank to change the weight and draft of the ship during operation. The reason the ship can float so stably on the water is thanks to the huge water tank that is always kept full to keep the boat balanced. Therefore, if you discharge the water in the tank on one side, the ship will suddenly lose its balance and be forced to tilt to one side. Peter was the one who did this. He calculated that the ghost ship had no alarm bells or communication devices at all. When the terrified crowd is fleeing, whether it's an alarm bell, an announcement, or screams, they can't hear anything clearly. The one warning they will definitely hear is run upwards or you'll die. Confirmed manual command to open ballast water tank in Area 1 has been entered. From that, the ship began to tilt and shake violently. They immediately revealed their survival instincts. The passengers screamed, "The ship is tilting. Get upstairs, hurry up." They tried to run, but objects falling and breaking everywhere didn't stop. What the guards spotted, a strange object trying to ram into the glass door. What the hell is that? Block it. They had just put their hands out to hold the door when it was smashed open. The two black guys were sent flying and a foot quietly stepped inside. Although you were crushed by my fist. While everyone runs upstairs, that terrifying poison gas being heavier than air will sink downwards. Thanks to that, I can buy some time until the ship regains its balance. I will defeat Demon Sword. Peter opened a door that led somewhere. Back on the upper deck of the ship, Untrang had managed to carry Simon up, and someone was guiding them. Over here, everyone gather over here. A Western man standing in front of the door shouted loudly. This way, if we go through this door we'll get to the deck. Over here everyone, we can go together now. He turned and started to run. Come on, but instantly he was pierced through the door by a round-tipped object stabbing him right under his arm. The door opened to reveal two black men holding guns. The Westerner collapsed, having been shot right in front of everyone. The crew member had killed him. But at this moment, no one's life was more important than their own. They trampled over his body, banging on the door relentlessly. Damn it, they've closed the door. Is there no other way out, idiot? If there was, I would have been the first one out. The poison gas has blocked the other paths. That gas is spreading this way. I'll give you everything I have. Please open the door. Please open the door. No matter how much the passengers screamed, the two crewmen blocked the door from behind, laughing. I never liked these rich snobs from the start. Now they know in the face of death, everyone is equal. But you're up against a tough opponent. The door, that is. The assassin from the Glory Guild, Doc GD, rank number 334, with the special ability of super strength, had come to the rescue. He sent the door flying with a single punch. The tourists who witnessed it were left with their jaws agape in amazement. They cheered with joy. The Doc Go brothers, being praised, were very pleased with themselves. We're saved. The janitor brothers saved us. You guys are amazing. Demon Sword, standing on the highest floor, had seen it all. Her eyes narrowed viciously. Another crewman burst through a door to report. Mistress, I think you should go to the auction room right now. It seems Peter is there. Demon Sword was silent for a moment, then asked him, That old man is in the auction room. If he wants to die that badly, then I'll have to go meet him. I'll go there and kill him with my own two hands. She said this while walking, even taking off her clothes. Demon Sword had changed from her dress into a more comfortable outfit. She went to a large display of perfumes with many types to choose from. Which scent suits this atmosphere? I wonder. I want a special fragrance, one that mesmerizes you the moment you smell it. This one won't do. This one is too sweet. How about this one? Holy Sword of the Stars. One whiff, and you're entranced. The moment you inhale it, you'll see the most terrifying nightmare of your life. No. Will this one even work? As she kept trying to choose, the guard, standing beside her, got a little worried. The two of them stepped over the bodies of the crew members to find Peter. I'm looking forward to your arrival. What will that old man dream of with this? It doesn't really matter who it is. He won't be able to escape this. In one hand she held a katana, and in the other, unable to choose, she grabbed a whole bag of perfumes. Peter was already standing on the auction stage waiting. Demon Sword and her guard arrived without a problem. She was already smiling. I knew it. Peter has a connection to Choi Un-Trang. But then she frowned. Why are you here, and not Peter? She saw Peter standing alone holding a mic, and was extremely disappointed. He just stood there silently, looking down at her. Demon Sword grew impatient. Hey, aren't you going to answer me? Where's Peter? You shameless punk. When an adult asks you a question, you should answer. Annoyed, she was about to draw her sword, but he continued to taunt her, speaking into the mic. Hello. We will now begin the final auction of the ghost ship. Today's item is a new apostle handpicked by the new master of the Glory Guild. Ah, no, I mean that group of fakers who dare to call themselves apostles. One of the 11 fakes, Demon Sword. You son of a... Get down here right now. She cursed at the taunt, but then had to force a smile. Peter continued. Her other name is Japan's greatest swordsman, the Demon Sword-style swordswoman. Soon she'll just become the rusty sword of the Glory Guild. The starting bid will be 101. You little brat, Demon Sword, drew her sword, but her guard immediately grabbed her to hold her back. 101. Do I have any bids? Peter babbled on relentlessly. The guard was also extremely annoyed, glaring at him the whole time. Well then, 50G, 30W. I can't go any lower. 2010. No one's bidding. Isn't that just so sad? But don't get too bitter about it, Demon Sword. How much is your life worth? I'll answer that for you. Don't get angry now. Otherwise, that hot-headed girl will fly into a rage, that brain-dead bastard. But hearing his voice become less mocking, she stopped. First, I want to ask you something. That night, the day Simon was slashed across the stomach with a very deep cut, Peter didn't let up with his taunts. Do you really think you defeated the Simon Holy Sword? He drew his sword. You are far, far from being able to do that. Today, I will show you. Seeing his movements, the Demon Sword and the guard were stunned. So, this is the ultimate Simon style that changed the world, she smirked. It was ridiculous. Who could you possibly deceive looking like that? He widened his eyes and thought. That's right, no matter how you look at it, this guy is just a kid, on the verge of adulthood. Of course, someone like him could never imitate the Simon technique. But the guard panicked as if he'd just seen a reflection of Simon. Why am I seeing that vortex? He frowned slightly, his expression changing drastically. Damn it, this guy. A sense of unease spread through his body. It was like a cold electric current running down the guard's spine. Truly dangerous. He stepped forward, lowering his voice respectfully. My lady, I'll go up there first. You've worked so hard these past few days. Please get some rest. The Demon Sword replied coldly. No. The guard froze, momentarily confused. Yes, ma'am. Her voice was low and firm. In that very moment, a ferocious killing intent erupted from the Demon Sword. A murderer. Those eyes. He was horrified, his gaze filled with shock. Should I stop her? No. I can't. Not with those eyes. Her eyes darkened chillingly as she tightened her grip on her sword. I will show you exactly how your head is going to fly from your neck. It was the same look she had when she slaughtered 2,000 people back then. The horrific memories of that night, a story no one else knew, came flooding back. The Demon Sword Sect, the most powerful guild of assassins, had existed for 1,000 years, but they were betrayed by Damuza. I never thought it would be completely wiped out in a single night. The Demon Sword gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. The young mistress swore she would have her revenge. From that day forward, she endured the pain and threw herself into training. Then came the day. He casually poured wine into a crystal glass, his wicked eyes scanning over everyone in the room, which was thick with killing intent. Those old geezers always said you kill so fast your victims die unconsciously, without even realizing their throats have been slit. As if they were cut down by a ghost. That's why they call you the Demon Sword, isn't it? But then, he tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the Demon Sword's followers. How long do you plan on clinging to that outdated sword style? In today's world, shouldn't you adapt? His finger tightened on the trigger. I don't know how fast that sword of yours is, but his eyes gleamed with madness as he raised his gun. Is it faster than this bullet? A sarcastic laugh echoed. Oh, little lady. You're the sole daughter of the Demon Sword sect, aren't you? I recognized you immediately. You look exactly like your mother. Anyway, come over here and sit down. His voice dropped, becoming murky like mud, the whites of his eyes showing. Let's see if you're like that bitch in other ways too. Her face darkened with rage. That filthy old bastard. He spoke in a low, contemptuous tone, his eyes narrowing. You earned the name Demon Sword with just a single slash. Is that it? The Demon Sword replied calmly. Who said it was just a single slash? He ground his teeth. What do you mean by that? Who do you think you're trying to impress, little girl, if you're that eager to die? He growled, raising his gun and aiming it straight at the girl known as the Demon Sword. I'll send you to heaven to be with your mother. The deafening crack of a gunshot ripped through the air, but she was already gone. He panicked. She's gone. He staggered back, his face pale, and stammered. No, that's not important. How? How the hell? Am I covered in blood, and looking at myself like this? As his confusion mounted, a cold voice rang out. I already told you. The Demon Sword suddenly appeared behind him, her blade grazing his neck. You will die unconsciously, without even realizing your throat has been slit. Her eyes burned with hatred and rage. That day, with those very eyes, she had annihilated 2,000 Yakuza from the Yamatogumi clan. 2,000 corpses lay scattered about, all thanks to that outdated sword style. Back in the present, the demon sword casually rested her sword on the ground and took off her shoes. Should I slash you to death or peel your skin off? How do you want to die? Go ahead and tell me. I'll consider it. The thoughtful man pondered. Why is she taking her shoes off? To reduce her weight, Peter frowned. The power of the demon sword lies in its speed. Did she really become an apostle with speed alone? She gave an arrogant, cold-eyed smile. You little brat. No need to think so hard about it. You're going to die either way. Demon sword. A title only granted to the most exceptional member who will lead the next generation of the clan. The demon sword licked her lips, her gaze like a wild beast about to pounce on its prey. You should start getting scared now. I'm about to show you the true weapon of the demon sword. Something I couldn't use before. Her entire body began to be shrouded in a thick, dark aura for the Simon blade to see. And in that instant, the demon sword vanished. By the time you see it, it's already too late. She disappeared right before my eyes. He was momentarily confused. Bare feet create friction, so it's easy to slip. But is this even possible? Her speed was so terrifying it couldn't be tracked by the naked eye. Her body seemed to break apart into long, blurry streaks. She zipped around the battlefield, forcing Peter to his knees as he struggled to block her blade. A speed so fast it was impossible to follow. And that brooding man, so strong. Far too strong. The demon sword let out a wicked laugh. What's the matter? Is that what you're thinking? Men like you always have this delusion that anything fast must be weak. She vanished again. That's a very bad thought to have, sweetie. After images of the demon sword surrounded Peter like a rising tide, each figure attacking from a different angle, as sharp sword energy cut through the air like blades of wind. You're no different. He was suddenly startled. Now I get it. He swung his sword, slashing through empty space, but she spoke arrogantly. I'm not even there. That brooding man. This woman didn't take off her shoes to reduce her body weight. The demon sword charged straight at him like a blood-soaked hurricane. On her bare feet, the tips of her toes glinted with sharp metal shards. She's using the steps of the demon god. Peter was still trying to block the relentless barrage of attacks. This technique allows her speed to skyrocket, launching her with a force dozens of times her own body weight. Two powerful sources of spiritual energy were clashing. The guard watched from the side. I was worried for nothing, he thought. This guy isn't reacting immediately. Ahead of him, the demon sword moved with fluid agility, launching a flurry of attacks. My lady moves so nimbly and vanishes right after striking. It's incredibly hard to find an opening to counterattack. His expression was grim. But what is this? The guard saw him retreating before her power. He's clearly on the defensive, so why does that person? Peter's expression was completely unbothered, his eyes sharp. He didn't look like he was about to lose at all. The demon sword, enraged, rushed forward. Hey, you said you were going to show me the ultimate Simon, she yelled, swinging her sword down. So, when the hell are you going to stop holding back? He stood silently, calculating his movements so fast he was just a blur. Peter tightened his grip on his sword. It was as if he were looking at clones of himself fighting against dozens of opponents at once. He was stunned. This guy. It's obvious he can't even block her attacks. So why hasn't the fight ended? The guard watched in confusion. I can see my lady's attacks, and the battle just keeps repeating itself. He froze. Wait, he can see it. The guard squinted, looking closer. He sees my lady's attacks. He stood there, utterly dumbfounded, his mind in turmoil. If that guy can see her movements but can't counterattack, doesn't that mean something is wrong? In that instant, the guard quickly put his arm out to block her. Mistress, please stop. Something's definitely strange here. Let me handle it from now on. The demon sword immediately frowned. Hey, she kicked him hard, forcing him back. Her eyes filled with fury. I told you. A cold voice rang out not to touch me, he said, contemptuously, having trouble breathing. Are you sure you can beat me all by yourself? Now would be a good time to go get help, Bo said, in a provocative tone. You brat, what you just said is unbelievable. The demon sword is fast, I'll give you that, but she's nothing compared to the Starwheel Holy Sword I've seen. He smirked. Have you ever heard this one? Your sword. No, the demon sword compared to the Starwheel Holy Sword. His voice rang out, making her face turn pale. That awe is nothing but a cheap imitation. The demon sword was furious. You. She charged forward at a terrifying speed. I'll rip your mouth to shreds. First, the demon sword roared. Come on, let's see you dodge this. The guard charged forward. Wait. Peter's eyes were cold. In any case, a little bug, like you can't even touch me. There are many truly strong people out there, a voice said. What do you mean by that? He laughed. You know, once you get out into the world, you'll realize you're just a frog in a well or something like that. Peter's voice was low. One day I'll be as strong as you and become the world's greatest swordsman. He laughed heartily. I know you will. Right, the sunset that day was beautiful. Simon, you're strong enough now because you have something that no one else has. The look in Peter's eyes changed. You're dead. She frowned, her face paling. He dashed forward with terrifying speed. Peter was filled with resolve. The demon sword's eyes widened in shock. The two turned their heads as he spoke in a low voice. "Aren't you curious how I was able to block all of your attacks?" He continued in a low voice. "You launch yourself from the ground into the air, allowing you to fly at me with extraordinary speed and power." She stood with her back to him. "You're very strong." Peter spoke, making the demon sword turn her head, but in doing so, she revealed a fatal weakness. He continued softly, "You always have to launch from a certain point, and when you take that step forward, you reveal your line of attack." His deep voice echoed, "Thanks to that, all I have to do is block with my sword in that direction." The guard watched in horror as the demon sword lost an arm and collapsed helplessly. That was the style of the Starwheel Holy Sword. A scream of agony tore through the air, filled with hatred and despair. "No. No, no." He rushed forward to catch the demon sword as she fell to her knees. "Mistress, are you all right? That thing." Tears streamed down her face. She grabbed the guard's collar, her whole body trembling as if with a fever, and shrieked frantically, "Detonate it! Make it explode now!" Her screams echoed. "Perfume," Peter said coldly. "You're faster and stronger than I thought. I suppose that's why you were so confident. But the Starwheel Holy Sword isn't like that," he added nonchalantly. "Put another way, he is not someone you can afford to underestimate." The demon's sword was enraged. "I will definitely kill you." She looked at Peter with pure hatred. "I will kill you." A strange scent made him cover his mouth. The seductive demon sword stepped forward just like before. Her voice rang out, leaving Peter stunned. "Hey, don't bother with those cheap tricks," she sneered. "You're going to die anyway." He frowned. "Peter, tell him to hurry up. I can't wait any longer." He stood defiantly. Not even Peter could stop this. She laughed scornfully. "How funny. Are you trembling?" He swung his sword frantically. "No matter how cool you try to act, it's useless. In the end, both you and that Starwheel Holy Sword are helpless against this perfume." Bo was still trembling. The demon sword spoke arrogantly. "What do you plan to do? Break through the wall and jump into the sea?" "That won't work, sweetie. There's nothing you can do." His eyes darkened. "Even if Peter were here, standing right in front of me." The demon sword shamelessly licked her lips. He would still be entranced by this intoxicating scent. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. "What the?" Peter was hidden within the thick purple fragrance. He tightened his grip on his sword. Inside the mist, Peter slowly untied his necktie and wrapped it tightly around his sword's hilt. The guard was utterly bewildered. Didn't he just tremble from the perfume's scent? So what kind of trick is he trying to pull with that sword? The demon sword gritted her teeth. "You're holding your breath, aren't you? Fine. Let's see." She charged at him, sword swinging wildly. "How long you can hold it?" He took a bottle of alcohol and poured it onto his sword. The hallucinogenic perfume had already filled the entire area. In other words, there's no escape. The demon sword roared. "You know that." Peter nonchalantly tossed the bottle aside. "I was waiting for you to use this perfume." He was bewildered. "Wait, no." The sword burst into flames. "To let you rely on that weapon you're so proud of. That hallucinogenic chemical." His eyes were sharp. Peter raised the flaming sword. "And to show you just how powerless you really are." The demon sword stood frozen in place, the guard completely stunned. "The hallucinogenic perfume is a flammable compound. In other words, a panicked inner voice screamed, 'It's highly flammable.'" He frowned. But when did he figure out the perfume's properties? The guard remembered the moment she got close. That's when he must have recognized the mistress's perfume. The demon sword gritted her teeth. "Damn it." Her eyes widened as she laughed maniacally. "So what? My perfume has already surrounded this entire place. Go ahead, try and burn it all with that tiny flame." The demon sword's eyes rolled back. "In the end, I know full well." Her gaze suddenly filled with shock. "How is that possible?" Peter's face grew cold. "That's why." He swung his sword, spreading the flames. "I'll burn this whole place to the ground." She panicked. "What the hell? Why would he do that?" The guard stood there, bewildered. "What the hell are you doing? I just realized." This guy was creating a smokescreen from the very beginning. A memory surfaced. Peter shattering the glass bottles. He didn't throw them to stop the mistress. The alcohol from the bottles spilled everywhere. His real intention was to pour alcohol all over the floor. The demon sword roared, her face contorting with rage. "You son of a bitch." She charged forward at a terrifying speed. He parried her strike powerfully. Both arms are crucial for maintaining balance. Peter observed grimly. She's not fully prepared to fight with only one hand. Watching the demon sword slash wildly, he could see her body slowly losing its balance. He held his ground. Not only her speed, but her strength has also decreased significantly. He looked at her frenzied face. Peter mused, "She's reached her limit." A crack of fury formed in the demon sword's eyes. Suddenly, the roaring stopped. He raised an eyebrow. Well, that's a surprise. But it was the guard from behind who struck a blow that froze her in place. Now, that was a smart choice. Peter looked at him, his eyes grave. If her blood pressure keeps rising, the demon sword had already collapsed. She'll bleed out and her life will be in danger. He stood defiantly. "So you're my next opponent." The guard gritted his teeth. "You made a huge mistake the moment you bent down to pick her up." The guard then dashed away. Peter stood still as the flames spread. He quickly scooped up the demon sword and ran. His eyes were dark. Are you planning on returning that thing? A memory flashed by as he spoke, cloaked in black. Yes, a cold voice rang out. Why? The guard's eyes darkened. When this is over, my master and I will go home. The man in black spoke in a low voice. Go home for real. He got up from his knees. How ridiculous, he said in a low tone. What will you do when you get back there? Do you want to revive the Demon Sword sect, or maybe create a new one? He stood still, his face cold. The man smirked, his arrogant voice echoing. It seems you won't even bother to open your mouth. The truth is, the Demon Sword sect has a lot of secrets. It's very, very interesting. Peter walked up the stairs. Everything was going according to plan, but there were still a few unresolved issues. He propped up his chin. The Demon Sword sect. I never thought this mess would be so complicated. Juan calmly typed on her computer. It's actually quite surprising. To become the Demon Sword at such a young age. She's killed hundreds, even thousands, all by herself. However, she looked at the screen, raising an eyebrow. How did she become Simon? Peter was bewildered. What do you mean? Juan rested her chin on her hand. You of all people should know best. A group of mysterious people appeared. The apostles are individuals selected by the Glory Society at the Glory Orphanage, who then become irreplaceable core agents. In fact, many countries value them more than nuclear weapons. He answered the phone and replied, then isn't that strange? Of course she's a talented swordswoman. She looked at the image of the demon sword on the screen. But for someone with that power to be an apostle, Juan said in a low voice, even after rechecking the relevant data, the demon sword's abilities are far inferior to the previous Simon. She raised an eyebrow. It's clear that Bastard wants to recruit new apostles, but these ones are all weaker than the former ones. It's just pointless. I don't believe it. Juan frowned. He must be hiding something else, but what could it be? Why would he recruit a woman like that to be the apostle? Simon Peter was slowly walking up. Auntie, I think. He opened the door. You were right. She began typing furiously. Juan grew excited. I found it. This is the most likely reason for the demon sword to become Simon. She was horrified. But wait, no way. Juan looked at the background image. What the hell did the demon sword sect do? He stood defiantly in the sea of fire. Peter mumbled, I keep wondering why. Why do you live? Like a meaningless shadow beside the demon sword, he said in a low voice. I don't know your circumstances, but you don't have to do this. Peter spoke up. Isn't that right? The voice rang out, making the guard's expression turn cold. The true apostle, Simon the Phantom, Simon Kago. Former member of Japan's largest assassin guild. The Demon Sword sect subordinate of the Demon Sword A-rank special ability. He frowned. Apostle, the guard said, in a low voice. There's a saying that's been ingrained in my subconscious since I was born. He spoke in a low tone. In this line of work, curiosity will get you killed. Peter smirked. That's a good one. He thought to himself. Anyway, besides the fact that this guy is a real apostle, I can't find out anything else about him. There's too little information out there. He lives as if he were a ghost. He panicked internally. It would have been better if he had as much information as the apostle Nathaniel. I don't know how I'm supposed to fight him in this situation. Peter faced the guard. But one thing is certain. This guy has just finished playing his role as a ghost, and now he's going to become a true assassin again. An explosion roared as the fire spread. So, he looked at the approaching guard. The pressure I'm under right now is immense. The guard frowned. You're not Choi Eun-chang's bodyguard, are you? What's your real identity? How are you connected to Peter? Peter sighed. Later. His eyes sharpened. What a curious person. The guard's eyes were also filled with determination. Just bring it on calmly. He smirked. But you know, don't you, Peter? Dashed forward. In this profession, curiosity will get you killed. The two charged at each other, neither giving an inch. Peter was hit and forced back. His face darkened as he thought, what is this? This guy is a complete mystery to me. Peter looked at the guard, worrying internally. He's practicing karate. No, karate doesn't have a stance like that. I've never seen that move before. He raised his hands defensively, speculating, is he trying to hide his cards, or does the Demon Sword sect have a secret that I don't know about? No, I don't think so. Peter stared at the guard, secretly pleased. There are too many openings. He's leaving his weak points wide open, as if no one's watching, completely defenseless. Peter's eyes were sharp. There's plenty of space, his posture is foolish. It makes no sense at all. The two clashed again. Peter calculated in his head, this fighting style. It doesn't seem like he's been formally trained. It's as if it's naturally ingrained in his blood. Peter suspected, it's almost like an animal's instinct. He fought the guard while marveling to himself. He's dodging my attacks so easily, it's absurd. Peter glanced with his special red eyes, thinking, no need to look, think, or decide. Looking at the guard, he considered a possibility, a natural-born genius. He put a hand in his pocket, feeling doubtful. But there are still a few things that don't add up. A genius like this guy doesn't have any special skills. He launched a series of attacks, thinking contemptuously, can you really be called an apostle without any special abilities? He looked forward, a doubt in his mind. Could it be that he looked at the guard in front of him, surprised? Incredible flexibility. And as he lunged, he added nimble, unpredictable movements. While fighting the guard, he marveled at the bizarre and unrefined style of attack. The two fought fiercely as Peter made a judgment. I'm pretty sure. The two were hit and pushed back, creating a large distance between them. Peter stared into his eyes, calculating. This man is also very strong. But that's it. I don't need to use that yet. Then he spoke aloud, idiot. Peter slowly continued. Both your offense and defense are inefficient compared to your natural talent. Has no one ever taught you how to fight before? No, not really. He asked the guard. You can't learn how to fight, can you? The guard was surprised. How did you? Peter said. It's quite baffling. Even with your skills being so good. He asked the guard. You've always hidden behind the demon sword's back, haven't you? Peter was confused. What on earth are you trying to suppress? The guard didn't answer, recalling his past. Team 1, are you done? A reply echoed on the deserted road. Yes, sir, all finished. The 23rd generation master of the demon sword sect, Yuki Hideki. He stood with his arms crossed, staring ahead as a guard stepped forward to report. Just as expected. I'm quite relieved. After all, this was the glorious mission to exterminate the Sekino. So if you were going to lie to me, you'd have to do a much better job, Hade said. The creed of the demon sword sect is that void swordsmanship leaves no trace. All of you look at this battlefield. This isn't our style. He continued, surveying the scene. This is the work of a wild animal. As if an enraged monster tore through everything in its way. The guard bowed and replied, My apologies, master. Actually, with a dark expression, he asked again. Gao, the guard replied. Our people didn't do this. Hade snapped. What are you saying? Another crew is responsible for this? The guard stammered in reply. It seems so, sir. In a convenience store, a hand dropped some coins as the customer left with a word of caution. The slightly nervous clerk replied, Thank you, come again. The guard bowed and reported, even for Team 1, this mission was too difficult for them. Kegel handled it all by himself. Someone called his name Kegel. Hideki, calmly cleaning his sword, spoke slowly. Limitless talent, but at the same time very worrying. As he meticulously polished his sword, he muttered, Among all the children I've met, I hope Kegel is the one who can inherit the blood of the demon sword sect. Remembering Kegel's prowess, the guard thought to himself, he's a natural-born killer, a true genius. He then asked Hideki, Sir, are we just going to leave him be? We should eliminate him decisively before— It's too late. Staring at the gleaming sword in front of him, he replied, Have you ever heard of fleas? Fleas, sir, he explained. Fleas can naturally jump over a meter high. That's 200 times their own body height. But if you trap them in a jar for 3 days, when you finally open the lid, his voice continued from that moment on, the fleas can no longer jump any higher than the jar. They forget their true limits. His face turned sinister as he added, That kid Kegel, he's been in a jar all time. Hade's voice echoed, No matter how high he jumps, he's already hit his ceiling. Outside, the bodyguard covered the ears of the little girl in front of him, shielding her from Hideki's words coming from inside, ensuring it could never leap over its own master. The flashback ends. The bodyguard and Peter are still locked in a standoff. Peter spoke first. You've been oppressed your whole life, haven't you? There's nothing you can do for your mistress, right? Peter continued. You should have just blindly obeyed your master. The bodyguard paused for a moment. He looked up. So noisy. And with that, he lunged. As he clashed with Peter, he wondered, Aren't you tired of fighting with your brain and your mouth? As Peter parried the blows, he thought, This guy is no ordinary fighter. The more I watch him, the more amazed I am. He marveled internally. Every movement is reckless, but also incredibly creative. Peter silently deduced, perhaps until now, he's never had a reason to learn. No matter who the opponent, he's probably never felt like his life was in danger. He's not just a beast. He watched the man before him, someone who would instinctively pounce on an enemy's neck and tear it apart. His expression was unreadable as he thought, he's a genuine monster. But even that doesn't explain everything. The two broke apart, and the bodyguard stared ahead, his mind racing. He's still hiding something. This guy is strong and it's making me nervous. But eventually he has to show his hand. His attack patterns are too simple. He watched Peter's attacks closely, thinking, he keeps aiming for the same spot. He deduced, he's targeting my legs. While dodging Peter's strikes, the bodyguard thought, he's working hard to set a trap. If I can avoid all his schemes, my movements must be more complex than he expected. It was the same during the fight with my mistress. The bodyguard's sharp eyes stared ahead as he continued to analyze. This time he's also planning to play a trick with my legs. Does he think I'll fall for such an obvious trap? As Peter rushed in, the bodyguard calculated, I'll use it to counterattack. The next time you aim for my leg, I'll pretend to fall for it, he decided. A chain shot out from behind Peter. The bodyguard aimed a knee at Peter's face, thinking, and when your guard is down, I'll strike you head on. But staring at the empty space before him, the bodyguard was shocked. What the chain coiled around him, tightening into a knot around his neck, causing him to cry out in pain. He grabbed at the chain, thinking in agony. He disappeared. The bodyguard's eyes widened. What is this? Seeing Peter reappear before him, holding the chain, he was secretly impressed. When did he even prepare this? Peter spoke up. You really have formidable senses. Until now you've only fought on instinct. That probably means you've never met a worthy opponent. But you saw my fight with the demon sword, and you couldn't ignore my power. So I made you more cautious. I forced you to use your brain, something you've never had to do in a fight before. Peter continued tightening the chain. And as you were thinking, you didn't realize I was leading you right into my trap. And now, you're caught. He pulled the chain, hoisting the bodyguard into the air. His voice rang out, "Don't even bother struggling. Even a chainsaw would have trouble cutting this." The bodyguard struggled to speak. "It's not over." Sharp claws emerged from his fingertips. Peter froze when he saw them. Then he tightened the chain further, trying to extinguish the bodyguard's hope. "So you were hiding those claws, but give it up. This chain isn't that easy to break." Suddenly, Peter's eyes widened in realization. "No way. That's right. That's it." He watched the practiced motion, and he silently deduced that this was the secret the man had been hiding all along. Seeing the chain snap, he was certain. That must be why he has Bodarok. He thought, that's the stuff I saw at the auction. This guy used Bodarok on his claws. He put the pieces together and understood everything. If he coats his blades with that stuff, it'll liquefy anything it touches. I can't get close to him anymore. A complicated thrill ran through Peter. The bodyguard suddenly spoke. "It's too late for you to realize it now. Once I use this." He glared straight ahead. He charged forward, shouting, "You'll be completely erased from existence," and grabbed Peter's face. With ice-cold eyes, the bodyguard thought, if he even slightly touches this hand, he'll be instantly obliterated. But, what's this? He was stunned when Peter managed to block his deadly hand. "He blocked my hand right in front of my eyes. This kid should have been able to dodge that, so why was he being so reckless?" As if he'd realized something the guard thought he wanted. A direct attack so he could see his palm. The guard pulled his hand back, thinking it was useless anyway. He prepared to use his fist, thinking smugly, even if you see it, nothing will change. Peter swiftly dodged the blow. As Peter leaped backward, he analyzed that this guy attacked with a set of claws and had even cut his own palm. Peter focused his thoughts. The core of it was that right-handed claw, which wasn't exactly a new type of weapon. He remembered seeing the guard's hand earlier. He was only using his own blood. Peter asked, "Hey, what is that trial blood? It can make flesh melt in an instant. How can a human have blood like that?" The guard got into a fighting stance and replied, "If you're that curious, you'll have to beat me first." But Peter rushed forward, adding, "You'll never find out." The two of them lunged at each other again, the claws seeming to be just inches from Peter's face. He quickly dodged, feeling a bit worried. He's much faster and stronger than before. As expected, his special ability is a complex claw attack. Peter mused that, because of this guy's blood, he couldn't even get close to him. The two charged at each other once more. Peter grabbed the guard's wrist and asked, "As far as I know, there is only one bloodline like this in the entire world." Peter restrained the guard and continued, "I thought it had been lost for ages, but surprise, surprise. This is it, isn't it?" Peter's next words left the guard stunned. "The shadow leopard poison sect." The guard was shocked. "How the hell?" Peter said, "I know that this sect was wiped out." He questioned, "You're the sole survivor, aren't you?" The scene changes. Two people are standing in front of a large fire. Someone speaks up, "Sir, all targets have been eliminated. The Shadow Leopard Poison Clan has been completely wiped from this world." The man stared ahead and said, "Let's head back." The other hesitated. "But sir?" The masked man asked, "What should I do with that thing?" A voice replied, "What do you mean that thing?" The masked man asked again. "There's still a newborn from that leopard clan left. Should I kill it too?" The man looked at the baby, thinking mockingly, "The only child to survive the tragedy. Very interesting." He spoke, "Leaving behind a single descendant doesn't sound too bad." And that was the beginning of the ill-fated relationship between the Demon Sword sect and myself. Inside a large house, a loud shout echoed. "Everyone get up. You have to keep fighting," along with moans of, "I can't do it anymore." Inside the room, a young man stood focused, while everyone else was collapsed around him. They groaned, "Gagio is too strong." Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. The children ran over, calling for their master and senior brother. A little boy sat on the ground, clutching his leg in pain. "My leg is on fire," the children clamored. "His leg is completely necrotic." "Go get a doctor, Kegel. What did you do while we were training?" The other boy stammered an explanation. I don't know." A man who had witnessed everything thought to himself that the Shadow Leopard Poison sect had existed for a very long time. That clan took in children with poison resistance and created a poisonous bloodline by submerging them in extremely potent toxins. Looking at the terrified boy, he thought further. In that way, the arts of the Shadow Leopard Poison sect would be passed down to future generations. The boy stammered an apology. "Senior brother, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened either." The man thought, they will evolve until they transform into a true leopard. He crossed his arms and gave a sinister smile. With groundbreaking combat senses combined with a toxic bloodline, if left alone, he'll develop even further and reach even greater heights. He calculated in his head, "Let's take it slow. I need to prepare a way to keep him in check so he doesn't develop according to his own will." Rain poured down heavily. Inside a house, a strict master was teaching his students. If you can't kill your opponent in a single blow, you will die. You must kill them with a single slash, without them ever knowing. The guard thought that as he grew up, he realized his blood was different from others. It was getting stronger. I discovered this by chance because of my anemia. No one wants to get near me. The boy was treated horribly, getting yelled at. Kago, what are you looking at? Go mop the floor, hurry up. The boy could only endure it. I'm sorry. Late at night in the forest, the guard vented his anger on a tree. He punched the trunk, wondering to himself, what did I do wrong? Why am I so abnormal? Why does everyone hate me? It's not like I asked to be born this way, he screamed, and punched harder, then stopped panting heavily. The tree fell. He looked behind him and was surprised to see a small bird. The guard looked at it and whispered, "You're lonely too, just like me." He climbed onto the tree trunk and continued, "Wait a minute, I'll take you back to your family right now. I hope at least you'll get a warm hug when you get back." Holding the little bird in his hand, the guard was stunned. "Wait." He looked down at his hand. The bird was now just a bloody pulp. His body trembled violently. "Everything my hand touches simply disappears completely. I'll never be able to." He tremblingly uttered a few words. "I'm sorry." Hug someone, right? He recalled his past, sinking into negative thoughts. "I'll be hated. I'll be cast out. If you're all going to hate and avoid me, then I'll let you taste absolute terror." Peter's voice cut through his thoughts. "The Shadow Leopard Poison Sect. After the Demon Sword Sect trampled all over your clan, what the hell have you been doing? Are you trying to rebuild the Shadow Leopard Poison Sect?" The guard screamed in anger. "Shut your mouth," he growled, questioning him. "Who do you think you are to talk about me?" he continued. "Who are you?" "Everyone related to the Apostle. Peter comes from the Glory Association. If you were a swordsman who won against the young mistress's blade, there's no way I wouldn't know you." Peter replied. "You really want to know?" He threw a powerful punch and added, "If you want an answer, you'll have to beat me first." The guard was knocked back, but quickly regained his footing and charged. Peter calculated in his head. That was a direct hit to his head, but I didn't use much force, so the damage was almost zero. Just as I thought, these kinds of attacks are ineffective. He fought back, still thinking, but even if I could land a blow strong enough to injure him, this guy will just use his blood as a weapon. How ironic. Peter dodged, racking his brain. Unless this toxin can be neutralized, there's no way for me to win. He fought and dodged, his mind in a jumble. He wondered, how am I supposed to defeat this guy? Peter was knocked back. He calmed himself and thought seriously, this is really tough. What the hell should I do? Now Peter noticed the pile of things in the corner of the room. The guard spoke up. "Give it up." He stepped out. "You have nowhere left to run." He stepped forward menacingly, growling, "If you surrender obediently, you'll die a painless death." "Where is Betor?" Peter rolled his shoulders and spoke up. "You're pretty formidable yourself. Judging by the way you fight, I'm pretty sure you're already incredibly strong." The guard was stunned when Peter continued, "Bring it on." The guard couldn't believe it and stammered. Are you kidding me? Your life is on the line here," Peter replied. "Kidding, not at all. I'm going to fight with everything I've got," he thought to himself with a floor mop. The guard asked, "You've given up, haven't you?" Peter replied smugly. "You're mistaken. Starting now." Peter continued, "I'm going to forge my own weapon too." The guard looked at Peter and laughed mockingly. "Are you really brain dead, or just refusing to understand? Both my close-range and long-range attacks are useless against me. You have no way of defeating me." Peter smirked. "Yes, that's true, but you could never imagine that this floor mop." He held the mop triumphantly and continued, "is the most terrifying weapon you could ever face." The guard standing opposite him asked doubtfully, "Are you seriously choosing a long-handled mop to defeat my short claws?" Peter gripped the mop tightly and replied, "Come at me, and you'll find out." Hearing this, the guard became even more contemptuous. "What a surprise. I already told you won't accomplish a single thing with that stick." His words didn't make Peter falter. Instead, he became even more interested. "All that talk. Are you scared?" Seeing him still so confident, the guard couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. What's this? What the hell does he plan to do with that mop? But one thing was for sure about this guy. He started to recall how Peter fought from the moment he talked about breaking the wine bottle. Every moment up until Peter precisely caused the explosion, he had calculated every single movement during the fight. The guard began to sink into his thoughts. So there's definitely some kind of trick behind that ordinary stick. Seeing him just standing there without attacking, Peter spoke up. Well, his voice successfully pulled the guard out of his train of thought. Less than a second later, Peter began to attack relentlessly with the mop. I was getting tired of waiting, but the guard dodged every single blow. At this point, the guard no longer underestimated Peter and was seriously assessing the situation. "I can't get close. As I thought, he wants to exploit the difference in our reach. I don't even have time for a quick strike." Lost in thought, he took a direct hit from Peter. At the same time, the guard also figured out a plan. "In that case, I have to abandon my defense and close the distance. I'm not afraid of taking a hit." As he thought this, he threw a punch toward Peter. "But if I land just one hit, he's dead for sure." Seeing how easily he dodged, the guard was genuinely panicked. "What the?" Peter flashed an amused smile which finally caught the guard by surprise. Again, Peter continued to speak amidst the guard's horror. Got you. With those words, the mop landed precisely on the guard's hand. Peter suddenly twisted his wrist, leaving the guard wondering what was happening. What the hell is he doing? Only then did he realize what Peter had done. He had wrapped the mop head around his claws. Ignoring the guard's wide-eyed astonishment, Peter spoke calmly. Now, you're in my grasp. It's useless to struggle. The fish has taken the bait. He was completely enraged, growling, a thing like this. The furious guard added, I just need to slice it off, and as he said it, he used his sharp weapon to cut the mop into small pieces. The guard launched a powerful kick, with a disappointed tone. The bait, so you were just playing around. He watched Peter retreat and quickly judged him. I overestimated you. In the end, someone like you is only good for cheap tricks. Peter refused to back down and retorted, sorry, but you're still underestimating me. As if he couldn't believe his ears, the guard asked again, what? Then he glared at Peter with a murderous look. Whatever. You're about to die anyway. The guard rushed forward at full speed. As he moved, he said, that insolent mouth of yours is still running, huh? Suddenly, something shocked him to his core, and he immediately fell to the floor, asking in confusion. What Peter replied with an ice-cold expression, slipped, buddy. The guard questioned him in a raised voice. What the hell did you? He screamed in agony. Why is my hand? Peter replied nonchalantly, your skills are impressive. So much so that I couldn't even get close to you. But that blood of yours has a fatal weakness. Then he calmly explained it to the guard. The blood of a member of the poisonous Shadow Leopard clan is an extremely potent acidic agent. So, what do you think happens? If I mix it with a strong alkaline cleaning agent, Peter's voice grew colder. It produces a chemical reaction that neutralizes the acid's inherent properties. In other words, your greatest weapon has just gone cold. His final sentence sealed it. It's been completely nullified. The bitter guard thought back. He resentfully recalled Peter's recent actions. With that mop jab, he wanted me to get the cleaning agent on myself. His hand clenched into a fist. Even if my blood is useless. He pushed off the ground hard with his foot, exclaiming, this will be easy. Then suddenly a voice was heard, drawing the attention of both men. That weak voice rang out again. It was the demon sword. She dragged her battered body, trying to force out each word. I will kill you. Seeing his master, the guard immediately called out mistress. She couldn't even look at him. Peter replied in a cold voice. If you want to live, retreat immediately. With only one arm left, the demon sword was incredibly defiant. Shut up, I'm the one who's going to kill you. Watch this, I'll take your head. As soon as she finished speaking, she could no longer stand and collapsed. The sword fell along with her. The bodyguard panicked and screamed, my lady. He caught the demon sword in his arms and spoke worriedly. I told you to wait on the ship. She gave a cold laugh and ordered, shut your mouth. But the bodyguard continued. Why did you come here? Your condition will only get worse. The demon sword replied with difficulty. I have to kill him. I have to. We promised each other that when this was over, we would leave this place together. The bodyguard looked at her frail in his arms and stammered, my lady, I can do it. I'll do it. I can even capture Peter. The demon sword used all her strength to reply, I have to. I can do it. A subordinate should trust their master. After she said that, she fainted, causing the terrified bodyguard to cry out. My lady, wake up, my lady, I'm begging you. Seeing that she wasn't waking up, he grew even more frantic and kept calling out, open your eyes, my lady, my lady. He began to remember his past. Looking back, I always longed to see the world out there. If I just stepped out of the main gate, the heavy pressure on my shoulders would disappear. The memories of being trampled and bullied flashed before my eyes. I was free from the ones who tormented me daily, and yet there was a single reason I couldn't bring myself to walk out of that gate. A small, innocent voice rang out, Big brother. Little petals were held up right in front of my eyes. Look, isn't this flower beautiful? The little girl happily ran to his side. It smells so nice, too. Duka, that was me. The little girl said to him innocently. Duka wants to smell this nice when she grows up, too. The bodyguard replied gently, I'm all right, young miss. Her little voice rang out again. What did you say? He wanted to speak but stopped himself. It's nothing. The beautiful memories continued to flood back. The fragrance of the flower was so warm, he suddenly remembered the flower his young mistress had given him when she was just a child. Its scent made him forget all his resentment, sadness, and loneliness. In that memory was the girl he wanted to protect, whether she was a noble young lady or he was a man of lowly status. The bodyguard spoke gently. But, my lady, I don't think you should call me brother. The little girl's voice piped up. I don't wanna. You're older than me, so you're my Oni-chan. He gently refused. No, I really can't be. The little girl's innocent voice immediately replied, I don't want to. Oni-chan Kaggle. Oni-chan. His thoughts scattered into thin air before he even realized it. He spoke up, startled. My lady, wait a moment. A terrifying voice boomed. Young miss, didn't I tell you that it's dangerous to go there without permission? A large figure appeared with a cold voice. Lady Duka, let's head back now. Duka immediately refused. No, I want to keep playing with Brother Kaggle. The other man gave a gentle smile, but his face was strangely terrifying. In a place Duka couldn't see, Kegel was brutally punished. You. How dare you? Are you insane? The master's daughter calls you brother. How dare you touch the young miss with those filthy hands, huh? He was beaten and cast aside. Die. Just die, you monster. From that moment on, Kegel understood the distance between them. We can never reach or touch one another like other people. Perhaps it's because of my damned blood, or because of your blood that is far too noble. The voices echoed endlessly, but the clearest thing was that he could never cross the boundary that separated them, a line drawn by their blood. On a day of pouring rain, urgent shouts echoed continuously. Faster, faster. The head of the family praised him. You truly have a natural gift. If you keep this up, it will be enough. You are qualified to be the next successor of the Demon Sword sect. Kegel finally understood his place. All I need to do is become the master's shadow. That's enough. The scene shifts to Duka's birthday, with servants gathered around to congratulate her. Happy birthday, Lady Duka. You've received so many expensive gifts. We'll never get to see an outfit like this. I'm so jealous. Duka looked happily at the expensive gift in her hand. It smells amazing. A nearby servant chimed in. Of course it's a high-end product. Right, my Lady Duka asked innocently. Is this very expensive? She immediately got her answer. Let's see. Well, it's a gift from the head of the Fujiwara family. Isn't that right, girls? Holding a gift in his hand, Kegel listened to them, and every word felt like a knife twisting in his heart. He remembered it with a deep sadness. Duka, every time your birthday comes, I try to make this feeling go away. The gift he bought that year was also thrown away. From inside, Du's voice could still be heard. It's so beautiful. Kegel watched her happy and felt utterly inadequate. Because this cheap 800 yen bottle of perfume isn't worthy of you. What changed Duka, a bright and radiant girl, was the incident that happened then. An order was given. Kill every last one of them for me. The Yamato Yakuza clan, a group with close ties to the Demon Sword sect, had attacked us. They stormed in, unleashing a hail of bullets. Don't let a single one of them live. Wipe them all out. Luckily, he was able to save her in time. No, my lady, if you go out there now, you'll be in danger too. They showed no mercy to anyone. Kill them all, Duka cried and screamed as Kegel carried her away. Mother, let me go, Kegel, let me go. From that day on, his young mistress became a completely different person. Duka threw herself into training with a frenzy. Kegel hurriedly tried to stop her. My lady, if you keep training like this, you'll collapse from exhaustion. But Duka wouldn't stop struggling to get free. Let go of me. Just leave me be. I'll kill every last one of those bastards. In the delirium of a fever, she never forgot her purpose. I must have my revenge. I will kill. Kill them all. Kegel understood everything she was doing. His young mistress had devoted all her strength to preparing for revenge, torturing her body day after day. He could do nothing but watch over her. He was always by her side on her journey of vengeance. For many years they lived in a cave, completely cut off from the outside world. His young mistress dedicated her entire life, paying a price with every moment to hone her skills. And then that day finally came. After many years passed, she finally achieved her revenge. A scene of bloody rain unfolded, created by his mistress's sword and his own blood. 2,000 Yakuza members vanished without a trace, and the price they paid was becoming wanted fugitives. With their goal accomplished, they were adrift. After succeeding in our revenge, we've lost our home. Duque, pale-faced, asked Kegel, where do we go now? He replied with all his loyalty. Wherever you go, my lady, I will follow. But perhaps to her those were just empty words. That's hilarious. Then suddenly Duka spoke. Go. Kegel, he answered calmly. I'm not leaving. As soon as he finished, she replied, you idiot. Duka spoke again. Then, what about this? She stared into the empty space, slowly proposing an idea. One day let's go somewhere where there's nothing. She looked at a poster contemplating and continued. A place where no one knows us. We'll pick and eat fruit and bask in the sun. Then she dismissed it. No, that would be ridiculously hot. Just then, Kegel cut in. You won't feel hot. Duka asked, puzzled, what did you say? Kegel then added, because under the glamorous lights of the city at night. Kegel's form appeared clearly in the cold night. He looked at Duka and declared with conviction, I am your shadow. Hearing that, she was at a loss for words. Back in the present, Kegel held Du in his arms, calling out repeatedly, my lady, please wake up. She weakly called his name Kegel. Without hesitation, he answered immediately. Yes, I'm here. Suddenly Du presented the perfume bottle from that year. Kegel held it lost in thought. The scene from that day replayed in his mind. He asked, stunned, how do you have this? Duka forced a smile and replied, you think I didn't know? I've carried it with me for 10 years and you never even noticed. Her voice grew weaker. It's a shame. I never got to use it. Kegel held her close, replying, I could never let you use such cheap perfume, my lady. Then he sprayed that very same perfume on himself. Dua caught the scent and praised him. It smells wonderful. Kagel stammered, his words broken. Did you know? For a moment, a memory from her childhood flashed in Kago's mind. When you became the shadow that protected me, I loved it. Get out of here. Forget our promise. And be careful. Dua smiled, her eyes brimming with tears as she called his name Kegel. Hearing her say his name again, Kegel's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears. Dua reached up, pulled his face down, and placed a kiss on Kegel's lips, a thank you for the past 10 years. He kissed her back, and they both shed tears of happiness. In that moment, the chains of their status no longer bound them. Suddenly, Kegel felt that something was wrong. He panicked when he realized she had bitten his lip, drawing blood. Wait, my lady. My blood. No, you have to spit it out. Dua's eyes slowly closed. I've done so many bad things. Using the last of her strength, she pleaded, you can live on. So please, go. With those words, Dua's eyes shut completely. This time, it was forever. Kegel couldn't accept reality and began to wail. No. No, wait, Dua. No, you can't do this, please don't. But all that answered him was a terrifying silence. Kegel let out a roar of pure agony. Outside, the merciless flames consumed everything in their path. Kegel remained inside, holding her in his arms, whispering to the one who could no longer breathe. Dua, if that is your wish, I will obey it with all my heart. Once his heartbreaking sobs subsided, Kegel turned to Peter and repeated what he had promised. I made a promise to Dua, and I will keep it. Only then will my lady be proud of me. He gently set Dua's body aside and stood up, clawing a long gash into his own flesh, as he declared, I'm going to kill you, Peter. Entering a battle stance, Kegel lunged at Peter. They both smashed straight through a wall, shattering the door. Debris flew everywhere from the impact. Kegel charged, trying to crush Peter's face, forcing him backward. Peter fell, shaking the ground. The moment he hit the floor, he instantly leaped aside, dodging the next attack. Peter covered his face with his hands, shielding himself from the flying fragments. He looked ahead and thought to himself, this guy isn't even trying to fight properly. Kegel landed right after Peter's fall. Looking at his current state, Peter immediately understood that once he entered that mode, he would become dangerous. In other words, the man's face clearly showed he had lost the will to live. He doesn't even want to be alive right now, Peter concluded. He backed away, taking a defensive stance, his mind assessing the situation. This makes things much more complicated. He recalled the image of a man touching two other people's faces. Then Peter remembered, anyway, if I come into contact with that blood, I'm a goner. What do I do? How do I get close to him? How do I neutralize that damned blood? He was in turmoil, recalling the sight of that man screaming in pain. Kegel didn't give Peter time to think, lunging forward with eyes full of hatred. Suddenly, something appeared in his line of sight, making Kegel wonder. What is that? 3 objects flew toward him. Kegel recognized them as fire extinguishers. After throwing the extinguishers at him, Peter immediately flung several cards at high speed, aiming to release the gas inside. Under the physical impact, the fire extinguishers burst, releasing white gas into the air. Only then did Kegel understand his intention. What's he using fire extinguishers for? They're definitely not weapons. Is he trying to obscure my vision? Kegel thought about his vision being obscured. Kegel looked at his body now covered in the substance from the extinguishers. Did he finally understand his goal is? Kegel concluded, to stop the bleeding. We cut away from the intense fight and returned to his memories. For a long time, Kegel had assumed that the fate of everyone he ever met was the same. His eyes began to lose their will to fight. That's just how it is. With the skills I've honed for so long, even the most secret martial arts techniques or the most meticulous plans are all useless before me. Kegel was shown having defeated every single opponent he had ever faced. He was once so confident in his abilities, but perhaps now he had to accept a new reality. As he looked at Peter rushing in to attack him, he accidentally saw a reflection of his past self in his opponent. In his opponent's eyes, his own reflection looked just the same. Peter bent his arms and legs, and this time he had to admit defeat to another. The flames continued to roar around them, creating an unsettling sound. After being taken down, Kegel couldn't move, only able to lie flat on the ground and groan. He rasped, looking up at Peter. If you're with glory, you must be A-rank at least. No, you have to be an apostle. Peter stood over him, looking down coldly at Kegel. He was desperate to know the identity of the man who had defeated him. But there's no way I wouldn't know of a talent like you. Who in the world are you? But since his life was about to end, Kegel suddenly realized his question was pointless. It doesn't matter anymore. He begged his enemy to end his life, which was slowly fading in agony. If I keep on living, my life will have no meaning. Finish me. Peter walked over to where he lay, stopping right beside him before speaking. Have you never considered it? He squatted down and asked, why did the Yamato Yakuza attack the Demon Sword sect? Hearing about the Yakuza attacking the Demon Sword sect, Kegel asked in surprise, what did you say? Peter replied, don't you think? He voiced the suspicion he'd had for a long time. It was Glory's plan. Kegel's eyes widened in shock. What does that mean? Peter got straight to the point. New wine must be put into new wineskins. Old wineskins will break and cannot hold the new wine. Similarly, the old must be thrown away to make room for the new. In his mind, an image of Raphael appeared, his back turned to reveal a large tattoo. 10 years ago, the current Master of Glory was selecting new apostles. Thinking of this, Peter couldn't forget that the Demon Sword sect was among the candidates. The Japanese Demon Sword sect had inadvertently caught his eye. The title of Japan's strongest family of assassins sounded very appealing to him. Two men faced each other in the house, neither saying a word. He undoubtedly coveted that title more than anyone. However, the Demon Sword sect with its immense pride was not swayed by that sweet temptation. Despite being repeatedly rejected by the family head, he still made a prediction. The man in the suit gave a cunning smile, turning his back and speaking in a superior tone. It doesn't matter. One day, before you even realize it, you will all be forced to surrender. After some time, that person returned just as they had said. He began to put a plan into motion. If we attack their limbs, the Demon Sword sect's weakness will be exposed. And the first one to step out of that door that day was an ally of the Demon Sword sect. One night at the residence of the Demon Sword sect's clan, he used the Yamato Yakuza to wipe out the Demon Sword sect. In the end, the Demon Sword sect vanished in a single night. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously, taking one life after another. The annihilation of the Demon Sword sect became shocking news. It was a tragic story. In that brutal battle, a man was fortunately able to grab a baby from the house and escape. In another place, two cloaked strangers were looking up. "What have you been doing since that night?" Peter recounted everything he said. The current Master of Glory spoke a prophecy to the head of the Demon Sword sect. One day before you even realize it, you will all be forced to surrender. It had come true. A crucifix, entwined with a snake bearing its venomous fangs, swayed gently. After their revenge, those who had lost their purpose in life were given the title of Apostle of Glory. Although Dua had been devoted to the society like a loyal lamb, in the end everything had already been arranged. Kegel looked at the people before him with a confused expression, someone's words still echoing in his head. "I've got you now." Those words ended with the phrase, Kegel, the shadow of the Demon Sword sect. Peter concluded everything in a cold, cruel tone, but it was also the truth. Kegel gritted his teeth, refusing to accept it. Lies, he's just spouting nonsense. How could I be deceived by that serpent's tongue? He fought back with questions. Why should I believe you? Peter answered without a moment's hesitation. If you don't believe me, ask your boss directly. No. He looked straight into Kegel's eyes and suggested another way. How about we ask? Raphael Kegel was surprised, wondering to himself, how does he know the boss's codename? Back in the past, he had placed that crucifix on the table and refused. I can't accept this. Kegel turned and walked away, explaining one mountain cannot have two tigers, and I have only one master. The man sitting in the chair immediately spoke up. Then how about this? He cunningly proposed something he was sure Kegel couldn't refuse. I will bestow the title of Simon upon your master. And you. He crossed his legs, puffing on a cigarette, as he revealed his intention to support his master. Kegel lowered his face close to the ground, questioning himself. Did he calculate all of this? I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. But if what he said was true, Kegel finally realized what he and Dua had been living for all this time. The thought that both Dua and he had been used made Kegel grit his teeth. I never asked for much. I just wanted Dua to be happy while I stayed by her side to protect her like a shadow. That was enough for me. Kegel forced himself to stand up. If only there was no glory, if only I had refused the title of apostle, if only I hadn't longed to be by your side. No, if only I hadn't been there from the start. He called out gently, Dua, it seems I've ruined a person's life, just like that. A vision of a vibrant Dua appeared before his eyes. Kegel now roared out each word in anger. How the hell can someone so despicable exist? How the hell Peter remained as indifferent as ever? He offered a piece of advice. Don't push yourself. It'll only make you die faster. After he spoke, the air fell silent, leaving Kegel space to think. He struggled to warn him. Right now, your friends are in danger. Peter was a little surprised. He asked back, what did you say? Kegel revealed what he knew. I sent pirates to their location. He finished with a definitive statement. This ship will be finished soon. Using the last of his strength, Kegel advised, if you want to save them, you'd better go now. Elsewhere, where everyone was in a panic because of a fire, someone shouted, the fire's about to reach this side. Let's go. Hurry up. From somewhere inside the ship, a menacing voice rang out. Where do you all think you're sneaking off to without our permission, huh? A black man leading a whole gang yelled an order. All of you get out here now. Anyone sitting on a lifeboat gets a bullet. Threatened, the people fled in fear, shouting as they ran. Go. Don't push. If you're going to fall, fall by yourself. The staff member who stayed behind was unarmed and could only raise his hands in surrender. One person spoke up. Sir, what should we do now? The other person replied in a calm tone. Wait a moment. The dagger genius calculated. He turned to look at the enemy and sized them up. There are too many of them. In his mind, he thought, this is serious as he tried to analyze the situation. On our side, there are only two of us who can fight. The staff member didn't forget to encourage his comrade. Don't be scared now. The other guy's eyes darted around as he teased a bit. You're one to talk, huh? After the encouragement, he didn't forget the numbers. Each of us has to handle 10 of them, and they have weapons. He tried to find a solution. What do we do? If I make one wrong move, all the VIPs are dead. The black man pointed his gun at the janitor. He warned his comrades, be careful. They're not just some ordinary janitors. If they move even a single centimeter, put a hole in them. The manager finally spoke up, trying to make peace by offering a deal. Wait, let's negotiate instead. The black man wouldn't listen. Shut your mouth, don't piss me off. The manager tried to negotiate to minimize casualties. If you shoot me, you'll regret it. I can give you something you could never obtain in your entire life. The thug stubbornly refused. What a waste of time, you Asian bastard. I'm not getting tricked a second time. The manager yelled out his identity, still hoping for a peaceful resolution. I'm Choyun Chang of the DH Group. I'll give you anything you want, he begged. So please let's negotiate. Seeing that he had the upper hand, the man agreed. All right, Mr. Choi, there's only one thing I want. Then his expression changed. Your life. The two employees couldn't hold back any longer, and finally rushed forward. One of them scoffed, that's hilarious. The other chimed in, see you in heaven, huh? Meanwhile, back with Peter, Kegel asked him curiously, why haven't you gone yet? If you don't go now, your people are all going to die. Peter gave a dangerous smile as if everything was already in the palm of his hand. It's fine. Even without me, there's still a glory assassin over there. Kegel still couldn't believe it. Even if he is a glory assassin, he can't do anything against that much firepower. He'll just have to accept his death. Peter calmly replied, of course, but that's only if he were an ordinary assassin. Hearing this, Kegel's eyes widened as he thought, could it be? As if reading Kegel's mind, Peter smiled and began to explain. That's right, he stated, enunciating every single word. On this ship, there is an extraordinary assassin. Back with the others, the gangsters' weapons were quickly destroyed by someone who just walked by. Peter's words echoed. An apostle. The two employees stared at the scene in shock, and the manager was just as surprised. The three of them had the same thought. He sliced the gun in half in the blink of an eye. After unleashing his technique, Simon stood still and listened to the thug scream, what, he's not dead yet. Hurry up, bring out all the weapons. Nobody get close to him. The thug quickly descended into a panic. Still, he's just a one-armed swordsman. As long as we don't get too close, we're sure to win. A certain memory suddenly flashed through Simon's mind. It was a time when Peter asked him a question. Simon, when do you think is the most life-or-death moment for a swordsman? Sitting under a tree, Simon replied. Why would I worry about something that's never going to happen? You're great at making up stories, big bro. So, when is it? Peter asked from beside him, puzzled. But you just said it would never happen, he explained. Just in case. Peter laughed. And you have the nerve to say I make things up. Suddenly, he took out a sharp object and feigned breaking Simon's hand, asking. One of those moments is when you lose an arm and can no longer hold a sword. Peter leaned in closer and continued, if that were to happen, what would you do? Without a moment's hesitation, Simon answered, I'd kill myself. Peter suddenly shouted, you idiot, Simon explained cheerfully, spreading his hands open. I mean, big bro, if I lost an arm I'd open a noodle restaurant. Then I'd be the boss and could eat for free all the time. Peter sighed in exasperation. I really can't have a serious conversation with you, Simon joked. What now? I'm done talking, big bro. The vision ended, shifting to another day. The sun was setting behind the mountains, and a voice could be heard. That guy. The people standing outside were discussing. He's completely insane. Who in their right mind would do that? The other person wondered, what the hell is he doing? Peter, standing nearby, suddenly paid attention to their conversation. The first person continued, no, that guy. That's not what I meant. But what kind of madman? Inside the warehouse was Simon training diligently with one good arm and one broken one. The person outside said in awe. They would break his own arm just to train Peter. With a strange look on his face, ran inside and asked, what in the world are you doing? Simon replied nonchalantly. What, you're back already? Worried Peter yelled. Dude, you're scarily casual about this. Did you really break your own arm? Why? Simon looked down at his broken arm. He explained, I've been thinking about it for a while. This is still easier than making noodles. Peter screamed, is this a joke? Simon replied cheerfully, I'm the most serious person in the world right now. He declared something to Peter. You'll see. One day when I'm no longer the stellar sword saint. A fire of confidence ignited in his eyes. On that day, I will create another stellar sword. Returning to the present, the manager watched in amazement at the skill he had just displayed. Simon knew this was just common sense. His bandaged hand tightly gripped his sword, pointing it forward for the fight. Simon said to himself, to slash something, one must hold the sword with two hands. To use a gun, one must put their finger on the trigger. Simon confidently rushed toward the thugs, taking them down. With one arm now bandaged, he could only fight with the other. The manager's eyes were still filled with utter astonishment. Simon thought to himself, and I will sever that common sense with this sword. He dashed forward like a flash of lightning to take them all down. His mind focused on 4 words, heretic/stellar wheel. With the eyes of an assassin, he spoke as if to Peter in the air. I told you I could do it, big bro. All the passengers, including us, were successfully rescued. So that was the Glory Guild's second base. An image on the sea shows the ghost ship sinking into the deep ocean. A small boat speeds across the water's surface, and on it sailors are kneeling. Senior Apostle Simon. Both sailors revealed looks of excited admiration. It is an honor to meet you, sir. One day we will become apostles too. I never imagined I'd meet a senior apostle in real life. Simon looked at the scene, waving his hands dismissively. This is so embarrassing. What are you guys doing? Get up quickly. Peter, standing next to him, whispered, just ignore them. They're always putting on a show like this. The larger sailor shouted, your swordsmanship was so freaking cool, senior. The other joined in, dancing along. It's the first time I've ever seen someone better with a sword than me, senior. Simon turned to Peter. Was I really dancing with my sword like that? Peter whispered helplessly. I told you, they're just good at putting on a show. The two of them leaned in close, buzzing with energy as they vied to speak. Senior, have you met the legendary Apostle Peter? I heard he destroyed an entire nation, is that true? Is that for real? Simon's voice rang out. Destroyed a nation. He put on a serious face. You guys are seriously underestimating Apostle Peter. The two sailors said in unison. We didn't mean it like that, Simon continued. If we're talking about Peter, the two sailors spoke up. Senior, do you mean he can do even more than that? He immediately replied, that's right. What's one nation to him? As soon as he finished speaking, he clutched his stomach, laughing. The two sailors also rolled around with laughter. Peter watched from the side, thinking they weren't this cheerful before. Simon stood between the two sailors, his arms draped over their shoulders. Oh, that's right. I mentioned you guys to Peter before. Hearing this, the two of them became visibly excited and overjoyed. Sir Peter knows us. What did he say? Peter raised an eyebrow and pouted when he heard Simon's sweet-talking. What did I say? I told them, you've all grown up and will do great things in the future. That you could all become apostles one day. After saying that, he even turned back to give Peter a wink. Peter was helpless. It was true, the sky was filled with warm sunlight, and the boat was still bustling with activity. Me, an apostle, we love you, Sir Peter. Suddenly a voice said, Peter, you should go get some rest. Startled, Peter placed a hand on his chest. Chairman, I'm a guard, how can I rest? You're the one who should be resting. Untrong, standing next to him, glanced at him. I know how to protect myself, you know. Don't you know how many life or death situations I've been through in this line of work? Between the two of them stood Simon. The wind blew, making Simon's long hair flutter. He said in a serious tone, Thank you for saving my life, Chairman, but this will draw the attention of Glory. Untrang turned and replied nonchalantly, Don't worry about that. All Glory knows is that I'm on a business trip abroad. Peter stood on the boat watching the sunrise and feeling the wind, his gaze silent and contemplative. An image appears of Island 3348. That's the number of islands in South Korea. Someone is being tortured and tied up, but they managed to find the location where Simon was hiding on that remote deserted island. Peter stood among the crowd, wondering with what kind of information were they so confident in attacking? Could they really know that he and I were there? A face full of hatred appears. Right now, Raphael is probably gritting his teeth in rage from the humiliation he received from me, right? But back to reality. His eyes gazed calmly ahead as he thought to himself, You'd better not grind your teeth too hard. The boat continued to sail towards the sun because the real fight was just beginning. Suddenly, there was a scream. Who is this? This brat hasn't changed a bit, so many wrinkles and still as ugly as ever. Peter, Simon, and Juan were together with him, sitting quietly, playing with a dog. As for the other two, Juan was turning Simon's face this way and that. Simon looked annoyed. Juan, the one who once refused to help us, has changed now. How can people change so easily? Yeah, the voice continued. When you were 20, your eyes were still bright. Simon rested his chin on his hand, putting on a pitiful expression. You used to say this handsome Simon was better looking than any celebrity. Didn't you chase after me every day begging me to marry you? And now you're calling me fake and ugly. What's that about, huh? Juan yelled. When did I ever say that, huh? Say it again. And with that, she took action. She gifted Simon a series of loving smacks on his back. He cried out in pain. Why are you hitting an innocent person? My hand hurts. Hearing that, Juan screamed. I'm hitting your back, not your hand, so why would it hurt? The dog standing next to them couldn't even bear to watch. Simon clutched his back, hunching over and looking up at Juan. What on earth is that Raphael guy trying to do? From Glory Hospital to the ghost ship, it's not just one or two places. Hearing this, both Juan and Peter fell silent. Simon sat down on a chair, scratching his head in confusion. Why isn't anyone saying anything? Are you two and a dog trying to ignore me? Suddenly a name was spoken. Raphael. He wants to erase. Juan lowered her head deep in thought. Peter's existence. In 2013, the predecessor to the Glory Society was a holy place, the Great Glory Cathedral. After the church bells rang, the priest stood before everyone and declared loudly, O Lord, he stood in the center. The terrible, chaotic, and haunting era after the liberation has passed. The Korean peninsula once again enjoys peace. We, the children of God, have carried out God's command with all our strength. No one knew that those children lay beneath a monument to peace. A wrinkled, aged hand was placed on a rosary. The priest's voice had not yet stopped. O Lord, I trust that you already know. To my sons and daughters, the priest spoke softly. From now on, I order the 12 apostles to be disbanded. Before everyone, the priest announced, wipe away the blood, sweat, and tears you have shed for so long. It is time for you to step out into the world. But the only one who objected to Father Gabriel's words was Raphael. The man standing behind the door was Father Gabriel's adopted son, the current master of the Glory Society. Raphael shouted angrily at the father's back. "You can't do this, Father, I don't understand." He placed a hand on his chest, shouting relentlessly, "Get rid of them. Without the 12 apostles of glory, what will become of the Glory Society? The company is just starting to grow," the father replied faintly. His silhouette was so lonely under the moonlight. The father advised, "Raphael, your brothers and sisters are not tools. You have given up your lives to save tens, hundreds of millions of people who are the children of God, and this world no longer needs us. This is my decision and the apostles." The man's hands clenched into fists. "Raphael, if there is nothing else, you may go." Hearing this, the statue of Jesus Christ seemed to tremble with Raphael's every word. This can't be happening. At the foot of the statue, he unleashed a flurry of blows with terrifying power, his mouth rambling nonstop. "Unacceptable. Now that it's time for us to reap the rewards, you're just giving it all up, Father. What about me? What am I supposed to do?" The more furiously he struck, the louder Raphael screamed. "You are my father, not like them. You wouldn't do this. You've clearly been tempted by Satan. That's not my father anymore." The statue of Jesus finally crumbled before Raphael's rage. Perhaps having vented his anger, he just stood there watching and spoke. "To reclaim the glory. That is the path that benefits the people of this country. That is God's will." And in the end, the scene shifts to Raphael sitting on a throne stained with blood, holding the slumped body of the priest in his lap. Raphael uttered a single phrase, "It is also my will," never passed down by anyone. He built his own glory. Raphael began his crazed actions while sitting on the throne, building up the prestige of the Glory Orphanage to what it is today. He established the largest assassin organization in Asia, named the Glory Society. He scoured the world to find perfect new apostles to replace the old decrepit ones. Raphael wanted to expand his business worldwide. To do that, he had to eliminate the old apostles first, and most importantly, one of the most powerful apostles of the old Glory Society, the symbol of all apostles, Peter. Back in the present, a voice spoke up. "Raphael, just thinking of that name gives me the creeps." Juan hugged herself, trembling, and the dog beside her did the same. She moved closer to Peter, grabbing the strap of his shirt. "That's right, that new apostle from the Glory Society. Why is he in my house, Senior?" After she said that, the two humans and one dog all turned to look at the sleeping young man named Kegel Occupation Apostle. Both Simon and Peter teamed up to carry her away. She tried to shout through their hands, still making threats. "Are you guys insane? I'm gonna tear him to shreds," Peter said calmly. "Quiet down a bit. He needs to rest." She struggled so much that her slipper flew off. "Is this a hotel?" someone asked. "If he wakes up, he'll just do more stupid things." The three of them walked down the hallway, along with a dog. Peter spoke up. "Don't worry, he won't be able to lay a finger on us." Simon, walking beside them, clutched his stomach, laughing. "So what if he touches our fingernails instead?" Juan, walking with a cane beside them, asked. "Should I just kill him?" Suddenly, there was a loud noise. It made both her and Peter turn their heads. She wondered aloud. "He's awake already. After losing that much blood, it should be hard to wake up." Juan's face flashed with anger, her words laced with killing intent. "No, Senior, don't say anything. Let me kill him." But then, she hid behind Peter. He asked, "What are you doing?" She gave him an order. "Go on, Senior, you kill him. I can't see, so how am I supposed to deal with that guy?" The three of them returned to the room. Simon teased from the side. "Why don't you come hide behind me? You're making me sad." "I'm a very strong apostle too." Juan was blunt. "Senior, you only have one arm." He could only reply, "You're making me sad." Click. Peter opened the door to the room. Peeking inside, his eyes widened in surprise. The three of them entered the now empty room. She spoke up. "Where'd he go?" "I clearly injected him with a lot of sedatives to stop the bleeding. There's no way his body can move right now." Varan said, "Where else could he go? Long knows for sure he's definitely there." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "I never expected the Phantom Cruise to sink like this." On a stage lit only by the moonlight, someone else asked, "You saw Peter cause that incident?" Raphael was there and spoke up. "There's something that puzzles me. It's now a fact that he caused both the Glory Hospital and the Phantom Cruise incidents, yet he was nowhere to be seen. How is that possible? Oh my apostles." A whole group of young men in white robes seated on the steps began to murmur excitedly. "The sword devil of the Demon Blade sect." Kegel was taken down. "Is that Peter guy really that strong? Sounds interesting. For an old man on the verge of death to pull something like that off. He's no ordinary foe." Suddenly, one of them asked, "What are you scared, old man? Instead of just building your body with protein, why don't you try improving your combat skills first?" The one who was just provoked retorted, "Your mouth has been running a lot lately." The other guy wouldn't back down. "Don't just talk the talk, walk the walk." A young man holding a gun couldn't help but jump in. "What the hell are you guys doing? You'd be wise to shut your mouths or I'll put a hole in you right now." The man in the hat remained silent. Raphael spoke up, cutting through the tense atmosphere. "That's enough of a greeting. Now that we're all gathered, let's talk for a bit. The guy sitting in the very center rambled on like a mob boss. We apostles are the strongest in the world, yet not a single one of you could catch a dying old man. Among the white-robed figures, one suddenly spoke up. Of course that happened. I wasn't involved. Another one chimed in. It's because I didn't step in. Otherwise, that old geezer would be finished. The two went back and forth like that. Hey, you masked geezer, someone like you would only take 2 of my fingers to beat. Weren't you the one who got shot twice in the stomach last time? Before he could finish his taunt, you'd be wise till the door was smashed to pieces. The guy with the gun remarked, quite a loud knock. Simon. The name had just been uttered when they saw Coggle standing there defiantly, a massive wound on his body. Seeing his state, the guy had to ask, "You're still alive, how lucky." Simon Raphael sat there calmly. "I heard the news from Duika. I'm truly sorry about that. However, Simon." At this, all the white-robed figures turned their heads in unison to look at Caggle, that man Peter. The moment that name was mentioned, Caggle tensed up. Seeing this, the man urged him on. "Hurry up and say it. Did you meet Peter?" Caggle gritted his teeth. "Was it true?" Raphael wondered aloud. "What do you mean?" he asked. The man leisurely rested his chin on his hand. "I don't understand what you're talking about. You'll have to explain it clearly for me to understand." Coggle frowned. "The Demon Blade Sect. Was it you who gave the order to annihilate the Demon Blade Sect, Du Ka? She was so grateful to you. She thought she had found a place to stay, a place to rely on. But it turns out it was all a lie. But that person told me this. The one who pushed Yamatakumi to destroy the Demon Blade Sect was you. You stole her peaceful life, trampled all over it, and this entire thing was your doing." Every word that came out left Raphael speechless. An image of a girl radiant in the sun, gently holding flowers in her hands, appeared in his mind. He growled, "I'll ask you one more time. Was your plan to annihilate the Demon Blade Sect, yes or no?" Hearing this, Raphael just scratched his head. "Simon, I already told you." "What are you trying to say?" He replied casually, "The Sword Devil and the Demon Blade Sect were annihilated because of you. You're the one responsible, so why are you taking your frustrations out on me?" Raphael's smile grew increasingly, terrifying as he let out the words, "Are you trying to frame me for that?" Every word he spoke was like a dagger twisting into Caggle. "But Caggle, although I regret having to do this, but think about it. With Duka's personality, things would always be messy if she became an apostle. And from the very beginning, if you had just agreed to become an apostle, none of this would have happened, right?" At these words, the memory of him flatly refusing and walking away flooded back. Raphael rambled on. "I was hoping this wouldn't happen." He stammered, "It's not because of you." But then turning his eyes to everyone else, he shouted, "All apostles, listen up. From this moment on, get out of here one by one." As he finished speaking, a fist with sharp claws shot forward. He got into a fighting stance. After 10 seconds, anyone who hasn't left. His face with blood streaming down, it shone with fury. He snarled, "I will kill them." Raphael, sitting below, spoke up. "Caggle, do you understand the situation you're in right now? Take a look." The entire crowd of people didn't move an inch after Caggle's threat. The man said confidently, "I don't think anyone here wants to leave." The largest man spoke up. "Caggle, what are you crying about? Just because some girl got beaten." The guy with the gun also teased him. "I mean, why are you so grumpy, sweetie? It's not sexy at all." The guy with the black glasses waved his hand dismissively. "Why are you so upset? The fight must have been tough, huh? Why don't we all sit down for a nice cup of tea and a chat?" The young man in the hat, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "So much damn noise. I'm not drinking tea with a guy like you." Caggle's expression remained fierce. "So no one wants to leave. Fine. Then you'll all die." As soon as he said it, Caggle shot forward like an arrow. In a flash, someone moved to block his attack. It was the guy in the hat. He threw a kick straight at his face, but luckily Caggle dodged it. "I told you it was noisy," the man sneered. "You're just pissed off, so your mouth is running wild. You plan to fight with your words." Caggle frowned. "Laugh while you still can, Johann. No matter what, if even a single drop of my blood touches you, you'll be dead in an instant." The moment the words were spoken, he was struck. He went for an uppercut, but the man dodged it. "I know your blood is dangerous, but there's no way in hell I'm letting it touch me. What are you, an artist? You're so good at painting a pretty picture." In a flash, Kay moved behind him at the speed of light. "Just watch and you'll see." The two circled each other like a cat and mouse. He calculated his next move. While his opponent was focused on his blood, he would find a blind spot and attack. "First, I have to take him out." The thought had barely formed when he struck, but his opponent still managed to dodge. Caggle was shocked. He dodged it. There's no way that last angle was in his line of sight. How the hell did this bastard? Suddenly, a shield flew toward him. Kagyo caught it, feeling a bit bewildered. The big guy charged forward with the shield filled with killing intent. His fist flew, shouting, "Only the victors are honored. Accept your death." The words had barely left his mouth when both Kagyo and the shield were sent flying. He was slammed into the wall, staggering to his feet amidst the rubble. He cursed to himself. "Damn it, what kind of monstrous strength is that?" That same fist shot out again, along with the words, "It'll be easier to give up now." Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Why so serious, everyone? Stop fighting already. Are you trying to make this old man so mad he has to solve this with his fists? The man with the glasses planted, his feet blocking the attack from both of them. The big guy immediately asked, What are you doing? Get that disgusting leg off my hand. Now. The man with the glasses let out a mocking smile. Can't you all see it? It's obvious. This kid is exhausted. So please, just watch carefully. Don't you see that even though he's dead tired, he still dragged his body all the way here to get revenge for his lover? Kegel was a mess, but the anger in his eyes hadn't faded. He knew he couldn't fight anymore. I've lost a lot of blood. But one thing is for sure, after I recover, I'll be back for Duca. Outside the tower, Kegel shattered a window and launched himself out like a beast returning to the wild. The man with the glasses teased Philip. He's like that because you were messing with him. The large man shot back. Shut up. You can't just let traitors go. You have to hunt them to the ends of the earth and kill them. Raphael sat there calmly. It's fine, just let him go. I get it. That's just how the rebellious phase is. Placing a hand on his face, he added, Besides, we'll be seeing each other again soon enough anyway. Suddenly someone spoke up. There's something I still don't really understand. Raphael stood before the shattered window, rambling. It's clear that Kegel met Peter, so why isn't there any information yet? From Nathaniel to the ghost ship and the past of the Phantom Sword sect, Peter knows everything, doesn't he? Each gust of wind that blew in seemed to voice his thoughts. It seems what I was thinking is true. Peter's aide must be a pretty important figure. Someone asked, Who is it? Raphael replied. We'll find out soon enough. His name wasn't on the passenger list, but there were rumors. On the ghost ship, they saw the chairman of the Deha Corporation. An image of Untrang waving flashed through his mind. He wondered, but why? Why would Choi Untrang appear on a ship he supposedly doesn't care about? He once refused to meet me because he was busy with business. Raphael's smile grew a little more sinister. Could it be? As he finished his thought, the image of Peter appeared next to Untrang. He guessed it was just to help Peter satisfy some passing interest. He said, Well, that's fine. I need an armory right now anyway. Let's look into the Deha Corporation. Raphael turned and asked, What do you think? Can you handle it, Apostle Johann? The man in the hat remained seated when his name was called. The man in the hat spoke slowly. What do you mean, sir? He continued. I mean, for someone like you who once took down one of Father Gabriel's apostles. Untrang shouldn't be a big problem, right? As he spoke, a vision appeared of him in a tight-fitting suit, with a body at his feet. Raphael reminded him, But let me know if you need anything. The Deha Corporation has a notoriously tight security system, famous even among other major corporations. He was able to give a precise answer, 372 people. He cracked a smile. Special Forces Spain's top security team Escudo are expected to join the fight this time. Do you think they can stop me? Raphael smiled as well. Look at you. You act so indifferent, but you've already prepared, haven't you? All right, now go. The Deha Corporation. Send Choi Untrang to hell. A clear death sentence had been declared. Next on the news, pedestrians were shocked to see red letters on the building, and this morning a mysterious symbol was left on the wall at the Deha headquarters. It's unknown who did this, when or why. The public has expressed concern. The three of them, Simon, Juan, and Peter, were watching the news. Simon spoke up, That's insane. Isn't that building super tall? How could someone draw on it all the way up there? Juan rested his chin in his hand. This guy is still active after my senior retired. He's the current S-rank assassin of the Glory Guild Apostle Johann. Simon was stunned. So, is that his name? Peter replied flatly. That's right. Years ago, he was the one who killed the former Apostle Johann. His other name is Alip. At a warehouse, someone spoke up. What do we do? The conversation was chaotic. What do we do? We just received a warning about Alip. We're going to die soon. 3 men in military uniforms surrounded a small child, reassuring him. Please don't worry, Prince. Besides us, an apostle from Glory will also arrive as backup. Suddenly, a voice spoke Glory's apostle. A man stepped forward. Prince, to ensure your safe return. Codename Johann. Age 59, level 9 apostle. Specialization assassination. File 359. Mission success rate 100%. He said, I will do everything in my power. The dagger in his hand glinted as he stepped next to the child. This might be over much sooner than you think. The trembling prince asked. What did you say? Johann replied. Why, you ask? Because the evil Alip, who chose you as his target, is right here. As soon as he finished speaking, someone froze. His attack was blocked. The other man asked, How did you know I was in disguise? Johann replied. It's simple. When those two were facing off, you remained completely calm. And your uniform gives off a scent that's unique to you. A shrill scream erupted. He's running away, get him. He jumped far back only to say run away. He questioned, why would I need to run? Then he took out a grenade. With a loud bang, the entire room went dark. Everyone started to panic. What's going on? The lights went out at headquarters. Do you copy? Activate the emergency power system. Damn it, the flashlights aren't working. Everyone stay calm and shield the prince with your bodies. Don't get any closer, prince. Stay calm. In the darkness, horrific screams were accompanied by the smell of blood. A gunshot rang out and the muzzle flash briefly illuminated the scene. The warehouse floor was littered with bodies. The other guy spoke up, pinpointing my location from a muzzle flash. Only the most highly skilled possess that kind of ability. Is an apostle of glory supposed to be different? Johann in the darkness retorted sharply. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done missions like this hundreds of times. He put on a pair of goggles with 4 lenses. I'm still too young to be listening to your concerns. The other guy spoke again. You even took your shoes off. He had seen Johann taking off his shoes as he ran in the dark. It's not for you. So, wipe your drool. His heart wavered as he looked through the goggles. Johann was bewildered. Strange. Aside from this unusually creepy feeling, the warehouse was pitch black, Johann thought. There's not a single sign or sound, not even a scent. Before he disappeared, there was definitely nothing here. Looking elsewhere, he wondered, I can't feel anything at all. Suddenly, Johann's eyes widened as he saw a knife, glowing in the reflection of his goggles, his expression one of bewilderment. What is that? It can't be. In the darkness, a knife was somehow floating in midair. Johann was stunned. As the knife hovered in the air, he was lost in thought. If that's a person. No. If it were a living creature with blood flowing through its veins, this camera should have detected its body heat. But while he was mesmerized by the sight, he was struck. He began to open fire in a panic. This time I can't sense him at all, model. Where is he? He fired wildly but couldn't see anyone. Damn it, I can't see a thing. He's definitely here. But I can't sense him. Johann looked around, wondering where he could be. Where is he hiding? The silence was terrifying, but it was broken by that guy's voice. I'm always curious. Johann was startled, raising his gun as the voice spoke. But where? Never mind. What that guy said. The blood of a glory apostle. He turned away, thinking to himself, I wonder what it tastes like over there. The moment the words were spoken, he lunged from above. Back with Peter, the 3 of them were still focused on the news. Simon spoke up. Doesn't this seem absurd? You're telling me you couldn't detect him? He and Juan started to argue, the man waving his amputated arm. If he showed himself, he'd definitely be caught on camera, right? So Johann, my brother, was just taken down like some fool, the woman next to them pointed. That's right. And that's why it's so mysterious and hard to understand. He hesitated and replied, Don't you even think about it. Simon turned his nose toward Peter. Boss, you should say something too. Is Johann the type to go down that easily? Closing the laptop, he replied to a leap. The reason he leaves behind such horrifying mistakes is because he plans every single one of his jobs in advance. Looking at the building covered in those letters, Peter said that if that symbol really belongs to Alapet, then he has already chosen his next target. Hearing this, Simon quickly grabbed John's hand. How can such a shameless bastard exist? I volunteer to go settle the score with him, she asked with a puzzled look. Where do you plan on going? Do you even know where he is? He immediately replied, If I look, I'll find him. Peter spoke up. Simon, you don't have to do that. With a pensive look, he said, in a serious tone, even if we don't know when. Alep always leaves a direct warning. It's always present. As he spoke, the scene changed. A wall had the name Alep written on it in red. That assassin stood there, staring intently at an oblivious sleeping Unchan. Peter's voice continued, right next to his target. The fiend hugged his club and let out a sigh. I don't have much time left, so I want to ask you one last question. Our junior Juwan. The man waved his hand up and down in front of Juwan's face. Can you really not see anything? If you can't see the screen, how are you typing so fast on the computer? Peter sat outside watching them helplessly. The one-armed man can still run his mouth, can't he? Juwan frowned in anger. This is so annoying. She tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing a support device. This is a screen reader. It gives me all the information I need. Hearing this, the fiend got excited and gave Juwan a friendly middle finger to provoke her. Then why do you even need to look at the screen? She typed on her computer, annoyed. Even though a visually impaired person can't see, their other senses are more developed than others. The fiend excitedly teased Juwan. Amazing. So this is how you support us. Juwan warned him, when I'm done with my work, I'm going to chop off your finger. The man replied playfully, one of these days I'll need your help on a mission too, Juwan. Annoyed, Juwan put all her strength into her hands and slammed them into the fiend's back. This damn guy is always so quick with his mouth. The man screamed at the top of his lungs. Ow, my hand. She hit him while grumbling. I hit you on the back, and you dare say your hand hurts. Sitting outside, Peter spoke up coldly. You two, I have something to tell you. He crossed his arms and looked at the fiend. With things as they are, it's likely Raphael will deliberately push this incident even further. Because of that, I'm worried not just for us, but for the lives of the other former apostles. The image of a person lying in the rain flashed through his mind. They'll find them somehow and eliminate them. An image of the fiend with his hands tied and his head down appeared. Simon, I want you to get to them before they do. A figure was shown lying on the ground in a pool of bright red blood. Before more of our brothers get hurt. The fiend looked at Peter with determination in his eyes. To be honest, I'm not worried. They've been able to live just fine on their own for this long. But all right, boss, leave it to me. A pink car sped down the road. Getting out of the car, the fiend turned in surprise and asked, But, are you sure you don't need me here? Peter looked at him and smiled. Your interface is way too eye-catching to be walking around a place like this. Like I said, please find our brothers for me. The two shook hands. At the same time, the fiend said, just call me anytime you need anything. Your big bro, Apostle Simon, is always ready to help you. The fiend walked away with his gear on his back, but didn't forget to wave goodbye to Peter. I'll definitely bring our brothers back safely. The Deha Corporation. Peter rushed into the tea room and hurriedly asked, Sir, are you all right? Chairman. Unchan sat in his chair and sighed. Ah, Peter, thank you for coming. Peter pointed to the side and introduced her. This is the friend I mentioned before. Juan is also currently helping. No, that's not quite right. She threw her arm around Peter's shoulder and excitedly cut him off. Ah yes, I'm Juwan, genius hacker master and guardian to this brat here. She looked at the chairman with a puzzled expression. But, Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Why did you summon Peter, a member of Glory, when you as the chairman of the Deha Corporation already have enough talented personnel? He placed a cloth on his head and replied, I was convinced after the ghost ship incident. Unchan talked about meeting Peter, who was acting like a gentleman with a lady. Although Peter belongs to Glory, he is the complete opposite of it. He also recalled the time he ran off in a hurry, and above all, back in the present, Unchan looked at Peter's face. I knew this day would come. He bowed his head to keep the warm towel in place. Raphael. I mean the current chairman of Glory. He dislikes people who have deep ties to Father Gabriel. He shuddered as he remembered Raphael's terrifying image. Therefore, he wants to eliminate me and take over the entire Deha Corporation. A completely predictable outcome. Unchan hesitated. But Alip, the secretary standing behind him, took care of him tenderly. Sir, don't overdo it. Peter and Juan bowed and said in unison, Please get some rest, sir. We'll leave at once. As they walked down the empty hallway, people were whispering, Chairman Peter is a talent who once took care of Park Sang-do, but even so he should be careful. Alipet walked down a hallway lined with guns, as his secretary cautiously reminded him. They say he's the most skilled assassin on the planet. Not only has he never failed a mission, he's also known for his brutality in killing his targets. She went on to share a circulating rumor. They say that even Father Gabriel's apostle Johann fell to him. This time, Peter turned to the secretary with a determined look. The corporation's situation cannot be exposed to the world. I can't just leave it to Glory. The secretary pointed toward the dark hallway. Therefore, we've invited those who will carry out this mission with you, Peter. A group of aggressive-looking people approached as she introduced them. Escudo, the strongest security team in Europe. Europe's top security team. Escudo, nicknamed the Shield of Europe. The secretary leads him to a large man and says, You can trust and cooperate with them. They are the strongest team fighting against Glory. The man steps forward. Peter asks contemptuously, This kid is the Glory assassin. Don't tell me he's the chairman's lover. The man codenamed Costa Escudo is the captain of the A Special Abilities security team. Costa reaches into his inner jacket pocket. All right then. It seems fate has brought us together. Costa throws a weapon at Peter. I have to give you a gift too, don't I? Peter raises a hand and catches Costa's weapon. He grips the pen tightly in his hand. Why would you do that? I'm just an ordinary bodyguard for the chairman. We can talk informally then. Peter looks at him curiously, wondering who this guy is. Costa looks at him and says to himself, Looks like you really do love him. Peter quickly denies it. It's not like that. The man turns to leave, tossing a warning over his shoulder. I don't know where you came from, but don't get in our way. Meanwhile, at the DDH Group's Security Control Center, Juwan and her pet dog are staring intently at the monitors. Alipet will never be able to get into this building. She murmurs to herself as she scans the monitors. There are over 100 personnel on the rooftop, and on every floor watching every single second. With observers positioned all over the building, even Juwan has to admit, not even an ant could slip through. Every nook and cranny of the building is equipped with cameras, over 100 CCTVs with 0 blind spots. And yet here was Escudo Europe's strongest security team. Seeing the staff in the control room trembling, Juwan wondered why they were so afraid. A blonde employee drenched in sweat speaks up. They say Alipet eliminates the target, and everyone escorting them. The staff member beside him tugs at his collar, groaning. The security team. All of us. We're all gonna die. Suddenly, an innocent voice pipes up. What's the matter? It was a man in slick glasses, codenamed Marco Escudo, captain of Security Team B. Nicknamed Passionate Morrow, he pushed down on the heads of the two agents. Why was Europe's strongest shield trembling so much just now? He walked over to Juwan, leaned down and asked, Are they letting a little lady like you see everything? She twirls a pen in her hand, annoyed. That's right, so please get out of my sight. Marco chuckles. The young lady has a sharp tongue too. He leans down and whispers in her ear. Everything is secure, my lady. I don't know how capable this Alipet fellow is, but he'll never get past the shield of Escudo. Juwan gives Marco a contemptuous look. Do you want me to smash that shield in your face? I bet that would hurt, wouldn't it? Juwan rests her chin on her hand, annoyed by his bragging. Even that side of you is charming. If I may, could I escort you to an Italian restaurant later? A nearby staff member jokes, but Captain, you don't even like Italian food. Marco laughs heartily. For the young lady, I can do anything. Standing in the office, Marco raises both hands and shouts, "Everyone stay on high alert. Who are we? The best security professionals. Escudo, I'll say it again, we can do this." The man with the ponytail behind him quietly whispers in Marco's ear, "Captain Marco, you need to leave now." Hearing this, he glances over. Sane, is it time already? Let's go then. Marco stretches enthusiastically as he walks away. Now, let's go catch Alipet, shall we? Ah, right. He covers his mouth, turns back and smiles. My lady, let's go on a date when you're finished with work. Juwan stares at the monitor and sighs to her little dog. That guy really doesn't know when to shut his mouth. He's so annoyingly persistent. She pushes up, her glasses flustered. This young lady happens to like other things. Suddenly, a voice calls out, making Peter turn around. Hey kid. Costa can in hand leans against the wall and asks, do you know what the essence of being a security professional is? He claps Peter on the shoulder, his tone mocking. It's experience. Only men like me who have gone through every imaginable hardship can reach this level. My level is so high I can't even see a punk like you. Peter looks at Costa, irritated. He wasn't wrong about experience. The entire team, including that man, pays attention to the smallest details. Peter discreetly observes the camera placements and the positioning of each guard, which makes him a bit curious. Right now, we have full coverage of the entire building, second by second. No sign of interference from Alipet. If he had infiltrated, he would have definitely left a trace by now. Peter thinks to himself, if I were Alipet, how would I get in? There's no way through a surveillance network this tight. He furrows his brow, seeming to realize something. The only way I can think of. Of course, there's only one. Suddenly, a loud noise rings out from outside the building. The security team members shout in a panic. Gunshots, Captain Costa, it's on the west side of the 36th floor. Move it. Peter turns to watch. Costa just stands there looking at his watch, ignoring the stampeding crowd. Let's go, he says, with a glare before Alipet arrives. Hearing the shout, all the security team members immediately run toward the sound. What happened? Is it Alipet? The man with the blonde beard goes to check, then makes an announcement. One person is dead. The crowd murmurs, asking, what? Who is it? The blonde-bearded man hesitates. His face goes pale as ice. I don't know. Hearing this, everyone shouts, what the hell are you talking about? The blonde-bearded man stammers. Looking at the corpse in the corner, he announces, the head. It's missing. Costa brazenly pushes through the noisy crowd. Damn it, those were clearly gunshots, so why is the body decapitated? Identify the victim now, we can run the ID here. A security team member approaches, then lets out a scream startling everyone behind him. Who is it? The man stammers. He looks at the ID card, hanging on the dead man's chest. He stammers, Captain Marco Costa walks over to inspect, then waves his arm, trying to calm the crowd. I didn't even see an ant get in here. How the hell did he get in? Get to Chairman Choi. Now Costa's team members stomp their feet in frustration. Damn it. Peter stands off to the side, thinking to himself, I knew it. He scans the area. If I were Alipet, the only way to get in here would be to create a diversion in this tight security system. Peter quietly voices his thoughts. I think this is how Alipet is getting in. Hearing this, Costa turns to him with an irritable look. What? He's trying to get in now. Peter crosses one arm, covering the lower half of his face with his other hand, as he looks at Costa. Exactly. Infiltrating from the outside is completely feasible at this very moment. Costa asks doubtfully, what are you talking about? Costa seems to realize something and stammers, it can't be. Still covering his face, Peter continues with his suspicion. There were absolutely no signs of a prior model. No outsiders have entered or left this place in the last 2 days. That makes it entirely possible. But there's only one answer. Looking at everyone gathered there, Peter made a bold declaration that stunned them all. Alip is already here. He must have gotten inside somehow. His face grew serious as he announced, that means one of the people here could be Alip. Suddenly, a notification sounded from everyone's phone. What? A video. He looked at his phone in surprise. Watching the video, Peter was completely bewildered. The power to the CCTVs in this hallway was cut. But, who is this? They're running. The image zoomed in, making Peter even more confused. Captain Marco, a hand suddenly grabbed his leg. He clawed helplessly at the floor. Peter watched as Marco was dragged away, and realized someone was pulling him into the shadows. It must be Alipet. A trail of blood stretched across the floor, leading into the darkness. A dark figure appeared in that same hallway. It was holding something as it approached the camera. The big blue-eyed man stared at his phone and stammered, what is this? The heavyset guy beside him frantically tapped his phone. This can't be. Peter's face was also a mask of astonishment as he watched. Unlike the previous apostles, this one was more meticulous, more confident. Alipet was hiding in plain sight. Looking at the dark figure holding up a mysterious bag, he thought to himself that this guy had no intention of actually staying hidden. On Marco's face, a message was written in blood, no one will get out of here alive. And under his chin, more words, let's see who wins. An old man's shout echoed. What did you just say? Costa shoved Peter against the wall, yelling in his face. Anyone here could be Alipet, he snarled at Peter, gritting his teeth. You get that Peter remained expressionless, looking back at Costa's threatening glare. If we're looking for a traitor, it's usually the one who brought up the topic in the first place. Costa's hand tightened on Peter's throat. There's a 78% chance that it's you. Peter stood perfectly still, watching the man tremble. You say this as if you've predicted everything. No, it's like you've been waiting for this to happen for a long, long time. He glared at Peter, challenging him. So, prove your innocence, because right now you're the most suspicious person here. Peter looked up and thought to himself, but just look at him. I can tell he's not ordinary like the others. Peter clenched his fist, aiming for the man's stomach, but even now backed into a corner. Is he still poised to dominate his opponent? A voice cut in. Exactly. A woman appeared, separating the two men. If we start fighting amongst ourselves, that's exactly what Alipet wants. The secretary placed a hand on her chest, looking at Peter with concern. If Alipet has really infiltrated our ranks, and we don't have any clues, we don't even know how he got in. How are we supposed to find him? He tried to calm her. Don't worry, this is all about to be over. Hearing this, the secretary was stunned. She fired questions at Peter. Over? What do you mean by that? He just looked up as if searching for the answer. Suddenly, another scream pierced the air. It's all over. The man in the surveillance room clutched his head in terror. We're all gonna die. We're not getting out of this alive. The other officer frantically tried to find a solution. What about the surveillance cameras? But the officers, despite their strict protocols, were helpless. I just finished analyzing the footage from the last 72 hours. Not just the 36th floor, but this entire building. No outsiders have come in or out. The officer turned to his partner, worried. You don't think it's Sanchez? Could he really be the culprit? He's close with Captain Marco, almost like his closest aide. Plus, he hasn't been with us for very long. Hearing the analysis, Sanchez himself started to have doubts. Yeah, now that you mention it, the look in his eyes has been strange. Nearby, Juan was also deep in thought. This Alipet guy is a real master of psychological warfare. He's making everyone suspect each other. This must be how he's creating an escape route for himself in case things go south. The other two were still discussing suspects. If we're going down that road, Paolo is pretty suspicious too. He's never around when you need him. Meanwhile, she continued her deductions but was stuck. Someone who gets this much of a thrill from manipulating people. They definitely leave a message somewhere. What is it? What on earth is he trying to say? Just as Juan was trying to uncover the hidden message, a scream suddenly ripped through the room, cutting her thoughts short. She immediately spun around to find out what happened. What is it? The officer at the monitor, trembling, pointed to the screen and announced to everyone. It's Alipet. Alipet is on screen. Hearing the urgent call, the police moved into action without a second of hesitation. Operations Command, do you read me? The target has appeared in Sector C, 14th floor of the East Tower. Send units there now, the dispatched officers moved out, firing their weapons continuously into the darkness. But only a few minutes later, the officers back at command heard something that terrified them. What? They're all dead. More officers were dispatched to take control of the target. Command, this is Sector C, 14th floor East Tower. The target. The target has been suppressed. The voice on the other end of the radio urgently tried to confirm the report. But then another scream echoed from the scene. A trembling voice stammered, unable to get the words out. Gah, this thing is, before he could finish, something happened. All they could hear was his ragged breathing like he was running for his life. Then, silence, followed by the heavy thud of something approaching. Alipet appeared, warning the police. Go ahead, keep hunting me down. If you're so confident. The police were in chaos when they received the report. The support team had arrived, but the target had vanished. One of the officers, panicked and terrified, started blaming everyone. I told you, we were all going to die. Seeing everyone arguing, another officer stepped in. Is now really the time for this nonsense? Juan sat in a corner nursing a headache as she thought it over. It was just as she'd long suspected. Surveillance cameras usually have their audio recording turned off. She had also considered the surveillance cameras acted immediately, and finally figured it out. But after she arrived, she had enabled the audio recording function for the cameras. Only then could she hear and visualize the guy's actions. After Juan reviewed the footage, she discovered something else mysterious and confusing. But the footage of Marco being attacked clearly had no recorded audio. In that instant, she solved the mystery behind the camera feed. That meant this footage wasn't from today. Realizing this, Juan stood up angrily to look for something. Is Alipet toying with us? On the other end, Peter received her signal. What's wrong? Juan spoke hurriedly as she walked. Senior, can you hear me? Sensing her urgency, he grew a little curious. Loud and clear. Of course it's important. This guy Alipet, he's incredibly sly. That damn brat keeps sending me signals for some reason. Doesn't seem like it. This is something I have to tell you in person, Senior. As Juan was walking, a mysterious figure quickly brushed past her. The moment he passed, she stopped in her tracks. Seeing him pass by, Juan's expression hardened as she growled, look at that. Does he dare to underestimate me? And Juan Peter sensed something was wrong and frantically asked her, Juan, what's happening? Where are you? But Juan remained strangely calm, giving him the address and an instruction. West building, basement level, Bone, the press area. Take your time getting here, senior. After all, he's still within my control. Hearing this, Peter panicked and called out to her again. Juan, wait, I'll be right there. As soon as he hung up, he shot up from his seat without a moment's hesitation, ready to rush to her aid. Costa noticed and moved to block Peter's path. Where do you think you're going? Is there some fun I don't know about? Don't you know, your reckless actions right now will only make others more suspicious of you. Peter was trapped, but his mind was racing, trying to find a way out. The business with the surveillance camera's audio being turned on and off would be hard for anyone to believe no matter how he explained it. But if he didn't get there fast, Juan would be in danger. In the end, he chose to go save Juan, but his path was blocked, and his frustration was clear on his face. Please get out of my way. I'm in a hurry. I'll explain later. Seeing his obvious irritation and haste, Costa finally said, all right then. Peter thought he'd agreed, but instead, Costa called for more people to stop him from leaving. In that case, I really can't let you go. Stop being so reckless and get back to your seat. Another person sternly warned Peter, you will not move a single step from this spot until you are completely cleared of all suspicion. Peter's face immediately darkened, but his anger didn't make him back down. If you keep blocking my path, I'll have no choice but to break your legs. Hearing this warning, Costa wasn't the least bit afraid and stepped forward. Don't just stand there making threats. Give it a try if you think you're good enough. Meanwhile, on the other side, Juan had followed that Alipet guy to a warehouse. As she walked, she tapped a nearby locker with her cane, deliberately speaking loudly. Alipet, the extraordinary Alipet. Everyone knows of him, but no one can ever find him. She recounted a past mistake she'd made in her deductions. But luckily, you chose the wrong opponent. The first thing I did when I got here was turn on the audio recording for all the surveillance cameras. He intentionally leaked that pre-recorded assassination footage, then tried to approach me for some reason. What is it? Why me? There are countless people here he could have targeted. At that moment, she finally understood what it all meant. The reason you deliberately showed an opening luring me here was... Before Juan could finish, he spoke from the shadows. As expected, you're sharp. For a blind person, your sense of smell is so keen you were able to figure it out. Your deduction is almost entirely correct. Hearing this guy's condescending tone, Juan confronted him without a hint of fear. Almost. Are you trying to provoke me again? Fine. This fateful meeting has happened. Now tell me why you're here. But then she moved forward to expose Alipet's true identity. Alipet. Or should I call you Captain Marco? He teased her from his perch above. Who are you talking about? Juan laid out all the evidence, her deductions ending in a sharp reprimand. Shut up. Something felt strange from the moment we first met. I knew I had smelled that scent on you from somewhere before. Now I remember. That unpleasant scent coming from you isn't cologne, nor is it the scent of a living person. It's the smell of a special disguise. He stood there smiling smugly at Juan's sharp reasoning. She then made a direct request. Don't you feel suffocated? Take it off. It's not like I can see anything anyway. Or, are you not confident in your real appearance? Alipet smiled, then seemed to consider it for a moment. She felt that since she was the one who was blind, he had no reason to mock her. Oh, what an honor. I get to witness the real face of Alipet. Then again, it's probably a good thing I can't see. Assassins like you are usually hideous. He tore off his mask, revealing himself to be Johann, a high-ranking V apostle. After removing the mask, he had a question of his own. Do you know why I would wear the skin of a man I already killed just to appear before you? Juan was wary and confused. What's this? Are you trying to hit on me the first time we meet? He immediately stepped forward, his words dripping with flirtation. There's only one reason. I really wanted to see you again. Faced with this flowery language, Juan's disgust was plain to see. Oh, for heaven's sake, can you stop with the sweet talk? Just so you know, I really don't like that face of yours one bit. Johann finally asked her directly. Do you think you'll be okay meeting me here all by yourself? Juan remained defiant in the face of his question. We'll have to see about that. But he was still looking down on her, taunting. A blind girl like you will have a very hard time dealing with me. Hearing his contempt, she shot back fiercely. That's hilarious. You should worry about yourself first. After she spoke, Juan still felt a flicker of fear, but her eyes were sharp as ice. Even so, I've felt uneasy ever since I stepped in here. The air feels strange. What kind of trick has he set up? No, it's fine. After all, I have that. The darkness is my specialty. The moment the thought crossed her mind, she turned and smashed the lights. Just as Johann expected. Turning off the lights. Clever. Now Juan seemed to have dissolved into the darkness, leaving only a mysterious presence in front of him. Although Johann was disoriented, searching all around, his voice remained firm. Smart. You cut the power to put me on equal footing with you. You want to fight on fair terms. Just then she appeared and explained to him. Fair terms. Humans have the ability to adapt to any environmental condition and their bodies follow suit. When one sense is lost, the others are enhanced. Juan appeared like a storm, continuing to speak of her past. After losing my sight, I trained and gained a new sense that normal people could never possess. At this point, she stopped hiding and appeared, striking her cane on the ground to introduce it to him. It's called echolocation. She explained the technique further. It detects the position of objects through sound waves. And you say we're on equal footing. How absurd. On the other side, he was completely shocked. What? Without a moment's hesitation, Juwon lunged at him like the wind, ready to attack. In this darkness, you are nothing but my prey. Johan didn't realize Juwon was attacking from behind and could only stumble back to defend himself, but it was useless against the surprise attack, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters. As expected of a veteran assassin, you've clearly undergone special training. Everything is so polished. Being praised only seemed to excite her more as she swung her cane for another strike. Being praised. I really don't know what to do with myself, but it was too late. Whether you're a god or a devil without light, you're no different from an ordinary person. As she spoke, Juwon threw everything she had at Johan's position, causing a massive explosion. Immediately after, the area burst into flames, but Juwon was analyzing the situation and felt that something wasn't right. That's right, human vision accounts for over 80% of our sensory reactions, so he shouldn't be able to block or dodge this attack. But what she saw next left her shocked and confused. But how could he do that? He caught the staff as if he could see everything in this darkness. How on earth? This left her wide-eyed and gaping, wondering how he could do such a thing. It was then that Johan revealed a shocking truth to Juwon. Did you know? Humans have the ability to adapt to any environmental and physical condition? He repeated the same words she had just said, directly challenging her. When one sense is lost, the others are heightened. That's why you never stood a chance of defeating me from the very beginning. Then he revealed something Juwon could never have predicted. It's because I was born blind. After this revelation, Juwon broke into a cold sweat, her mind racing as she trembled. I get it now. I understand the unease I've felt from the start. The reason this space feels so strangely cold. It's all because of that. She looked at Johan in front of her and understood why she couldn't use her powers. His senses were so sharp that even her own ultrasonic waves couldn't detect him. Johan, with a chilling coldness, analyzed her every move. Echolocation, using sound waves. Is that what you call it? How wonderful. I understand, that's your trump card. Seeing Juwon taken aback by his precise perception, he offered a few words of advice. But in my opinion, there are some things you can never overcome, no matter how hard you try. Because the power he was emitting was far greater, and he was smug. They call that despair. After all that, Juwon, finally, understood his actions all this time. Now I understand why you kept sending me signals. The reason is that I'm blind just like you. Hearing Juwon's deduction, Johan gave her a cold answer. That's right, he had been holding back until now. Finally, he lunged forward, preparing a finishing blow with his hand while uttering a derogatory remark. Blind people are so troublesome. Costa was surprised. Are you trying to break my leg? He challenged. Go on and try, if you dare. Costa's face was murderous. I'll slit your throat before that happens. Peter's expression turned serious. I warned you. Costa froze on the spot. So fast, he's going to punch me. It's a hook. Peter rushed in with a lightning-fast punch. Costa flinched. No. Peter deftly vaulted over Costa. Costa snapped out of it. That wasn't an attack. He realized Peter had already sprinted far into the distance. He wondered to himself, what the hell is this kid? The bodyguard yelled, let's go after him, but Costa stopped him. It's fine, I let him go. Costa thought to himself it wasn't a coincidence. That kid just showed him something, and he subtly realized, if he had pressed the carotid artery, a vital pressure point on the neck, he really could have killed me if he wanted to. Costa raised a hand to the back of his neck. I'm getting worried again. Let's head back. Understood, the bodyguard replied. The scene changes. Johan speaks. My first target when I got here was you, Juwon, a blind woman. Juwon replied playfully, since we're in the same boat now, shouldn't we be helping each other out? Don't do this, let's talk for a bit. Johan didn't waste words and attacked immediately. She was sent flying 8,000 meters. Juwon cursed internally. Damn it, how could I not have known? I felt it the moment I walked in here. The essence of this unease is frequencies higher than 20,000 hertz. We're locating each other with sound waves. She had sensed it early on. Juwon collapsed from the internal pressure. But a normal person definitely couldn't hear this sound. And of course, even for a seasoned pro like me, it's hard to perceive that sound. She suspected this was an ability only found in animals like bats. How the hell did this bastard manage to surpass human limits? Juwon's eyes widened. Impossible. Just then, Kiss's praise echoed in her mind. Amazing, unbelievable. Miss Juwon, you're almost the best I've ever met. You can now perceive space using only sound. It's truly astonishing. Juwon looked bored. This stuff is so tedious. Starting tomorrow, let's practice close quarters combat. But Master Kiss, there's something you said that's really bothering me. Kiss asked. What is it? Juwon replied. I know I'm awesome, but what do you mean by almost? Master, Kiss. Kiss tried to clarify. That's not what I meant to say. Miss Juwon, you are the best I've ever met. Juwon guessed quickly. You just flipped me the bird, didn't you? I know you did. Kiss frantically denied it. No, it was a thumbs up, Kiss explained. Of course Juwon is an exception, but there's something else that can surpass all effort. Juwon was curious. Is it not human? Kiss stammered. No, that's not it. It's just a creature. A baby was born. Kiss uttered. Born blind. Kiss explained. I witnessed it. Thanks to the brain's acuity, all of its senses, except for sight, surpassed human limits. Now it uses its other senses like hearing, smell, and touch to be able to see. Back in the present, Johan shot towards her like a bullet. Juwon cried out in pain, completely desperate. Damn it, isn't this cheating? This is the true ability of a man born blind, his skill to sense terrain using sound waves. Just then, Juwon recalled that her own skill was the result of over 25 years of practice, but this guy's ability. She told herself it must have taken at least 100 years. No, this was a level that couldn't be reached even with 1,000 years of practice. First, Juwon deduced that he wasn't just able to see. It was as if he could see the space around him in 360 degrees. At this point, Juwon had already fallen, but she still held on to hope. Even so, it didn't mean there was no way to win. This guy's senses were far more developed than hers, which meant, on the other hand, suddenly Johan called out to Juwon. He acknowledged, You're clearly different from the other blind people I've met before. But the difference between you and me is indisputable, because you can't see like I can. Suddenly Johan covered his ears and screamed. Juwon thought to herself, that's right. I know exactly how exceptional you are, but in other words, you must be 10 times no, 100 times more sensitive than a normal person. She had used his strength to find her opponent's weakness. Because your hearing is incredibly sensitive. The noise was driving Johan insane. What are you doing? Juwon said smugly. Finally, your weakness is crystal clear. Johan cried out in pain. My ears hurt so much, but life isn't a fairy tale. Johan gave a demonic laugh and asked, were you hoping that would happen? Johan's two death scythes lunged forward. Juwon realized Johan wasn't strong because he was blind. He just happened to be blind. Damn it. He was just playing with me from the very beginning. I was wrong. This guy isn't strong because he was born blind. And at that moment, Johan was still attacking aggressively. Juwon cried out in fear, he's just strong, period. That knee strike was something else. Johan said calmly, even if you're an assassin from Gabriel, unless you're an apostle, this is the obvious outcome. It's a shame, but oh well. He prepared to finish her off. You're not bad. Juwon trembled as she replied, shut up, what do you know? Just get lost. Her words made Johan furious. Even at the very end, you just can't keep that mouth of yours shut, can you? Still, you make for excellent bait. I needed this level of provocation. He was about to make his final move to force Peter to reveal himself when speak of the devil. Peter appeared to provide backup. Juwon was shocked. Someone. Could it be Peter cut her off? Are you okay, Senior Juwon? Juwon suddenly remembered. That's right, I'm his senior. By the way, Juwon warned him, be careful. That guy is Alipet, a blind bastard. Peter was curious. Blind? Is that guy bullying my senior? Peter wondered. He's blind, but what is this? Even he was amazed. Did he just block a surprise attack? Johan thought, so that really is Peter. The kid is still so young. At the same time, reinforcements arrived. Where is he? Over here. Let's go. Hurry up and get him, Johan declared. I guarantee you will die by my hand. Peter quickly caught the blade. Peter made a mental note. Outside, the support team asked about Alipet. What's Alipet's status? Peter replied. He's gone. They rushed. Chief Alipet got away. Search in another direction. I'll follow this way. They scrambled, but couldn't find Johan. I think he ran that way, requesting Team B to provide support in the basement. We'll definitely catch Alipet. Johan pondered. No matter how I think about it, that was really strange. He couldn't accept it. I obviously blocked it. No, I couldn't block it completely. Johan tore at his hair in frustration. It mocked me. How dare it? Later in the infirmary, Juwon was fuming, cursing that bastard. How many times did he stab me? God, it hurts like hell. Peter consoled her. Don't worry. If you have the energy to scream your head off like this, you're not going to die. Juwon was indignant. Senior. Is that your true personality? A sick person on the verge of death is lying right here, and you can't even offer a single word of comfort, Peter asked. What do you mean? Juwon whined. Senior, I'm in a lot of pain, so much pain. Wait, are you having an inner monologue? Ah, that's the pose. Come on, I'm sick to death here. Stop the inner monologue. Peter was in fact having an inner monologue. However, putting his excellent combat skills aside, how could a blind man disguise himself as Mao so perfectly? If he's blind, then there's only one answer. Just then, Peter reported Security Chief Costa, we've searched but he's vanished without a trace. Costa asked, where could that guy have gone? From now on, continue the patrols. Suddenly, Juwon spoke up. Senior, are you just now thinking that you can't kill him? If we tighten security and reveal his true face, she asserted that Bastard will definitely speed up his plan to assassinate Chairman Choi Un-Trung. However, in such a tightly controlled space, how could he kill Choi and Trang? On Costa's side, he urged his men, move, hurry up. Alpha team to the sector, a rooftop Bravo team to the Sector B rooftop. He was impatient. Alipet just showed himself. He'll be targeting Chairman Choi directly. Everyone heighten your alert and tighten security around Chairman Choi. Thui looked worried. Costa ordered, be careful. Don't let a single ant slip through. Everyone must be prepared for any and all possibilities. Peter thought, that's right. If he wants to carry out an assassination in a place with such tight security, there's only one way. His face grew serious. And that is, on Costa's side, it was chaos. Report anyone suspicious immediately. I'm going to see Chairman Choi. A guard replied. Understood. Peter deduced he's going to. Costa walked in. At the same time, Peter said, disguise himself again. And Johan had disguised himself as Costa. Juan shot up. She shouted, Senior, this is no time to be lazy. We have to get to Chairman Choi right now. Peter calmly nodded. She yelled, if you know, then hurry up and get ready. While Juan frantically prepared, Peter nonchalantly said, the situation is stable for now. After taking care of things, he reported, I've already treated the chairman's room with a temporary countermeasure. She panicked. A measure. Peter was evasive. I can't say. Elsewhere, Johan, disguised as Costa, snapped irritably. What? The bodyguard blocking his way, said no one is permitted to enter the chairman's room. Johan's face was grim as he said, this is getting difficult, isn't it? I am Costa, captain of SKO's Team A. We are in an emergency situation. I need to see the chairman. Despite hearing this, the guard replied firmly, even so, sir, you are not permitted to enter. The guard looked at the furious Johan and mumbled to himself, I was given a mission to be wary of everyone, no matter who they are. Even if it's the SKO, my first priority is to block anyone from entering the chairman's room. Johan's face was stern as he growled, the situation is extremely urgent, so step back and let me do my job. The guard maintained his posture and replied, yes, because the situation is so urgent, I invite you to turn around, go straight back to your room and sit quietly. Johan had nearly lost all his patience, his hands clenching into tight fists. Suddenly he heard the secretary's voice call out Captain Costa. She stepped forward and asked, what is it? Please tell me, and I'll pass the message to the chairman. Just then, Johan gave a silent smirk. He handed the briefcase to the secretary, explaining that it contained important documents for the chairman. She took it and replied, yes, I understand. I'll deliver it for you. Johan leaned in close to the secretary and whispered, absolutely under no circumstances should you open it. The bodyguard standing behind her asked if they should take care of that guy. She stammered as she watched him turn and leave. No, it's fine. Let it go. Meanwhile, Juan was on the phone. Senior, I'm telling you again, it's obvious someone is helping him. There's no way he could have brought disguised items in from the outside. There must be an inside man. Peter walked past Costa's soldiers and replied, we haven't found any other bodies yet, so it's unclear who Alip has disguised himself as, and just like you said, he has an accomplice. The blonde man's eyes watched him coldly, somewhat on guard. Arriving at the elevator, Peter warned anxiously, be careful anyway, Juan, he's clearly still watching us. She immediately replied, Senior, watch what you say. That guy is like a demon, he can hear everything. The elevator stopped on the 58th floor, and the doors opened. Stepping inside, he came face to face with Costa, who was actually Johan in disguise. Peter reassured her, Juan, don't worry, it'll be fine. She replied confidently, of course I trust you, Senior. The man's face was cold as he looked at him, while Juan's worried voice echoed from the phone in his hand. But that bastard Alip is a monster that lurks in the dark. Remember, if you run into him, Senior, don't fight him. Run to a well-lit area immediately. Got it, Peter replied cautiously. Got it. I'll contact you later. Looking into the eyes of the Costa before him and smelling his body odor, he recalled his earlier fight with Johan and muttered, the same scent as that guy from before. Peter then observed Costa's hand tracing the braille on a soda can. After they got in the elevator, the two stood side by side, and Peter's eyes looked as if he'd realized something. Johan muttered grimly to himself, he doesn't know anything about my real identity. First Choi Un-Trang. As for you, I'll deal with you later, he thought. Peter suddenly spoke up, you came down from the chairman's office. It seems you had business with him, right? Johan replied cautiously. I had important documents to deliver to the chairman. Why are you so curious? He muttered to himself, they say he's a D-rank assassin from Glory. His skill level is one thing, Johan thought again. But what bothers me more is this unsettling feeling he gives me. He analyzed silently. Based on his scent and movements, he's clearly a young man, but he doesn't give off that impression at all. Why is that? What's the reason? Johan's eyes scanned Peter, like a machine producing the results. Height around 6'1", weight, 185 pounds, a solid physique, and even his breathing is perfectly controlled. With that speed and acuity, there's no way he's just a D-rank assassin. He must be at least B-rank, A-rank, or even higher. He silently formulated a theory. Or maybe, Johan suddenly called out to Peter. Hearing his name startled him, but Johan really just wanted to ask, do you know him? I hear he's a legendary assassin from Glory. Everyone wants to capture Peter. Johann mused. I wonder if he's here right now. I'd like to meet him just once. Peter looked down at his feet and replied, they say he's someone a low-level assassin like me would never have the chance to meet. By the way, I'm curious about something myself. He said the name Alep, and hearing it made Johann flinch slightly. Peter continued curiously, I heard he mainly operates in Europe and is a sworn enemy. So, why did he come to Korea? He recalled their previous fight, wondering why Alep only fought in the dark. If he's so strong, why not fight out in the open? Peter offered a theory. Or maybe, he can't see. Johann's face was filled with shock at being found out. Peter then made a provocative statement. No matter how strong Alep is, he could never beat Peter right. Hearing himself being underestimated, Johann became enraged, pressing his lips together tightly. Veins popped on his forehead as he clenched his fists, trying to restrain himself. Suddenly, Peter changed the subject, saying, I almost forgot. He took out a pen and held it in front of Johann. I'm returning this to you. You once said this was your favorite pen. I feel bad keeping it. Last time Costa had thrown the pen at Peter. He caught it, put it in his pocket, and asked, You're giving this to me. The man had said, It's valuable, so take good care of it. Holding the pen, Johann forced a smile and replied, This is a very rare type of pen, hard to find even in Europe. That's right. Suddenly, Johann heard Peter say, My apologies. He fumbled to pull out another pen and exclaimed, It seems I gave you the wrong one. A huge mistake. The pen you gave me was this one. Peter feigned confusion. But this is clearly your favorite pen. How could you not recognize it? So strange. Johann realized what was happening and muttered, This bastard. He's testing me. He pointed the pen toward his own eye, then turned to look at the Costa in front of him and said in a low voice, Or has your eyesight gotten worse? Johann immediately snapped. Speak in a way that people can understand. Peter put the pen in his pocket and said, You know, everyone has habits. They can't break. He offered a few. For example, a prison guard can't ignore any unsealed item, or a firefighter will always overreact to even the smallest alarm. Peter recalled the moment. Costa traced the braille and said, So what about a blind person? They say they have a habit of using their fingertips to check braille, just like you did earlier. He recalled the real Costa's behavior and confirmed it. The Costa from yesterday had never touched the braille on the can. Knowing he was exposed, Johann's face darkened. He knew. He couldn't hide it anymore, and yelled, Lights out. The lights in the elevator went out, plunging everything into darkness. Peter muttered in shock. The lights. How is that possible? In the darkness, Johann pulled out a knife and lunged. He was repeatedly cut by the blade, as Peter barely managed to avoid being stabbed in any vital spots. Peter gritted his teeth and took the hits, muttering, It's pitch black, I can't see anything. Gaining momentum, Johann kept stabbing relentlessly. Go ahead and struggle. The more you resist, the more painful your death will be. Peter was shocked by the speed of his attacks, thinking, He's too fast. It's impossible to predict his attacks from the start. His eyes glinted in the darkness. Furthermore, every attack is fatal enough to finish an opponent in a single blow. Outside, the elevator stopped on the 20th floor. The doors opened, and Johann rushed out like the wind. The floor was covered in blood. Juwan's voice echoed from the phone. Senior, answer me. Peter leaned against the elevator wall in silence, covered in countless wounds. She asked frantically, What's happening? What was all that noise? Don't tell me you're dead. If you're dead, say something. He finally spoke up. What's with the cold attitude? Kid Juwan yelled back. Damn it, you scared me. I thought you were really dead. Peter calmly dusted himself off and said, I just had a private meeting. With a leap. She was confused. What do you mean? He replied. It's just as you said. I met him. Peter stepped out of the elevator and ordered his staff to find Costa first and to find the one who helped Alipet. Jay was a little surprised. Is this a fake Costa this time? Understood, I'll prepare it right away. He looked at his arm covered in wounds and muttered, Man, this is nasty. He fought in the dark, as if he could see. Alipet is truly a dangerous man. Up in the pipelines, Johann took off his disguise, thinking to himself, no way. No matter how many times I replay that situation, it's just impossible. His body was drenched in sweat after the fight with Peter. Johann sat there thinking. A total of 52 stabs, all aimed at his weak points. No matter how fast a person's reflexes are, there's no way they can block my attacks in the dark. He was amazed by the man's cleverness, but he had created light with friction in that instant. He was able to see by creating a small light source, just by scraping the inside of the elevator. Even with the tip of my blade at his eye, he didn't show a hint of fear. This made Johann feel a sense of dread as he muttered to himself, This is the first time I've ever felt this scared. Beyond the mission. I actually want to beat that guy. Resting in the pipe, he made a decision. All right then. Change of plans. I'll use it now. I can't wait to see what happens next. The real game starts now. Peter rushed over to the chairman and warned him. Duan, listen carefully, he explained as he ran. Alipet created a diversion to mislead us, to make us think the person approaching Chairman Choi wasn't him. Jay shot up in bed, shouting, You found the accomplice, Peter replied. Yes, she urged. Who is it? You know who it is, don't you? Peter asked. Haven't they faced countless dangerous situations? He laid out his analysis, noting there was always one person who didn't fit the circumstances. Someone who was always by their side at critical moments, who could control everything in this building, and who could freely enter the president's office. At that moment in the president's office, Eun-chang was sitting nervously at her desk when a figure appeared behind her. Ju-won seemed to have figured it out, and exclaimed, "Could it be?" Peter confirmed it could only be one of Choi Eun-chang's people. Meanwhile, the president was still completely unaware of the traitor behind her. Eun-chang just sat there, her expression worried as she clutched a hat in her hands. On the other side, both he and she had realized the secretary was the mole. Peter rushed off, exclaiming, "We have to hurry." The secretary made a call. "Sir, it's about Johan. There's a big problem." Johan was curious. "What could it be?" she reported. "I'm on my way to you now. Things are getting rather complicated." The blonde man led his team storming in and shouting, "Alipet has been spotted in Sector C Level E. We will avenge Captain Marco Alipet." The secretary said worriedly, "Sir, you need to get out of there before you're discovered." He casually asked, "Who's Sanchez?" "You mean one of Captain Marco's subordinates. It'll be useless even if they come." She was confused. "What do you mean, sir?" Johan, sitting on the sink and looking at the cold corpses in a pool of blood, said, "He's already dead." Johan asked, "How are things over there?" The secretary, holding a briefcase in front of a door, replied, "I've handled it. Everything on this end is taken care of." He praised her. Good. Next up is that young man." Suddenly, Johan heard something and asked, "What was that?" She stammered. "No, it's just..." The secretary was confused why everyone. A bodyguard blocked her way, growling, "What's in the case? Tell me the truth." She broke out in a sweat, muttering Ariana and Granner. The secretary tried to remain calm and said, "There are important documents I need to deliver to the president." "You all saw me just a moment ago, so why the sudden change?" the brown-haired man replied. "Sorry, the situation is a bit sensitive right now, so we have to check everything." She asked cautiously, "Are you two suspecting a secretary like me?" The blonde-haired man spoke up. "Like I said, the situation is different now, so we need to be careful. But you can go." The secretary ordered, "Step aside." The bodyguard replied, "Yes, ma'am." She gloated internally. What an idiot. The brown-haired man snatched the suitcase from her hand and said, "Even so, we still need to check the bag." The secretary panicked. "Wait, what are you doing?" The two men's eyes were filled with menace. The blonde one growled, "The important documents you mentioned." The brown-haired man opened the case and demanded, "What is this? Tell me." "I get the syringe, but what the hell is that round hole next to it?" The blonde man threatened her. "If you don't tell me what this is, you'll regret it. If you don't want your back broken, start talking now." She pulled out a knife, assuming a fighting stance and challenging them. "Go on, try me." The secretary was sweating bullets, her face filled with anxiety as she muttered, "I can say that, but how can I possibly beat these two?" She looked at their intimidating builds and silently assessed them. If they're assassins from Glory, they have to be at least B rank or higher. That's Granner. And Ariana Choi Eun-chang's personal bodyguards, former Israeli mercenaries. 13 years of military service, 271 completed special missions. The secretary's eyes hardened as she steeled her nerves. "But I've come this far, so what's left to lose?" She charged forward, yelling, "Die." The blonde man blocked the secretary's attack with just one hand. Immediately after, the brown-haired man struck with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the knife in her hand shattered. As the shards flew past her face, she froze in terror. "I'm dead." The blonde man gripped the secretary's hand tightly, threatening her. "Whether you stay and fight or try to run, your outcome is the same death." She sat helplessly on the floor and asked, "What are you going to do?" The secretary's face was pale as she muttered in fear, "I die if I fight, and I die if I run. If that's the case, there's only one option left." She began to sob, clasping her hands and begging desperately. "I was just following orders from Glory. I'm just an ordinary person with no power at all," the bodyguard asked. "When did you start working as a spy?" She immediately replied, "From the very beginning. Please spare my life." The blonde man made an offer. "All right, if you answer my questions, I'll give you a chance to survive." The brown-haired one asked, "Where is Johan?" A hand moved with blinding speed, flashing past her neck. As the secretary stammered, "Actually, Johan." In that instant, Johan had sliced her carotid artery without her even realizing it. He moved his face close, pressing his hand against the wound on her neck as he whispered, "Actually, you don't need to repeat what Johan said." The secretary coughed up blood, letting out a few faint groans before she stopped breathing. The blonde one asked, "Could you be Johan?" The brown-haired one asked curiously, "Can you let us see your face clearly?" Johan said casually, "It doesn't matter. After you see my face anyway. You'll just end up in a grave." The blonde one looked at him with contempt. "Confident, aren't we? By the way, I heard you're blind." "Is that going to be a problem?" the bodyguard asked curiously. "Fighting in a well-lit place like this and facing assassins head-on. Do you really think you can beat us?" Moonlight illuminated his pale face as he replied, "You're mistaken." With a sharp look in his eyes, Johan lunged forward, exclaiming, "The problem isn't whether it's bright or not." Peter ran up, calling out Ju-won. "Over here," she followed behind him, asking Peter, "You're here. Where's Alipet? Why aren't you saying anything? I was so worried." She covered her nose and yelled. What the hell is this? He looked at the scene before him and muttered, Alapet, did you really have to do all this? Peter ordered. Juwon, check on the president. Juwon replied, yes. She hurried into the room to check while he walked over to the blonde bodyguard, asking with concern, Ariana, are you okay? The bodyguard handed Peter a phone and stammered, take it. He's looking for you. He growled into the phone. Alapet, do you regret our little chat and run-in at the elevator earlier? He calmly replied, not at all. It's just that our conversation isn't over yet. Johan recalled Peter's taunts and decided to declare war. All right, young man, let's finish this. Come to the armory on basement level, Bone, by yourself. He threatened over the phone, if you don't, you'll never be able to protect Choi Un-chang. He frowned in annoyance. Are you saying the president is in danger? What do you really want? Johan replied cryptically. Just come here and everything will become clear. Juwon screamed from Un-chang's room. Peter, get in here quick. Peter rushed in asking, what's wrong? She cried out in a panic. He drugged her and put a time bomb on her, his face filled with rage. He muttered, Alapet. Peter looked at the bomb on her neck and guessed that the detonator was with him. Now I have to go to the location he specified. He said, this bomb is a real problem. Juwon, get her into the elevator. Juwon stammered. Senior, no way, she asked in a panic. Senior, where are you going? Peter quickly turned to leave. He told Juwon to call the medical and bomb disposal teams immediately. She yelled, that's not what I meant. Where are you going? Senior Peter answered calmly. Where I was invited to a party. Wouldn't it be rude not to go? Juwon said worriedly. What are you talking about? Don't go. It's not an invitation. It's a trap. She immediately tried to stop him. He wants to lure you into the darkness. You've already seen how he fights in the dark. Even for you, Senior. Peter calmly replied. So what? Who do you think I am? Juwon stammered. You're Peter, Peter said confidently. Then that's all that matters. Right before heading towards his meeting point with Johan, she muttered in disbelief. But even so, there was no way to counter the trap he had set. Outside the city, in a pitch-black room, a bodyguard spoke up. Chairman, will this be all right? What if Peter is with Choi Un-chang and we only have Johan here? Should we send another apostle? Raphael spoke with sarcasm. Another apostle. If you don't know what you're talking about, you should just keep quiet. Wouldn't Johan just kill that apostle too? Is he that hard to understand? What do you mean, sir? The man replied. You think I don't know what kind of person Johan is. If you don't face him directly, you'll never understand who he truly is. The year is 2017. In a village in M, Johan opened the door to a rabbit hutch. He picked up a white rabbit, puzzled. Strange, I only raise rabbits here. Johan wondered, so why is there an octopus here? Stepping out of the darkness, Raphael exclaimed, what a surprise. Even though concealing our presence is our specialty as assassins. He was surprised by his sharpness. You were still able to sense me, truly impressive. Johan, with his eyes closed, said, your question is wrong from the start. If I couldn't even notice something that basic, you guys wouldn't have sought me out in the first place. Raphael raised a hand to his chin and muttered, your disagreeable personality hasn't changed one bit. He threatened, you have 10 seconds. Tell me why you're here or you die. The bald man got angry, pulled out his gun and shouted, this bastard. Boss, can't we just put 3 in him first and talk later? Johan said contemptuously. Your gun might be fully equipped, but the moment you came here with only a single magazine, you'd already lost. You damn octopus, you're underestimating me. You hear me? The man stood still, not understanding what Johan was bragging about as he made his threat. Of course you'll pay the price for that underestimation. The bald man got angry, pointed his gun at him and yelled, what, 1 magazine is more than enough for you? Johan replied confidently, wrong, it's not enough. He moved so fast the bald guy could only exclaim, where'd he go? In an instant, he was hit with a barrage of Johan's punches, and even his gun was shattered from the impact. He whispered, the moment you said that, you should have just pulled the trigger. Johan growled, his eyes as cold as ice. If you were holding a knife, you would have died 13 times already. The bald man furiously yelled. Damn it, Raphael ran over, clapping in admiration. Alip, you really are skilled. To subdue an incompetent so easily. He mocked. Aside from his slightly special body, he's nothing to be afraid of. Johan wondered. By the way, an expensive suit, an old rosary, and the distinct scent of an Asian, specifically Korean. What reason does the Glory Society have for seeking me out? The man laughed loudly and said, it's really impossible not to like you. Raphael took something from his pocket. But you're mistaken about one thing. He looked confused. What is it? The man said. It's no longer the Glory Society. It's just glory. Raphael threw a piece of paper, pinning it to a map where Johan was standing, and ordered him to take it. The man said, see you in Korea. There's someone there with a level of skill you can't even imagine. He asked in a hoarse voice. Korea, you mean Peter? The man turned and walked towards the door, letting out a provocative remark. Even though he's old now, he's probably still a better assassin than you. If you're curious about him, get in touch. Raphael's final words caused Johan's expression to change, wondering if Alip was really better than Peter. Back in the present, Peter was standing in an elevator on his way to the meeting. His gaze was calm as the elevator stopped on the 10th floor. Peter stepped out of the elevator, looked around, and remarked, "This is a bit much for an interrogation room," he wondered. "So why did you ask to see me?" the man spoke. "First, I want to confirm something." Peter looked confused. Confirm what Johann standing above began to ramble. "From the very first time I met you, I've always had a very strange feeling, and I've been pondering it ever since." He looked up and snapped. "What the hell are you talking about?" he continued curiously. "You're clearly a young man, but the aura you give off doesn't seem to be." Peter snapped impatiently. "If you have something to say, get straight to the point." Johann looked puzzled. "You're at a level that young people can never reach. It's strange. This is the first time I've ever felt this from someone." Losing his patience, he growled, "So what are you trying to say? Spit it out." The man appeared behind Peter and said, "All right, I'll be direct. I don't hold prejudices against anyone." Johann offered his theory. "Therefore, I think that you might actually be Peter." He glanced towards him and remarked, "Well, look at this. Everything here is quite interesting, isn't it?" He took out a remote, a provocative half-smile on his face. "What do you think of the setup here? Since you came, you must have seen the chairman's situation. With just one small button, press everything within a 20-meter radius can be blown away without a trace." Peter's face darkened as he asked, "Are you trying to kill everyone?" He looked at Johann with a piercing gaze and growled, "If you push that button, you, me, and the chairman, all of us will disappear without a trace." "Got it." Meanwhile, Peter silently guessed, there's no way he'd actually push that button, but he just smirked and pressed it. "Amazing, isn't it? You really thought I wouldn't dare." His face immediately changed. The scene shifted. At that moment, everyone panicked when they saw the bomb on Choi Un-trang's neck emit something, exclaiming, "What's going on? What's happening?" Juan seemed to realize something, stammering, "This is..." With eyes full of excitement, Johann exclaimed, "Now let's begin." The building immediately exploded. He laughed with glee and shouted, "Our party." Johann looked annoyed, one hand on his hip, the other on his forehead. "Turns out I was mistaken about you. You're not Peter." If it were him, he would have remained calm in this situation. Johann's voice still echoed from above Peter. "It was true you couldn't predict things with common sense." He couldn't control his body, and dropped to one knee, his body trembling in waves. Peter lowered his head, thinking to himself, "I knew he was cold-blooded, but I never imagined he'd go this far." He spoke heavily. "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" Johann replied nonchalantly, "Of course I do." The scene inside the just-bombed building was utter chaos, with everyone scrambling to perform rescue operations. 2 bodyguards carried the injured outside, while the other 2 continued searching through the wreckage. The area was engulfed in raging red flames, and someone's shattered glasses lay on the floor. But from his tone, it seemed like nothing major had happened to Johann. Chairman Choi must be dead. His head probably exploded. And that girl Juan, who knows if her body is even recognizable anymore? Just thinking about it is painful. Johann still held the detonator, a faint smile on his lips, as he looked at the man collapsed on the floor. "For someone as arrogant as you, there's something I really want to show you." A series of loud pops echoed as the row of lights on the ceiling shattered all at once. Shards rained down around Peter and Johann as the area was plunged into sudden darkness. Only the sound of Johann's voice echoed through the space. "This is despair." He narrowed his venomous, snake-like eyes. A chillingly sharp, crescent-shaped blade appeared in his hand. His mocking tone was designed to break your spirit so you could never get back up again. "From now on, you're going to experience pain many times more horrific than what you just felt." Peter's brows furrowed, his eyes sharp and cold in the darkness. Recalling a previous case involving Johann, Peter carefully remembered meeting a man in a suit with a buzz cut. He used a special type of night vision goggles. Remembering a previous case with Johann Alapet had used a special device that was undetectable by thermal sensors. In the darkness, a shadowy figure clutched a detonator. Peter's gaze grew colder, his mind racing. Then I'll have to use a different method. With how thoroughly he's prepared, he must have a countermeasure for light. He pressed his lips together, tense. What a pain. Johann suddenly spoke, lunging toward Peter to attack. "What are you doing? Taking a nap?" He threw a volley of sharp knives, each one cutting through the air, along with Johann's voice. "The game hasn't even started yet." Peter took a defensive stance, facing the knives flying toward him. He had no way to dodge the sharp weapons, struggling to shield himself with his arms as the cold blades cut into his flesh. They sliced across his body. He couldn't tell where the attacks were coming from. He couldn't even tell where his opponent was. Peter's pupils contracted, his brow still furrowed. He heard Johann's voice echo in the dark. "You're no different. In the end, you're just a weak human being." Peter felt a sudden panic, sensing something in the dark. It was Johann, his sharp blade having appeared behind him at some point. His movements were lightning fast, and Peter didn't have time to turn around. He was helpless in the darkness. Johann's vicious, relentless attacks forced Peter backward, his arms accumulating even more wounds. He still hadn't found a way to solve this life-threatening situation. This is so annoying. It's not just that his attack speed is fast. Peter struggled to look ahead, assessing the situation. It's also dangerous and precise. If I want to catch him, I have to break his strongest weapon. His echolocation ability. The blades continued to whip through the darkness as thoughts swirled in Peter's mind. Right now, forget about catching him. I can't even touch him. Johan's attacks flew relentlessly. I can't feel them coming. I can't even see him. It's impossible. Peter started to hallucinate. Countless hands from nowhere were grabbing onto him and he couldn't escape. He couldn't stop thinking. It feels like a deadly shadow is swallowing me whole, pulling me into the abyss. A whoosh sound by his ear caught Peter's attention. He quickly turned his head toward the sound. His mind began to calculate. If that's the case, there's only one way to defeat an invisible enemy. He seized the moment, attacking the shadow that moved like the wind. The plan was to wait for the moment he got close and grab him. Johan coldly saw right through Peter's actions. His voice was still icy in the dark. Useless. Too bad. I can see everything, including where you are and what you're doing. He launched an extremely powerful attack at Peter, adding one last question. And what you're planning to do? The blow connected, sending Peter flying back a great distance. He gritted his teeth. Johan was now standing in front of him, his tone mocking, his eyes cruel. You're a lot quieter than you were in the elevator, huh? Or are you all talk? Peter let out a sharp breath. He replied in a low voice, You're finally here. For the first time, Johan looked slightly suspicious and shot back a question. Finally, Peter stood up, reaching a hand into his back pocket, while offering a few words of praise for Johan. I have to admit, you really are dangerous. I've never seen anyone fight like that in the dark. Suddenly, a loud swoosh echoed out, and a brilliant red light shot out, sparks illuminating the entire area around Peter. The light source appeared in his hand, along with Peter's calm voice. But your powerful weapon's usefulness ends here. Johan silently cursed. A flare. Peter, returning to his usual calm demeanor, spoke up. Well then, let's begin. Johan was in disbelief at what was happening. This guy is so sudden. A blade flew through the air, slicing the flare in Peter's hand. Johan watched with a smirk as the unexpected light source went out and clattered to the floor. He smirked mockingly, that same ruthless look in his eyes. I thought you'd be a little different, but to think you'd use a flare against me. You think that thing can do anything to me, Peter replied calmly, a corner of his mouth lifting. Hey pal, you won't cry until you see the coffin, will you? Johan's face darkened. What? Peter held up the remaining half of the flare. I never said I was going to use the light to deal with you. Johan cursed internally. What the hell? Peter's target had never been the light itself. He'd been targeting the fire sprinkler on the ceiling from the very beginning. He calmly exposed Johan's secret weapon, echolocation. While it's an incredible ability that allows the user to perceive their surroundings through sound waves even in pitch-black darkness, it has one fatal weakness. The sudden spray from a water valve. The dark space was instantly filled with a downpour from the sprinkler. A soaked Johan stood stunned by the sudden turn of events, with Peter standing off to the side. He then asked, So what happens now? The fire sprinkler continued to pour down water. Johan gritted his teeth, furious at the turn of events. No way. This can't be happening. The sound waves around him became chaotic, a dizzying net of frequencies trapping him completely. My echolocation has been completely neutralized. He recalled how Peter looked when he first arrived and the position of the sprinkler. It all clicked. So that's why that bastard was constantly looking around the entrance. He was pinpointing the fire safety equipment. Johan furiously clenched his jaw. So everything you did, it was all just a trick to fool me. Johan's soaking wet hair fell over his face, hiding his expression, except for a cryptic smile. You seem to know quite a bit about echolocation. I'll give you that, he said, slightly raising an eyebrow. So what can you possibly do to me? Johan remained calm, standing under the spray of water, as he patiently responded to Peter. The close-range flare. Was it all a fake? Just a diversion to prepare for this move. But what about the sprinklers? Do you really think they can run forever? All you're doing is... He suddenly lunged forward, swinging at Peter. Nothing but a cheap mind game. Peter frowned slightly. What a cold-blooded bastard. He didn't show the slightest hesitation, even in a disadvantageous situation. Peter leaped backward, dodging Johan's barrage of attacks, not forgetting to answer him. A mind game, is that what you think this is? A whooshing sound cut through the air, and only the voices of the two rivals echoed. If that's the case, then you've already lost. Now, what's this? I've known for a long time. Johan's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but ask back. Known what Peter frowned and replied, that my comrades are all still alive. Peter began to recall the events of the past. The man who had been rendered unconscious in the chair, an iron collar locked around his neck, was being rescued. This made Peter even more certain of his suspicions. A man so obsessed with the perfect assassination that he'd send a notice to his victim beforehand would never just blow up his target. That would never happen. Johan was stunned as he listened to Peter's account, his heart pounding in shock. How? How could he know? The more important question was, why? Johan remembered Peter's desperate struggle just moments ago, and his thoughts became tangled with confusion. Was he faking it this whole time? But why? Why would he do that? Peter calmly held the crescent-shaped knife in his hand and asked the question that had been bugging him this whole time. You definitely set off a bomb somewhere else. So why did you have to lie like that? Were you annoyed that you couldn't kill me back then? Is that it? Johan's hand clenched tighter and tighter. After hearing Peter's final question, it began to tremble. I'm right, aren't I? Because you're a complete narcissist. Johan stood silently under the downpour, his head hung low, unwilling to answer. Peter raised an eyebrow, continuing to provoke the once arrogant man. Where did all that confidence from before go? Come on, smile. That gloomy look doesn't suit your pretty face. Johan's pupils constricted, his face twisting in extreme rage. He roared, What the hell do you know? Johan could never forget the days before. He remembered. There's a phrase that I find the most confusing one that ordinary people probably wouldn't understand. A pure white rabbit, its ruby red eyes standing out on its adorable face. Voices chirped around the rabbit. Oh my, it's pure white, so pretty. This rabbit looks just like you, doesn't it? Johan kept replaying those words. Pretty. White. Just like it. What did that mean? The young gray-haired Johan with red eyes was holding a white-furred red-eyed rabbit. Next to him was a pretty little girl with blonde hair. On his other side, a foreign boy with blonde hair leaned against the rabbit hutch, reaching a hand toward Johan. He offered, Can I borrow it for a bit? Johan clutched the small trembling rabbit tightly, his tone firm. No, it's mine. The blonde boy held his arm, which now had a few scratches. Man, it's not like it's fragile. Why are you being so stingy? The ugly memories began to surface. Johan realized it must have started back then. The foreign kids laughed at him as he fumed over his food tray, which had been turned into a pile of garbage. The blonde boy even held up a fishbone, mocking him. Is it good? This is what I'm eating. You want to try? Johan thought back. That's when their bullying began. The young Johan, his face bruised and scraped, covered in bandages and wounds, just remained silent. He kept his head down, ignoring the kids as they threw a box cutter at his head and snickered. Hey, is it okay to do that? It's fine, he can't see anyway. The wounded boy Johan lowered his head in silence, biting his lip to swallow his anger. My helplessness slowly turned into a sense of inferiority, but I couldn't fight back because I was just a weak, blind boy. And then, it happened. On a night with a raging thunderstorm, lightning flashed ceaselessly across the sky. Johan frantically searched inside the rabbit hutch. It's not here. Where did it go? What's going on? Where's mine? Inside the gym equipment room, the four bullies who tormented Johan surrounded the poor white rabbit. It had stopped struggling, its red eyes wide and lifeless. They grabbed its ears, pinched its nose, and pulled at the poor little rabbit's limbs as it was unable to resist. Their voices were filled with amusement as they toyed with the small creature. Hey, why does this rabbit have red eyes too? It must be blind just like you. Is it dead already? Why is it so weak? Young Johan burst in from the rain, screaming in horror. You bastards, you dare take my rabbit. Johan charged at the inhumane mob. He desperately bit one of their legs. He was ready to fight them to the death. They took turns punching and kicking Johan's skinny body, cursing at him non-stop. He's biting, stomp him. Stomp the life out of him, you sons of bitches. You dare. A weak Johan cradled the lifeless white rabbit as if he were holding his own battered body. All around him were the hateful laughs of the other boys. You can just buy another one. Don't get cocky, you blind freak. No matter how hard you try, you'll always be beneath us. Johan could only cry helplessly. Looking back, my sadness at that moment wasn't because my beloved rabbit was dead, but because my last shred of self-respect had been trampled on. The despicable boys started talking amongst themselves. Come on, let's go to sleep. Suddenly, all the lights in the equipment room went out. The boys immediately panicked. Hey, why is it so dark? Is it a power outage? I can't see anything. Where's your phone? Use it as a light. Where's the emergency exit? The kids scrambled around in the darkness, not noticing Johan, whose mind was racing with frantic thoughts. What's this? Why are they panicking so much? Why are they screaming and shouting? Ah, so they can't see anything right now. Johan lay on the floor, his red eyes wide open. I can see everything. He slowly got to his feet, looking at the boys who were chaotically trying to find a way out. Where you are, what you're doing, and what expressions you're making. I can see it all. He attacked the blonde boy, punching him hard in the face without holding back. Johan was like a ghost, standing behind the blonde kid. The darkness seemed to embrace and protect him, allowing him to descend into madness as he watched the boy crawl pathetically on the floor, begging relentlessly. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Don't hit me anymore. Please spare me. What was Johan thinking? I've been bullied by these guys for this long. A man ran desperately through the rain, his flashlight pointed at the pitch black equipment room. He yelled out as he quickly threw open the door. The door swung open and a horrific scene greeted the man's eyes. 3 or 4 boys were lying scattered across the floor. They were almost all unconscious with red blood splattered everywhere. Johan stood in the middle of the chaos, his head lowered calmly, showing no sign of fear. He was ecstatic, thinking, from that day on, I realized, I could be superior. Johan's youthful face was stained with blood, his eyes glowing red under the flashlight's beam, the corner of his mouth pulled into a satisfied smile as he greeted the man who had just arrived. Teacher, I'm better than you now. The past fades, and a crazed Johan raises his hand to attack Peter. yelling, "That beautiful inferiority complex of yours. You think you're better than me with that cheap-ass water sprinkler." Johann frantically swung his knife at Peter, who parried his blows while exposing Johann's kafla. "Arrogant mask. You're like a dung beetle protecting your weak body with a hard shell. Arrogant people are terrified of being broken." Peter's words only made Johann more frenzied, the gleaming blade relentlessly aimed at Peter's life. He roared, "How dare you?" Peter quickly realized there was a problem behind him, silently warning himself. There was a sound very close right behind him. Instantly, Peter subdued Johann. He smiled in relief. "I've been wanting to catch you for a while, but if I did it there, the others would have all escaped, and I wouldn't get another chance. So I figured I had to catch you here no matter the cost." Johann's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening. What the hell is this?" Handcuffed, he stared in shock at his restrained hands. In front of him, Peter victoriously explained, "I was waiting for you to get agitated by my provocations. If you were your usual self, you wouldn't have been so easy to catch." Peter looked straight at Johann, then continued with a soft laugh. "Now I've touched you, caught you, and I can see you." Johann was frozen in astonishment. Just how many of his weaknesses had he figured out? Peter slammed Johann against the wall, speaking softly. 34 is the number of weak points on the human body. The red pupils in Johann's eyes constricted to their limit. Before him stood a cold, ruthless Peter, his hand raised to strike. He hissed, "Get ready. I'm very curious to see how long you can last." With one hand, he pinned both of Johann's arms, while the other shot out fast and powerful, straight into his abdomen. Peter looked at the man he'd just struck, frowning unconsciously in thought. This weak point was the liver, a vital spot. It should be painful enough to make breathing difficult, and yet… Johann bit his lower lip hard, not letting out a single groan, which surprised Peter a little. He can still take it. He raised his hand again, preparing for the next attack. His wet hair hanging down, hiding half of his cruel face. Next is the solar plexus. A storm of blows rained down on various parts of Johann's body. The throat, the sternum, the abdomen, the spleen. Peter had absolutely no intention of stopping now. The techniques continued to fly relentlessly. He felt a bit of admiration for Johann's attitude. His spirit was undeniably strong. But no matter how strong that spirit was, Johann gritted his teeth as he took another ferocious punch to his stomach. As Peter's voice echoed in his ear like a final verdict, he knew that eventually he would fall. Peter looked at Johann in surprise. Hearing him reply with a hint of mockery, "My brother will fall. The one who's going to fall isn't me, it's you." Johann's brows knitted tightly, his eyes filled with blood vessels, his tone as mocking as ever. "How stupid to restrain my hands like this." Abruptly, Johann lifted one leg quick as a flash, and drove his knee into Peter's stomach with a hiss. "Why didn't you restrain my legs too?" Peter stared in shock at what had just happened, his mind starting to race. Impossible. This guy is way stronger than before. Johann's scowl deepened, his venomous eyes glowing red like a wild beast's as he spoke. "What's wrong?" Starting to regret it. "Don't be surprised. The game has only just begun." The two stood facing each other, Peter continuously attacking and blocking with his left hand, while his right still held Johann tightly, while Johann relentlessly used his legs to counterattack. Peter, frowning, reevaluated in his head. "I was wrong. He's not enduring this with his spirit." Johann's knee shot up straight into Peter's stomach, catching him off guard. Peter tensed, trying to reorganize his thoughts. It's his pride. His pride is controlling all of his senses. It was as if Peter could see Johann begin to grind his teeth maniacally, his eyes bloodshot, his brows furrowed, making him think he's willing to sacrifice himself 1,000, 10,000 times over just to kill his opponent. Peter grabbed the chain of the handcuffs. "If that's the case, then I have no choice." With an unstoppable force, Peter hurled Johann a great distance, sending him crashing into the emergency exit door on the opposite wall. He frowned, thinking to himself what a pain in the ass. He watched Johann getting up in the distance, his mind already spinning. He should have been knocked out from that. How was he able to get up as if nothing happened? Johann ignored the water, drenching him. It was impossible to tell if it was water or his own sweat streaming down his face. He gave Peter a cold look. "Restraining me in the dark with handcuffs to overcome my advantage. Not a bad idea. But that's as far as it goes. If you intended to bind me, you should have cuffed my hand to yours." Johann went berserk, and with an unexpected burst of strength, he snapped the chain of the handcuffs. "So I could never escape you." Across from him, Peter casually brushed off his shirt, his tone unconcerned. "What a shame. But now, what the sprinklers are still on. You can't see anything either, can you?" Johann glanced at the digital keypad on the emergency exit. He calculated silently. The water definitely wouldn't stop anytime soon. And because of the different sound waves, I can't use my echolocation. With that, he quickly punched a series of numbers into the keypad on the door. Time to change locations. The door sprang open, and Johann immediately leaped backward, thinking he had reached a place the sprinklers couldn't touch. He stared ahead in shock, hearing Peter's voice chasing after him. "Are you okay?" He had been right on his tail, attacking almost instantly with both hands and feet. while not forgetting to inform him, "It's very bright in here, it's over." Johann used nearly all his strength to leap backward to avoid Peter's attacks. His entire body leaned back, his foot blocking a kick from Peter. Peter assessed Johann's condition extremely surprised. That should have been a direct hit. His split-second judgment is incredible. From above, Johann's voice called out, "What's so surprising? You seem to have made a mistake." He used the tip of his foot to press down on Peter's knee. "Without light you become weaker. But as for me, with or without light," Johann from his high position swung his leg down at Peter, who was right in front of him, triumphantly finishing, "I'm still the same." Peter stared in astonishment at what was happening. He leaped backward, faced with a Johann who was desperately trying to kill him. For a moment he was genuinely too stunned to speak. Johann stared at the man in front of him and began to taunt him. "What's the matter? Gone quiet? Did your little plan fail? Feeling discouraged? Don't be, because now, it's my stage." Johann's eyes narrowed dangerously as he held up a familiar device, a detonator. He finished his sentence with a smug look. "Let's start over." The long rows of lights on the ceiling once again shattered into pieces at the press of Johann's button, plunging them into a darkness Peter couldn't have anticipated. Johann's triumphant voice echoed around him. "This stage has no sprinklers, and no way for you to make any light." He pulled his lips back in a vicious grin, yet still offered Peter a bit of praise. "But I will give you this, of all the opponents I've ever met." An image of another man flashed in Peter's mind. A man who had praised him greatly. "You're the most exciting one I've faced since Gabriel's other apostle, Johann." Peter didn't lift his head, his wet hair obscuring his expression. Only his steady voice could be heard. "He's old and retired. You shouldn't speak his name with such disrespect." Johann stood in the middle of the darkness, the acoustic field once again surrounding him and the man in front of him. "That's right. My master Gabriel didn't lose because of old age. He lost because he was too dependent on his sight. And you are the same." A smug smirk crossed his face. "You can't see me." Which means... Johann's expression turned serious as he gathered his power to attack, finishing his sentence. "You can't block, and you can't dodge my attacks." He was now able to fully utilize his advantage in the darkness. Every sound wave was crystal clear. Even the inky black silhouette of Peter before him was perfectly visible. Triumphant thoughts echoed in his mind. There won't be any lucky breaks like last time. There's no way to make light now. He could see Peter's form floundering in the dark, completely disoriented. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller, yet Peter still seemed to be looking around frantically. Of course he is. Now that you have no weapons, there's only one thing you can possibly be feeling. Peter was completely lost in the darkness. To Johann, he looked hopelessly lost and confused. Panic, trapped in absolute darkness. He must be terrified. Johann charged forward with a cruel laugh, his eyes shining with triumph, his mind screaming, "It's over," but that was only in Johann's head. Because just when he thought he'd secured his final victory, the unexpected happened. A powerful blow struck him square in the face, something he never could have calculated. Peter stood as still as a stone pillar in the oppressive darkness, yet he had managed to land a perfect hit on Johann. Johann dropped to his knees in disbelief, his thoughts racing. What was that? How could he hit me? Have my senses not fully recovered yet? Johann bit his bottom lip, rejecting the thought. No, my senses have completely recovered. He continued to observe in the darkness, feeling the sound waves, and told himself, "This time I'll move faster, more stealthily." He charged forward again frantically. An ordinary person could never detect my movements. In his eyes, Peter's dark silhouette stood perfectly still, like prey waiting for a hunter. This time it will end for sure. He aimed directly for Peter's back. Johann, still confident in his ability, rushed forward, certain it would all end here. But suddenly, before he could even register what was happening, he was hit again. He spat out fresh blood as he was sent flying backward. The wall cracked from the impact of his body, and Johann's voice was filled with disbelief. No way. Johann ignored the blood dripping from his mouth and struggled to his feet, still unable to comprehend the situation. "You obviously can't see me. So how did you know where I was attacking?" His gaze followed the sound of Peter's voice as he answered, "You're right." He calmly responded to Johann's question. "I shouldn't be able to see you. If we had continued to fight like that, I would have lost for sure." Johann immediately shot back. "Then how did you do it?" Peter nonchalantly raised his left hand and pointed to his right wrist, not caring if Johann could see him, and tossed a question back. "I put a handcuff on you, remember?" Johann snapped back. "What the hell are you talking about? I broke out of those cuffs ages ago." Peter continued his explanation. "No, I put a handcuff on you that can never be taken off." Johann was skeptical, screaming internally. What the hell is this guy talking about? He looked down at his own wrists, replaying what Peter had just revealed in his mind. "I can never open them. The handcuffs. Wait." A green-gold light cast itself on Johann's cold face, and he suddenly realized something was off. This scent. I was so focused on the fight, I didn't even notice it. He looked in shock at his two glowing wrists. More accurately, a strange green-gold light was emitting from the two pieces of the handcuffs remaining on his wrists. Glow-in-the-dark paint. "From the very beginning you put cuffs on me that were coated in glow-in-the-dark paint." He recalled the moment he decided to open the emergency exit, how I was thrown toward the doorway. Then he remembered how he quickly jumped out of the chaotic sound waves, not noticing that there was light behind the door, luring me into a lit hallway. It was all a strategy to let the luminescent paint absorb light from the fluorescent lamp. He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in their red depths. In the end, Johan's thoughts were consumed by Peter, who stood there casually, as if he hadn't just been struggling to dodge his attacks moments before. Just how many steps ahead did you calculate? Half of Johan's face was still illuminated by the glowing handcuffs. He asked Peter, "How long have you been preparing this?" Peter stood in the darkness, his strong body showing no signs of being disoriented from the attacks. He casually raised a hand and recounted what he had planned. "In front of me is Johan, still glowing with 2 pieces of luminescent handcuffs. I figured normal light wouldn't work on you. Your echolocation is too powerful a weapon." A few days earlier, Peter had made a surprising request that left even Juan dumbfounded. "Juan, apply that to the elevator." The yellow-green light on his hands was truly blinding. It became even harder to see as Peter's voice continued to echo in the pitch-black darkness. "I had to prepare a worthy weapon of my own, didn't I?" Johan lowered his eyes. He held one hand out, displaying the light from the cuffs, while his other hand reached into his back pocket, his carefree tone returning. "Right, I was wrong from the start. I shouldn't have fought you this way." Peter narrowed his eyes, watching Johan's movements, his guard up for another weapon. He let out a sound of admiration. What a formidable guy. A red light flared up. The familiar red flare once again lit up a large stretch of the hallway. Peter silently assessed as Johan lit the flare himself. Johan asked with amusement, "How about it? He's holding a flare and a crescent blade. You can see better now, right?" Peter asked a question, dispelling the darkness himself. He stuck the flare to the wall, and now the light had completely replaced the shadows. Johan approached Peter, brandishing 2 sharp crescent-shaped blades. Peter stood firm, watching the scene unfold, simply asking, "So you plan on using both hands to wield those daggers now?" But contrary to Peter's assumption, Johan tossed one of the blades in front of him. He stood bathed in light, telling him to pick it up for a fair fight. Peter glanced at the crescent blade at his feet. He picked up the sharp object and listened as Johan explained why he wanted a one-on-one duel. This way, whoever lost would have no excuses. Johan took his stance, his eyes as cold as ice, and pointed his blade at Peter. "Young Peter," he called out. Peter just gave a slight smirk. This guy was interesting right to the end. Peter immediately launched an attack, his right hand gripping the crescent blade, his eyes blazing. Johan also charged at Peter with his blade in hand. But the moment he got close to his opponent, his eyes, which could see even in the dark, revealed a look of confusion. This guy, while he was charging forward like a rocket, Peter's form in the sound waves suddenly distorted as if he were disappearing. Johan quickly assessed in his mind. "He's clearly right in front of me, but he's moving so fast I can't get a clear look." A black shadow appeared just centimeters from his eyes. While he was still in shock, unable to see anything at all, Peter slashed powerfully toward Johan, who quickly raised his arm to block. Peter spun the blade in his hand, slashing at Johan's arm, while his other hand punched Johan in the hip. As Johan swung his knife behind Peter, Peter's arms were already covered in scratches, blood splattering everywhere. Opposite him, Johan continued his relentless, frenzied assault. Peter lowered his head. His brows furrowed tightly, a scratch having appeared on his cheek at some point. Johan frowned slightly. He saw that Peter had reversed his grip on the knife and began to wonder. He changed his grip on the tiger claw knife. Is he planning to strike from above? If so, Johan immediately grabbed Peter's wrist while swinging the blade in his other hand toward him. "I'll grab him and finish him off before he can bring the blade down." But under Peter's gaze, which was sharper than any knife, Johan's every move was thwarted. Peter even had the leeway to launch another attack at him. Too fast. I can't react in time. The crescent blade spun on Peter's finger. Johan crossed his arms in front of him to block Peter's continuous attacks. He had to admit it. He gritted his teeth as droplets of red blood flew chaotically before his eyes. Throughout this whole fight, I refused to admit what Raphael said was true. Johan had been so sure of his victory, but Raphael had just laughed mockingly and refuted his thoughts. Even if it's Peter, there's no way he can beat me when I have a knife. What, unless Peter has some terminal illness, maybe. But he doesn't usually fight with weapons, does he? Johan stood arrogantly to the side, hands in his pockets, while Raphael shrugged and talked about Peter. That sounds ridiculous. Doesn't it? Oh, but I think someone once said. Said what? Everything Raphael had warned Johan about now seemed to be playing out vividly before his very eyes. Peter looked coldly at his opponent, the gleaming blade in his hand, his blood-soaked arm raised high. It seems that if he uses a weapon, his opponent gets taken down way too easily. "Stop spouting nonsense," Johan yelled, attacking with his blade again as Peter swung his own blade toward him. The two clashed directly, their blades sparking as they met. Peter landed lightly on his feet, while Johan bled profusely. He glanced behind him, where the sound waves indicated Peter was rushing toward him. Impossible. This is the first time I've ever encountered someone like this. He slashed his knife behind him, but there was only empty space. The target was nowhere to be seen, and an undercurrent of panic surged within him. Even I. Even Johan can't catch him. No, forget catching him. Peter's blurred image appeared again in Johan's sight. He couldn't even touch or see him clearly. What is happening? Peter drew closer and closer to Johan. Why can't I see him? How is this possible? Is it because he's holding a knife that I can't see him? A flash appeared before Johan's eyes, his face showing a hint of shock. Ah, I see him now. Wait, what is this? The Peter in Johan's vision was no longer a black shadow in the sound waves, but his actual visible form rushing at him with a blade. I can see him now. Peter swung the blade in his hand downward. Johan's eyes were filled with shock and surprise. That man. He raised the blade in his hand to block Peter's strike, only for his own blade to be shattered. This is absurd. He was pushed back, dropping to one knee to stop his momentum. Is this kid a wall that I just can't overcome? He frowned, squeezed his eyes shut, and let out a soft groan, only to hear Peter say that the more he moved, the more it would hurt. Peter stood tall in the light, his bloody blade in hand, and coldly suggested, "Your pectoralis minor is probably torn, so it's best you just surrender." Johan struggled to his feet, his body covered in a network of bloody wounds, his left arm hanging limply at his side. But he stubbornly retorted, "Shut up. I absolutely refuse to admit it." But he knew Peter was right. After Peter's brutal and decisive attack, Johan was too injured, and his strength was fading. After that last assault, my left arm has no strength left. But what I can't understand. He looked at the shattered remnant of the blade in his hand. Is his knife fighting style. Even an expert like me took years to master this type of blade. So how is this possible? Johan's memory flashed back to the confrontation moments ago. Peter hadn't hesitated for a second when attacking him with the blade. The suspicion in Johan's heart grew. He's just a young kid. How can he be so proficient with a karambit? The red light from the flare continued to illuminate the hallway, casting a shadow as Peter slowly walked toward the struggling Johan. He spoke calmly. "If you want, I can turn off the lights again, and my next attack will be for real. You can't possibly block all of my attacks with just your right hand." Peter attacked again, this time aiming for the top of Johan's head. "When both my hands are free." He opened his eyes wide in surprise when he heard Johan's voice. "You think I can only use one hand? Well, how about this?" Johan had lost his initial relaxed, mocking demeanor. His eyes were wide, his face covered in blood, and his teeth were clamped down hard on Peter's hand. "You can only use one hand now." He wildly swung the remains of the blade towards Peter, his mouth still not letting go of his hand. "There's no wall I can't overcome. I will never let go until I kill you." Just as he finished his sentence, his right cheek met a devastating punch from Peter. He couldn't help but release the hand he had bitten until it bled. His own face was caved in on one side from the brutal force of the blow. Peter just asked calmly, "Never let go, huh?" A stunned Johan held his jaw with his hand, unable to close his mouth, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Opposite him, Peter calmly continued, "In the human jaw, there's a type of muscle called the masseter. If you apply enough force to it." Peter looked down at Johan. Even a gorilla would be forced to open its mouth. "So, do you get it now?" Johan knelt on the floor, his one good hand covering his bleeding mouth as he bowed his head and listened to Peter. "There are some situations that your pride and your weapons simply cannot change." Sound waves continuously pulsed into Johan's ears as he spoke, looking utterly pathetic. "Peter, is that right? I'll remember that name for the rest of my life." Peter's expression suddenly turned serious. "Wait, what's that? What's going on?" Johan swung his hand and cut the emergency flare on the wall, putting Peter on high alert. Was darkness about to engulf Peter? He quickly looked around. He cut the fire alarm wire. "It's pitch black. I can't see anything." A loud shout made Johan freeze in his tracks. A light suddenly appeared at the end of the hallway. A group of armed men in tactical gear appeared, shouting, "Terrorist suspect, spotted, subdue," the one with the silver hair. Peter was also surprised by their appearance. A special ops team. Did he hear them coming before I did? 3 members of the team pointed their guns at Peter, leaving him no choice but to raise his hands. The others chased after Johan. Peter mused. "The more I learn about him, the more formidable he seems." The shouts of the Special Forces soldiers echoed down the hall as they gave chase. The terrorist ran that way. Sergeant Kim go left, Sergeant Choi go right. Peter, still with his hands up, watched the Special Ops team chase after Johan. "I can't let innocent people get hurt. But at this rate, Johan is going to get away." Peter listened with a cold expression as the panicked voices of the Special Ops team filled his ears. "Where did he go? He's gone. He just vanished." The entire main hall was surrounded by the Special Ops team. "Get outside and lock down all the exits. He definitely hasn't gotten out yet." Suddenly, a girl rushed in, shouting, "Wait!" It was Juan, a worried look on her face under her glasses as she urgently questioned a soldier. "What happened? You didn't catch Olip." "What about Peter? How is he?" the soldier asked back, which nearly made Juan lose her temper. "Peter, who's that? It's dangerous here, ma'am. You should step back." "What, ma'am? You're calling me ma'am?" No one paid any attention to another soldier, hastily running off the ends of his silver hair visible from under his helmet. All of a sudden, Juan froze. She whipped her head around, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Wait a minute, this scent." In the distance, only a few Special Ops soldiers were bustling about their duties. Juwon's gaze suddenly dropped downward. What's this? A strange piece of paper had suddenly appeared in her coat pocket. When did this get here? Who put this in my pocket? She picked up the strange paper to examine it. It was a letter in Braille. Save the echolocation practice for later. The contents of the note made Juwon frown. Alipet. What is this guy planning? Inside the hospital beds were lined up, filled with people. Among them was Chairman Choi's secretary, one hand cuffed to the hospital bed. Peter looked around and asked Juwon, who was staring intently at the secretary with her arms crossed. How is everyone, as you can see? Luckily there are survivors. The bomb on Chairman Choi's neck didn't go off either. That's a relief. A doctor wearing glasses reported the situation to Peter. It seems he wasn't able to hit any vital spots. Wasn't able to, impossible. He lowered his eyes towards the secretary's hospital bed. Peter asked her directly, how long have you been a spy for glory? From the very beginning. The truth is, people like me are planted everywhere. If the boss gives the order, my entire family will be slaughtered. Peter lowered his head slightly, his eyes cold. Raphael. That bastard. He's already spread his web everywhere. In the hospital hallway, Peter and Juwon were walking and talking. Senior, I really don't understand why you let Alipet escape. What do you mean? What do you mean? If you had actually tried, there's no way he could have escaped. Peter shot her a mysterious sideways glance as he replied while she just stared at him in suspicion. Don't worry, sooner or later, Alipet will become a useful asset to us. What the hell are you talking about? Peter didn't explain much, just let a smug grin spread across his face. Just you wait and see. An overturned wine bottle was dripping onto the floor. A tall man was doing a one-handed handstand balanced on the bottle. He spoke up, addressing a man in a hooded coat, sitting silently in the corner of the room. Hey Johan, you took care of Choi and Trang already, right? I'm getting excited just thinking about how the papers will be all over this tomorrow. Johan's reply made the tall man who was now drinking from the bottle freeze. I haven't killed Choi and Trang yet. What? Don't tell me. Peter, played you too. That old bastard Peter. Johan coldly cut the tall guy off. Peter wasn't there. Another voice drew Johan's attention. Hey now, another person approached. See that? See that? The newcomer's mocking tone just irritated Johan even more. I see a loser who just got beat by Peter trying to act like nothing happened. Shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you permanently. The newcomer had fiery red hair and gold earrings in both ears. He wasn't very old, but his tongue was annoyingly flippant. Why so serious? It's no fun at all. I was just kidding, just kidding. His code name was, thus in charge of general affairs. Other details were unknown. Suddenly, thus was attacked. Johan, sitting far away, still had his hand raised, a sign that he had just launched the attack. Threaten me one more time and I'll punch 72 holes in your face. Thus scoffed, catching the thrown blade between two of his fingers. 72 holes, my face only has 7. The other person, who had been silent until now, thought with amusement. This is getting interesting. The world's top assassin, Alip. He then glanced over at a young man dressed in a Chinese-style outfit, and a man said to have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, one who supposedly possessed divine techniques. Thus didn't drop his mocking tone. All right, I'll stop talking. But at this rate, your 100% successful assassination rate is gone. The moment he finished speaking, Johan snapped and lunged at Thus. He casually tossed the blade away. With his arms crossed, Thus skillfully used his legs to block the attacks from Johan's hands, babbling on while fending him off. The more you look, the more incredible it is. Our little friend here really can't see, can he? It's a real shame about your natural talent, buddy. Thus, still fighting with his arms crossed, blocked another move from Johan. If you could see, you'd be a much better fighter. Johan ruthlessly aimed his blade at the nonchalant Thus before him. How dare you stand before me and fight with your arms crossed like that? Not a chance. He suddenly launched a kick at Johan. If I put my hands down, our little friend here would die. Johan's knife attacks continued to rain down on Thus. He didn't stop provoking him. That's not gonna work. Oh dear, I'm not the one who's going to die. Johan's face turned cold. Then just die already. Finally, Thus uncrossed his arms, delivering a powerful sweeping kick. Johan leaped up to dodge it. The two of them faced off directly. Each of them launched a kick aiming to kill the other. Thus crossed his arms over his chest and landed in a seated Eastern martial arts stance. Meanwhile, Johan used his hands to break his fall. The tall man spoke up. Hey Johan, Thus, stop messing around. We need to. His words were cut off by Johan, who was pulling his hood back up. Stop looking for that kid. What Johan's face was a mask of bloodthirsty madness. Because I will definitely kill him. After saying his piece, Johan turned and walked away, ignoring the tall man who was handing a wine bottle to a guard, and, Thus, who was still trying to talk to him. Who's the kid you're talking about? Hey little friend, why are you leaving in the middle of things? The tall man shrugged at, Thus, who couldn't understand what he was talking about. Yeah, what a difficult guy to be around. Thus smirked and pointed to himself with his index finger. So boss, what do we do now? Want me to go kidnap Choi and Trang for you? The tall man with the buzz cut rejected Thus's offer. No, there's a more effective way to verify this. Thus asked in surprise as the tall man answered while getting dressed. What way? Don't tell me what I'm thinking is right. Yes, exactly. The tall man chuckled and told him to get the car ready. He stood silhouetted against the light, the demonic tattoo covering his entire back, seeming to glow under the lamp. I'll go see him myself. Lights came back on in the twin towers that had just been bombed. We've got visitors. 3 Special Forces soldiers blocked the tall man's group outside the building. Chairman Glory is here to see Chairman Deha. Well, you still can't enter. The Special Forces soldier tried to explain the situation to the man in the suit. This area is locked down due to a terrorist threat. Not even the president can get in. Is that so? What a shame. The commotion outside drew the attention of those inside. Wait, who are you, Captain? What's all that noise outside? Over there. The people outside the door seem to be thrown into chaos. What the hell? The tall man Chairman Glory was completely having no trouble taking down the Special Forces soldiers at the door. The captain gave a tense order, quick call for backup. Just in time to hear the tall man's voice. Not even the president can get in, you say. He strode inside after taking down the soldiers at the door, speaking with great pride. And yet I got in just fine. So doesn't that mean? He lifted his chin, flashing a smug, toothy grin. I'm even greater than the president. He casually stuck his hands in his pockets and walked further inside. All right, let's see. Choi Un-Trong must be in here somewhere. And Peter is probably here too. Everyone from that hospital room earlier, Peter J.W. and Chairman Choi, they'll all be here. Chairman Glory grew excited. Excellent. He gloated a glint in his eyes. First, let's pay a visit to Choi Un-Trong. Chairman Choi was in his room when he received an urgent internal call. What is it? There's a visitor forcing their way up here right now. We can't stop him. A visitor in this situation. Who could it be? Chairman Choi was completely stunned when the guard reported that it was the Chairman of Glory. He was so shocked, he broke out in a cold sweat. Raphael came himself. The other end of the line sounded completely chaotic. Wait, you can't go in. Miserable screams echoed from outside the chairman's office, making Choi Un-Trong panic. The sounds of pained groans were incessant. He froze as he heard his guards frantically trying to stop the person outside. Hey wait, don't come any closer. Choi Un-Trong stared, stunned at the person who had just spoken. Oh, so Chairman Choi is still alive. Raphael strode in boldly, his large frame, carrying an unconscious Special Forces soldier in one hand. He exclaimed, what a relief. Choi Trang asked nervously, Raphael, why is he? The Glory Chairman replied, with a very natural air. Well, I just came to visit. Hey, I'm a little hurt, you know. He rubbed the back of his neck and looked around, his tone reproachful. What's all this about? A guest arrives, and Chairman Choi acts like this. The moment Raphael entered the room, a team of Special Forces soldiers pointed their guns straight at him, ready to fire at any moment. He just shrugged nonchalantly, still carrying the unfortunate soldier in his hand. This kind of welcome again, Choi Un-Jong sat on the sofa in the middle of the room, anxiously watching the tall man approach him. The current situation is a bit special, so I hope you'll understand. Raphael finally let go of the soldier, casually strolling towards Chairman Choi with his hands in his pockets. I heard you were in danger, so I rushed over. Choi Un-Jong couldn't stop the sweat from trickling down his temples. He replied politely, thank you for your concern, Chairman Raphael, but fortunately nothing happened. The bodyguard next to Choi Un-Jong watched Raphael nervously, his forehead beaded with sweat. Who the hell is this guy? Did he manage to get past the DDHA Corporation's entire security perimeter and arrive here all by himself? Besides, the situation in Chairman Choi's office was truly strange. The soldier silently assessed the scene. We clearly have the upper hand in both situation and numbers. And yet the Special Forces soldier clutched his gun tightly, his body inexplicably trembling, his face contorted with tension, as 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. My whole body is frozen. I can't pull the trigger. I feel like if I move even a little, I'll die instantly. Raphael walked past the Special Forces soldier. He didn't even acknowledge him, but it still made the soldier gasp for breath, his body trembling even more violently. His thoughts were in chaos. Wait, this person. No, is he even human? Why are his eyes? Raphael was now in front of Chairman Choi, his large frame standing before the man, making him all the more terrifying. He casually started a conversation with Choi Un-Jang, as if he were genuinely concerned for his friend. It looks like you went through something terrible. Did someone help you, Chairman Choi? Sitting on the sofa, as if on pins and needles, stammered in reply. Help, for example. The Glory Chairman leaned in close to Choi Un-Jang, his voice a low growl. Like the Apostle Peter, perhaps. Chairman Choi was utterly tense, his eyes fixed on the man opposite him, not daring to blink even once. He thought in terror, I've met a lot of people in my life. Being face to face with Raphael Choi Un-Jang couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. But this is the first time I've ever seen a pair of eyes so terrifying I don't dare to look directly at them. Because a person with eyes like that shouldn't exist in this world. Raphael's eyes truly didn't look human. Vertical pupils stood erect in the middle of reddish-gold irises, as cold as a vicious predator ready to attack a human at any moment. He asked darkly, why aren't you saying anything? Chairman Choi forced a crooked smile, trying to act as if nothing was wrong. Ah, who Peter, you say? If he had come here, we would have captured him immediately. Raphael casually sat down on the chair next to Choi Un-jung, chatting with him enthusiastically. They looked just like two friends catching up. Is that so? Of course it is. There's no way Chairman Choi would conspire with Peter. Right, by the way, Chairman Choi. He suddenly changed the subject, grabbing the tie that hung loosely around Chairman Choi's neck, causing him to freeze completely. Only his eyes moved, looking down at the man's hands. Raphael acted as if he didn't notice. What's with your tie? Why is it tied so sloppily? Ignoring that Choi Un-jang had gone completely rigid, sweat drenching his temples, Raphael reached out and tightened the man's tie. If you keep being this anxious, it'll be hard to stay alive even if you are the chairman of DDH. Choi Un-jang was facing a danger so strange and severe that his facial muscles had actually gone numb. The truth is, I've never met Peter, but I don't dare lie to this man, because if I lie… Choi Un-jang's thoughts were completely overwhelmed by Raphael's terrifying beast-like face. He'll kill me instantly. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth lightly. All right, I understand. Choi Un-jang unconsciously gasped for air as he heard Raphael continue. It seems Chairman Choi isn't lying. So are there any other interesting stories you'd like to tell me? Choi Un-jang's lips quivered. But it wasn't Peter. Raphael's eyes bored into the man opposite him. It wasn't Peter Choi, Un-jang continued. It was an assassin from Glory. Memories of when he met Peter in the form of Kim Song-woo, standing with the demon sword, when he and Peter sat drinking tea together, or when he was checking the hotel room. And even when trouble broke out, it was Peter who ran against the crowd. The image of the handsome young man with a calm smile on his face flashed through Chairman Choi's mind. Raphael seemed unconvinced and questioned him. An assassin from Glory. Chairman Choi trembled. Glory. He broke out in a sweat again, squeezing out a fake smile. He has many talented assassins. They'll surely capture Peter. Raphael's animalistic pupils stared intently at the man who could only try to pretend he was telling the absolute truth. He finally stood up and waved his hand. Well, this isn't very interesting. I'll be going now. I was just worried about you, so I had to come and see the situation for myself. Let's go out for a meal sometime when you're free. He turned and walked away. That black bean noodle you had for dinner last night. It didn't seem very good, did it? That seemingly casual remark made Chairman Choi tense up. How did you know that? He replied, matter-of-factly. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just very concerned about you, Chairman. He paused, putting his hands in his back pockets. Finally, if you have something you want to say, just say it. Raphael's demeanor turned somewhat grim. If you dare to secretly conspire with Peter and I find out. He turned his head back, a cold smile on his lips, his terrifying eyes seemingly shooting sparks. Then everyone will be torn to shreds. Doctors and nurses rushed down the hallway, their shouts attracting the attention of Peter and JW. Doctor, is anyone there? Hurry, hurry, it's an emergency. Peter and JW immediately ran after them. What's going on? We should follow them. Inside the chairman's room, a blood-curdling scream rang out. I'm a dead man. Peter looked inside with a serious expression. Chairman Choi was on the verge of a mental breakdown, one hand clutching his head, the other gripping the table. His body trembled uncontrollably as he screamed continuously, ignoring the doctor who was trying to calm him down. Raphael is going to kill me, Chairman. Calm down. Everything's fine. Get the sedative quickly. Lies. You're also a spy planted by Raphael, aren't you? No, sir, I'm not. Chairman Choi. Un-jang continued to clutch his head and scream. Everyone stay away. I don't trust any of you. Peter and JW got closer to him, but she couldn't understand what was happening. Raphael was just here. I don't know what happened, but it looks like the chairman is in a state of shock. I heard Raphael has been pressuring him for a long time. Peter remained silent for the moment, his expression grim as he assessed the situation. Chairman Choi still couldn't calm down, no matter how the doctor tried to console him. JW could only ask for advice. So what are we supposed to do to calm him down? Even the most famous psychiatrist and sedatives aren't working. Peter suddenly noticed something. JW. What is that? JW picked up the object. Ah, the chairman has been clinging to this. It looks like an old hat. Peter's face darkened. He gave an order that stunned the doctor, the nurse, and his own assistant. Get out. The medical team too. The others were shocked. What? Surprisingly, only JW accepted the request. Ah yes, I understand. The doctor pushed out by JW still didn't get it. Hey, what the hell is he doing? We're the doctors. JW simply replied nonchalantly. He told us to get out, so we get out. He's a better doctor. The chairman's office door closed. Peter stood before the chairman's desk and spoke calmly to Choi. Wu Chang was hysterical. Chairman, it's me, Peter. Please calm down and talk to me. A look of pity flashed in Peter's eyes. There are no more spies planted by Raphael, so please rest assured. Choi Wu Chang shrieked, cutting Peter off. He clutched his head, trembling even more violently. No, don't lie to me, it's too late. DDH is already in Glory's hands. Raphael was after DDH from the very beginning. I'm dead for sure. Raphael will kill me himself. He could kill me at any moment. It's useless. Everything is useless, Peter roared, cutting off Chairman Choi's frantic rambling. Hey Choi Woo-chang, he roared. Why are you disappointing me like this? Peter's next words left Choi Woo-chang completely stunned. Have you forgotten the promise we made all those years ago? What was Choi Woo-chang thinking? A promise from long ago. A snowy night, 1978 in Moscow. A train sped through the night under a blanket of white snow. A figure calmly walked through the blood-soaked train car. He casually spoke to a young boy in his teens who was kneeling behind him, face flushed and eyes filled with utter admiration. Wake up. It's still a long way to Korea. The young boy immediately ran after the tall man towards the light of the train car. Wait for me. Suddenly, Peter's eyes flashed with caution. He stopped the boy. Hold on, Choi Woo-chang. Peter pushed the boy down onto a row of seats. The boy, still disoriented quickly, held on to the Russian-style winter hat on his head. Sit here, cover your ears, and count out loud from 1 to 10. The boy was confused. Why? Peter answered curtly. Just do as I say. Little Choi Woo-chang obediently followed his instructions, covering his ears tightly, shutting his eyes and beginning to count. 1, 2. Peter glanced at Choi Woo-chang, sitting to the side, then calmly spoke up. Here I come. He was looking towards the next car. Come on out, you two. Two strangers were hiding on either side of the car's aisle, guns in their hands. How? How did he know? Shh, quiet, the one on the left analyzed. Anyway, he's already put down his gun. We have the advantage. The other one agreed. So when do I give the signal? When little Choi Woo-chang's counting reached the number 5, the other guy yelled out. This is it. The two men simultaneously aimed their guns into the compartment where Peter and the boy had just been. But to their surprise, all they could see inside was a glimpse of the boy's Russian-style hat. What is no one there? While they were still confused, they heard Peter's voice. If you guys were smart. The two gunmen were still striking a dangerous pose at the door of the maglev train car. They had no idea when Peter had appeared, leaning against the wall to one side. He calmly continued. You would have jumped off this train a long time ago. At that moment, Choi Woo-chang counted 6, 7. With unbelievable speed, Peter took down the two men in the blink of an eye as the boy's counting echoed. 8. Peter leisurely stood, lighting a cigarette in the passageway between the two cars. Two guns lay scattered by the door along with the two men, who had just been holding them, now unconscious at his feet. Choi Woo-chang, Peter called out. He glanced at the boy who was clinging to the seat, looking at him with admiration. I told you to keep counting. Choi Woo-chang stammered in reply. I'm sorry. Peter didn't press the issue, simply saying, now get ready. The boy looked confused. Peter confidently drove the large displacement motorcycle speeding along a snowy road with a terrified Choi Woo-chang clinging to his back and screaming, You didn't tell me it was going to be like this. Choi Woo-chang, Peter said, calmly explaining to the boy. Behind him, there will be many challenges waiting for you up ahead, and dangerous things like what happened today might happen again. The boy answered pensively, I'm scared. I want to stay with you forever. Peter replied coldly with a single sentence. We will never see each other again. Choi Woo-chang fell silent, disappointed. Tears welled up in his eyes as he thought to himself, I guess I really can't get close to anyone. While the boy was still sad, he suddenly heard Peter continue. Instead, keep this hat. Think of it as me, and promise me one thing. Peter seemed to be placing a lot of hope in little Choi Woo-chang. His gaze was indescribably firm. If we ever meet again, don't become someone who disappoints me. At this, Choi Woo-chang managed a happy smile and quickly replied, I promise. If I can see you again, I'll definitely live a good, strong life. All right, that's a promise, kid. Don't disappoint me in the future. The present-day Peter took the old Russian-style hat and placed it on Chairman Choi's head. Little Choi Woo-chang, where's the promise you made to me? Peter stood in the light, a resolute smile on his face. Get up. There are a lot of people waiting for you. Chairman Choi trembled with emotion. It's absolutely impossible. But I always hoped it was you right from the first time we met. An image of the young man Kim Sang-woo appeared before Chairman Choi. Or the way you looked when you were inspecting the room. I always felt your presence in him. From that day on, Chairman Choi looked up, his eyes overflowing with a myriad of emotions. I never forgot you. I truly wanted to see you again. Choi Woo-chang smiled through 2 streams of tears, filled with an indescribable happiness. He looked up at the steady young man before him. So much time has passed. Peter was genuinely happy, a smile filling his eyes. Thank you for growing up well, Choi Woo-chang. The chairman's office door opened. The people gathered outside looked towards the chairman's office in astonishment. They heard his voice. My apologies, everyone. Chairman Choi, who seemed to have overcome his breakdown, stepped out full of life once again. It seems I've made everyone worry. Everyone shouted in unison. Chairman, are you all right? J.W. standing next to Peter whispered. Senior, what did you do? He answered casually. Nothing. The chairman has always been a strong person. A flashy pink van sped down the road and inside J.W. was relentlessly questioning him. But after all that, all I get is a thanks for your help. Peter replied indifferently. What else? Is there something you want? J.W. answered sullenly. Who's asking for anything? J.W. slammed her hands on the table and yelled as her pet dog looked at her with concern. What kind of person do you think I am? Do I look like I'm greedy for money? Peter acted like he understood completely. I wasn't the one who said it, but… He handed an envelope to J.W. He gave this to me. J.W. pouted. What's this? I don't need some thank you letter. She opened it and then happily cried out. Wait a minute. This is a black card. Peter was holding a book. I don't need it. You can have it. J.W. happily held up the black card. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. The dog beside her panted happily along. Peter was confused. What's so great about a black card? J.W. exclaimed. Of course it's great. You can do a lot of things with this. The pink van drove off again. H.O.V. asked. So, where are you planning to go now? Peter replied. It's been a while. I want to stop by home for a bit. J.W. was confused. Home? What do you mean? At the company headquarters, Peter heard someone call his name. Hey, Peter, he replied curtly. What is it? The Dacko brothers stood facing Peter. Where have you been the last few days? You just disappeared. You probably went to meet some VIP and got a black card, right? Peter thought to himself. If you two were just a little more observant, you wouldn't have to worry about starving. From outside, a frantic Yuna ran in. Hey, this is bad. We're in big trouble. The Dacko brothers joked around. It's only been a few days. Why are you acting like we haven't seen you in ages? Just hurry up and tell us what's wrong. Yuna blurted out. We're in danger. We're about to be kicked out. The shorter Dacko brother with his scruffy look said, Hey Yuna, since you're ranked 335, you're definitely getting the boot. Good luck with that. You'll be back with us soon enough. Yuna stomped her foot in frustration. Oh my god, you idiots, that's not it. She clenched her fists and yelled at the clueless guys in front of her. All of us are about to be fired, the shorter Dacko idiot exclaimed. What? No way. Yuna continued to report what she knew. I don't know the full details, but this is an announcement from the company. Only D-rank assassins have to take this test. And out of the 336 of us, Night rank assassins. If we don't make it into the top 100, we'll all be fired. Peter thought grimly, what's coming is coming. The younger Dacko brother started to panic. No, how could we possibly do that? We can't even crack the top 300. How are we supposed to get into the top 100? The older Dacko brother pointed at Peter. Hey you Kim Sang-woo, he asked how he could be so calm when they were in last place. Peter calmly crossed his arms and replied, I already knew this was coming, so I found a way for us to survive this trial. Someone asked impatiently, what is it? The door to the room was pulled open and a voice came from outside. Look, he's here. The older Dacko brother's face went pale as he looked at the newcomer. No way. Why is he here? Yuna was confused. Who is that? Why are you so scared? The younger Dacko brother was also terrified. Lee Yuna, don't look him in the eye. A massive hand gripped the doorframe. So, it's you guys. A tall man with faded blonde hair and a contemptuous gaze appeared. He was huge, wore his sunglasses on the back of his neck, and had a nasty look on his face. A bunch of D-rank brats. Peter thought to himself, what's going to happen to us now? The older Dacko brother was sweating bullets. Oh no, that's the bear guy we met on the cruise ship. The younger Dacko brother added. Why is he here? Yuna turned to look at the two of them. Hey, you guys know him, the Dacko brothers replied. Of course, he's incredibly strong. Peter looked indifferently at the newcomer. Hearing the Dacko brothers, he wondered, but why would the esteemed Mr. Bear come to a dump like this? One night a while back, Kago, his face cold and bloodied, sat in a room while JW screamed nonstop next to him. You, what the hell are you doing here? Another piece of trash coming to defile this place. Oh my god, why are there such weirdos in the world? You just leave and then come back. I guess you think this place is your home, huh? Peter stepped in to stop him. JW. Excuse me, but could you give us a moment? Even while hiding behind Peter, JW didn't stop shouting. Hey, you should be grateful to me. You got lucky. The only reason you're still alive is because I left. JW tried to get in a few more insults before Peter pushed him out. I left because I'm a nice guy, not because I was scared, you hear? If only I could see, I would've. Peter shut the door, cutting off JW's curses from the other side. Alright, now it's just the two of us. Peter looked at the blood-covered man who had been sitting silently the whole time. Why did you come back here? Kago bowed his head and spoke. This is the first time I've met someone as strong as you. Who in the world are you? Peter replied. If I told you, would you believe me? Kago looked at Peter seriously. At this point, there's nothing I wouldn't believe. Even if you told me you were Peter, I'd believe you. With his hands in his pockets, Peter answered nonchalantly. That's right. I am Peter. Kago stroked his chin. I knew it. Then, as if realizing what Peter had just said, Kago shot up, exclaiming, What? No way, Peter is an old man. Peter waved his hand. Hey, didn't you just say you'd believe me? Kago never expected his wild guess to be true. That's different, Peter shot back. How is it different? The man suddenly froze. Ah, no, wait. Thinking back, Keigo remembered his encounters with Peter. The abilities he's shown are things I've never seen before. So those extraordinary abilities were all. Keigo mused. Wait, whether he's Peter or not doesn't matter. Peter cut off Keigo's train of thought. If there's nothing else. Keigo immediately spoke up. I'm leaving. I just went to see Raphael. But the distance from Keigo to Raphael's location was immense. A long journey past many formidable figures. With my current strength, there's no way I can defeat him. You're right. I've never learned martial arts from anyone. In his past, Keigo was cast out by his own family. He continued to explain, there are so many unbelievable things happening right now. But one thing is certain. Keigo looked down at the floor. You are stronger than me, so please help me get stronger. Peter coldly refused. No. Suddenly, Keigo dropped to his knees. He lowered his voice. Please help me. He remembered a beautiful girl in a green kimono holding a bouquet of blooming daisies, her smile as bright as the sun, as beautiful as a princess. I want to avenge Dui Ka. Therefore, he furrowed his brow, kneeling properly before Peter. Make me a strong person. Please help me. Master. Peter looked him straight in the eye, his hands in his pockets as he stood casually looking down at Keigo. Master, stop with that sappy talk. Get up. He was resolute. I won't get up until you accept me as your disciple. Peter was silent. He quietly replied, I won't force my disciple to kneel. Those words shook Keigo. Peter continued, As it happens, I have an important mission I want to entrust to you. Keigo shot to his feet, shouting forcefully, Whatever it is, I will do my absolute best. Back in the present, Keigo looked at the three people before him. So that important mission was to train these D-rankers. He stroked his chin. Top 100 D-rankers. Yuna crossed her arms and asked, What's wrong? Keigo replied bluntly, It's like we're set up to be eliminated right from the start. As if a switch had been flipped, Yuna lunged at Keigo. Hey old man, do you know who I am? What rank are you, huh? Spit it out. Hey, you two say something. The Dako brothers sweated as they pulled the furious girl back, speaking softly. Please be quiet. Lee Yuna, we're so dead. Peter stood in the back with his arms crossed, watching the commotion. Yuna's mouth was still running a mile a minute. Hey, from the looks of it, you two are tougher than me. Why are you so scared? Old man, hurry up and tell us your rank. As Peter walked by, he whispered, so only two people could hear. I can't train these kids myself, so I need you to help them survive. Keigo's face turned serious as he affirmed, I will give it my all, even if I have to sacrifice my life. The three in front of him immediately got excited. Yuna asked right away, so how are we going to train? I wonder what kind of training it'll be. I'm so excited. After all, we've already been through Hell Week training. Keigo replied lightly. The training I went through wasn't anything special. The screams of the three echoed through the mountains. Help me. They were forced to climb a steep mountain with giant rocks strapped to their backs without any safety ropes. Each of them was screaming, This isn't training. If we fall, we're dead. Keigo stood at the summit yelling down at them relentlessly. He showed them no mercy. The only options were to climb up or fall. People only get stronger when they face death. Perhaps the three trainees screamed miserably. This isn't facing death. This is death. We'd rather go through Hell Week again. At the Glory headquarters on the rooftop, Raphael was leaning against a protective wall talking. From the Nathaniel Hospital incident to this Johann case, there's one thing in common. The person next to him, whose legs were all that was visible propped against the wall, asked, What is it? Raphael replied, Wherever a Glory assassin appears, there are traces of Peter. He thought back to the ruins of the battle, laying out his theory. The movements of Glory's assassins are top secret. Only insiders or their handlers would know. Even Peter shouldn't have access to this information. So why haven't you considered this possibility? Peter has infiltrated Glory and is operating among the assassins. The other man objected. Impossible. Peter has always been at the top. There's no way I wouldn't recognize him. Raphael suddenly had a thought. Wait, why didn't I think of that? He looked down at the city, continuing to voice his idea. Peter can't operate openly. The dangling man spoke up. What do you mean, Raphael? Continued. What if Peter isn't at the top right now? He twisted his hand to illustrate his point. For example, what if he's mixed in with the most numerous group, the D-rank assassins? The other man spoke again. But like you said, boss, there's no way we wouldn't recognize an apostle like Peter. Raphael propped his face on his hand, intrigued. Peter is a man who always does the extraordinary. We have to suspect everyone, and Johann is a master of disguise. Raphael posed the question, but how would we recognize him? The dangling man shouted. Okay, Tedious, hanging from the roof of the building, his hair falling back to reveal his sharp features, said, I just thought of a very interesting way. Peter sat in a chair, arms crossed, while Keigo stood behind him, with his hands clasped, listening to JW's outburst. Senior, this is a trap. They're only keeping 100 D-rank assassins and demoting the rest. Glory has never done this before. They must have caught your scent, Senior. She sat down next to him, still speaking. We don't know what they're plotting. Don't go. Over my dead body will I let you go. JW glanced over at Peter and continued chattering. But no matter what I say, you're still going to go, aren't you, Peter? With his arms crossed, answered calmly. That's right. If I don't go, it'll only make them more suspicious. So I have to. Keigo bowed his head and offered, Then let me go with you. Peter looked down, pointing out the problem. How can you go when your face has already been exposed? Keigo suggested a solution. If I wear a hood, it should be fine. Peter immediately replied, you're an apostle of glory. JW rubbed her temples in frustration. One is stubborn and the other is an idiot. This is such a hassle. Keigo frowned. Master is an idiot. JW didn't even want to talk anymore. All right. JW squinted at the two of them. Senior, we have no information about that place. We don't know what kind of trap Raphael has set there. Peter interjected. It's not like there's no way. JW immediately asked, what way? Peter replied cheerfully, we'll find out when we get there. JW sighed, oh God, the location is the Glory Club's new base, the Holy Land of Dead Iceland. Peter focused on his surroundings. He never expected the meeting point to be a deserted island like this. And the people gathered here. Yuna marveled, this is amazing. All the D-rank assassins are here. Yuna asked Peter quizzically, it's strange to see so many assassins like this. Because of the nature of our work, we don't get a chance to gather in such large numbers. Why gather so many assassins? Is it for some kind of group training? A few D-rank assassins were sprawled on the ground wailing. We just went through a week of hellish training and now we have to go through another one. I'm not doing it. No, I can't. Yuna asked anxiously as Peter kept glancing around. Hey look, do you think I can blend in with this crowd? A voice from a loudspeaker echoed from the large screen. A tan, curly-haired man was holding a microphone rattling on. Hello D-rank assassins. I'm Khan, the manager and operator. Welcome to Dead Iceland. To enhance the company's image, Glory has organized a surprise event. Potential D-rank assassins of Glory survive on this island and continue to bring glory to Glory. The crowd below started murmuring. So, what are we supposed to do? You have to teach us something before telling us to bring you glory, right? Khan spoke into the mic again. Why so impatient? That's why you're still stuck in D-rank. Ah no, the test is very simple. Survive on this island for 48 hours. It's just that simple. Some of the D-rankers thought this was a piece of cake. Is that what you call a test? That's too easy. We came here for a vacation, Khan continued with the mic in his hand. If you think that you're mistaken, from now on you will fight each other like true assassins. The winner will receive the loser's assassin certificate. After the test ends, the 100 people with the most assassin certificates will pass the test. You are free to fight, hide, or steal. The method to obtain another person's assassin certificate is entirely up to you. See you in 48 hours. Who will be the final survivor? Please turn in all your personal belongings. The test will begin in 30 minutes. Yuna, having changed into her uniform, cheered excitedly. So cool. We even have serial numbers. It's like we're in a game. Yeah, we look like real assassins. Another person spoke up. We are real assassins. Peter, wearing the uniform, noted grimly. Glory prepared this very thoroughly, and that has created a very serious problem. He glanced at the numbers on his chest, and on everyone else, thinking, these numbers printed on our shirts are our rankings. The fact that they've publicly displayed our rankings like this will definitely cause trouble. The inside of the assembly room was incredibly noisy. Hey, look at the others. That short masked guy over there. And there's a clown too. Such unique styles. The orange masked man and the green-haired clown stood next to each other, observing their surroundings. Someone else exclaimed excitedly when a beautiful woman with a fiery figure appeared. That girl is gorgeous. She doesn't look like an assassin at all. Hey, why are you guys staring at her like that? A guy with a buzz cut pointed forward. A girl. What they're looking at. Kif. Peter stood next to an old man, his expression unenthusiastic. Hey, is that old guy still a D-rank? Peter was already an apostle at that age. I need to get out of D-rank quickly. He glanced around, observing his surroundings. At a quick glance, the island had a lot of surveillance cameras. He saw many cameras installed in every nook and cranny, silently assessing. This means they're watching us very closely. If I act carelessly, I'll be in big trouble. Peter stood in the middle of the crowd, observing his surroundings with extreme vigilance. They still aren't sure that I've infiltrated the D-ranks, so they're probing to see if I'm here. He narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. This means I have to hide my strength and continue to play the part of rank number 336. It doesn't sound easy. I hope there won't be any more variables. Suddenly, a few voices rang out. Hey, what do you want, this crazy bastard? A man raised both his arms. All right, everyone, I just need to check something. A few guys standing behind Peter started talking. What's this guy trying to do? We could easily take him down right. Just as Peter was thinking that, the man showed off the rank on his chest. Ah, it's nothing. He grinned from ear to ear, his glasses perched on his face. As you can see, I'm Butterfly, rank 330. I have something I need to verify urgently. Right away, the others started murmuring. What is rank 330 something to be proud of? Guys like him are usually the first to be eliminated, but what does he want to verify? Thus, playing the part of Butterfly shouted out. He rushed over to the old man from earlier, grabbing and pulling his cheek. Peter, come on, spit it out. The man cried out in pain. This insolent brat let go of me, he replied. Ah no, that's not it. I heard Peter was here, so I... The crowd's murmuring grew louder. What's with this guy? Looking for Peter here. Why would he look for Peter in a place like this? Don't you know who Peter is? Thus shouted excitedly. I can't possibly check every single one of you. 335. People. What should I do? Ah, I have an idea. Peter, standing in the crowd, squinted as he watched Thus's antics. He suggested, well then, let's make it quick and decisive. Peter's face darkened as he calculated in his head. It's definitely him. The variable in this test. Let's see what he's got. Thus raised his hand, adjusted his glasses, and shouted excitedly, all right, focus. Who here is Peter? Raise your hand. The crowd had no idea what was going on. They sneered. Is this bastard crazy? Should we just eliminate him right now? Hey, calm down. If we keep looking for Peter like this, how long will it take? Suddenly, Thus's eyes lit up as he looked in one direction and exclaimed, oh, a hand is up. Peter nonchalantly had one hand in his pocket, the other being the one he'd just raised, his expression bored to death. Thus spoke up Peter. He tilted his chin up and said, starting to get interested, are we? Butterfly, who also played along with them, but with a mocking tone. Our little buddy is Peter. Go Hyung, standing below, didn't understand what he meant and just guessed, what's that supposed to mean? If you're brothers, just say you're brothers. Why are you using English? Juna, standing right next to him, couldn't take it and cursed. Brothers is Chinese, you idiot. He stood there for a moment thinking of a way to stop this. Right now, I don't know what his goal is, but I have to shut him up. After figuring out a plan, Peter didn't hesitate and called out to Thus. Butterfly, look around. He didn't understand, but he followed his words and looked around to see what was happening. Looking around, the people nearby seemed a bit incredulous and started whispering amongst themselves. As far as I know, Peter is an old man. That guy can't possibly be Peter. Could it be that Peter is really here? The Apostle Peter. Where is he? Peter knew that even if he explained his identity now, no one would believe him, so he tried a different approach to probe him. Right, let's assume Peter is here, but if you make such a racket looking for him, do you think he'd actually show himself? He'd definitely just hide even better. If you think that method is effective, go right ahead. Thus listened and finding it a bit interesting, smirked in reply. Our little buddy. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned around and without anyone knowing his intention, he threw a powerful kick straight at Peter's face. Seeing that he didn't react at all, made Thus a little impressed. Oh, look at that. How interesting. You really are a strange one. Go Hyung, standing to the side, was confused and couldn't believe it. What the hell is that guy doing? That kick sucks. Does he think he's so cool? Anyone could do that. Facing the surprise kick, Peter didn't even blink as he calculated. No, not just anyone could do that kick. To the people around them, it was just a normal kick. He recalled each movement and analyzed it. A Brazilian kick, and finally a side kick. Peter saw every detailed movement and knew it was anything but normal. In that brief moment, he had changed the kick's trajectory 3 times. That alone made him understand everything. This kid, although he's hiding his strength, is definitely a master. After executing the kick and successfully probing his target, Thus smiled innocently. Alright, I've got to make our little buddy have more fun. Then Go Hyung stepped forward to ask Thus about what had just happened. Hey, what are you doing? He's rank 336. You scared Kim Song-woo to death. You dare bully the weak. You're a real coward. Another teammate also confirmed with Go Hyung. Hey, Mr. Butterfly, don't do that. Fight a real man like me. After hearing all that, Thus smirked and stepped away from the two to explain. Why are you so serious? Smile, come on, smile. I was just kidding earlier. Then he walked over, touching Peter's face and teasing him. So young. Your skin is so smooth and tight. See you later. Our little rank 336 buddy, Go Hyung from behind added his own words. Hey Peter, don't be scared. Relax. Was that kick so scary it made you freeze up? The two of them walked over, putting their arms around Peter's shoulders to support him after that kick. Don't worry, this big bro will protect you for life. Guys who mix English into their speech like that are usually terrible fighters. You know, don't worry, be happy. Okay, don't be scared, don't be scared. Thus, walking ahead, heard what the two were saying and couldn't believe Peter's situation as he thought to himself. Froze up. What are these two kids talking about? He remembered Peter's eyes when he threw the kick and instantly understood. Even though I changed the kick's trajectory 3 times, his eyes followed every single one. He saw all of my attacks. Because he understood how different he was from ordinary people, he recognized that look. He wasn't scared at all. He was confident he could dodge everything. And that's supposed to be a D-rank assassin. Thinking about it, Thus found it even more interesting and wanted to find out more. So suspicious. This is fun. At that moment on the other side, the two guys were getting excited for the upcoming match. Hey, this is a piece of cake. If Butterfly is rank 330, we can easily get into the top 200, right? His friend, happy to hear that, added. Yeah, let's beat them all and steal their certifications. Juna, the calmest of the group, reminded the two. Just make sure you don't get robbed yourselves. Peter, who had been silent this whole time, finally spoke his mind. Hey you guys, now's not the time to be celebrating. Don't you realize how dangerous the current situation is? Go, go. Hyung heard this, and not understanding at all, asked back, what do you mean? Peter looked at them directly and explained, think about it. If you were one of the top-ranked people, who would you target first? The two listened and immediately pointed their fingers. Peter answered, the weakest. Seeing this, his expression didn't change in the slightest as he simply stated the correct answer. Then Peter calmly looked at the number on his own shirt and explained, our low ranks. In other words, we are the target for the other 332 people. The two who had been so confident and triumphant just a moment ago. After just a moment of listening to his explanation, they started trembling in fear. Ugh, what are we supposed to do now? Juna looked at the two shaking figures and firmly stated the solution. The only way for us to survive here is to work together. Just then, on the day of the battle, the announcer's message appeared on the big screen for all the contestants. All right, let the game begin. From now on, try to survive. Peter just coldly analyzed the movements of the contestants around him. All the assassins here probably have the same idea. They'll spread out, find a safe hiding spot, and make a plan. Suddenly, Peter realized something and began to ponder. But the problem is, with this many surveillance cameras, I can't just use my powers recklessly. Thinking this, he turned around after figuring out a way. Then I'll have to blend in with them. And here's how to do it. Looking at his teammates, Peter knew what to do and said to everyone, follow me. I know how we can survive this. After a while, they arrived at a location, and the other two looked at the scene before them and complained to Peter. I had high hopes for you when you said you knew how to survive. But what the hell is this? Why did you bring us to this desolate place? Hearing their complaints, Juna angrily turned around and snapped at them. Can you two just shut up and follow me? The two of them, exasperated, pointed to the island map in unison. Look, don't you get it? The eastern part of the island has plenty of food and places to rest, and there's even a supermarket in the south. So, why? Why did you? Gogo Hyung stepped forward, pointing at the abandoned factory with many questions. Choosing this piece of junk, shouldn't you have picked a better place? Faced with this question, Peter remained calm and replied, the answer is simple. The places with food are definitely already swarming with people fighting over it. If we go there, who do you think will be the first target? Finally, the two of them understood and praised him. Of course it'd be us. Very smart, Kim Sang-woo. Once they felt reassured, the two started chatting with each other. I knew that already. I knew it too. I just wanted to test him. Meanwhile, Peter was brooding over another matter. But right now, what I'm worried about. The thing that concerned him most was, who was following them. He couldn't understand that guy. Peter knew his tailing them wasn't a simple matter and was suspicious of his actions. For someone like him to appear among a bunch of D-ranks, it must be related to Raphael. Seeing him smirking, it only made Peter more suspicious, and he warned himself, I have to be careful with this butterfly guy. Suddenly, the other two had a question for him. Hey Sang-woo, who are these people? In front of them stood the lowest-ranked D-rankers, looking a bit wary of their group. Peter, of course, had his own plan and answered bluntly, I called them here. He then turned to explain the situation to everyone. The top-ranked players will definitely attack the bottom-ranked ones first. Therefore, the bottom rankers. Standing before the crowd with the air of a leader, Peter declared his intention. Must form an alliance. After hearing this, the two were still confused. An alliance. What's an alliance? Juna angrily turned to explain it to them and everyone else. Will you be quiet? It means we temporarily work together. After explaining, she of course had her own reservations. Even though we're enemies, if there's an advantage, we should take it. Sang-woo really is brilliant. If we were out there alone, we would have been in big trouble. But, if we want to survive, we have to steal other people's certifications. Thinking this, Juna turned to look at Peter, who was standing confidently at the front, and wondered, what are you going to do next, Sang-woo? He pulled out some kind of card, then firmly instructed everyone. Alright, next up is how to get into the top 100. Before coming to this place, Peter had thoroughly researched the battles of the other participants. While we're hiding here, the other assassins are fighting fiercely out there. No matter how strong the top-ranked players are, what if the 10 of us attack one of them when they're exhausted? After hearing that, Juna started to get the idea. Oh, so we don't need to go around collecting certifications, we can just pick them up. Peter strongly agreed with her and guided everyone on the next step. Exactly, Juna. We'll attack together, steal the certifications, and then divide them equally. In other words, the 10 of us will become one. Another person understanding the plan stood up and agreed to split up. Excellent. Let's work together. We'll divide the tasks. Hearing this, Peter immediately assigned the tasks. First, you two will patrol the forest with me. The rest of you stay here on guard duty. Thus, who had been listening to the discussion this whole time found it more and more interesting and smiled. Quick situational judgment. And he has leadership qualities too. The more I watch, the more interesting this gets. But how will you deal with what's about to happen? Sang-woo. As they split into teams to carry out their tasks, contestant number 331, who was with Peter, confessed the truth. Actually, I used to be a promising boxer. I even won a medal at the National Sports Festival. But because life was hard, I became an assassin. It seemed like things would be fine for Peter's teammate number 331, but it wasn't until after he joined that he understood. I thought things would be better as a glory assassin, but when I joined I realized this place is full of monsters. As he said this, he shed helpless tears. At this rate, forget about promoting to C rank. Just staying in D rank is going to be tough. Seeing this, Peter turned to encourage his teammate. I was just like you once. Keep trying, my friend. Hard work never betrays you. The man number 331 was moved by the comfort. Thank you. Hearing words of encouragement from a rank 336. It's really heartwarming. After comforting him, Peter turned his attention back to carefully observing their surroundings. This area seems quiet for now, but I hope the guard team is doing their job. Just then, back at the base, someone was screaming in pain outside the door. Help me, please open the door. Someone inside heard the voice and peered out cautiously. Who is it? The injured person pleaded urgently. Open the door, I'm rank 317. After they opened the door, they checked on their teammate's condition. What happened? The person was severely injured, trembling as they recounted what happened. Outside, there's a B rank assassin. Sobs. Hearing this, everyone was confused and had questions. B rank. Why would a B rank assassin suddenly be here? This is supposed to be for D rank assassins. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and questioned the injured person. Wait, more importantly, you fought a B rank. Why? Why do we have to fight a B rank assassin in a test for D ranks? Suddenly, this person remembered something important and reminded everyone, in times like these, we need to work together, block the door quickly. But right at that, our moment, a mysterious figure appeared holding a knife to the back of a night-class assassin and threatened. It's too late. He approached, seemingly aware of their entire plan, and taunted them. A temporary alliance is it. But do you know what the most interesting thing about an alliance is? Do you, Sem? Appeared his murderous aura, a challenge in itself. It's that you never know when you'll be betrayed. I'm B rank. Down also appeared behind the other guy, ready to fight for fun. You kids should always be wary of outsiders. Got it. Titus, who had been sleeping nearby, suddenly woke up and chimed in. What the hell is this? This is more interesting than I thought. Juna couldn't believe it, her thoughts racing with fear and anxiety. B rank. And there are even two of them. If they're really B rank. She trembled fearfully, recalling the scene she had witnessed at the church. If that's the case, there's no way we can win. Meanwhile, contestant number 331 rushed over in a panic to inform Peter of what was happening. There are intruders in the factory. Another contestant, number 321, heard the news and immediately ran away in fear. Damn it, I don't care. Everyone fend for yourselves. Number 331 couldn't believe what a coward the other guy was and cursed angrily. Hey, you coward, how could you just run off by yourself? But Peter, after hearing the news, remained surprisingly calm. Number 331, not knowing what to do, asked him nervously, this is bad. Number 336, shouldn't we run too? Hearing this, he calmly began to formulate a plan, thinking to himself that the time had come. The arrogant Seme addressed the D-rank contestants there. But what if we kill people during the test? Didn't you all hear what was said earlier? Hearing this, everyone suddenly seemed to understand something and stammered. What he didn't beat around the bush, and pressed forward for an answer. There's no rule against killing on this island. Down also showed off the certificate card he had just stolen as a threat. You guys better hand over your certificates and die. Titus had no intention of helping, just sitting in a corner with a satisfied smirk. This is interesting. Should I intervene? Nah, that would ruin the fun. Watching these kids fight is pretty entertaining. Juna, standing in a corner, tried to think of a way to salvage the situation, making a wish. If only Songwoo were here, this would all be over. No, Songwoo can't use his powers, so the situation would only get worse. Seeing the dangerous situation, two brothers decided to protect everyone and spoke to each other. Get ready. We have to risk our lives to protect them. It's going to be dangerous. See you in heaven, big brother. After some thought, Juna finally decided to fight them. That's right. I've trained a lot. It's time to risk it all. It's all or nothing. Seme, excited, charged forward with a taunt, as he wanted a quick and decisive victory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 certificates here. Why aren't you guys rushing me? Just as he leaped forward, he was determined to snatch them all in a flash, so fast no one could react. I'll be taking these. Everyone who saw this thought in a panic, wait, he's too fast. No way, I can't react in time. But just then, a fist flew past his face, taking him down. After that powerful punch from the mysterious person, he was sent flying hundreds of meters and couldn't get back up. Everyone stared at the scene in shock, murmuring amongst themselves. What was that? Is that another powerful B rank? No, why would B ranks attack each other? At that moment, Juna thought of the person who was on her mind. Only Songwoo could have rushed in here. I have to stop him. He can't come in here and die with the rest of us. She ran forward and yelled at the mysterious figure. Don't come in here. Go back. But when she got a good look at the person, she froze for a moment and thought, what's this? A person wearing an orange pumpkin-like hat strode in powerfully, leaving Juna in shock. Pumpkinhead. She was immediately confused. How could that guy, number 331, possibly stand up to a B rank? It turned out that under the hat was Peter, who was thinking seriously. With such strict surveillance, my actions will be limited. It turns out he had made a deal with number 331 earlier. The only way for me to act without being noticed is to borrow this man's identity. That's why I gathered the D ranks and went into the forest where there are no surveillance cameras. At that moment, someone asked, wondering about Peter. By the way, where's Peter? Why didn't he come back with you, mister? The disguised. Peter replied coldly. He went back first. Then someone else voiced their suspicion. Hey, something seems different about you. He seems taller, doesn't he? Another person confirmed this unusual event. It was true. Old Pumpkin was bigger and taller than before. He didn't even try to deny it, directly addressing their suspicion. That's right. I'm at that growing age. The other two, completely clueless, were even impressed. Whoa, that's so cool. Teach me how you do it. Juna pouted as she watched the two of them, thinking, how can you two look so closely and still not recognize him? Meanwhile, the guy who'd been sent flying 100 meters woke up and questioned Peter's identity. How? How ridiculous. Who are you, Peter? Showing no fear, faced him head on and revealed the other identity he'd been hiding. I'm Pumpkin Kai, a D-rank assassin ranked 331, and you're a B rank, aren't you? Hearing his rank, the man was still dismissive and prepared to attack again. You're only ranked 331 and you dare challenge me. Peter, unfazed, got into a ready stance and spoke. Don't underestimate rank 331. Ibkin Kai was once the National Sports Festival's boxing champion. June stepped forward, his eyes as sharp as a blade, his lips curling into a confident smile. Do you have any idea what's going on right now? Do you know who you're fighting? Peter raised an eyebrow, slightly, the corner of his mouth turning up in a sneer. Of course I know. I'm D rank, number 331, and you're a B rank assassin, pretending to be D rank, aren't you? The remark made JHAN burst out laughing as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He shook his head, his eyes filled with ridicule. It seems you still don't understand what's going on, huh? That's precisely why you're still just a D rank, he said, spinning a knife. Alright, fine. Let me explain it in a way you'll understand. His initial mocking tone turned serious as he spoke of his opponent's fate. It means you're about to die by my hand. Peter confidently took a defensive stance. Don't underestimate rank 331. Ibkin Knight was once the National Sports Festival's boxing champion. The fight between them was so captivating that it drew a chattering crowd. Someone wondered, is this going to be okay? Even if he was the national boxing champion, how can he possibly fight a B rank? Someone stop him. That's Bumpkin Knight. Tadius sat and watched the match. This is absurd. A moment ago, it was 336, and now it's Pumpkin K at rank 331. This isn't the level of a D rank assassin. National Sports Festival boxing champion. His record is nothing special, yet he can land a blow like that. A critical hit on a B rank, even if it was just a surprise attack. It only made him more excited. So what if it's a direct fight? A smirk crept onto his face. Behind them, people were still chattering. But is Pumpkin really that strong? When I first saw him, I didn't think he was that powerful at all. Someone else chimed in. Yeah, it's like he's a completely different person. Peter glanced at the spectators, thinking to himself, too many people are watching. In this situation, there's only one way. Ji-hyun smirked provocatively. National Sports Festival boxing champion, huh? Fine, then I'll beat you with that boxing you love so much. Without hesitating, he lunged forward, throwing a punch at him and yelling, Yi mata konboxio. Juna stood to the side, smiling and thinking to herself, that's right. Since he's wearing a mask, he can hide his identity. If he's really Song-woo, he should be able to easily defeat these B-rank thugs. Her joy quickly turned to shock as people started to realize something was wrong. But the problem was, a D-rank was fighting a B-rank. At that thought, her expression suddenly changed. Before she could understand what was happening, he took a full-force punch from his opponent, his face contorting from the impact. While she was still bewildered in the ring, Peter took a devastating blow. A sickening crack echoed across the arena, and dust flew everywhere as he was sent flying 10 meters. From the other side, Ji-hyun charged forward, his eyes as cold as steel. He sneered, speaking loudly as he approached. What a disappointment. The National Sports Festival boxing champion is nothing special, huh? Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, he relentlessly hammered Peter's face with lefts and rights, giving him no time to react. Go and his teammate were stunned, silent by what was happening in the match. What the hell is our teammate doing? I told him not to be so reckless. Juna stood frozen amidst the gradually quieting crowd, her eyes glued to the ring. There's no way. Sang-woo can't be like this. Those two B-rankers are stronger than we thought. Even Tadius thought he had misjudged. This is beyond my expectations. I was wrong about him. This little friend Pumpkin is in trouble. Ji-hyun's punches rained down like thunder, each blow drawing blood from his body. What was happening in the fight forced him to reconsider. To take a beating like that and still be standing. That's not the level of a D rank. He shook his head, a slight smirk on his face. Not because he was amused, but because he could feel something waiting to awaken. This is A rank, or maybe even higher. Ji-hyun punched and kept punching, but the more he struck, the stranger it felt. I'm clearly hitting him, but it feels like I'm not. The more he attacked, the more confused he became. What on earth is going on? Yet he continued to throw punch after punch at Peter. Go-hyung was a bit confused. What are those two doing? Go was sweating, unsure how to answer. Juna was worried. He's taken so many hits, but he's still not down. Tadius chimed in, because he's blocking the blows too well. Juna, surprised and astonished, asked, "What do you mean blocking too well?" He smirked slightly, not rushing to answer. He looked towards Peter. Look closely. He's just pretending to block well. As the punches flew towards him, he waits until the very last second and moves with the direction of the attack at the moment of impact, taking almost no damage. He had come to a conclusion. It was a boxing evasion technique. By pretending to get hit, also known as head slipping. The fight in the ring continued, but now the spectators were starting to notice something different. What's going on? This is weird. Yeah, really weird. Isn't Pumpkin Knight the one getting hit? Why does that B-rank assassin look so tired? He was running out of steam, getting tired, his forehead drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy. That guy's just lucky. This time I'll finish you. He wound up his arm, gathering momentum for a decisive blow, but was suddenly tripped by Peter, who then pretended to fall, making it look like an amateur mistake. Then he spun around and slammed his elbow into Ji-hyun's temple, making him stagger. That impact caused a huge reaction from the surrounding audience, and everyone erupted into excited chatter. Peter remained on the ground, playing innocent, as if he'd won by a complete fluke, while the other guy was sprawled out, his face covered in blood. What happened? My foot slipped. I guess I got lucky and won. Juna, watching nearby, saw the incredible scene unfold and thought to herself, what? It looks like he barely hit him. At the same time, Go and Go-hyung were both gawking, exclaiming, that old guy is so lucky. Did he win the National Sports Festival that way too? Tadius's interest in Peter was piqued. Interesting. He pretends to be clumsy. When he saw Peter dodge the attack by a hair's breadth, he thought, but did he really dodge all those attacks by slipping? And that last move, he thought about the fight. Even a world champion couldn't do that. Maybe no one else noticed, but our little friend Pumpkin hit his temple, and that blow contained terrifying power. It was a precise and powerful strike. Tadius grinned with delight. I can't take this anymore. Ji-hyun struggled to his feet. Damn it, I lost to a D rank. I have to retreat. Then he tucked tail and ran for his life out to where someone was waiting for him. Someone shouted, hey, that B ranker is running away. Another person replied, just let him go. It's not like we could beat him anyway. The crowd that had been eyeing an opportunity was shocked. I can't believe that old man Pumpkin actually beat a B-rank assassin. Amazing. Let's go pick up the certificates. Meanwhile, Peter sat thoughtfully in front of the body of Ji-hyun's previous opponent. That's not the issue. It's only been a short while, and those guys... Then he looked in the backpack Ji-hyun had left behind. Did he really steal this many certificates? How? In that case, they're definitely hiding something. He looked in the direction Ji-hyun had fled, lost in thought. Go walked over pretending to be dejected and spoke to him. Looks like you're all done, Mr. Pumpkin. I'm so jealous, Go-hyung added. We only have one certificate. I guess we should get ready to go home, huh? Go said sheepishly. Yeah, what else can we do? Hearing them say that he decided to share the certificates with his teammates. We'll split them evenly. After all, we're a team. The two young men in the team were moved to tears. Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much, sir. No. Mr. Pumpkin Peter also walked over and offered a certificate to Tadius. You want to split this too, but what Tadius wanted most right now was a match with him. I don't need this. I want something else. Peter asked, confused. What do you mean? Tadius waved his hand and laughed. It's nothing. Then he smiled dangerously. I want to fight you. Juna hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey, that's enough. We're supposed to be teaming up, not fighting each other. Aren't you scared, mister? Pumpkin Go-hyung, however, was enjoying the show. Why we're not trying to kill each other? What's there to be afraid of? Go chimed in. A match between Pumpkin and Butterfly. This is getting exciting. Seeing Peter's hesitation, he raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as if he were about to play his final card. So let's bet our certificates on this match. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? Then he added, by the way, my certificate is super easy to get. Peter raised an eyebrow, a questioning look in his eyes. Before he could say anything, Thutdius quickly chimed in. All our little friend Pumpkin has to do, he said, his eyes glinting with provocation as he extended a hand in a gesture of invitation. Or rather, a challenge. If you can touch a single strand of my hair, I'll give it to you. Then you might as well hand it over now. Peter cut in unexpectedly, his tone so calm you'd think it was a done deal. The remark made Thutdius pause for a second, taken aback by his winner's confidence. Peter continued, after all, there's no way you'll ever be able to touch me. As the atmosphere grew tense, our spectators started to get rowdy. Go spoke up. Hey, what's with this mood? Are they really gonna fight? Go, Hyung replied. This is getting interesting, while Juna desperately tried to stop them. Mr. Pumpkin, don't fight. Peter fell silent for a long moment, his eyes deep in thought as he began to reevaluate all his assumptions. Even with all that talk, since the moment we met, he hasn't used his hands at all. He remembered how Thut Dias always kept his arms crossed over his chest. Is he hiding something on his hands? The thought sparked a new theory. Seeing that Peter wasn't responding, the guy goaded him. Go ahead and use whatever you're most confident in, little pumpkin. Boxing or something else. You can even use a weapon. Then he stood up, ready for the fight. Suddenly, a harsh warning blared from a loudspeaker, shattering the atmosphere like a knife. The factory area will be sealed in 5 minutes. Anyone still within the factory zone will be eliminated. Therefore, evacuate immediately. Thut Dias seemed pretty disappointed. Damn it, who had to go and ruin our fun? Go Hyung complained. What the hell is this, a lockdown? It was just getting to the most exciting part. Go Hyung was full of regret. Such a shame. Just then, a phone rang in Thut Dias's pocket. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen and answered. Boss, what's going on? Alright, I'm heading out now. After the call, Thut Dias just smiled and quietly strode away. The three of them started clamoring. Mr. Butterfly, where are you going? He replied. See you all later. Outside was a dilapidated, abandoned warehouse. They wondered where Peter had gone. Hey, where'd Mr. Pumpkin disappeared? Damn it, we have to go now. But Sang-yu needs to come with us too. Right at that moment, the outer gate swung open, and Peter, also known as Sang-yu, returned a backpack full of supplies slung over his shoulder. He walked into the group. Peter, where have you been? Go Hyung, feigning anger, recounted the story with dramatic flair. You ran off again, didn't you? Do you have any idea who we were just up against? We just took on 2 B-rankers, Juna sighed, fed up with his exaggeration. Let's just hurry up and go, she thought with disdain. All you guys did was stand there and watch. Sang-yu held up a hand to stop them. Wait, hold on. We shouldn't stick together. They responded, exasperated. What is it now? You're really picking an emergency like this to be difficult. Juna noticed the backpack on Peter's back and asked, what's all this? He answered, they're supply items. Go peeked inside. I get the flashlight. But why is there a bouncy ball in here? He asked. Peter answered calmly. It seems the organizers have hidden these supply items all over the island. He said confidently. If we all stick together, it'll be harder to find supplies. We should split into 2 groups. Go Hyung chimed in first. Funny, you should say that. I was just about to propose that exact plan. Go D added. Oh, you too. I thought of this plan an hour ago. In the end, Go Hyung and Go formed one group, while Peter and Juna formed another. As his and Juna's group made their way through the forest, Juna asked, do you think the supply items are different depending on who finds them? If so, won't everyone start fighting over the supply items? He answered calmly. That's very possible. But the bigger problem is, the way he trailed off only made Juna more curious. While scouting their surroundings, he thought to himself, the organizers will keep expanding the restricted zones. In other words, they're going to shrink the available space and force the participants to fight one another. His expression grew serious, as if he were preparing for the next battle. In that case, I'll have to fight sooner or later. While he was lost in thought, Juna suddenly yelled, full of alarm, Peter, stop. What is this? It can't be. Sang-yu, don't you feel that? Peter asked. What are you talking about? Juna continued. You can't smell that strong scent. Juna then cried out with joy and pulled a stash of food out from behind a boulder. There's a lot of food behind this rock. Hurry, get it and share it with the guys, he said, feeling helpless and confused. How can she smell food that's been sealed? She must be tough to kill, huh? He and Juna had no idea what the other team had found or how their guys were doing. They've probably found something good to eat by now. Meanwhile, the Doggo brothers were wearing princess dresses they'd picked up. What the hell is this? A bonus item. It seems Peter and Juna trusted their teammates too much. As they were searching for items, a gunshot rang out. Juna said in shock. Was that a gunshot? There can't be guns here. Sang-woo said. Looks like the others found a bonus item too. Juna, you go hide. I'll be right back. With that, he dashed towards the sound of the gunshot, thinking, we had to turn in all dangerous weapons when we got to the island. If those B-rankers have guns, who knows what could happen. He ran like the wind. He thought, I knew this wasn't a simple test, but I have to stop this before it's too late. I wonder what that guy Rafado is up to. Arriving at the location of the gunshot, he froze in shock. Someone was already dead, lying sprawled on the ground in a pool of their own blood. To be sure, he placed his hand on the dead person's neck to check for a pulse. Once he confirmed they were dead, he thought, it looks like this nighttime test isn't what I thought it would be. He set a dangerous look on his face. Then he saw a dark figure suddenly dash across the tallest tree on the island. Thus was perched up there observing the situation and reporting back to his boss. Yes, boss. There's no old man who looks like Peter. He thought that while there were 2 interesting people recalling the encounter he'd had with him while he was disguised as Pam Kin, and then said, but maybe I should head back. The boss asked, having regrets. Regrets? He burst out laughing as if he'd just heard a hilarious joke. The boss continued, from now on, things are going to get even more interesting. What do you mean? He asked. The boss replied, you'll know when you get there, flashing a mysterious and wicked smile. Meanwhile, Juna was hiding at the base of a tree waiting for Sang-woo when she ran into the test administrator. Whoa, who's there? She was stunned to see it was the administrator. You're the test proctor. Why are you here? The proctor, who looked badly injured, struggled to speak. This isn't a test to avoid being demoted. Juna was puzzled. What are you talking about all of a sudden? The proctor continued. Everyone here is going to be wiped out. Juna was speechless at the proctor's words. What did you say? They're all going to die. Thus heard the news over here too. They're all going to die. Boss put it in simple terms for me. The boss continued. Just like I said, I'm sending those D-rankers to an early grave. And if anyone survives, it'll be Peter. His face twisted with malice as he was about to find the real Peter. The test proctor screamed, we're all going to die. Drenched in sweat, he managed to say, get out of here. This isn't a test to avoid demotion. Juna asked, stunned. What? He collapsed to the ground, looking completely exhausted. I don't know what Glory is plotting, but it looks like some of the bastards they sent are killing off the D-rank assassins. Blood trickled from his mouth. Be careful. It's not just one or two B-rankers. Even if all the D-rankers team up, you can't possibly beat them. He coughed. We can't. Juna tried to grasp the main point. Multiple B-rankers, where are they? The proctor tried to speak. But a knife flew into his neck, making Juna scream. A voice rang out. I didn't even want to come here yesterday, but now I see. I made the right decision. A gray-skinned man appeared and said, I never expected to find such a beautiful little girl here. He was Hasensen, posing as a D-rank B-rank number 4, distinguishing features unknown. Juna asked seriously, are you the one who killed everyone? This is a D-rank test. What are you doing here? The man cut her off. That. He brought a skinny hand to his chin, pretending to think. Is not my problem. Collecting certificates. I don't care. I'm going to kill every last D-ranker. No, I just changed my mind. Hasensen licked his lips with a malicious look. I won't kill you. I'll take you with me. The more Juna looked at him, the more she frowned, thinking, this disgusting pervert. At a glance, he doesn't look special. But he's B-rank, she thought warily as he approached. Can I even beat him by myself? Seeing this, Hasensen smirked teasingly. Why are you staring at me like that? Do you like what you see? Well, what a coincidence. He lunged towards Juna, roaring, I was just thinking about you too. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What a coincidence. Go Hyung appeared wearing a dress with an open collar and shoulders, and raised an eyebrow teasingly. We were just thinking about you too. Juna's face lit up when she saw the two of them. His brother Dako continued speaking as he gripped Hasensen's hand. They say an apostle of Badro always shows up at the most critical moments. Go also appeared in a cute dress holding a stuffed animal and said, sorry, but we're your opponents. The man leaped back onto a tree and Juna shouted a warning. You have to be careful with him. He's a B-rank bastard who goes around killing people. That pervert. One of the Dako brothers spoke up. Hold on, why would you say that? Go threw the shoulder-bearing dress aside and asked with undisguised sarcasm. So, this guy is B-rank. He just looks like a scrawny little monkey. Go Day did the same with his cute dress and stuffed animal, adding, I've had enough experience with the old geezers at the church. Remembering the scene at the church, they both said, I'll never be as careless as I was that time again. That's right. This time is different. Juna rubbed her chin, thinking, we have to do this ourselves, without saying woo. She turned to Go Hyung and said loudly, Brother Dako, let's fight together. The three were about to team up, but he cut her off. Juna, save your strength for later. Go also said, you know that too. Dako stepped forward, rolling his shoulders to warm up. If we want to become Badro, then a B-ranker is just a small stepping stone we have to overcome. Ready. His brother, Go Hyung, replied with a slight smile. Of course, little brother. Seeing the Dako brothers leap forward, Hasensen rubbed his chin and thought, what are these D-rankers trying to do? Are they trying to run? But the sight of Go Hyung charging at him made him change his mind. No, they're attacking. Go Hyung's attack missed, making him think. What's with this guy, he thought, as he turned to see the man had already landed on the ground from midair. How did he get there so fast? Go Hyung said it bluntly. So, this cute little guy's strong point is his speed, huh? But did you know? The two figures clashed repeatedly, then clashed again. Go Hyung shouted. That this Dako is also really fast, but realizing something was off, his eyes widened. What? Wait a minute. Something's not right. Go Hyung thought, this guy's not about speed, while Hasensen, much more relaxed, teased him. What surprised is it? Because I'm such an unpredictable man. But Go's voice rang out as he appeared behind the man, restraining him with both arms. Once I've got you pinned down, there's nothing you can do. Hasensen could only glare, thinking, how is this kid so strong? He then said to the man, Mister, once I've got you, it's over. No one can escape this hold. But Go Hyung shouted frantically, no little brother, let him go. Go, however, didn't understand the situation. Why all of a sudden Hasensen's lips curled into a smirk as he spoke, laughing. All this talk about Badro. Even if you were reborn, you could never become Badro. He suddenly roared, swinging his arms to grab the Dako brothers by the neck as he broke free from Go's grip. Badro had already become a legend by the time he was your age. He slammed them both into the ground with all his might, roaring mockingly. You D-rank brats? Go gritted his teeth, trying to resist the man's strength. What is this power? Go Hyung coughed repeatedly, his throat constricted, unable to speak. Hae-sin, as if hearing their thoughts, became excited. He grinned widely, laughing loudly. That's right, you can't speak, can you? The average adult male has a grip strength of 45 kilograms, but a chimpanzee's grip strength, he scowled, his mouth wide open, looking just like a monkey, is 130 kilograms. A system window popped up with new information. Hae-sin posing as a D-rank B-rank number 4. Distinguishing feature grip strength of 130 kilograms. He became more and more frenzied, saying, if you can't even break free from my hands, how can you ever become Badro? Have you brats ever even met an apostle? But suddenly his eyes widened in thought. What is this? The two Dako brothers on either side wrapped their arms around his and roared. This is the result of the training I received from the apostle. Hae-sin clenched his jaw as he watched their movements. Flying armbar. Simultaneously. They didn't even speak to each other. How is that possible? But the Dako brothers continued. No matter how strong you are, don't you dare look down on someone else's dream. Go clenched his jaw, grabbing the guy's arm tightly. No matter what anyone says, we will definitely become a Badro. Flashing back to the past, Kegel had once curiously asked, why? Why do you guys want to become a Badro so badly? The two DC Go brothers answered in unison, because it's our destiny. Back to 11 years ago, a voice echoed from inside an abandoned storefront. Hey, did you know whispers rose from a group of children? Even orphans have a hierarchy. What I heard, they were abandoned the moment they were born, and they don't even have any money. Oh, came a few mocking laughs. Then what should we call them? And so we were called them. In a library, a voice spoke up. This is weird, isn't it, bro? Go looking miserable, leaned against a bookshelf and spoke. Why are we the ones locked up when those other guys were fighting too? They clearly started it. Go Hyung wasn't any better. While stuffing a tissue up his nose, he said, I heard that back when Father Gabriel was alive, everyone was really happy. Go turned to him and asked curiously, but who knows, maybe one day Mom will come find us. Go Hyung just replied in a flat, judgmental tone. Stupid. That's never going to happen. Hearing Go Hyung say that, it was like a raw nerve had been touched, and he yelled, how do you know? Go Hyung didn't even bother to look at Go as he spoke. Mom didn't even bother naming us before she abandoned us. That means she never had any intention of coming back for us. He calmly lay flat on the ground. No one is ever going to come looking for two nameless kids like us. That was the moment when even the last glimmer of hope vanished. A book suddenly fell on Go Hyung's head, making him cry out in pain. Go Hyung complained as he turned to look up at the bookshelf. Damn it, even this old notebook is hitting me. But Go-dae bent down, his attention drawn to the notebook. Hey, wait a minute, bro. What's this? He pointed at the notebook and said, this notebook says, I don't have a name. They say everyone who remembered my name died in the war. People call me Dog Go even if they mean it as a mocking nickname. Alright, I'll show them. I'll show them just how great this Dog Go can become, even if the name is meant as a joke. I have a name. I know it's silly, but whenever I'm alone, I just want to say the name. I'll probably never be called by this name out in the open, but I still tell myself before I go to sleep. Go Hyung struggled to open his swollen eyes to look. Go also tried to speak through his swollen mouth. Right. You must not become someone who disappoints Badro. He glanced over at Go-dae. Badro. Is this the diary of the Apostle Badro? Go-dae looked back at him and said, so, Badro was also lonely when he was a kid. Go-dae pointed at the notebook and shared his idea. Bro, why don't we give ourselves names? Badro's nickname Dog Go sounds cool. Go Hyung commented. Whoa, that's the first time you've ever said something that makes sense. Hearing this, he got excited. Really awesome. Go-dae pointed a thumb at himself with one hand and grabbed Go's shoulder with the other. Since we're brothers, you'll be Dog. And I'll be Go. After finishing the story, they both yelled at Kegel. That's why we want to become someone like Badro. And he said thoughtfully, yeah, I understand your touching story. Kegel added another comment. But you two will never become a Badro. Hearing that, they both became dejected. Don't be, Kegel continued, making them both freeze in their sadness. So sad. But you never know. Kegel glanced at them. If you two become one, it might be possible. Hearing him say that, both Go and Go Hyung were bewildered. What do you mean? The scene transitioned. This time they had one of their hands tied together, much to their constant annoyance. Hey Master Bear, what does tying our hands have to do with becoming one? You're just torturing us again. All this training has been nonsense. Kegel stood behind them, radiating a murderous aura. Then you might as well just die. As if fighting for their lives, the two of them quickly changed their attitude and put on bright smiles. Okay, actually I've wanted to do this for a long time. A loud scream rang out. Go Hyung thrashed around in midair, panicking. I'm about to fall. Don't let go of my hand. Go was also trying to cling to the cliff face with one hand. Don't move. Meanwhile, Kegel was watching from somewhere and said, you two are not separate individuals. Unite in both body and spirit. The next exercise began quickly. Go Hyung yelled continuously. We have to go right. Go also shielded himself and shouted back. No, go left. Kegel relentlessly threw attacks at the two of them. trying to dodge like you're in the army. If you don't dodge in the same direction, you're going to get hit. That evening, the two of them were locked in the same bathroom and couldn't stop complaining. Do we even have to use the toilet together? There's only one toilet. But Kegel, unfazed, leaned against the wall and replied, you should even sync up your bathroom breaks. That way, you two can truly become one. Back in the present, He-shin coughed violently as he flung them both away. You dare disrespect me. He thought back to the situation just moments ago, breaking out in a cold sweat. Damn it, was I seeing things? Did I see something coming from those two kids? A murderous silhouette flashed through his mind, an aura so terrifying he'd never felt anything like it before. He shivered, scratching his forearms until they turned bright red. But so what? In the end, they're just a couple of D-rank kids. There's no way they're a match for me. Juna, hiding nearby, watched the situation as a million thoughts raced through her mind. That pervert is restrained, and yet he can still throw those brothers around like baseballs. What am I supposed to do now? I have nothing left. The man suddenly turned his head towards her, shamelessly running his long tongue over his lips. So, it's just the two of us now, huh? Just give up, my pretty little girl. Before he could finish, he was slapped hard across the face. A weakling like you. This sent him into a panic. What? How was there an attack from the right? No, wait a minute. He-shin clutched his right cheek, thinking in a frenzy, how can she attack me from that far away? There are no weapons here. Suddenly noticing something, he let out a breath. Nice improvisation. He looked at Juna, who was holding a bouncy ball tied to a string, and said mockingly, to think you'd know how to craft a weapon on such short notice. But my pretty little girl, what are you so confident about? You think you can beat me with this ball? He-shin broke into a wide, scummy grin and laughed. I heard those brothers were trained by an apostle, but what about you? Were you trained by Badro? Juna just answered calmly, no, I've never been trained by Badro. Hearing Juna's words, He-shin laughed even harder. Just kidding, just kidding. Why are you answering so seriously? How could you ever meet Badro? Do you even know who Badro is? He sighed regretfully, but suddenly He-shin's eyes shot wide open in surprise. What the heck is that? No way. How can this little girl do that? In his eyes, Juna now seemed to take on Peter's form, exuding a more formidable aura than the two kids from earlier. Juna lifted her foot, the string wrapped around her knuckles and the tip of her left toe, and said, seriously, I'll show you what I've learned. A wicked laugh escaped from the man. All right. He put on a perverted expression as he looked at the beautiful girl. I have to admit, you don't just have a pretty face. But no matter how good you are at improvising or crafting powerful weapons, he pointed at her mockingly, you're still D-rank number 335. You can't possibly beat me. Haven't you ever heard the saying, experience is golden? He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, that's right, I must have been seeing things earlier. I've been in prison for 17 years, there's no way I'd misjudge things. Wait, that's not right. The man's eyes suddenly flew open. It's precisely because I was in prison for 17 years. That thing is real. Juna appeared with a powerful aura and yelled, hey you pervert, why aren't you attacking? The man slapped his own cheeks with both hands, thinking frantically, snap out of it. I need to get checked at a hospital after this. He continued, right, I was wondering how a weak little girl like you would fight. Turns out it's with a long-range attack. One of the man's hands cupped the side of his face. If you're outmatched in strength, you have to use long-range tactics. That's a basic principle of martial arts. You're a clever girl, but what can you do? The man's face twisted like a wild beast, his eyes bulging and his mouth forming a grotesque smile. Too bad that weapon is useless here. He leaped, arms outstretched, about to pounce on Juna, but this was a forest and she nimbly dodged. Ooh, the man was a little surprised. Oh, you actually dodged that. Juna thought, that perverted bastard is right. The forest is too dense. If I throw this wrong, the string will get tangled in the trees. He-shin is circling me at a dizzying speed, and I'll be open to a counterattack. I can't attack like this. The man taunted her. Go on, throw it. Are you scared it'll get caught in a tree and you'll get hit back? Come on, follow me, my dear. Suddenly, he was right behind Juna. She quickly spun around, thinking, this pervert, he's toying with me. I have to finish him when he lets his guard down. She threw all the balls at once toward He-shin, but he just burst out laughing. Missed, huh? What was that? Your throwing skills are terrible. I thought you were supposed to be some big shot, but I guess I was wrong. Juna focused all her strength into her throw, thinking, please, this one has to hit. He-shin laughed contemptuously. My dear, you need to aim better. Pfft, you missed again. He placed a hand on his chin, giving her a disdainful look. If you keep this up, you could throw 100 times and you still wouldn't hit me. Just as he finished speaking, something slammed right into his head, making him choke. He-shin looked behind him, stunned. What, who's there? He looked and saw an empty space in front of him. There was no one there. What was that just now? He-shin felt a sense of dread, sweat beading on his face. Juna rushed forward with a grim expression, weapon in hand, ready to attack, thinking, just a little more. A voice rang out as she held the weapon. What do you think? If I had this in that shabby room? Juna leaned against the billiards table. Do you think I could have survived in there? Peter held the cue stick, aiming at the ball. No, he replied. You could at least pretend to think about it before answering. He spoke indifferently. I'm just answering your question. Juna looked up, her attention caught. Peter spoke in a cold tone. A slingshot is a very good weapon. It can deal a lot of damage from a distance with little force, but in there, the slingshot could become a weakness. She asked, a weakness, he continued. You might not be able to use the slingshot in there. Juna replied, what kind of place would that be? Peter said calmly. All right then, Juna, try hitting this target. He used the cue in his hand to point forward. From here, a bottle placed on top of a barrel a good distance from the table. Seeing that target, she was shocked, her mouth hanging open. How am I supposed to hit that? Peter casually put the cue away. But there isn't just one path, so don't worry too much. Juna watched from behind. What do you mean? He replied. It means we create our own paths. Peter turned and walked towards the door. Well, I'll be going now. She clenched her fists and yelled, wait Peter, create our own paths. What do you mean by that? You have to explain it to me. Sighs echoed from a small house. Oh God, I'm going to die. Is there anyone else in the world like us? Another person replied. Of course not. Peter entered and saw two men lying on a bed with their hands tied together. What are you two doing? The man in the blue shirt spoke up. You wouldn't even believe it. We're training. The two of them shot up crying and screaming. Have you ever tried to sleep at the exact same time? If you don't, you get woken up. Even if we were blood brothers, there's no way we could go to the bathroom at the same time. Peter remained expressionless. All right, back off a little. You stink. The man in blue asked listlessly. By the way, where's Juna? We only get to sleep 3 hours a day. The man beside him added, where'd she run off to chase some fantasy this time? The man in white lay back down. Whatever. Let's just get some sleep. Sleep is the best solution. 1, 2, 3. Sleep. The man in blue spoke up. Hey, aren't we supposed to sleep on 4? Peter chuckled softly. She's probably off daydreaming. Juna. She's likely training hard, dreaming of the day she'll be strong. The iron wall in front of her was chipped and dented. With a determined look in her eyes, Juna gracefully launched her weapon. She collapsed to her knees, her hands trembling and wounded. It's no use. There are too many obstacles. No matter how hard I try, I can't reach the target. Sweat poured down her face, but a fierce determination burned within her. No, I have to try again. If I still have the energy to talk, it means I haven't tried hard enough. Juna kept practicing. So close, again. She refused to give up trying to launch her weapon at the target. Again. This time for sure. Exhausted and panting, Juna thought to herself, I've thrown it thousands of times, but it always gets blocked. It's impossible to hit. How in the world am I supposed to hit it? Wait a second. Her eyes lit up as an idea struck her. Blocked, Juna turned to look. On the table were just 3 balls and a cue stick. Peter has been guiding me all along. He's showing me the path so I can figure it out for myself. She stood there watching as He Shin clutched the back of his injured head, cursing. Damn it, you bitch, I don't know what just happened, but I've changed my mind. He ground his teeth in rage, his face twisting into a demonic snarl. I'm done playing games with you. I'm going to kill you. Juna gripped the string tightly in her hand. Peter's voice echoed in her mind. It's like a maze. At first, you'll get lost, and when the location changes, a new maze will appear. But don't be discouraged. It's a crucial process for hitting your target. Because of the complex obstacles, you won't hit it at first. But you have to trust your eyes. She listened intently. Just keep eliminating the wrong answers, and eventually you'll see the correct path. With all her willpower and strength, Juna threw the rope toward the guy. And with that, she used all her strength to swing the rope, launching it towards him. The battlefield will become your stage. The ball weaved between the trees at high speed, heading straight for He Shin. The attack hit its mark, and he collapsed to the ground. He Shin's face was mangled and bleeding as he realized he had made a mistake. She wasn't missing this whole time. She was adjusting the trajectory to hit us. The two of them stared with wide, shocked eyes, and the man praised her. Juna's incredible. The other man standing beside him said in awe, it's gotta be a fluke. But still, that was incredible. Unyielding He Shin crawled on the ground and screamed, you're all just low-class scum, if I wanted to. He suddenly froze. The 2 men behind him grabbed He Shin's arms. He struggled against them. How long do you bastards think you can hold me? If I get out of this, I'll tear you to shreds. The man blocking He Shin's punch thought to himself, he's too strong. I can't hold on much longer. When is this going to be over? And just then, Juna charged forward, filled with fighting spirit. Her weapon was knocked out of her hand and the guy burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, see, you guys just got lucky before. He Shin looked up and sneered, I'm going to tear these 2 apart and then capture that pretty little girl. A voice responded. You think so? The guy froze. What? Her feet launched off the ground. He Shin was stunned, thinking to himself, no way, that attack. A powerful aura radiated from Juna, her face cold as ice. Have you ever heard of it? An attack accelerated from above. From up high, she dove down, kicking him with the force equivalent to a car crash. An explosion went off in the blink of an eye. Rocks and dust flew everywhere. It's over. He Shin lay unconscious. Whoa, is he out cold? One of the men asked happily. Hey, did we just defeat a B ranker? The other one cheered. Doesn't that mean we'll get promoted to B rank? She spoke up. Will they even recognize a victory from the three of us? Juna held her chin and said nonchalantly, and there's no reason for them to promote us for this anyway. First, let's find Peter. A voice called out. No need to look. She froze and glanced over. Do sat on a tree stump and declared grimly, because you're all going to die here. Siwei from the Black Snake Guild, disguised as a D rank. Real rank B, number 27. Special skill, marksmanship. The man worried. Is that the B ranker from the factory earlier? The other man's face was covered in sweat. I couldn't even sense his bloodlust. He thought to himself, damn it, he looks even stronger than that gorilla. The slightly thinner man spoke up. No, it's okay. We just beat that gorilla guy. Juna added, if we work together, we can beat him. Do smiled devilishly. It seems you're all mistaken. I have no intention of fighting you. The two men breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. This old guy wants peace. Suddenly, her weapon shattered. He raised his gun and pointed it at them. I'm just going to shoot you dead. I can hit anything I want. Now then, your heads are next. The man quickly replied, hey, using a gun is cheating. The other panicked. Yeah, what do we do? Juna thought anxiously. Could the gunshots from before have been from this guy? There's no way we can beat him. What do we do? The thin man shouted. It looks like someone's coming. Juna turned her head happily. Peter, you're here. She suddenly froze. Huh, a guy smiling and waving walked towards them. Well, hello there, my brothers. Do spoke up. Who are you? The guy replied. Who am I? What am I? Ah, as you can see, I'm Butterfly, a D ranker. He crossed his arms. I heard some gunshots, so I came to check it out. Where's my little buddy, Pumpkin? Why is it just you guys here? Do smirked. How wonderful. To think you'd just wander right in. He pointed the gun at Butterfly's head. Oh, a gun. Sounds fun. Go on, try and shoot. Let's see what's faster, the gun or me. Do scoffed. You're about to die and you're still posturing. Juna turned and said, this old guy Butterfly is smart. The man replied, what are you talking about? This is a dangerous situation. When facing an enemy with a gun at close range, you can either grab the weapon to subdue them or find a chance to turn and dodge the bullet. The man casually grabbed the barrel of the gun. That's right. This way I can gain the upper hand. Butterfly said without a hint of worry. So, how can we make things more interesting? Alright, how about this? Isn't this more fun? Do thought in shock. This crazy bastard. You call this fun? The guy moved the gun barrel into his own mouth without a shred of fear. Come on, shoot. This way I can't dodge, can I? The scene seemed to freeze everyone there. Was completely frozen, stunned by the madman's words. After a few seconds, Go Hyung finally realized. Wait, he put the gun in his mouth. That way he can't dodge. Go continued. So that old Butterfly guy has completely given up. Juna stammered. They're right. There's no way to dodge a bullet like that. What is he thinking? Do thought to himself. If I pull the trigger, this guy will definitely die. But the reason I can't shoot is because I saw it in that brief moment. While he was lost in his thoughts, Theus urged him on again. Why haven't you shot yet? He then asserted. If you pull the trigger, I'll die. He laughed mockingly. Hey now, what's wrong, Scarface? Why are you backing away? Scared to shoot? You'd better decide quickly. Theus said, with absolute certainty as he swung his leg. If you don't shoot, you're the one who's going to die, Scarface. Do panicked, reminding himself. No, calm down. I'm the one in control here. If I shoot, he's the one who dies, not me. I'm just a little overwhelmed by his presence, that's all. He growled, refusing to believe it. Stop your damn bluffing. How could you possibly stop a bullet? He kicked the man's elbow, disfiguring it. How's that? Do screamed in pain. Ugh, my arm. He trembled, clutching his broken arm. Impossible. What did you do? The Doggo brothers' faces went pale, breaking out in a terrified sweat. Juna looked like she'd seen a ghost, stammering. What was that? What just? With a condescending tone, Theus said, It's all right, my friend. It's just one broken arm. What's all the fuss about? His expression grew more menacing as he said, You still have your left arm after all. Suddenly, a bullet zipped past his head and lodged into a tree. Do fired frantically in his direction. Die. I was the top marksman in the Black Snake Guild. Juna exclaimed with disbelief. He's too close, and that guy is a skilled marksman, but her surprise quickly followed. Even though so many bullets were aimed at him, he stood firm as a rock, untouched by a single one, and said, What a shame, Scarface. All 26 bullets missed. This time, Do was truly terrified of this monster. Who the hell are you? How can you possibly be D rank? Thus answered slowly. The answer is simple. Little buddy, if you shoot with one hand, your accuracy drops below 50%. The more you provoke me, and the more arrogant you get. And if your opponent is me, your accuracy will be 0. After he spoke, he rushed at the man moving past him like the wind. Before Do could even wonder, what was that? Go Hyung's jaw dropped. What just happened to that guy? Go Hyung was just as confused. He only gave him a light kick, but then all three of them realized. No, my eyes couldn't keep up, but he must have thrown dozens of kicks. He stood on one leg looking impossibly cool, and on the ground was the guy crawling away. He feigned ignorance and taunted him. Oh my, Mr. Scarface, how did you go down so easily? You must need to drink more milk. Go Hyung listened with his mouth agape as Yuna muttered, "This guy is like Peter. He can't be D-rank. Who is he really?" Just as thus turned his back on Do, the man confessed. "I remember now," he whispered. "Your aura has changed so much, but there's no way I could forget you." Just struggled to speak. "Why are you here?" The man who once struck fear into the entire continent. The Nine Heavens Dragon. At the Nine Heavens Dragon's territory, the Black Serpent sect stood before a massive ancient gate. It was said that no one who entered ever came out alive. Not even the king of a nation was an exception. This was a completely autonomous, lawless place. A man spoke with a voice full of amusement. "This looks delicious." He was Long Fei Lin, the third-generation leader of the Black Serpent sect. "Say Wei, once we take this place, we can rule the world." The leader's cry echoed along with those of all his soldiers. "All right, let's move in. Kill them all." Suddenly, an old man asked a question. "Are we really going to charge into the Nine Dragons' territory?" Siwei, the second-in-command to the third-generation leader, scowled and asked, "What?" The old man laughed maniacally. "It's the same for everyone. If I can just conquer this place, everything in my way will disappear. It'll be paradise, but I see it clearly. You're all moths flying into a flame even though you know you'll die." The man furiously grabbed him by the collar. "Hey, you crazy old man, you want to die first? Do you have any idea who we are?" The Black Serpent S. He stopped mid-sentence, completely stunned. "What is this guy?" The crazed man with the face of a demon laughed. "That's right, the Black Serpent. You'd better pray. Pray that you get lucky and are chosen to survive just like me." Do was scared stiff. "Why do you look so pathetic? Lucky to be chosen. Is this old man the last survivor? I should have run away back then," Fei Lin said dismissively. "What the hell is this? Is this a joke?" Inside, there were only members of the Black Serpent sect, not a single other soul. "Is this the den of demons?" The rumors made it sound so terrifying. "Why is it so empty?" His underlings chimed in. They probably heard the Black Serpent sect was coming and ran away. "Boss is up there." The man maintained his pose and said, "We have guests, so why are you all crawling out like snails?" A voice from above warned, "I'm telling you now, I never warn anyone twice." He threatened, "If you dare touch even a single speck of dust in here, consider yourselves dead." Hearing this, Do became wary. That guy is the Nine Heavens Dragon. Why is he just standing there in broad daylight, especially when there are so many armed guards around? That Fei Lin guy had no idea what he was getting into. Well, what a coincidence. Actually, my gun never warns twice either. He gave the order and Soe shouted the command to fire. Immediately, all firepower was aimed at thus the Nine Heavens Dragon. The spot where he was standing was obliterated by gunfire, kicking up a thick cloud of smoke and dust. When he felt it was enough, Fei Lin gave the signal. "Stop." As the dust settled, they could see a huge hole blown through the wall behind. Seeing this, the man looked smug. "Conserve your ammo, you idiots. This is the place we're going to be using. What's the point if you destroy it all?" Do asked hesitantly. Is he dead?" the man replied. "What a stupid question. The Nine Heavens Dragon is pathetically weak. Go check on him." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the lingering smoke. A series of thuds echoed relentlessly. A figure was snapped in half, and one of the men screamed in terror. "What is this?" The underlings of the Black Serpent sect were taken down one by one, their horrified screams filling the air. "What the hell is happening? Get out of the smoke now." But it was probably too late. Fei Lin started firing wildly. "You bastard. Where are you hiding? Come on out. I'll blow your brains out." But suddenly a fist flew out of nowhere and shattered his gun. He was stunned, his mouth dry as he stammered. The Black Serpent sect cronies looked at the murderous aura, trembling in fear. The divine dragon of the Nine Hells. Impossible. How could their elite, fully armed Black Serpent sect squad be defeated by a single unarmed man? No, that's not right. He's not unarmed. A single punch from Thutdeus shattered the man, leaving Do horrified. His entire body is a weapon. After dealing with the leader, it was Joe's turn to face death. He fell to his knees, kowtowing to Thutdeus, as if he were his ancestor. "Please spare me. We were wrong. We'll do anything you want." He spoke. "You. Go out and tell everyone, no matter who they are, that my words are a death threat. If they dare set foot in the Nine-Dragon Hell, they'll be torn to pieces." After the fight, Jet dragged himself over to Philin. "Boss, wake up. Quick, we have to run." But he was terrified. What the hell is this? That guy clearly didn't use any weapons. He only fought with his bare hands. But our leader, it's like he doesn't have any bones. Back at the exam, Jay was once again terrified by Thutdeus. The two brothers stammered, "Hey, is this guy dead?" Hearing this, he mustered all his strength to whisper, "You guys can only pray that you'll be chosen. I don't know why, but since that man came here." He hinted about Thutdeus. Sooner or later, this place will become an island of death. The scene shifts to the Glory VIP lounge, where Raphael is lying down and enjoying himself. A female staff member pours a cool liquid onto his back and speaks up. "Boss, the life signs of the dispatched B rankers are being cut off." "Good," Raphael said, pleased. "Just as I expected. You've eliminated those B rankers. It definitely wasn't Thutdeus." His lips twisted into a demonic smile as he continued. "There's only one person it could be, the Apostle Peter." Raphael gave the order, bring it to me. The staff member's eyes widened, replying with a strange sound. Raphael's eyes lit up as he added the island's surveillance cameras. I want to verify this with my own eyes. Back in the forest, someone's voice yelled out, "Who was that bastard?" Another person quickly replied, "Less talking, more running." The first person then wondered, why are they doing this to us? It turns out to be the clown and Song-do fleeing for their lives. Run! Oh my god, he's almost here. He shouldn't even be here. Suddenly a fist appeared out of nowhere, blocking Song-do's path. The man appeared with an incredibly amused look on his face. That guy. Are you talking about me? The clown spoke up. What's with the tree buddy? Song-do, however, was trembling with fear. He was behind us before I even realized it. You've come. The clown turned and asked, puzzled. Mikai who? His voice still trembled as he answered. In a South American prison for violent criminals, there was once a riot where a large number of guards perished. Immediately after, the special forces arrived. They reported that all the rioting prisoners were dead, all thanks to a single prison guard, codename Mikai. Glory B rank number 14, former professional warden. Mikai only became a warden for one reason, to kill people legally. After hearing Song-do's words, the clown finally started to tremble. What kind of guy is that? That's a murderer, not an assassin. He's so different from Father Gabriel's old glory. The clown frowned and continued. Anyway, if you don't run, he said, pulling out small daggers and tossing them in the air, I, Joker, will show you the romance of the former Glory. Codename Joker. Glory rank DP 321. A former Glory assassin and a murderer for the new Glory. Seeing this, Mikai exclaimed in surprise. Daggers, how do you have weapons? It's clearly forbidden to carry weapons here. Joker frowned and thought to himself, it's a good thing he doesn't know where these came from. Then he spoke aloud, I have the upper hand now. Even a B ranker will have a hard time fighting back, because this is my specialty. The next second, he threw the sharp daggers forward and shouted, I've been using knives my entire life. Mikai grimaced, leaning to the side to dodge the weapons. So even a B ranker can't do anything against a long-range attack, huh? Dodge those two, his sharp eyes questioned. But can you dodge forever? Suddenly he felt something, and his eyes widened as he exclaimed, what is this? Joker looked down at his stomach, where something had pierced him and fresh blood was pouring out. But I was the one who threw the knives. How? Joker turned to Mikai and asked, you weren't even there. How is that possible? The old man smiled, waving his weapon and said, confused, Mikai continued, you have one too. Joker's face turned pale with fear. Have what? The old man replied. A lot of them actually. Mikai flashed a terrifying grin. Bones, what else? Joker gasped. I took it from a guy I killed, you psycho. Immediately, Mikai struck him with a blow that made Joker cry out internally. So strong, so scary. This is a level I can't even touch. The old man spoke like a predator. That was a cute effort, but you're still just D rank. Now then, shall we make another weapon? Just then, a sound came from behind them. Mikai's gleeful face snapped around. Oh, is someone still hiding? The ingredients are coming right to me. The old man threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Today is my lucky day. Come on out, you D-rank kid. Come and entertain me. Peter appeared calmly and spoke. A kid. The blue sky and warm golden sun shone down through the trees in the forest. He walked ahead of the three of them, with his hands in his pockets. What's wrong, Dako twins? It's a beautiful day. Why do you guys look so gloomy? He smiled refreshingly and stretched. Did you see a ghost? You saw the Dako twins. The two brothers jumped in surprise and said, no. Suddenly Thaddeus appeared from behind them, putting his arms around their shoulders. Then why do you look so down? Are you annoyed with me? His actions made the two brothers break out in a cold sweat. Go, Hyung answered tremblingly. No, he said in a teasing tone. Or are you just sad? D-class. Go, he said loudly. Dako twins, if you give the order, we'll leave immediately. Juna frowned, thinking to herself, the Dako brothers have every right to be like this because we really did see one. A B-ranker with a strange weapon. He could be taken down with a single kick, yet my eyes couldn't even follow his movements. The strongest people I've ever met. Nathaniel and Peter Gu. This man is definitely as strong as they are. Thaddeus gently placed a hand on his chin and spoke. Anyway, I still don't see him. Where's our bumpkin? Suddenly, the two brothers saw something that made their jaws drop. Go Hyung pointed forward and yelled, whoa, what is that? Thaddeus walked over looking intrigued. Why do you guys look so surprised? Humph, Juna screamed. Someone's down on the ground. At that moment, Go realized something and let out a gasp. Huh, that's the D-rank number 1. How did the number 1 D-ranker get here? Juna's eyes widened as she thought that means this person is the same. Most of the top-ranked people are B-rank, so that person must also be a B-rank assassin. And the only one who could take down someone like that would be Peter. If that swallowtail guy finds out, it was Peter Gu who did. I'm not sure what would happen. Juna glanced over at Thaddeus behind her. That's why I can't let Peter Gu come this way. I have to prevent that from happening. Suddenly Go-jae shouted. Peter, hearing that she panicked, waving her hands in denial. What? No, it wasn't Peter. This was definitely not Peter's doing. Juna clenched her fists and shouted, Peter Gu run. You shouldn't be here. As soon as the words left her mouth, she was stunned by what she had just said. Why did I say that? What's going on? The Dako brothers rushed over to help Peter up. Get a grip. Hey man, Peter, are you okay? Juna was in disbelief. Peter got beaten up. Oh my god, she cried out. Peter. Looking at Peter's bloodied face, Juna was still in shock. What on earth happened? Did Peter run into an opponent so strong that he ended up like this? Peter, trembling all over, said that someone had beaten him up and left. Go turned and asked, Bro, I can't believe it. Do you think it was Bumpkin? Go Hyung replied, so you were finally thinking it too, weren't you? You've been thinking about it for a while. I thought of it even before you did. Go Hyung pointed at Mikai's deformed head and continued. Anyway, my guess is that it's Bumpkin's skill. He caved in the head of the number 1 D-rank assassin with his boxing. Why are there so many people who like to hide their true strength? Juna was worried. Stop it, you idiots. Let's just get him out of here. Go Hyung added, all right, I'm leaving this filthy island. Meanwhile, Thaddeus was still lost in his suspicious thoughts. Was this really what Bumpkin did? The Bumpkin I know is a boxer, and he's not strong enough to crush an opponent's skull. He smirked a mysterious smile on his face, then called out, My dear friends, could you stop for a moment? The Dako brothers raised their hands in unison, obeying. Yes, we're stopping. Thaddeus crossed his arms and asked, Do you see these traces? The two of them asked back. What traces? He prompted. Pay close attention and follow carefully. Thaddeus pointed out several things. The rocks, the footprints all around the broken ankle, the footprints on the trees, and the other person's crushed skull. The Dako brothers shouted in unison. We have no idea what you're talking about. He sighed in frustration. Then aren't you just a couple of clueless idiots? They jumped and replied, We're sorry, we'll be more observant. Thaddeus smiled and adjusted his glasses. All right, I'll explain it to you. Now look closely. He began his deduction. Number 1 here rushed in to kill someone. Observing his movements, he probably underestimated his opponent. And as someone waited for number 1 to get closer, the moment he did, that person kicked number 1's leg. That's partly why the leaf mark was tilted, and that kick was incredibly strong. It probably hit him right on the ankle. And once the ankle was broken, his movements became much slower. That person then leaped onto a tree trunk, kicked off of it, and attacked from above. After building up a little momentum, he was hit with an extremely powerful punch. This wasn't a boxing technique. It was a skill meant for killing one, that even used the opponent's own strength to break their ankle and shatter their skull. Was it the Pumpkin we know who did this? Of course not. The one who killed number 1 was who not Pumpkin. Thaddeus glanced back and continued. Right, number 3, 36. You got something to say, I've been thinking. Number 3, 36, huh? He continued his interrogation. Do you really think you can hide behind that title forever? Is that so? Before he could finish, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Help me, hurry, run. The Dudok Gao brothers and Juna turned toward the chaotic sound. What was that? What's with all this screaming? Seriously, that didn't sound like just one person. There's a boat in the sea. We need to get to it fast. They shot off like the wind. In the blink of an eye, the Dudok Gao brothers arrived at the source of the screams. Go, Hyung's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Wait, no, what is this? What the hell is happening? A man in a purple beanie spoke up. Oh, I'm glad you guys are okay. Why? The scene behind the man was filled with assassins lying on the ground, their bodies covered in blood. Are you guys planning to escape this island too? Codename Raphael's people? Estimated rank B. Characteristic. Disguised as rank D. Juna observed from a distance. I've never seen them before. They're exuding a powerful aura. They might all be B rank. From what I can see, there are about 20 of them. She turned to the others and said, We can't leave this island. Peter, you run ahead. Seeing Thaddeus standing behind her out of nowhere made her gasp. Huh, Juna looked around wondering, Peter, where did he go? A moment later, the Gao brothers were surrounded. Whoa, hold on guys, brothers don't do this. Let's just talk for a second. We're just here to check things out. The guy in the purple beanie spoke up. Yeah, we're not doing anything. The bald guy behind him feigned innocence, holding out his hands as he added, We're just here on the boss's orders. Suddenly, the guy in the purple beanie held a knife to Go Hyung's throat and ordered in a low voice, Kill all the rank Ds here. Over by Juna, she was blocked by 2 burly thugs. They're actually planning to kill us here. What should I do? Where did Peter go? At that moment, a familiar voice spoke up. I told you so. Peter, wearing his mask and pretending to be Pumpkin, stepped out. You people have no emotions at all. Seeing him, Juna happily called out Peter. Ah, no, Uncle Pumpkin. He reached up to adjust his mask, thinking to himself, 20 B rankers, and Raphael didn't suspect a thing. The only way to fight them is as Pumpkin. But even if I win as Pumpkin in the end, there's no way to avoid catching Raphael's attention. What should I do? Purple Beanie spoke up doubtfully. Isn't he the guy who got a little lucky and beat one of the B rankers? The bald guy standing next to him crossed his arms and replied, That's right. Purple Beanie sneered. Hey you, the guy in the mask. I don't know why you're so confident, but if 20 B rankers join the fight, even an A ranker couldn't win. Peter stood there acknowledging the man's words. He's probably right. What can I do without becoming Pumpkin? Is it possible to win without them getting suspicious? What do I do? What should I do now? Out of nowhere, Tadius was standing back to back with him. So how about this? We take them down together. Peter glanced over, surprised. Why? What? What is he thinking? Tadius held up 2 fingers, sticking his tongue out playfully. It's Monday again, and I'll sing the pumpkin song. Aren't you curious? If 2 D rankers and 20 B rankers fight, which side do you think would win? Peter and Tadius stood defiantly in the center of the circle. Without a single trace of fear on their faces, he tilted his head, looking at the boy, unable to stop the questions racing through his mind. What is he plotting? He's clearly one of Raphael's men, so why does he want to help me? As if reading Peter's mind, Tadius gave a mysterious smile and said, You look confused. You can just ask me directly. It's simple, the reason I'm helping you, little buddy. He smiled, brightly stretched, and continued. It's very simple, because this way, it's more interesting. Go-hyung, sweating, spoke up. What the hell, we're about to die here. Go, standing beside him, was just as tense, his face scrunched up as he added, How can we possibly defeat 20 B rankers? Juna had a worried expression. Doc Gao is right, there are 20 B rankers. Even though this boss butterfly isn't a normal person, this is a matter of life and death. Besides, because of the surveillance cameras, Sang-woo can't use his full strength. That means Uncle Butterfly has to face 20 B rankers almost by himself. This is impossible. Purple Beanie lit a cigarette contemptuously and said, Hey, snap out of it. I don't know where you two get your confidence, but do you even know where you are? Look down. This is a sandy beach. The Doc Gao brothers scowled in frustration. We have eyes. We know what a beach is. Juna frowned and warned them. Be quiet. Peter surveyed the area. They're right. The bigger problem isn't the number of opponents. It's that mobility on a sandy beach is only at 50% compared to normal ground. Because when you stomp down on the soft sand, the force is absorbed. Tadius crossed his arms in front of his chest, speaking casually. That's right. Movement is restricted by the sand. And on top of that, the B rankers have guns. The situation looks pretty disadvantageous for me, huh? A look of pure excitement was on his face as he lightly pushed up his glasses. But being at a disadvantage is what makes it interesting. Purple Beanie, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looked at him with contempt. Interesting. Is this guy insane? He can still laugh in a situation like this. Alright, whatever. The fun's over. I'm curious too. Let's see if you can get to me faster. A second later, the whole group aimed their gun barrels straight at Tadius. Or if this bullet is faster. Juna watched intently, not blinking her mind, analyzing the situation. Unlike fighting in the forest, there's nowhere to hide here. Plus, the distance is too great. A human can't possibly be faster than a bullet. Peter and Tadius got into a ready stance. As Tadius said softly, the sand will limit my movement. Well, then I guess I have no choice. Suddenly, Tadius's eyes became as sharp as a knife. Sorry. Then Tadius bent his legs and sprang into the air, shouting loudly, Little Buddy Pumpkin. Seeing this, Purple Beanie let out a hearty laugh. What's that guy doing? On the side, a horrified Juna realized he betrayed him in the end. No, why is he attacking Sang-woo? What is he thinking? Tadius dove down, yelling, You idiot. At that moment, Peter's feet were sinking into the sand. Realizing Thut-Dius's plan, he immediately cooperated. Peter crossed his hands in front of his chest, creating a platform for Thut-Dius to kick off of. Instantly, he shot forward at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, one guy's neck was twisted to the side. Another was struck in the throat, spitting up fresh blood. A third was hit from behind, his throat collapsing forward. Yet another was hit square in the neck. Thut-Dius was like a bird soaring through the sky, taking them down one by one, his movements restricted by the sand. A smile on his face, he added, I just have to avoid stepping on the sand. A second later, every single one of them was defeated. The Doc Gao brothers, watching from the side, couldn't help but be amazed. What just happened? That was so fast, Peter agreed. Not just fast. In that brief moment, did he break the arms of every B ranker holding a gun. Nearby, one of them struggled to his feet, a knife in his hand aiming for him. Damn it, I'll take out the weakest looking one first. With that thought, he swung his knife and rushed at Peter. Peter worriedly calculated his options. Raphael is definitely watching from somewhere. I can't reveal my identity. What should I do? How can I? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He glanced to the side and thought, there they are. The Doc Gao brothers jumped in surprise. Wait, why are you looking at us? You're a good fighter, mister. Pumpkin, no, don't come over here, don't. Then he leaped past the 2 Doc Gao brothers like he was flying. They screamed. Oh my god, damn it, he's coming for us, we'll get you back for this, Pumpkin. The 2 of them raised their fists in front of them, getting into a fighting stance. Go, Hyung said. This is gonna be fun, little brother. Go replied. See you in heaven, big brother. Hearing this, Juna told them, you 2 talk too much nonsense. The attackers sneered contemptuously, running away just to hide behind some D-rank trash. Fine, I'll just kill all 3 of you at once. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. What? Seeing Peter right behind the 2 of them, he finally realized they weren't running away. Peter stepped on his foot and launched a punch straight at the guy. Immediately, he was hit with a barrage of blows until his body was deformed. His pupils turned bloodshot as fresh blood poured from his nose and mouth. What is this? This masked guy. Seeing him defeated and sprawled out on the sand, the Doc Gao brothers exclaimed in surprise. What B ranker was taken down? How can a high ranker be so weak? No. Mr. Pumpkin, are you okay? Good thing we were here. Thutdius immediately understood Peter's intention behind that act. He had found a blind spot from the cameras and pretended to slip, giving the credit for the victory to the others. This little guy Pampany is just as I predicted. Juna quickly went to his bag, taking out a flare gun. This is no time to be standing around. If we stay here, we'll all die. We have to gather the others and escape. I'll fire the signal flare. The next second, the signal flare was fired into the sky. The scene shifts back to Raphael's room. A staff member burst through the door to report, "Boss, for some reason Thutdius defeated all the B rankers we sent." "Should we inform the other apostles?" Raphael asked calmly. "Was there no one else there besides Thutdius?" The staff member replied, "There was one B ranker defeated by another. It seems he lost because he slipped on the soft sand. And they've fired a signal flare. It looks like they're gathering the surviving D rankers and planning an escape. Could it be that Thutdius has betrayed us?" As soon as the staff member asked the question, Raphael slammed the knife in his hand down into a piece of meat. He said in a low voice, "Betrayal. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't be sure." With a terrifying expression, Raphael took the knife, stuck in the meat, and growled out each word. "But Thutdius, absolutely not. Thutdius, the divine dragon of the 9 hells. The one who once ruled the entire continent." Images of a past memory flashed through his mind. "He would never betray me," Raphael asserted. "Absolutely not." The corner of his mouth curled as he gave the order. "So, just keep watching." The scene shifts back to Peter's location. People outside were gathering, buzzing with commotion. "What the hell is going on? Is everyone okay? We seriously almost died." "There are strange people on the island," Juna shouted out. "The test is over. We have to leave this island immediately." Peter, still wearing his pumpkin mask, agreed. "She's right. We should get out of here as soon as possible, before something worse happens." Juna cupped her hands around her mouth and continued to yell, "Everyone head back to the ship from before." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Wait, excuse me." Seeing Thutdius, she called out in surprise, "Uncle Butterfly." He lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I have to find Peter before I leave." Someone else spoke up. "What's wrong with that guy? Still looking for Peter? Is he still acting in a situation like this?" Thaddeus smiled and strode forward, saying to himself, "Now where could Peter be? I haven't found any old man who looks like Peter since I got here." Of course, Peter would have to hide his identity, so it's impossible to recognize him by his appearance. So, who could be hiding their identity? But how could they hide their true power? As it happens, I've already shortlisted a few candidates, those little friends with overwhelming strength who couldn't possibly be D rank. Why would masters like that mix in with the D rankers? Could it have something to do with Peter? Thaddeus pretended to look around, searching. And the most interesting thing is because I didn't pay any attention to our little friend Pumpkin, it's all a bit confusing. Where'd he go? The people around him heard his words but didn't understand, looking on in confusion. What's he talking about? Suddenly, Thus's eyes turned sinister. The more I think about it, the stranger it gets. Right, Bumpkin and our little B-rank friend have never appeared at the same time. He walked over and put his arm around Peter's shoulder, continuing, "My little friend Pumpkin, or should I say my little B-rank friend, it's very likely you're either Peter or are connected to him." He began to speak in a low voice. Those are baseless words, but before he could finish, he was cut off. "Oh really?" Thus leaned in and whispered in his ear. "It's simple. Take off the mask." Peter knocked Thus's hand off his shoulder. "And what if I don't?" Thus crossed his arms, tilted his head, and replied with a smile, "Well then, I'll have no choice." A second later, the expression on his face changed, his gaze as sharp as a knife as he extended his hand. "I'll take it off myself." Seeing that he was about to make a move, Peter quickly thought of strategies to escape. Despite this, the current situation was incredibly difficult to break out of. That commotion earlier had attracted all the surviving assassins. In other words, he was completely surrounded. Everyone is staring at me. Moreover, Peter glanced up at a nearby tree where a camera had appeared. There's also Raphael's surveillance camera. Everything is against me. What do I do now? Thaddeus smirked. "My little friend, Pumpkin, if you keep letting your mind wander in front of me." He shot forward like a bullet, tearing through the wind, launching a roundhouse kick at his head. With Peter, you'd be dead for sure, but he calmly leaned back to dodge the kick. Thus his kick was powerful and decisive, as if it had a rocket attached to it. But Peter was no slouch either, successfully dodging Thus's attack. He curled his lip into an amused smile. "I was sure that landed, so how did he manage to dodge it in a split second?" His excitement surged like a primal instinct. "As expected of my friend Bamkin, you never disappoint." Thus leaped into the air, his body bending mid-air like a sharp blade about to strike down. Peter quickly retreated. He had just dodged the first kick, and before he could even regain his balance, he had to prepare to block the next one. The spectators were all stunned. What the heck was that? Did someone just add a cannon sound effect? He knew he was at a disadvantage and was contemplating his next move. With just one attack, that guy changed the entire atmosphere. "If I drag this on, it'll be bad for me and my Pumpkin identity." That means I can't fight at full strength. In that case, suddenly Peter shot forward towards him while he was still calmly assessing Peter's attack. Hey little friend, that attack was way too obvious. Peter's kick landed right where Thus had been standing. A dry explosion echoed out as the ground shattered, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Seeing that the last attack didn't harm him, he thought, what is this? Interesting. That last attack wasn't aimed at me. A moment of silence passed and Peter vanished like an illusion. Thus stood in the middle of the dust cloud, his eyes sharp, scanning his surroundings. He's using the sand to obscure my vision. So then, where will he attack from? The left, the right? Suddenly he burst out from the thick dust cloud attacking him. Every punch made the ground tremble, turning rock and soil into clouds of dust. Their battle astounded everyone watching. Someone spoke up. Are those two really D rank? Someone else added, yeah, that level has to be A rank. A person with a look of terror continued, I've seen it before. That woman shuddered as an old memory suddenly rushed back like a cold wind down her spine. The assassination of Park Sang-do at the casino, a fight between top-tier assassins. At that time, she was so scared her clothes were soaked with sweat, her heart pounding like it was about to explode. Just being in the same space as them, I felt like I was suffocating. That battle made the air around them suffocating. Park Sang-do single-handedly defeated those 5 assassins, and I thought I could never reach that level. Back at the fight between Peter and Thus, the brown-haired man next to her asked, are those two really that strong? She stammered in response, no, not exactly. It feels like a completely unreal dream. The battle was still raging intensely, and it seemed like he was gaining the upper while Peter was unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks that made the ground shake and sent dust flying. Over on the spectator's side, Juna's eyes were glued to the match between Peter and Thus, but she occasionally glanced towards a nearby tree branch. There was a camera there. Too many people were watching, including surveillance cameras. Sangwoo can't use his full power. The dust cloud still hadn't settled. 2 figures were clashing at breakneck speed. She thought to herself, what is he thinking? Then, like a flash of inspiration, she continued her thought. But it's a good thing. Recalling his terrifying image, she couldn't help but shiver. Earlier when I saw Uncle Butterfly in the forest, I felt so scared and sensed danger. But right now, the fight between him and Peter was reaching a critical point, with punches and kicks being thrown relentlessly. At this moment, Peter threw a roundhouse kick at Thus's face, as if to avenge the kick from before. She thought Sangwoo was still stronger. That kick, although it forced him to dodge quickly, he was still smiling with amusement. You're amazing, my friend Pumpkin. Are you copying my moves? But he was stunned when he realized it wasn't a copy. No, it's not a copy. He modified the technique. That unexpected twist sent Thus flying a good 10 meters away by reversing his rotation at that exact moment. The variation took everyone by surprise. What in the world was that? Someone asked in shock. Bumpkin Kai defeated Butterfly. I don't even know what I just witnessed, another person added. I'm shocked too. Thus, who had been kicked to the ground, creating a crater, unexpectedly spoke up in agreement with everyone. I agree, my little friend Pumpkin is really strong. Just when it seemed Thus was defeated, he was found sitting calmly on a rock inside that crater, casually asking, you and I we met somewhere before. But Peter maintained the calm demeanor of a main character, even seeing that Thus was unharmed. How impressive. Even in this situation, you're still not showing your true colors. He looked down at him from above. What are you hiding? If you keep this up, you'll lose to me. So drop the arrogance. Where's your real power? Then looking at his ranking as if hinting at something, Peter added, show me that true self. After a long silence, Thus flashed a smile as if he was about to show his hand. You're right. It would be rude to make a master like you waste so much energy. All right then. He tossed aside the glasses he had been wearing. Thus his next actions surprised Peter. What? That movement. Those are the hands he's kept hidden all this time, now moving with a soft fluidity, performing strange, graceful movements that even he didn't recognize. I've never seen anything like it. His hands moved with agility, as if warming up for the awakening of his power. A person who always had a smile on his face had now turned serious. From now on, even if you beg for your life. Thus was now using his hands to fight, and an aura of power enveloped him. It'll be useless, because this is what you wanted, my friend. The camera continued to roll slowly, capturing every attack, every decisive movement of the battle. See, behind the small screen of a monitoring device, a mysterious man named Raphael watched with cold eyes and a calculating smile. I told you he was here. A man with a D-rank title who isn't actually D-rank. He looked at the determined image of Peter. No matter what, I'll rip off his mask and expose the truth for all the world to see. The assistant standing behind him looked worried. But boss, if he is, Peter won't thus be in danger, the assistant continued. We should send reinforcements quickly. He was interrupted as Raphael put an arm around his shoulder. Lu Shang, do you like track and field? He stammered in surprise. Sir, you mean running, the man continued. Let's say there's a track and field athlete. Raphael gave an example of someone preparing for a race. He hears the starting gun and explodes off the starting line in 0.1 seconds. What do you think? The assistant answered nervously. That's incredible. A reaction time of only 0.1 seconds. The man replied flatly, "No." He then smiled. "That person would be disqualified." The assistant broke out in a sweat. "Sir," the man continued, "because that person didn't start running after hearing the gun, but anticipated the shot. The track runner used as an example got a red card. Because theoretically the fastest human reaction time doesn't exceed 0.1 seconds, the man replied. The assistant seemed to have found the answer. You mean. Raphael affirmed thus his power. Thus was emitting an almost explosive aura of power. It wasn't human. Back where the fight was taking place, Peter was on high alert. Until I know the secret of his arm, I have to be careful. Before he could even finish his thought, thus began his attack on him. In a flash, Thaddeus grabbed the back of Peter's head with one hand, preparing to punch him in the face with the other. "Sorry, but our little friend Pumpkin has to go down here." In that moment, his mind raced completely different from before. "But I can deal with this, with a counterattack." As if he could read Peter's mind, thus immediately spelled out the battle plan, saving him the trouble of trying. The number of people who can deal with Thaddeus's reaction speed. Before the sentence was even finished, he charged in. He unleashed a series of lightning-fast attacks. Punches and kicks rained down on Peter, leaving no opening for a counterattack. Thaddeus added a new piece of knowledge for Peter. Means that visual information doesn't need time to travel from the brain to the muscles. Meanwhile, he was being beaten senseless, unable to react. What was that? As soon as I registered his attack, another one was already hitting me. Ever since taking off his glasses, thus seemed unchained, his fighting growing more and more frenzied. "Wake up, friend Pumpkin. The game has only just begun." Every blow Peter threw was easily neutralized by thus. "His physical strength is overwhelming," the man said, as he was beaten back. Raphael continued, "That is the 9 Heavens divine dragon." Thus was incredibly excited. "My friend Pumpkin, get ready. To experience all 88 of my techniques 365 days a year wouldn't be enough. The 9 dragons technique cannot be defended against, nor can it be dodged." Then a series of blows were unleashed, all aimed at Peter. Faced with the barrage of attacks, all he could do was endure them, unable to counterattack. Every single one of thus's blows struck Peter's weak points. The technique thus was using was called the instantaneous 100 strikes. After taking the hits for a while, he was now battered and couldn't get back up. The battle was almost over. Outside, Juna was trembling uncontrollably, overwhelmed by worry and fear. Run and Sang-woo, her other 2 teammates, didn't show their emotions as clearly. "Go Hyung Pumpkin. Go added is he." Done for. Meanwhile, he stood with his arms crossed, looking down at him with a victor's smile. "Look at that. His body is still intact. How did he withstand that?" As expected, this little friend is still hiding something. Peter was now exhausted. His body trembled in spasms and he could no longer move freely. "He's stronger than I thought. I can't keep fighting with the Pumpkin identity anymore. There are too many disadvantages." Even though his body was exhausted and his life might be in danger, he was still weighing the pros and cons. "But I can't let Raphael discover my true identity in this situation. What should I do?" Thus stood before Peter, a look of eager anticipation on his face. "Now then, time to take off the mask." He grew more and more anxious. "This is bad. How do I stop this?" In his moment of crisis, someone spoke up. "Don't." It was Juna. She stood protectively in front of Peter and began to negotiate with thus. "Let's talk this out properly. I'm sure Mr. Pumpkin has his reasons," he whispered. Juna bit her lip, her eyes filled with determination. "I have to protect him. If I don't stop this, Sang-woo's real identity will be exposed." Thus scratched his head and laughed in confusion. "Sorry, but if you don't get out of the way, I'll have to take action." He stepped closer to Juna, his voice a warning. "Or maybe more. I might just have to kill you." She drew her weapon and calmly replied, "That's fine, if you don't stop." She was already in a fighting stance with her weapon a rope with a sharp stone tied to one end. "Then I'll have to take action too." The fight was over before it began. As soon as she finished speaking, thus moved like the wind passing right through her. "You're a brave little girl. See you later." A single light touch from him sent Juna collapsing. She lay motionless on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. What is this? My body. I can't move." Thaddeus stepped in front of Peter again, a delighted grin on his face now, as if he'd been waiting for this for a long time. "There's no one left to stop us now, is there?" Behind the monitor, Raphael was ecstatic, rushing forward to hug the screen. "We finally got Peter. Take it off. Take off his mask now." He looked at Peter with utter contempt. In this situation, not even the 9 apostles or anyone else could help him. No matter how skilled Peter was, he was all alone. Then he screamed maniacally at the screen. Though Peter was weakened, his eyes were full of determination, showing no fear. Meanwhile, Thaddeus laughed in amusement, as if about to uncover the truth. He forcefully ripped off the man's orange helmet. The moment of truth arrived. Thaddeus yanked the helmet off, revealing Peter's face. "Out you come." Apostle Peter Juna, still motionless on the ground, screamed in despair. "No." When they clearly saw the face under the mask, everyone was shocked. Raphael was the quickest to react. What is this?" Why the surprise? Behind that mask wasn't Peter but Kagelo. He stumbled backward. No. Buddy. Why are you here? Raphael froze for 3 seconds. What? Why is it Kagel? What's going on? It was supposed to be Peter, so why? As he was drowning in 1,000 questions, a subordinate rushed in to report. We have a huge problem, boss. Raphael turned his gaze like bullets, ready to annihilate the man. What is it? The subordinate stammered in reply. It's... The man gritted his teeth and hissed, spit it out. It's the subordinate. Peter. Hearing that name, Raphael looked like he wanted to destroy everything. At this moment, Simon, disguised as Peter, was single-handedly attacking the Glory Gang. The subordinate continued. Peter is attacking Glory. Let's flash back to the days before they went to the island. Kagel was extremely worried that Peter's identity would be exposed when he wanted to go to the island. What if your identity as Master Peter gets blown? Think it over, Master. Going to that island is no different from walking into your own grave, Master. While Kagel was getting anxious, Peter remained incredibly calm. Kagel approached him, speaking with utmost sincerity. Assuming there really is an apostle on that island, your identity will definitely be exposed, so please let your disciple accompany you there. I'm begging you, Master. Seeing Kagel's sincerity, Peter made a decision. If you insist, he said firmly. Kagel, you will become me. Kagel was shocked and stammered, Master, what do you mean by that? While Kagel still couldn't believe what Peter had just requested, Peter calmly closed his eyes to rest. My meaning is exactly that. And now we know why at the end of the fight it was Kagel behind the orange mask. Peter continued. You will disguise yourself as a D-rank assassin. When the time is right, I will give you a signal. And now we also know that the dark figure that appeared in chapter 51 was Kagel before he switched places with Peter. At that time, you just need to act as a D-rank assassin in my place, and I will use another method to distract Raphael. However, when it came to the possibility of Kagel having to fight, he became much more serious. If direct confrontation with other apostles could be avoided. But when it came to fighting, Kagel was much more confident. He had already drawn his weapon, a set of razor-sharp metal claws that looked ready for battle at any moment. Master, I am Kagel. No matter who it is, I can definitely win as long as they're touched by this cursed bloodline. Peter cut him off. That's not going to work. Kagel was completely taken aback, raising his voice to ask, What do you mean, Master? He replied, If you fight like that, it's no different from announcing, Hey, I'm Glory's Apostle Kagel. Isn't it? Kagel seemed enlightened. My thinking was too shallow. Even just from behind, one could see the confidence of a capable man radiating from Peter. Kagel, standing beside him, asked quietly, You'll still stay on the island even after I take your place, to keep those guys on edge and suspicious of Peter's presence. He stated firmly, No, I already told you earlier. Another way, Kagel asked hesitantly. Could it be? Peter turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a knife cutting through the blowing sea breeze. This time the method is to make their suspicions about the D-rank Peter disappear completely. Back to the fight. Titius was shocked that it was Kagel, not Peter, behind the helmet. How is this possible? He asked, flustered, turning to the battered Kagel sitting on the ground. Where's Peter? Brother Simon, why are you here? Kagel smirked. Surprised Peter, who had appeared out of nowhere, spoke up. Who are you looking for in such a hurry? His appearance stunned the man. Titius looked back and forth between Peter and Kagel, thinking with confusion. Wait a minute, this is getting really messy. Aren't Brother Pumpkin and Brother 336 the same person? He stood frozen for a long moment, then suddenly let out an awkward laugh and bent down to where Kagel was sitting. He clapped him on the shoulder apologetically, while scratching his head, pretending nothing had happened after beating the guy to a pulp. I must have gotten the wrong person. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Brother Simon, you were planning to start over from D-rank, huh? You should have told me sooner. He then tried to probe for more information. Meanwhile, Peter shot a murderous glare at him from a distance as he tried to salvage the situation. Don't be like that. Just apologize to DG and come back. I'll talk to Philip for you. Titius turned and chuckled softly, finding the situation incredibly strange. This is so weird. He covered his mouth and laughed with amusement, his eyes shining like a primate's. Then who in the world is Brother 336? He had blood on his face earlier. I'm sure I didn't see it wrong. How on earth did he do that? Looking at Peter, who was smirking challengingly, he thought, Man, racking my brain like this is exhausting. As for his blood-covered face and trembling body, which made him look severely injured, Kagel silently explained in his mind, too bad Titius couldn't read minds. Master smearing blood on himself was also part of the plan to deceive you guys. This was accompanied by the smile of someone who had achieved their goal. Kagel took off his long tattered shirt, revealing a muscular solid upper body, and then walked away. Titius also ran after him like a boot-licking puppy. Brother Simon, wait for me. Are you mad at me? Did I hit you too hard, so now you're giving me the silent treatment? Where are you going? Let me come with you. Go Hyung and Go Zhou were helping up the paralyzed Juna, whose pressure point had been hit. They stared wide-eyed, following the footsteps of Titius and Kagel. They spoke in unison. What did we just witness? Go Hyung, replied Master Bear, and that butterfly dude our friends, Go Jae added. This has to be a joke, right? Peter walked over to the three of them and asked with concern, is everyone okay? Juna managed to speak. Peter, yeah, we're all fine. But Go Hyung yelled, Peter, you guy, with no sense of direction, you should stick close to us. Go Jae added, pick up the pace, let's get off this godforsaken island. Their attitude made Juna think with dissatisfaction. Model. One of these days Peter is going to knock some sense into you guys. They left the island together under a beautiful sunset. In the end, the test on G Island was over. On the surface, this D-rank test was concluded due to an attack by an outside force. Any survivors will be considered to have passed. The remaining D-rank assassins will likely get off that island safely. Meanwhile, the real Orange Hat was knocked out by Peter, who then stole his identity to carry out his plan. When Orange Hat woke up, he was bewildered. What? When did I fall asleep? To thank Orange Hat for lending him his identity, Peter had left behind a stack of certification cards. But Orange Hat didn't know that, and thought he just got lucky. Are these certification cards? Did I actually pass the test? Vet said to himself, I have repaid my benefactor. You helped them clear their suspicions about me, so for now, no one will doubt me. On a speedboat out at sea, Goyoung and Gode were still bragging about their fabricated achievements to Peter. It's a shame you didn't get to see it, Peter. We took down a B-ranker, I tell you. Juna, sitting next to them, looked at them like they were a lost cause. Peter, just ignore them, but please don't kill them. He looked back at the island, his eyes full of challenge for the leader of the Glory Gang, Raphael. He thought to himself, I've infiltrated Glory's ranks under the guise of a D-rank assassin. How about it, Raphael? Are you having fun? Now it's my turn, isn't it? Things weren't as peaceful for Raphael as they were for Peter's group. A subordinate came running, in a panic, to report. Boss Peter. He's attacking. Glory Raphael gripped the monitor, his eyes sharp and filled with a murderous aura, as if he wanted to destroy everything. What Peter is attacking? Are my eyes deceiving me, or am I being manipulated? Go check again. There's no way Peter could be here, unless he's gone mad. The subordinate insisted. It's true, sir. Simon is attacking the Kowloon Inferno all by himself. The subordinate continued. Peter is at the Kowloon Inferno, our international branch. He spun around, glaring with deadly eyes, and screamed, What did you say? He rushed toward his subordinate, grabbing him by the shoulders and roaring as if he couldn't believe it was true. Kowloon Inferno. You said Kowloon Inferno, did you just say? It's really Kowloon Inferno, the subordinate stammered in reply. Yes, boss. Just look at the monitor over there. When Raphael turned back to the monitor, screams of agony were erupting from it. His eyes widened, and fear surged through him, making him tremble uncontrollably. Over at the Kowloon Inferno, Simon, who they thought was Peter, was being pursued by Raphael's men. That's a dead end. Everyone move in this direction. You fool, let's see you try to run any further. There's nowhere left to escape. Once he was cornered in the dead-end alley, a bald man pointed his weapon at him, his voice dripping with contempt. What are you gonna do now? So what if you're Peter? You're just a sick, decrepit old man now. Surrender and come out. We'll take care of you. The bald man was cut off by Simon. Have you ever wondered? Simon was standing against the light, so his expression was unclear, but his calm voice radiated a deep confidence. Why I would run headfirst into a dead end? A foolish goon shouted, Quit your yapping. You've fallen right into our trap. Feeling that something was wrong, another man tried to stop him. Wait, hold on, he thought, don't tell me. He went into this dead-end alley on purpose. Simon slowly turned around and replied, Of course. How else was I supposed to gather all of you in one place? He then unexpectedly leaped into the air. The subordinates below were still in a state of confusion. He jumped up. From the darkness, a figure was sent flying in an instant. Wait, what's happening? Suddenly, Simon attacked from below. In his hand was a sword he'd snatched from one of the subordinates. He began a chaotic slaughter, sparing no one. His speed was so astonishing that they were all stunned. He's not up there. He didn't stop swinging his sword wildly. Each slash was like a declaration of war. Blood splattered against the stone walls, and the oppressive clang of metal on metal echoed through the alley. His slashes seemed to have a mind of their own, fierce and cold, causing Raphael's men to crumble before his terrifying power. Simon's eyes were filled with a murderous, ice-cold intent as he charged forward. Every one of his actions was being filmed and displayed on a large screen. Report notifications chimed continuously from the monitor, as if marking Raphael's failure. Hona's pursuit team has been annihilated. The assassination team led by Jae-do Kwon has also been wiped out. Peter is tearing through the Kowloon Inferno. These constant reports of failure made him tremble with rage. He gritted his teeth and muttered, The Kowloon Inferno. I absolutely cannot lose the Kowloon Inferno. Raphael screamed, staring directly at Simon through the monitor, as if yelling in his face, No. In the dead of night, Simon casually stepped onto a high-level railing. Simon carried the sword on his shoulder, his face like that of a death god, looking down on the world below with defiance. He reached under his chin and removed the mask he was wearing. With the mask off, it revealed long hair and a sun-tanned face. He spoke with disgust, Peter. Just like you said. This place smells disgusting. Huh, how ridiculous. While I have to wear a prosthetic hand and disguise myself as you to raid the Kowloon Inferno, they decide to betray us, if that's the case. Simon's voice was filled with contempt. He stood facing Kegel, his expression stern as he questioned him. Why is this guy still here? Just looking at this bastard's face makes my right arm ache. Juan, shocked, cried out, "Wait, Simon." She quickly ran forward to stop him. "Please just listen to me. I hate this guy too," but Simon cut her off. But what Simon decisively drew his sword in front of Juan. He declared, "I don't care about his reasons." She called out to him again, "Simon." The aura and expression emanating from him were that of a pure swordsman, as he angrily shouted, "I will not accept him as a comrade." Simon was already in a fighting stance, issuing a challenge. "Come on, ghost of widow. I'll slit your throat before your blood even hits the ground." Until now, Kegel had remained completely still. Suddenly, he rushed toward Simon, his eyes ice-cold and serious. Simon, not to be outdone, moved to meet his attack. Simon's eyes widened in shock. Kegel stopped abruptly right in front of him, bowing his head in a sincere apology that left Simon unsure how to react. "I am truly sorry, though my actions are unforgivable." This stunned Simon. Kegel kept his head bowed earnestly, holding out his arm. "But I will prove my loyalty through my actions." Still furious, Simon shot back at Kegel. "Came from the Yakuza, so you're used to bargaining, huh? You think Peter, the head of this group, will keep—" Kegel remained calm, as if he'd anticipated this, and already knew the outcome. Simon roared as he swung violently at Kegel's arm. "You think I wouldn't dare?" Jay, standing nearby, raised a hand to stop him. "No, Simon." She thought he was really going to do it. But Kegel just stood there silently, eyes closed, awaiting the attack. Her eyes widened, and she stood frozen. The sword was swung with its blunt edge, and he stopped it at just the right spot. Simon was also surprised to see him just standing there, letting himself be struck. He figured this guy had no intention of dodging. Looking at Kegel, Simon stared at him for a long time before finally speaking and lowering his hand. Kegel quickly replied, "No, I really..." Before he could finish, the man cut him off. "Ah, remember this, until the day you die. That arm is no longer yours." This left him stunned. Simon coolly sheathed his sword. That one-armed man's blade now belonged to Peter. Kegel was incredibly moved, and earnestly replied, "I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life." His master arrogantly replied, "Loyalty, what's that?" Meanwhile, Juan, who was watching from the sidelines, was completely fed up, sighing that they almost shed blood again. "If his blood gets on my expensive furniture..." Before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off. "Please accept me as your disciple." This turn of events left her gaping in shock. What now? Kegel was asking to be taught. "I will consider you my senior brother." Meanwhile, Simon puffed out his chest smugly. "Senior brother. With the skill gap between us, you should be calling me Master Uncle." She thought to herself, are these guys trying to start a martial arts sect or something? The puppy lay there, happily wagging its tail as it watched the two of them act like clowns. Simon cleverly brought it up. "Ah, but this Master Uncle doesn't have a hand, so he can't scratch his own back." Kegel eagerly volunteered, "Let me scratch your back for you, Master Uncle." "Master Uncle, does that feel good?" he replied. "Oh," as expected from Peter's hand. "That feels amazing." Juan stood by, completely exasperated. These two are so ridiculous. In a luxurious, opulent room, she spoke with astonishment. "Is that story true?" she asked, gesturing emphatically. "That cunning guy is the apostle." Thus, he nodded firmly. That's right." Juan turned and yelled at Peter, "Why aren't you surprised?" He flicked open a lighter and lit a cigarette. "Of course. I already figured it out. Raphael definitely planted at least one apostle in glory. And with that kind of power, it would be strange if he wasn't an apostle." Juan leaned down, crossed her legs, and continued to ask, "Then why did you send Simon to the Nine Dragons' Hell?" Simon added information from his trip. "While I was searching, I discovered Raphael was hiding something. It was the Nine Dragons' Hell." Peter calmly continued his analysis. Just as Simon said, the fact that Raphael is hiding something in the Nine Dragons' Hell, a lawless region, means he's hiding a secret that can't be exposed. Juan petted the dog's head and asked wonderingly, "Like Raphael's weakness?" Peter replied, "Probably." She continued, "But Peter, if that's the case, this means an all-out war. Even you would have a hard time winning an all-out war. Glory is completely different now than it was in Father Gabriel's time. They'll tighten the noose around you," Juan said worriedly. Peter, still savoring his cigarette, replied, "I know." That's why he let out a hearty laugh. "I never intended to fight alone from the start." She replied, "What do you mean?" Peter remembered the opponents he'd faced in Glory's state, and he continued, Juan, "Just like you said, Glory is full of powerful masters now, even people with authority. The truth is, I can't possibly win on my own." Then Peter slammed a bottle of wine on the table and smiled confidently, "I'm going to gather my comrades." Juan replied, disheartened, "Where are we going to find comrades now? The 9 apostles are scattered. We don't even know if they're dead or alive." He stood up and said, "Aren't my brothers right here?" then gestured towards everyone. Simon spoke up humorously, "You'd still accept me even if I don't have a handwrite." Kegel quickly chimed in, "I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life, Master." So what if she's adding on? What does it matter? What's the big deal? Peter opened the bottle and poured a glass for everyone. Juan sneered. You mean you're going to gather more of Peter's apostles? This kid is surprisingly cunning, isn't he? He replied. I'll take that as a compliment. She continued. But then why did you kill Nathaniel? He was a very useful person. Peter smirked. Well, he turned his back. More importantly after this, Raphael will be even more cautious. Over in Glory State, Raphael was furious, slamming his fist on the table. The table shattered into pieces. He furiously ordered Tell Thaddeus to return immediately. Peter is in Kowloon Hell. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. On the screen behind him was an image of Simon. This time, I'll kill him. Back with the others, Juan was still wondering. You know it perfectly well. How can we possibly win when they have hundreds, even thousands of people on their side? The golden wine swirled in the glass in Peter's hand. He smirked, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Thousands of people, you say? It's simple math, she asked, puzzled. What math? What are you talking about, you psycho? He cut in. Isn't it simple? Each of us just needs to handle 1,000 people. Then, with a glass of wine each, they strode forward with style. Meanwhile, over at Raphael's, get ready. The Diamond Brothers will be here soon. His subordinate standing next to him trembled with fear. Boss, do you mean the Diamond Brothers of Kowloon Hell? But why would they? Raphael just smirked and replied, for the former apostle, of course. The subordinate was confused. He looked amused. Ha, really? I have a feeling they're just going to break down the door and barge in. Inside a dark room, they looked like they were in the middle of negotiations. Two large figures stood at a distance. So, the former apostle just got here, and he's already this impatient. Sitting on a chair with a calm demeanor, he gently touched his chin as if in thought, while the subordinate next to him had already drawn his gun in a defensive stance. We have to break Badro's neck first. Just as he finished speaking, a green blur suddenly shot forward, catching even Raphael by surprise. Ignoring the subordinate's fearful trembling, the two huge burly men leaped onto the table, radiating bloodlust. You'd better keep your word this time, boss. That position was originally ours. The subordinate who had drawn his gun saw this and immediately pointed it at them, shouting, Do you know where you are? Get away from the boss. But the man wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was completely calm. I don't understand why you need to use a gun. Hearing this, the subordinate became even more bewildered. What are you talking about? Without another word, the big guy quickly grabbed the barrel of the gun, much to the subordinate's astonishment. The fact that you carry this kind of weapon proves you're weak. Immediately after, he crushed the gun in his hand, leaving the subordinate stunned. What the? Bending a gun with his bare hands? Impossible. Even Nathaniel couldn't do that. The two men turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a message for their boss. I'll be back soon, boss. With Peter's head, of course. Hearing this, Raphael grew amused and broke into a smile. Come on back, Peter. You can't even imagine what's going to happen when you set foot in Kowloon Hell. Kegel and Juan were on a call with Peter. What on earth is he hiding in Kowloon Hell that requires such a strict lockdown? There's a story that Raphael only ever told his apostles. Juan sat beside him looking curious. Answering her curiosity, he recounted. He said that his most important plan for world domination is hidden in Kowloon Hell. If we destroy that important plan, it'll definitely deal a heavy blow to Raphael. Hearing this, Juan became a bit wary. What about the plan? I assume Sionbi is doing okay. Juwan's voice came through the phone. Did you hear that Senior First Go Meet song? Hearing that, he immediately replied, All right, I'll go see him. She continued, And Senior, you know as well as I do, anything can happen there. Juwan reminded Peter, You can't reveal that you're an outsider. We have to blend in naturally. On the other end of the line, he replied to her, I do that all the time. Do you really need to remind me? Well, it seems like that guy over there doesn't know. Juwan asked back, What is it now? Peter had just replied when he looked over and saw Simon appear right in front of him with an excited expression greeting him. Holy crap. Sitting at the table, he watched the cheerful person sit down in front of him. Are you trying to announce to everyone here that I'm a foreigner? Hearing that, Simon got excited. What are you talking about, big bro? Do I really look like a foreigner? He refused to answer the previous question. All right, from now on, stay away from me. The man leaned in towards Peter. But big bro, the situation has gotten a little worse. You mean the security barrier around Kowloon Hell? Suddenly, his face darkened. Yes. After I left, the security barrier was reinforced significantly. And that day, Simon recalled, while I was searching for news of our brothers, I sensed something. Over there, they're extremely wary of outsiders. At that moment, I had a feeling this was the place. Then the image of an older Peter appeared once again. And just as you instructed, big bro, when I announced Peter's arrival, everything went chaotic. There's definitely something here. Returning to Simon's serious expression, and the most important thing is Emona. Peter looked doubtful. The messengers of the Emona continent. He immediately replied, That's right, the very same Emona that you know, big bro. A group of huge burly men with shaved heads and blazing red eyes that would make anyone feel intimidated. They're on a different level than Nathaniel's army or Somali pirates. Right now, they're the organization managing Kowloon Hell. They're the top assassins from the continent hired by Glory. Furthermore, there are guys who look like guardian deities descended to Earth, Vajra Diamond, and Narayana Diamond, who were once nominated for the position of apostle. They're very difficult to deal with. Peter's face was contemplative as he pondered. Different and difficult to deal with, huh? After a moment of thought, he said, "All right then, let's get going." Despite Simon's bewilderment, he asked, "Are you listening to me, Sir Boss? There's no way we can get into the Nine Dragons' hell." He couldn't hide his confusion. The people of Yunhansa are very familiar with each other, so we can't disguise ourselves. Who said anything about a disguise? Peter said with a confident smirk. We're going to walk right in and through the main gate, no less. He couldn't have looked more dumbfounded. Huh, what are you talking about? Elsewhere in the Nine Dragons, Hell Simon had found a different spot to observe from. So this is the all-out war the boss was talking about. At the same time, at the front gate of the Nine Dragons' hell, a crowd was standing around right below where Simon was looking down, watching as Peter brazenly walked in. Among the crowd, one man recognized him. Looks like someone's here. Seeing this, Simon immediately drew his sword. If that is your will, I, Apostle Simon, will offer this left arm to help you. Just as Simon was getting ready thinking, prepare to cry, death spiral, a unified shout suddenly rose from below. Senior brother, you've arrived. Down below the entire crowd was bowing a full 90 degrees, greeting Peter with immense respect. Junior brothers pay our respects to the eldest. Senior brother, Simon, was so utterly shocked and bewildered by the sight that he dropped his sword. What the hell is going on? In response to Simon's doubt, Peter thought getting in here was easy, thanks to. Right in front of them, Thaddeus appeared, waving his hand enthusiastically to welcome Peter. My friend Sangwoo, thanks for coming. Yes, I'm here. He casually and enthusiastically threw an arm around his shoulder. You're here, so you're here. Why be so formal? Excellent, excellent. My friend Sangwoo, this is great. Peter replied cheerfully. I understand. The two of them walked past the crowd of bowing men who couldn't help but curiously look up to see. Make yourself at home. This place is a lot of fun. Where do you want to go first? This place is really lively. I'll give you a tour. A few guys on the outer edge started to show some dissatisfaction. Who is that guy? Why is the sect master so fond of him? And why do we have to call him senior brother? Another replied. Isn't that guy a D rank from Glory? He looks like a pretty boy. He spoke with a jealous tone, looking toward Peter and Thaddeus. Look at that smooth face. He's definitely never been in a real fight. He's got to be a D rank. Sooner or later, the Diamond Hall Master will take care of him. The more that guy looked at Peter, the more he wondered. And how did that guy even get in here? The sect master hasn't taken any direct disciples in years. Peter wore a proud and smug expression. Everyone must be wondering how I managed to get in here so easily. In a flashback, everyone was gathered at the beach. All right, my friend, here's to a long life for everyone. Butterfly will be taking his leave. Someone's voice called out, why are you leaving so soon? Let's go together. Thaddeus waved goodbye to everyone with a cheerful face. Although I have many more questions, I'm afraid I have urgent business. See you later. After saying that, Thaddeus turned away. Ha, Peter is in the Nine Dragons' hell. The cheerful expression on his face vanished instantly. His eyebrows furrowed, his eyes widened, and he clenched his teeth. Behind him, Peter was observing him. He seemed very interested in Peter's appearance at the Nine Dragons' hell. That kid left in such a hurry. He frowned, thinking I can't let him go. I have to stop him. But how? He called out Butterfly. The kid immediately turned back. Huh. Thaddeus looked at Peter and asked, bewildered. Friend 336, I deeply admire your martial arts, Butterfly, and I've realized my own shortcomings. I, Peter, wish to learn from you. He looked utterly surprised, his jaw on the floor. Huh, learn what? To his surprise, Peter knelt down, begging for his acceptance. Please, take me as your disciple. Two others nearby witnessed the exchange. What, Peter, I can't believe you. You're such an opportunist. I'd rather die than follow anyone but Master Bear. Thaddeus thought with amusement. A disciple, you say? I don't take disciples, but this sounds interesting. All right then. Doing nothing is boring. Let's do this. His expression suddenly changed, becoming much more menacing. If you can touch a single hair on my head, I'll take you as my disciple. What do you say? Do you dare to try? Peter heard this. If you say so. The two guys were still watching from a corner. Peter, what are you planning to do? You could get killed. Peter stood up and directly grabbed a few strands of Thaddeus's hair. The two of them looked incredibly cute and relaxed, completely contrary to what anyone imagined. I've touched it. The two guys were immediately in shock. You idiot. You think he'll take you as a disciple just for that? You moron. Thaddeus's face beamed, his eyes crinkling as he laughed out loud. All right. So you'll take me as your disciple. Friend 336. See you later. Back in the present, Peter looked around, stunned. This is the Nine Dragons' hell. Thaddeus smiled and looked at him. My friend Sangwoo, is this your first time here? I've only heard about it, he said thoughtfully, but this is a surprise. What's surprising? For a place called the Nine Dragons' hell, it's far more magnificent than I imagined. Before them was a street bustling with bright lights, looking ornate and lively. That's right. In the old days, this place lived up to its name, but it's gotten much better now. Is there a reason it changed so quickly? It's all thanks to our friend Raphael. The two of them talked as they walked. He brought life back to this place. I'm very grateful, Peter replied, but something feels a little strange. Strange, how he stopped walking. If that's the case, then why are there only guards here, and no residents of the Nine Dragons' Hell? At his words, Thaddeus also stopped. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned back with a playful, secretive grin and threw an arm around him again. More importantly, my friend, Sang-woo, what do you know about Peter? Different from Thaddeus's expression, I know about Peter, the Apostle of Glory. He listened as Thaddeus spoke about him. Peter is an extraordinary person. His mere existence was enough to shake all of Glory. But just so you know, I don't have any ill will towards Peter, but I absolutely must meet him. And right after that, his face darkened, filled with killing intent. And take care of him. Hearing those words, Peter fell into a contemplative silence. Thaddeus continued the conversation. So my friend, be careful, especially in the Nine Dragons' Hell. Peter has already infiltrated it. At that, he broke into a wide smile. But you'll be fine as long as you're with me. 2 of Glory's underlings were observing them. Still, you shouldn't disrespect the ranking system like that. Sooner or later, the Diamond Hall Master will take care of him. The guy next to him said, hey, if the Diamond Hall Master fought an apostle, who do you think would win? I heard that among Glory's apostles, there's one who's the strongest. They continued to discuss it. If the rumors are true, then that person must be even stronger than the Diamond Hall Master, right? Hey, shut your mouth. In the middle of their chatter, something suddenly crashed and shattered, flying everywhere. The 2 were surprised to see 2 huge men appear. The Diamond Hall Master. The man with the long beard was the Diamond Narayana, the Hall Master of Yunhansa. They looked incredibly menacing. The shorter one had a beard. He was Hansa, a master of the Diamond Secret Sect, and he was just as terrifying as his partner. The 2 of them begged Master of the Diamond Sect, it wasn't us. Before they could finish, the long-bearded man grabbed them, slammed their heads to the ground, and squeezed. The eyes of the man he was holding were filled with absolute terror. If you're curious, you should just ask directly. He quickly finished them off with a single powerful squeeze of his hand. It's as simple as that. If you have any doubts, you can just experience it for yourself. His hand was now drenched in fresh blood. I've wanted to show you all this for a long time. Among the current apostles, there is still a more powerful existence. The intense and terrifying killing intent, radiating from both of them, made anyone who looked at them shrink back in fear. We will prove it with Peter Raphael's head. The scene changes as a voice is heard. Hey, the situation isn't good right now. The Black Soul emissaries outside of Kowloon are frantically searching for Pedro. Are you all right? The voice asks. The person on the other end replies, who do you think I am? He continues. If I wasn't okay, it wouldn't be me. How are you, Simon? He replied. Of course I know. The other person continued. You've always been the most perfect beggar. He sighed. What kind of annoying compliment is that? Simon lowered his head, clutching a food tray, but thinking about it made him sad. Isn't that right? The other guy replied. What isn't right? He frowned, sadly. I came here not on vacation but to suffer like this while you just get to sit around comfortably. It's so unfair. In his room, Peter spoke up. What are you talking about? I'm in a tough spot too, Simon grumbled. Tough spot, I can hear and sense it clearly. Peter leaned back, looking outside while he continued. You're casually smoking on a windowsill under the moonlight. I can see it as clear as day. Hearing this, Peter asked, are you spying on me? Simon whined. One guy shows up and immediately becomes the Grand Master, while another has to fight rats for food. That's not exactly comfortable, you know, he went on. In fact, to find Raphael's weakness, you'd have to become the Grand Master to operate without drawing attention like I do. But at least you got dozens of Black Soul emissary subordinates as soon as you arrived. That's good, isn't it? Peter took a drag from his cigarette. You don't get it. Becoming the Grand Master creates a lot of problems. Simon wondered. What kind of problems? Peter asked in return. If you were a new employee at a company, but you were also their superior, how would that feel? Simon shouted excitedly. What an insolent brat. You'd have to cut off the arm of someone like that, Peter replied. Exactly. So how do you think it feels to be the target of the dozens of Black Soul emissaries under my command? And then Peter said something that made the Black Soul emissaries hiding behind the wall freeze in their tracks. Am I right, my dear brothers? They were bewildered. How does he know? I completely concealed my presence. Peter smirked. It's not surprising at all. From the moment I stepped into this house, it was already too clean. Looking around at this tidy room prepared so neatly to welcome a guest. They didn't even leave behind a single dish. It's as if they cleared away all the weapons without leaving a trace. The 2 bald men from before were no longer hiding. Look at that. This upstart catches on quick. It's a shame we couldn't organize a proper welcoming party for the new Grand Master. Peter maintained his composure. I also regret that I couldn't introduce myself to you brothers directly. One of the bald men spoke up. Ha, you think you're something special just because you're clinging to the sect master's coattails? Peter replied, the master of the Black Soul emissaries is thus right. Is there a problem with that? The 2 bald men looked smug. You'll find out soon enough. That lifeline you're clinging to is a rotten thread. With that, both bald men lunged at Peter. One of them shouted, "We've already removed everything that could be used as a weapon. So just be a good little punching bag." Suddenly, he was bewildered, unable to process what was happening. What the hell is this? Why am I floating in the air? The bald man had been ensnared by Peter's iron wires, which wrapped around his neck and hoisted him into the air. You two need to be taught from scratch. With that, he violently threw the man into a corner, then grabbed the tablecloth and rushed at the other bald guy. "How can a tablecloth be scary?" he shouted. Peter wrapped the cloth around him, but it was already too late. When it was over, he placed both men on the bed and tied them up securely. "There now. You two can just sleep in this bed." "So Simon," he said into the phone, "do you still covet the position of Grandmaster, witnessing everything over the phone?" Simon gave a fake, repentant cough. "I'll just continue living my leisurely life as a beggar." The bald man, beaten into a daze, muttered, "Oh man, I'm so hungry." Meanwhile, Peter was lost in thought. But the Black Soul emissaries and the Diamond Masters. No matter what, I'm still someone who got in here because I know the sect master. He looked down at the pile of weapons. And yet they tried to kill me so openly. His face was pensive. What on earth are they plotting? Is everyone in on it? A subordinate ran in. Master, something big has happened." The two masters who were carving wood asked, "What's with all the panic?" The subordinate reported, "Sir, the assassins we sent have been defeated, but the assassins weren't killed." Upon hearing this, one of them lost his composure and smashed his wood carving. The long-bearded man frowned and growled. The subordinate bowed his head in fear. I'm sorry, master. Please give us another chance." The subordinate thought in terror. The assassins survived, so why is he angry? What's going on? Am I going to be executed? What do I do now? The subordinate trembled, his teeth chattering. But the two masters burst out laughing. "No, that's enough. Ha 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 ha. It's just as we predicted." The shorter bearded man said mockingly, "The sect master never cares about anyone but himself. Why would a man like that bring a friend here and make him the Grand Master?" The long-bearded man added with a cunning expression. "Clearly there's something else he's aiming for. We're going to take advantage of this. It's just too perfect." "This is great. It's really great." He excitedly offered a candy skewer to Peter. "It's delicious." "Peter Songji, do you want some?" Peter refused. "I'm not a big fan of sweets," he persisted. "But this is Tanghulu." Peter didn't care. "Whatever it is." Thus asked while eating, "How's your place? Is it okay?" "It's fine." Peter suddenly thought, this makes everything clear. He observed the young man. This guy has no idea that I was attacked. They tried to kill the sect master's guest without his orders. That means there's another faction behind this. A group of subordinates bowed to him again. Thus asked cheerfully, "What about the Black Soul emissaries? Are they treating you well?" Peter looked at him thoughtfully. "They gave me such an enthusiastic welcome, I don't know what to say." Hearing this, thus was delighted. "Haha, I'm very proud to hear that." "Peter Songji, please stay for a long time." Peter asked curiously. "By the way, sect master, I have a question." He replied, "Feel free to say whatever's on your mind." "What's the question?" Peter continued. "Why is it that you call me Songji, but the Black Soul emissaries don't?" Thus suddenly choked, freezing for a moment, before bursting out with a loud laugh in response. "Haha, just as expected of Peter Songdi. You're really sharp, just like the old geezer." He spoke his thoughts. "Except for you. Everyone else here is an outsider, am I right?" Tadius said with amusement. "Oh, you're pretty sharp, Peter Songdi. How much have you figured out?" After speaking, he turned back. "That's right, you're correct," he explained. "Among the people here, I'm the only one who lived here before. The Black Soul Envoys are this country's assassin organization. In short, they're mercenaries hired to capture Pedro," Tadius cheerfully recounted. "But they don't like me. If the leaders of the Black Soul Envoys, the Diamond Lodge Masters, capture Pedro, they'll take my position and get rid of me first." Peter wondered, how can you talk about that and still be smiling? Thus laughed and replied, "Because it's interesting." "What? It's no big deal if they plan to get rid of me." He then turned to look at Peter. "But Peter Songji, what do you think? Am I really going to die?" he calmly asked back. "So you want to catch Pedro too, so you don't lose?" He tilted his head, denying it. That's not it," he continued to ask. "Then why do you want to catch Pedro?" As he said that, thus stopped what he was doing, and looked up. Right on time. "It's because of this." Peter then looked up as well. It was a 3-story house. "What is this place? This is why you want to catch Pedro." Thus smiled brightly as he observed the house. "That's right. This place is my mother's home," he confessed, "and this is the reason I fight." His eyes grew pensive. "I have to kill Pedro to protect my mother." Peter watched thus in silence after his confession. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. "Oh my God, what is that?" It made both of them turn their heads. There was the sound of people running to see. He ran over his face, serious as he observed. "Hurry, what's happening? Someone's dead." The whole crowd ran toward the source of the loud scream, looking up to see 2 bodies hanging in the air. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Hey, those are men from the Black Soul Envoys." Peter frowned. Who are those people? He suddenly remembered they were the assassins who had come to his room. But this couldn't be happening. I'm sure I just knocked them unconscious. Peter thought carefully. Executed for a failed assassination. Displaying the bodies publicly like this means admitting failure. That's impossible. Then why? Tadius asked from behind. Peter Songji, what's wrong? Have you met them? What happened between you and those men? As he was trying to figure it out, a loud voice suddenly boomed. Everyone stand down, they have arrived. All the subordinates bowed and clasped their hands toward the two figures in front of them. The Diamond Lodge Masters. The one with the long beard spoke up. I heard there was an unfortunate incident last night. Two disciples of the Black Soul envoys came to greet their new senior brother. Correct. The two massive lodge masters appeared right next to Peter. Am I right? He answered, without hesitation. That's right. The big long-bearded guy continued his interrogation. Those two met with the senior brother and were later found dead. Is that correct, Peter? Seriously admitted. For now, that's correct. The truth is, they were found dead after they met with me, but their deaths have nothing to do with me. Tadius was surprised to hear that. The short-bearded man raised his phone. Then we just need to prove there's a connection. Right, Peter thought. Prove what? As he spoke, the man showed Peter his phone screen. See for yourself. The footage on the phone showed the two men who had attacked him. The hallway camera shows two disciples entering the senior brother's room, but there's no footage of them leaving. The short-bearded man cleared his throat. Do you have anything else to say? Senior brother hunchback. Peter was lost in thought. He's someone who got in here thanks to his connection with the Grandmaster. Is your plan to execute me publicly like this? The problem won't stop here, you know. The two hulking men continued. And the Grandmaster knows our rules well. According to our code, what happens when one disciple disposes of another, regardless of the reason? The Grandmaster is well aware, isn't he? Suddenly, thus exclaimed, execution. Immediately, the atmosphere became tense and silent. Peter remained quiet. Our law is very clear. Furthermore, it will be carried out in front of everyone. This situation can't be reversed. One of the two big guys spoke up as four of their subordinates surrounded him, pointing their spears at him. In that case, from this moment on, senior brother Peter will be executed immediately. Suddenly, thus spoke up, wait, thus cheerfully grabbed his shoulder. Brother Peter, say something, won't you? It's not like that, brother. You don't have to do this right. He just remained silent. Thus thought for the Diamond Hall Masters, brother Peter isn't their target, which means there's only one other objective. The long-bearded guy spoke up again. Oh my, I almost forgot something important. He feigned a serious expression. Now that I think about it, wasn't it the sect leader who brought this criminal here? Then you must know more about this than anyone, right? Despite the two guys' incessant chatter when a problem arises, even if it involves the sect. Leader, there's only one way to resolve it. Thus thought that's right, their target is. Just then, the two hall masters revealed their terrifying faces. To pay the price. Sect leader, thus immediately realized it was his own head they were after. Elsewhere, three subordinates were standing nearby. Ha ha ha, he's going to cry. The scar-faced one said, so, does this mean the Diamond Hallmaster will become the new sect leader? How exciting. The two Hallmasters cackled, revealing smug expressions and their wicked intentions. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. It was, thus. Ha ha ha, this is so much fun, he exclaimed loudly. Hey Diamond Hallmaster, that head on your shoulders isn't just for decoration, is it? The short-bearded man's face filled with killing intent as he warned. For decoration, the sect leader should watch his tongue. He clenched his fist, holding it close to the boy's face. You never know when it might get cut off. Thus burst out laughing so hard he cried. Ha ha ha, my apologies, my apologies. It's just, that's how I see it. He then gave the man a provocative smirk. Your efforts are hilarious. Come on, bring it. Anytime. The two large hallmasters tried to intimidate. Thus, isn't it true the sect leader no longer has any attachment to this life? After all, the short-bearded man laughed menacingly. You don't have a family to worry about. In a flash, a strong gust of wind swept by as thus kicked one of the large men. Everyone was shocked. Peter watched him intently. The surrounding subordinates were all taken by surprise. What was that? Was that really a human's kick? One of them asked, his face pale. What? What was that? I can't believe it. Even more surprising, the short-bearded man managed to block Thus's kick. He blocked that kick, Peter mused. The Diamond Hall Master. Even if it wasn't a full-power kick, he still blocked Tadio's kick with his bare palm. Just look at how he blocked your kick. The rumors about you being a candidate for the heretic path weren't an exaggeration, were they? The man said. All bark and no bite. His face darkened. Compared to that sharp mouth of yours, your kicking skills seem rather modest. Suddenly, the man was surprised. Thus grabbed his hand. A barking dog seldom bites. He had a terrifying look on his face as he stared at the man. What were you planning to do? Feeling sleepy now, a subordinate trembled. Is this a fight between the sect leader and the hall masters? If we make a move now, we'll all die. There's no choice but to stand by and watch this fight. Only one thing is certain, one of them is definitely going to die. Thus and the hall master charged at each other. Stop right there, Peter stepped in between them, halting their actions. Seeing this, the short-bearded man ignored him and continued his charge. Who are you to dare? Peter said calmly. Don't be in such a hurry. The eldest brother's head will come to you on its own. Just wait a moment. He continued. Hall masters, don't be so rash. Hearing this, the man froze. What is this? Peter held out a phone. Well, at this point I'm sure we've cleared up any misunderstandings about me, right? The large man was bewildered. How? Peter spoke up. It wasn't difficult at all. He recalled the room that had been neatly cleaned to welcome guests. I was eagerly thinking about preparing a wonderful feast in there. But my goodness, there wasn't a single piece of kitchen equipment, he continued. I was very disappointed because even though I wanted to cook, those items could also be used as weapons if necessary. This is a dangerous world, so it's best to be prepared. The phone had been secretly recording beforehand. I set up a little insurance policy, and right at that moment, a drunkard stumbled into the wrong room, but he was so drunk. He couldn't understand a word I was saying, so I just kindly helped him fall into a deep sleep. Peter continued his story, looking at the screen. But this is where the problem started. After I put those drunks to sleep and left the room, a little while later the video continued, showing two other men carrying the two intruders away. Someone cleaned up these guys so neatly. I thought they were very thorough. Peter's face hardened. So, do you want to take this all the way? The short-bearded man gritted his teeth. How did you know everything from the start? Surprisingly, the two hallmasters reluctantly put on an amicable front again. Oh, if there was some misunderstanding, that's truly a shame. We almost caused an unnecessary division. How fortunate. Well, you've got the order of things wrong. Peter gestured towards thus. Apologize to our sect leader. Inwardly, the short-bearded man was furious. This guy. Peter, you little brat, who's still wet behind the ears, you dare pull a stunt like this on me. Ahem, the long-bearded man interjected to smooth things over. It seems we had a misunderstanding. We are truly sorry about this. Sect leader thus burst out laughing. He laughed loudly. I'm about to go crazy. It's fine, it's fine. He waved his hand. Even the Diamond Hallmasters can make mistakes. Oh my, I almost had to take care of you Hallmasters myself. They left cheerfully with their arms around each other's shoulders, much to the bitter anger of the two Hallmasters. Let's go, Brother Peter. It was just a misunderstanding, let it go. The Hallmaster thought to himself. These brats, just you wait. As evening fell, and the wind fluttered, thus was sitting on the rooftop looking at a picture on the wall. Why are you staring so intently? He turned around in surprise. Oh, Brother Peter, he replied. Ah, it's nothing important. In the picture was a small family that looked incredibly happy. This is my family photo. It's the only one I have. What do you think, brother? He looked intently at the photo, smiled and commented, they look like a happy family. Everyone seems so joyful. Yeah, but, thus began to explain, my father passed away, not long after I was born, and as for my mother, I can't even remember her clearly now. He recalled that time that day. It rained all day long. When this rain stops, Mom will come back. That's what she promised me. The image of a little, thus sitting under an umbrella in a corner in the rain, flooded his mind. But that was the last time I ever saw my mother. After that, he suddenly burst out laughing. Why am I telling you all this, brother? Waving his hands. How embarrassing. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. Peter interjected. I'm jealous. The boy looked at him bewildered. He began to speak. At least the sect leader has a family to remember. In this moment everything felt so peaceful. Thus asked, don't you have any family photos? Peter said blandly. A family photo. Recalling his old memories, he continued. A family. Forget about a family, I've never even had my picture taken before. Thus playfully teased him. Whoa, what era are you from, brother? I heard they didn't even allow pictures in the old days of glory. Are the high-level organizations still like that? Peter laughed and said, that's right. When this is all over, I want to take a picture with all my brothers. He was overjoyed. All right, since we're both lonely, how about this? We've already talked about this. Thus then slung his arm over his shoulder. Let's become sworn brothers for real and take a picture together. I'll treat you to Tanghulu for the rest of your life. What's this about? I never said I liked Tanghulu, he teased. Brother Peter, why are you so stiff? The two of them continued their heart-to-heart. Just live comfortably. Isn't it better to just go with the flow? Thus asked innocently. Is liking Tanghulu the same as going with the flow? Peter replied. Not exactly, but just try thinking about Tanghulu. Really? Whoa, that's awesome. Meanwhile, in another room the only sound was the scraping of a wood-carving knife held by the sect lord. He recalled what happened with Dias and Peter, unable to contain his anger. He seethed. I'll kill every last one of them. Those spineless dogs, a subordinate yelled out. Lord, that guy just barged in. Badro has appeared. What the Lord growled. What's that supposed to mean? Speak up. The subordinate trembled, unable to stay calm. The Lord shouted, hurry up. Suddenly a voice came from the speakers. Ahem. My brothers of the Dark Soul cult, can you hear me clearly? This is a broadcast from Badro. Badro will be hosting a party at Kowloon Hell tomorrow. Anyone who wants to see me must attend. The items you'll need to prepare for the party aren't complicated at all. Over where Thus and Peter were, they also heard the broadcast. All you need are adult diapers, a high IQ, and a weapon to take your own head. Oh, and the most important thing, the party's location is. The voice on the broadcast chuckled slyly, a secret. The long-bearded man got angry. That old man is about to die. If he wants us to find him, then we'll find him. It wasn't over. The broadcast continued. And now a final invitation to end the broadcast. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as someone smashed through a wall. The bald-headed man panicked. No, absolutely not, his junior brother stammered in surprise. What's going on? We need to report this to the Diamond Lords immediately. He was sweating profusely. Don't go in right now. The junior brother wide-eyed replied. Understood. I get it. He said that, but he still wondered, why is my senior brother so tense? The bald-headed senior explained, the killing intent from the Lords is exactly like it was back then. You don't know anything, do you? I'm talking about decades ago, when the continent was overrun with assassination sects, he continued patiently. It wasn't just the Phantom Wind of Naba. There were other famous sects like the Taihang sect, the Funiu sect, and the Qilin sect. For decades, the power struggle between the sects turned the world into a nightmare. Then an event took place that unified all the sects on this continent. The atmosphere was silent, all eyes on the bald man. It was the appearance of the continent's overlord. With the arrival of the Diamond Brothers, all the sects with their thousands of members were conquered. And what shocked me even more, Lord Hansa finished his training. All right, that's enough for today, he signaled to the long-bearded man. Let's wrap it up. A weight dropped, making a thunderous noise. One by one, other weights attached to chains slammed onto the ground and into each other as the Diamond Brothers stopped their pull-up exercises. Let's get down. They had unified all those sects with just the two of them. Lord Hansa declared, the time to achieve everything has finally come. Longbeard said, grimly, the position of Apostle of Glory, the one we temporarily relinquished to that blood disciple. Then, Shortbeard added slowly, it's time to take it back. Moreover, the two brothers were resolute. Bede's neck is right in front of us, and we will definitely snap it. In a dark room with only flickering lights, Simon spoke up. Hey brother, we're having a secret meeting, and it's in a place like this. Is the Dark Soul member's residence really okay? Simon was nervously checking under the tables in the room. Hey, isn't this basically Bede telling everyone, I'm right here? Peter calmly advised him, Simon, don't worry about it. But Simon was still panicking. There's gotta be a hidden camera or something in here, right? He sat leisurely on the bed, looking at Simon. There's a famous saying, you know, Peter explained. The darkest place is under the candlestick. The truth is, when you're too close, people often don't notice. Think about it. In a flashback, Peter stood beside Lord Hansa. He thought that the Diamond Lords, after having their pride wounded by the last incident, won't use the same method to spy on us, will they? Back in the present, he continued. That's true, but this feeling is so weird. What weird feeling? You probably wouldn't understand this feeling. Peter and Simon sat looking at each other. He explained, it feels like I'm sitting across from myself. Hearing that, Simon replied, oh. Then he wondered, brother, why do you look so scared looking at me? There's that saying, right? If you meet someone who looks exactly like you, one of you has to die. A doppelganger. This is a term for a person or thing that looks identical to someone else. Peter sighed in exasperation and shot to his feet. If you're just going to spout nonsense like that, just go home. Hearing this, Simon asked, you just laughed, didn't you? You finally acknowledged my joke. Peter said it was nonsense, but Simon was thrilled. After 50 years, I've finally been acknowledged by you, Simon turned towards him. Anyway, brother, I've always wondered about this. While Peter was lost in thought, Simon asked, why did you tell me to declare war on the Dark Soul members? A picture of someone who looked a lot like Simon appeared on a poster on the wall. Along with that was Peter's thought, someone with a huge bounty on their head showing up in person to declare war. Isn't that strange? Simon suddenly realized. Don't tell me. That's what you were thinking, Peter, confirmed that it was exactly what he thought. Simon said, I see. Peter leaned against the table slowly. It's a diversionary tactic. Then he laid out the strategy to distract the enemy and lower their guard, use a fake attack to draw their attention and lure them somewhere else. Peter continued, meaning you, Simon, will disguise yourself as my older self and then gather all the Dark Soul members in one place. He imagined a scene of the city at night, while I, as the great senior brother, will search for Raphael's weakness inside the empty Kowloon hell. Simon was impressed. Indeed, he knelt on one knee beside Peter, nodding. You always have a plan. Peter crossed his arms and looked away. Please don't act like that in that form. Not long after, Simon told him, well, I'm off then. Peter saw him jump onto the table to get ready to leave. He warned him, be careful, Simon. The Diamond Lords don't seem like ordinary people. If you slip up and get assassinated. Simon was confident. You think I could die at their hands? Don't worry. I won't let myself lose again. The houses in the city were all silent. Peter thought to himself as he walked between the rows of houses. So far, the plan had gone smoothly, but there was still one problem left to solve. He wondered where exactly is Raphael's weak point. The Kowloon prison is guarded by soldiers everywhere. He knew that typically a weak point would easily attract attention. Important things would be heavily guarded. But in this Kowloon prison, Peter was still trying to figure it out. There wasn't any place like that. So where could it be? He mused. If I were Raphael, where would I hide my weakness? A place too far away or impossible to see. Or, he remembered what he once said, in the room with Simon. Like the saying goes, the darkest place is right under the lamp. People often don't notice what's too close to them. Peter suddenly realized. That's it. He started running in the opposite direction, believing that the safest place wouldn't need heavy protection from the start. Peter's conclusion was that the safest place in Kowloon prison. Just as he predicted, there was one spot in the dungeon where the strongest person would instinctively react and protect it. It wasn't just any place it was. A place that person would protect with their own life. He looked up. The weak point was right here. In front of Peter were towering buildings, and he confirmed it, this was the Tedious family's estate. He then continued on his way. It seemed this place had no security system or anti-intrusion measures. Peter put on a pair of black gloves and wondered, is it really hidden in a place like this? If it is here, how could it have been hidden? Suddenly, a voice rang out. What are you doing? Peter froze. Tedious appeared behind him. Peter crossed his arms and questioned him. What do you think you're doing at my mother's house? He moved in closer. Cat got your tongue. Peter's eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself. He really does react quickly. Anyone would find this situation suspicious. What should I do? He calmly came up with an excuse. The last time I was here, I noticed the stone tile in front of the door was cracked. My house was like this when I was a kid. So when I see things like this, I tend to notice them, Peter said as he put a stone back in its place. When your mother comes back, it would be dangerous if her foot got caught in this crack. Hearing that, Tedious was stunned for a moment. Seeing this, he bid him farewell. Well, I'll be going now. I'll come back if I get the chance. Tedious coldly called out his name, Peter. Then Tedious cheerfully slung an arm around his shoulder. Since you're already here, why not come in for a tour of my mother's house? Peter gently refused. That's not really necessary. However, Tedious insisted. If you leave without coming in, my mother will be sad. Left with no other choice, he had to agree. All right then. Following Tedious, he celebrated inwardly. Nice things seem to be going more smoothly than I thought. As he pushed the door open, he was taken aback. This is... Tedious crossed his arms and smiled. Welcome to my mother's house, Peter. Peter walked over to a table inside, completely astonished. For an abandoned house, this place is far too clean and tidy. This very place is Raphael's weakness. Thus turned away, hesitating. Do you know, this is the first time. Hearing him say that, the man was surprised. The first time for what? He slowly continued, up until now. Then turning back with a smile, he looked at him. The only guest who ever came to my mother's house was Peter Sondy. Peter was taken aback. He then thought to himself, the Nine Dragons god seems a bit too pure. Noticing something, he immediately asked, but what is this? Standing next to a wardrobe covered in intricate patterns, Peter voiced his curiosity. A mother-of-pearl inlaid wooden wardrobe. Isn't this the kind of thing I'd usually see back in my hometown? Thus explained, this was a gift from my father to my mother. She cherished it her whole life. He placed his hand on the wardrobe, his voice carrying a hint of regret he couldn't quite express. Peter didn't understand why not. The man hesitated. In truth, the way thus his fingers traced the patterns on the wardrobe answered his question. I can't clearly remember my mother's warmth or her voice anymore. The only trace she left behind is her scent, which still lingers in this house. He bowed his head, touching it with both hands, his voice choked with emotion. Every time I miss my mother, I come to this wardrobe. But I'm afraid that soon even this lingering scent will vanish. Peter felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. The man was surprised. Why are you apologizing? He asked frankly. I suspected you without reason. Thus was bewildered. Suspected me of what? What are you talking about? Suddenly, loud noises erupted from outside. Baduro. Baduro has appeared. He looked outside and said, Baduro. He's finally shown himself. As Peter was about to charge outside, thus grabbed his shirt to hold him back. Peter said aggressively, hurry up, we have to go catch him, but thus stopped him. You can't. Peter placed a hand on his chest, determined. I'm going with you. But thus stopped him again. Absolutely not. Peter tried to push past him. Baduro is an extremely dangerous man, thus said, then pointed at him and gave an order. Peter Sondy, you stay here. Let me handle capturing him. In the middle of the deserted street, a voice rang out. The feint tactic is, Simon muttered to himself as he walked. Now I just need to use the water-scooping bear and it'll be over, right? Huh, that water-scooping bear is a huge joke. With that thought, he gripped his staff and walked on confidently. Was I expecting too much? This Dark Soul cult is nothing special. After all that commotion, it's still quiet. And that Argang fellow is nowhere to be seen. He grew angry. The rumors are all just garbage. A pile of wooden debris suddenly fell on Simon as another loud explosion went off. Shortbeard and Longbeard appeared looking aggressive. Looks like fate is on my side. I didn't expect to find you so quickly. Then he looked in surprise toward the sound. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, a figure appeared, giving him pause. But Shortbeard said to Longbeard, well, no matter how weakened, he's still a mackerel, not some common fish. The legend of glory wasn't just empty words. To be able to block a surprise attack without even noticing, impressive. Simon sat up from the wreckage, having heard the voice, and blocked the attack instantly. Truly formidable. His gaze sharpened as he looked toward the master of Hansa, seeing the two old men still whispering to each other. Brother, it seems we need to be a little more careful. These guys, Simon held his staff, brimming with fighting spirit. The two old men were still sizing him up from a corner. He doesn't seem like an ordinary foe. Suddenly he began to complain, "Oh, my poor old back. Doesn't anyone in this region know what it means to respect their elders, attacking an old man like this? If that's how it is, then I have no choice." From now on, he smirked threateningly. "This old man is going to teach you a lesson." Shortbeard was unconcerned. "Don't worry too much. We'll just slowly eat you alive." Simon charged forward, shouting, "Apostle of Baduro." Peter, watching from inside the house, looked on in disgust. "What in the world are you doing out there?" Shortbeard and Longbeard stood before the collapsed wall, a dazzling light shining on them from behind. The two old men exclaimed in unison, "We finally meet, the Saint of Glory, Peter." Shortbeard laughed mockingly. "I never knew Peter was so skilled with a sword." But, so what? Simon struggled to get up, his face twisted in a grimace. The tiger's fangs have been broken. He began to strategize in his head. Right now, instead of defeating them, finding Raphael's weakness is the top priority. I'll pretend to be Peter to buy some time. But before he could even finish the thought, Shortbeard threw a punch at Simon's face, stunning him. "Can I really buy enough time?" Thanks to his quick reflexes, he dodged to the side, causing the old man to punch the wall, which shattered with a massive crash. He thought in awe, incredible power, even stronger than the rumors. Just one hit from that and it's over. These men are the masters of diamond, the ones who unified the entire continent. After punching the wall, the master turned to look at Simon and exclaimed, "Amazing, to be able to move like that at your age, but you're a tiger without fangs." With that, he flew toward Simon again, roaring. "You're no different from a squealing cat now." Startled Simon frantically dodged the barrage of attacks. Shortbeard was also completely astonished. "What?" The old man touched his own cheek, saw a trace of red blood and muttered, "I've been cut. How is that possible? The blade was definitely broken. What in the world?" The master quickly composed himself. "This is no time to get careless." He then leaped forward again, threatening, "I'll pull out every last one of your remaining teeth." Simon replied with contempt, "Fangs, that's ridiculous." Suddenly the old man realized something. "Wait a minute, could that be?" Simon sneered. With that, he charged forward and attacked Longbeard. After taking him down, he finally answered the master. "If I have no fangs," he said slowly, "does that mean I can't bite with my gums?" This left the old man stunned. "Not a sword." He attacked with the hilt. Longbeard quickly ran to stand beside Shortbeard. Simon slung his staff onto his shoulder and challenged them. "Where did all that energy from before go? Are you scared already? If so, this old man is going to get bored. You diamond brats." Shortbeard lowered his head. "I must admit, we underestimated you." Longbeard added, "Even if its fangs are broken." The two old men reluctantly conceded. A tiger is still a tiger. Shortbeard raised a hand to his forehead. "It's only proper to return a favor." And Longbeard added, "Consider this, our thanks." The masters took their fighting stances and said in unison, "We will show you our full power as well." Simon was shocked. "Wait, the Diamond Brothers are attacking at the same time." He assessed the situation. "They're even faster than before. If I get hit by that attack," he winced. "Just like my broken blade, my body will be shattered into pieces." With that thought, he once again dodged their powerful attacks. Of course, even with both of them attacking at once, Simon was still dodging expertly. He was constantly analyzing. "If I get hit," Simon had a realization. "I've read their movements. Now, there's only one thing left to do," he thought, "and that's to make all of my own attacks land." He unleashed a furious combo on Longbeard and Shortbeard, striking them directly without hesitation. But then, Simon was confused. "But what is this? Why my attacks were precise, and yet they..." As the two old men charged forward, his thoughts trailed off. He showed no concern for his wounds. No, on the contrary, after blocking the next attacks, Simon realized they were even stronger. How? The wounds from the scabbard weren't deep enough. They realized there was nothing to worry about. Shortbeard confidently launched his next attack. "That's right, you can slash us 100, 1,000 times, it doesn't matter. Once we catch you." He reached for Simon's neck menacingly. "Your bones will be crushed to dust." Hearing this, he continued his own maneuvers, asserting, "You're a real mad dog, but just being mad isn't enough to catch me." The clan leader bared his teeth provocatively. "Is that so? Well, it looks like this will be enough to catch you." Simon was startled by something. "What is this thing? What is this shadow?" The man charged forward with a ball and chain, and Simon cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Before he could recover, the man threw the weight towards him. Then Shortbeard picked up the weight confident. "No matter how skilled you are, you can't possibly kill us with just a scabbard." This time, Simon was knocked down, and the table behind him shattered into pieces. His body trembled. "I see, so there was a reason they were rushing in like madmen." He clutched his arm, calculating. "They're making me focus on one spot and seizing the opportunity when I'm vulnerable to launch a fatal blow." Feeling a bit defeated, Simon thought, "I guess this is the end for me, Peter." Longbeard and Shortbeard stood before him lecturing. "If you had just lived in hiding like a rat, you might have been able to enjoy the rest of your life in peace. But you just couldn't break your old habits, could you? You crawled out again just to ask for an early grave. Shortbeard laughed tauntingly. Anyway, thank you so much, Peter. We'll never forget the role you played in making us saints. Suddenly Simon's voice rang out. I'm the one who should be thanking you, which slightly startled Shortbeard. What he began to explain, oh my, our sweet masters are just so full of compassion. To this poor toothless tiger. He held up a knife, his eyes so sharp that they even gave it a prosthetic tooth. The two men laughed contemptuously. I thought it was something serious. What can that tiny knife do? It's no different from the scabbard. Simon stood up calmly. Then what if I had a real sword? This time the two men were genuinely surprised. Wait a minute. Simon sighed. The air objects, even their breath. Dust floated down from the ceiling. Everything fell silent, except for one thing. A strange vortex appeared. This vortex. As wooden fragments fell on them, Longbeard and Shortbeard finally realized, damn it, we were too naive. This man, from the very beginning. Simon was still directing the wooden fragments forward. The two men realized too late. He wasn't aiming for our necks at all. The situation made him furious. Heavenly realm, my ass. Loud sounds continued to ring out. Damn it, Peter. Is your brother still doing okay? He quickly left, thinking to himself, I've drawn their attention and bought some time just like we planned. But if I stay exposed for too long, I'm worried they'll realize I'm not the real Peter. Simon remained on high alert. But, setting that aside, these guys, he concluded, are no joke. Longbeard and Shortbeard frantically searched for him. Peter Tedious appeared mocking them. Well, look who it is. Isn't it the Grandmaster, Longbeard? Shot back at Peter. That old man's reputation is nothing but a thing of the past. We've already dealt with him, turned him into a living corpse. He definitely couldn't have gotten far. He rubbed his chin, thinking I'm late. He asked in return, so, has the fish been caught already? You want a piece of the action, don't you? Then Shortbeard laughed confidently. Wipe your drool, you're not getting a share. Longbeard noticed something and said, but that's strange, what's with that expression? Seeing him looking down, he asked suspiciously, don't tell me you feel cheated. Tedious smiled brightly and pointed to the sky. Oh dear, I was a little late so I didn't get to join in. But don't worry, the entire city has fallen into darkness. Standing amidst the rubble, he crossed his arms and commented, the building simply collapsed, there aren't many traces left to deduce from. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The St. Peter Tedious reasoned, he's a master, skilled enough to make me tremble. At this level, perhaps this is the real Peter. Realizing something, his eyes widened. Wait a minute. Recalling the image of Longbeard and Shortbeard, Tedious found a clue. The wounds suffered by the Diamond brothers, these weren't caused by a blade. Thinking this, he wondered if not a sword, then what another thought popped into his head. Why would a master like that leave only superficial wounds, seeing a piece of wood and a stick with a blade at its end? He concluded that the goal wasn't to inflict serious harm. Tedious held the stick bewildered. Why? What was his intention? Peter, who are you really? What purpose do you have for coming to this Kowloon hell? He held the stick and faced outward at Tedious's home. Meanwhile, Peter stood by the cabinet whispering to himself. Tedious is the strongest person in this Kowloon hell, something that someone like him would go all out to protect. He realized it must be this house, and what's inside it. He reached for the cabinet lock, thinking that Raphael's weakness must be inside this house. Peter then remembered something Tedious once said. Tedious had said while standing by the cabinet, every time I miss my mother I open this wardrobe, but doing so means even the scent she left behind will eventually fade away. After that, he hesitated. Raphael's weakness might be in this cabinet. But it could also be nothing at all. Peter scratched his head in frustration. The cabinet door isn't locked, but I can't just open it based on a hunch. The sound of a phone cut through his thoughts. He answered a call from Simon. Peter, what's taking you so long, Simon? Thank you. Thanks to you, the investigation is going smoothly. So did you find anything? Simon asked about the situation, and Peter then gave him his next instructions. We'll talk about that in person. Have you left the scene safely? The path I showed you before is dangerous right now, so take the back route. Meanwhile, on a familiar road, Tedious was walking home. He stroked his chin, thinking as he walked, let's rethink this. He wondered why Peter would act so conspicuously, almost as if he wanted to get caught. If he wanted something, he could have just moved stealthily. Continuing this train of thought. That means there must be a reason for him to act like that, right? Tedious put himself in Peter's shoes, thinking, if I were Peter, what would I do? Picturing the image of Simon holding the stick, he reasoned, suppose I planted someone to act in my place, while I go look for what I really want. His eyes widened as if he'd realized something. If that's the case, then putting all the pieces together, I can only suspect that. Tedious was walking up behind Peter. Peter turned around and spoke cheerfully. There you are. You've been waiting long, haven't you? By the way, who were you just talking to? Peter pointed to his phone and replied, just an acquaintance. It's been a while since I talked to an old friend. Tedious smiled and said, oh really? Well, feel free to talk. That's right. Tedious's eyes lit up as he made a suggestion. If he's your friend, then he's my friend too, right? Peter turned to him and agreed. Of course. Tedious reached out as if to snatch the phone from him. He moved closer and offered, then let me say a quick hello to your friend. is that okay? That took Peter by surprise. In that case, let me introduce you directly. Tedious took the phone and said nothing. Just stay quiet. The person on the other end of the line was also confused and asked why he had suddenly gone silent. Tedious looked at Peter questioningly. Brother Peter, what's going on? While Peter looked stunned, Tedious asked, are you upset because I took your phone or is there some other reason? A voice came from the phone again. Why are you being so quiet? He ignored the phone and questioned Peter. Brother, are you really in contact with someone just as I predicted? Seeing him lower his head, Tedious urged, say something. Hyung Nim. At that moment, the person on the phone spoke up. No, he doesn't need to say anything else. I've been waiting for you to show up. The person standing right in front of me. Tedious's eyes widened in surprise. It'll be hard to get out of this. Hyung Nim, before he could stay surprised for long, the voice on the phone continued. What about the package? If you want to buy the package, just say clearly whether you'll buy it or not. Now, Tedious was completely baffled. What? The package? What does he mean? Buy what? Tedious still didn't understand. Peter looked at him and said slowly, hurry up and say whether you're buying the tile or not. You wanted to buy a stone tile to replace the broken one, right? As he spoke, he pointed down at the floor tile saying, I kept thinking about this broken floor tile by the entrance. He also didn't forget to ask his friend on the phone. Oh right, have you caught Peter yet? After understanding the situation, Tedious replied with regret. No, unfortunately I couldn't catch him. Well, that happens. I heard he's a very strong guy. Peter gestured with his hand to Tedious. Let's go. Tedious blurted out in surprise. Huh, Peter explained. Don't we need to get ready? Tedious replied awkwardly. Oh right. Following behind Peter, he scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, the hacker sat in a dimly lit room, a lavish meal spread before him, yet he was displeased. The diamond leaders let Peter slip right through their fingers. They're having trouble catching that old geezer who looks like a walking corpse, he mumbled, while pouring wine into his glass. That man whose life is almost over is surprisingly resilient. The hacker angrily placed his hand on an hourglass, wondering, do you really want to get your hands on my weakness that badly, old man? But then he smirked deviously. I can't let things go, an old man's way. I will summon the devil once more. The clash of his wine glass against the hourglass, which had a mouse inside it, made a loud noise. There isn't much time left for Kowloon Hell. The night sky was sparkling with stars. Tedious sat on a cluttered rooftop. In the silence, Tedious heard his name being called. Eudas. It was Peter who walked up and greeted him. Are you okay? Tedious turned to look at him. You're here. Wait, what is that? Tedious was startled as he touched Peter's arm. Did you get hurt when I grabbed your phone? Peter said gently. It's nothing serious. Hearing that, Tedious felt guilty. No, I'm sorry, brother Peter. Peter reassured him. In that case, just tell me about a good clinic nearby. If I run into any trouble or get hurt, I'll go there. Tedious quickly sketched a map on a piece of paper and added a warning. Wait, there's only one clinic around here. Get there before it's too late. He handed the paper to Peter, reminding him, the deeper the wound, the more critical time is. Peter put the paper in his pocket and said politely, thank you. By the way, I was wondering, were you very angry just now? Peter explained calmly. I'm curious about just how angry you were. Tedious was surprised. How did you know? Then Peter took a casual step forward. How could I not know? He stood before a tall stone pillar staring at it for a long time as Tedious's voice echoed. The evidence that I was angry is scattered all over the place. I started to suspect that he was the same type of person as you. Tedious scratched his head and gave a sheepish laugh. Peter was taken aback. Actually, I went to find the diamond leaders. This time, it was Peter's turn to be stunned. The diamond leaders. What did you hear? He began to recall what happened. Tedious recounted, his face fierce as he asked again, is there no more time now? The two diamond brothers sitting on the rock looked at him, seemingly confused. What do we do? It seems the boss didn't tell the sect leader about this. The hallmaster was overjoyed. This meant the Kowloon Hell was about to be destroyed. Hearing this, Tedious was shocked. No way he should have stopped the government. He continued, saying the government was so determined to destroy this place that even Glory would have a hard time stopping them. He suggested that if Tedious wanted to prevent the destruction, Sir Raphael would need a worthy reward. Tedious crossed his arms and bowed his head in thought, listening to the staff hallmaster. You still haven't caught Peter, have you? But don't worry, after you catch him, we'll take care of Kowloon. Seeing his sinister smile, he wondered, so what if the leader escapes from the demon? Back in the present, Tedious continued to explain. The shadows of the diamond leaders interfered with the deal between me and Raphael. That's strange, isn't it? The diamond leaders didn't. Peter looked at him and whispered, I can't understand you. If it's for a trace of your mother, couldn't you find another way? Tedious said slowly. It's because of that bastard. He wondered who. Hearing that, he raised his hand and explained, the one they call the Kowloon demon. The leaders aren't the problem. I have to protect that place from him. The one who could return at any moment. And if you're uncomfortable, you don't have to tell me. I hope that my brother Peter can hear everything about me. At this moment, Tedious's emotions flared with intense anger. You raised my home. You're the person I've wanted to kill most for decades. The dark buildings were constructed closely together. Kowloon was never affected by government administration. It was a desolate area, with a bustling market scene crowded with shops and filled with the cheerful spirit of its people. Refugees with nowhere else to go naturally gathered here, and we all lived together in harmony. Tedious recalled a memory from his childhood when his mother would buy him candy. He remembered her watching him eat, smiling. "Is it that delicious labelle?" He'd puff out his cheeks and reply, "Yes, my mother and I. We were once so happy." The vendor cheerfully asked Labelle, "Do you like the candy skewers from my shop?" Tedious's face lit up. "Yes, they're delicious," he exclaimed. Looking at the people here, everyone was always smiling. "I thought we could live like that forever." Suddenly his eyes widened as he remembered that day. He was holding candy, standing in front of the building complex, watching everyone hang out their blankets. Then came the image of the shattered buildings, broken glass and walls stained with red blood. He took it all in. Before, his mother had held an umbrella for him in the rain. The separation from his mother came without reason. She was just gone. Tedious Chio collapsed onto the street in the middle of the downpour. He recounted, "I waited for a long time, but my mother never came back. Even then, I could still endure it." He believed it was because the uncles in the village always took care of him. The bun seller treated him kindly. "Labelle, help me move this, will you? Today I'll give you a special steamed bun." He eagerly carried the pot of dough, saying politely, "Oh, you don't have to do that." He continued his story. That's when the trouble started. The owner of the bun shop. The shop owner, carrying a steamer tray, looked outside in surprise. "That's right. Where are you from?" A customer with a large dark shadow stood at the door, making everyone wonder. "I've never seen you before." The man couldn't help but speak up. "You don't sell buns to newcomers," the owner quickly replied. No, that's not it." Tedious recalled the man who suddenly appeared in Kowloon. "We called him that man." The demon bared his teeth and praised, "The buns here are delicious." That was the demon from the outside. He stormed into the shop and chopped off the owner's arm. His blade still dripping with red blood, he swung again, forcing the other person down onto the steamer. A desperate voice echoed in the room, "Help me." Little Tedious was absolutely terrified seeing that scene. I could never forget him. The image of this place turning into hell was clearly etched into my eyes. The silhouette of that demon was terrifying. The demon declared, "From now on, Kowloon is mine." He slowly recalled, "Even then, I was still okay, because all the adults in the village gathered to fight against the demon. All the villagers rushed to chase him away. They shouted as they ran, 'Get out of our village, let's work together. Get out, demon.'" The haunting memory flashed through Tedious's mind, but it became a poison. A sight I couldn't believe, even after seeing it with my own eyes. Seeing them fight, he felt admiration. I felt both fear and awe at their martial arts. But the tragedy didn't stop there. He was horrified as he witnessed everyone's arms being chopped off and scattered on the ground. He did something insane. He crippled every single one of them. Tedious clutched his shirt, trembling. "If things go on like this, I'm going to die. If I want to turn this situation around, I have to become stronger than him." He held a family photo of 3 with determination. "For my mother. You will come back one day. If that can happen, I'll do whatever it takes." Tedious stood in the middle of a room full of bookshelves, thinking to himself, "There's no way that demon who looked like a walking corpse could become so strong so suddenly. There must be a secret." A moment later he realized. That's right. The book. The demon carried a book tucked under his arm as he walked away coolly. Everyone wondered about the mysterious book he always had with him. Tedious rummaged through all the cabinets, muttering as he searched, "There must be a secret in it. Where is it, if I had that skill?" Oh, the demon appeared from nowhere behind him, crossing his arms and speaking loudly. "What are you doing, kid? What are you looking for in my library?" He glanced at the book and asked, "My secret martial arts book. You want to learn martial arts?" Tedious puffed out his chest resolutely. "Yes, I also want to become strong just like you, sir. If I want to protect this place, this is the only way. I'll get stronger by secretly learning his techniques." He pointed a finger at himself, looked at the demon and said, "Please take me as your disciple." "My father was also considered strong, so I will be too," the demon questioned. "Father," the demon calmly stated, "you don't have a father." Tedious was stunned. How is that possible? The demon laughed and asked back, "How indeed?" The training began. The demon threw a kick, launching Tedious high into the air, sending his sandals flying. The demon brought his leg down, causing the boy to collapse to the ground. He didn't forget to taunt him. "How could someone like you dare to think of learning my skills?" But Tedious was still highly determined. "Just let me try. Let me try just once." Then the demon looked him straight in the face. "Useless kid. A thief from the very beginning. You'll never be able to do it in your entire life, because you have no talent." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving one last sentence. "Get lost. If you come back, I'll really kill you." He left Tedious behind, vomiting blood and trembling on the floor. He clutched the book and said to himself, "Mom, I'll prove it to you." After stealing that demon's secret martial arts book, without wasting a single second, I relentlessly trained in that martial arts technique. I didn't care if my blood ran dry or my bones shattered. Thus trained day and night with incredible intensity. He unleashed a barrage of moves, creating loud noises, if it could make me stronger. After his successful training, after enduring such arduous training, thus believed, I have finally found the right time to get revenge on the demon who turned Kowloon into a living hell. A sense of regret appeared as he told the story, but when I returned after a few years, Tedious threw the door open, letting the afternoon light stream in. Only a few books remained inside. He was gone. All that was left in that place was a single piece of paper. He fell to his knees, his hands trembling as he picked it up. Recalling the contents of that note, I couldn't contain myself. Written on the paper was an order for the destruction of Kowloon. Why? Watching everyone get tied up and dragged away one by one, he couldn't understand what they hoped to achieve by doing this. Until now, the government had never touched this area. Did they enjoy turning this desolate land into even more of a ruin? He realized it then. So that was why he came here and turned this place into a hell. Everyone had been taken away, and the ground was covered in red bloodstains. He concluded that the man wanted to sell the hell of Kowloon to the government. I realized that after all the frenzied battles, not only that, but he also shed tears as he put on his mask. I remember that moment, when I felt like everything was over, that there was no need to fight anymore. Thus collapsed, utterly broken. I've lost everything, so I have no reason to live anymore. But then a glimmer of hope came to me. A question echoed in the darkness. Do you want to take back the hell of Kowloon? A man in a blue suit leaned in and said, seriously, I will give it back to you. I have connections with your government. If we can talk this out civilly, it won't be difficult to get Kowloon back. Tedious, who was tied up and suspended, was filled with doubt upon hearing this. How can I possibly believe that? The man advised him. Belief grows stronger in desperation. I can see that in you. The two leaned in close. The man whispered, of course your intense trust comes with a condition. The man calmly negotiated with, thus, I have a grand plan. Your mission is simple. You just need to lend me your strength. Hearing this, thus thought to himself, the position of an apostle. I've never been interested in that. If I wanted it, I could have obtained it 100, even 1,000 times over. My power. His eyes lit up with a spark of hope. If I can get my home back, then use it as you wish. Back in the present, Peter and thus were still sitting on the rooftop looking in different directions. Peter turned and fired off a barrage of questions. Now it all makes sense. Why you're running out of time, and why you have to catch Peter. Tedious let out a small laugh, placed his hand on Peter's shoulder, and gave it a firm pat. That's right, brother Peter. Don't worry. Then he confidently declared, I already know where Peter will show up. Now all of this will finally come to an end. In the city at night, among the skyscrapers, a phone rings out. Simon. Peter is leaning against a wall on the phone. On the other end, Simon sounds cheerful. Hey, my performance back there was incredible, right? My instincts were screaming so loud the words just flew out of my mouth. What'd you think? Okay, that's enough compliments. You're making me blush. Peter asked with concern. Are you feeling any better? Simon bundled up in his cloak, felt his way along the wall with one hand while holding his injured side with the other. Aside from a broken rib, I'm totally fine. Hearing that Peter told him, listen, I've already found a doctor's location for you. Simon hastily refused. Oh, come on. You're telling me I need to see a doctor for just 1 or 2 broken bones. Back in the day, we'd just pop our ribs back in place and be fine, Peter patiently replied. This isn't the old days anymore. He was determined to have Simon get proper treatment. Either way, I've already sent the address. Go to the doctor to get treated and hide somewhere safe for now. Simon nodded and replied, I got it, brother. I'll contact you when I get there. He struggled to move through the darkness with his injuries. After walking a short distance, he saw 2 ancient trees and wondered, what the? Simon looked up, muttering to himself. This is definitely the right address. Right. What kind of legendary doctor is this guy supposed to be? He stood before a sealed door surrounded by trees and signs. He wondered to himself, who opens a clinic in a place like this? Suddenly the door swung open, and the sound startled Simon. What the? Is this really? Stepping inside, he saw a chaotic mess of beds, tables, and chairs. Everything was in disarray, forcing him to blurt out, this is a clinic. He glanced around before calling Peter. Brother, I'm here, but is this place actually in business? Peter listened to him describe a place with nothing in it, like a clinic set up just for him. Peter was also a bit stunned, but then as if realizing something, he yelled, Simon, get out of there right now, hurry. Simon was alarmed. What are you talking about? Since I'm already here, I should at least check it out a bit. Just then a voice called out to Simon, so, we finally meet. A dark figure sat casually on the windowsill, watching the stooped Simon move about. Tedious asked calmly, are you Peter? Seeing this, Simon immediately shot back. Well, I didn't realize I had a fan waiting for me here. He straightened up, turning towards the window and gesturing with his hands. It's actually nice to be recognized. On the other end of the line, Peter was still desperately telling Simon to get out of there. Simon, leave immediately. Simon just laughed and replied, sorry brother, but it looks like I get to have all the fun here. Peter tried his best to persuade him. Simon, don't fight. Get out of there now. Simon crushed the earpiece, connecting them. And the last thing he heard was Peter shouting his name. See you later, brother. Then he turned to converse with Tadius. You know, I'm genuinely curious. How did a young man like yourself know I'd be coming here? Tadius turned his head to the side and replied gently. It wasn't hard. He recalled the moment he was in the safe house, with the Diamond brothers telling Peter, I think he was injured during the fight with the two Diamond brothers. Because of that, he probably can't move around normally anymore. He explained his deduction, so I figured he'd go to a clinic to get patched up. Simon laughed heartily. You really know me that well, I'm touched, but this old body of mine is giving me some trouble. What to do? As he spoke, he raised his knife in provocation. I'll give you a little handicap in this fight. Tadius still didn't look directly at him as he continued. As much as you want, but I'll say this first, I have nothing against you. He jumped down from the windowsill continuing. However, everyone has a predetermined threat of fate. It's true. Tadius prepared to strike, as he reminded him. You'll feel better if you think of it that way. Our minds are really in sync. Simon tightened his grip on the knife. I was thinking the exact same thing. He also took a ready stance. All right then, let's have one match, so neither of us has any regrets. Tadius launched his attack, making Simon's eyes go wide with surprise. A flurry of consecutive moves erupted into a fierce battle. Simon broke out in a cold sweat, worried. Damn it, I can't see anything at all. I'd heard about the new apostles, but he's way faster than I imagined. He must have seen my attack coming. Tadius landed calmly after his barrage of attacks, marveling to himself. Just then, he didn't just dodge, he aimed precisely for my tendon. Seriously, a sliver of concern crept in. If that blade had been 2 centimeters longer, my Achilles tendon would have been severed. Tadius continued his line of thought. That wasn't a premeditated move. His body reacted on its own. Finally, he clicked his tongue in admiration. A true veteran master. This opponent is definitely one of the tougher apostles, truly living up to the title of assassin. Simon confidently advised him, young friend, this old man will give you a piece of serious advice. Being in such a hurry won't win you any points with the ladies. He might have said that, but the close call from before still had him thinking. Despite my tough talk, the longer this fight drags on, the worse it'll be for me. In that case, my only remaining trump card is that. Simon lowered his gaze. My apologies, but this old man doesn't have much time left. Let's end this in one move. Hearing this, Tadius asked in surprise. One move? What do you plan to do in that heavily injured body of yours? Another round of powerful attacks were exchanged. It was an even fight, and Tadius exclaimed in surprise as he analyzed Simon's skills the moment he blocked them. The moment I think I've dodged an attack, another one is already there. Are these really the attacks of an injured man? Truly unbelievable. Simon narrowed his eyes, whispering to himself, I knew it would be difficult to end this in a single move. He replayed the battle in his mind and started analyzing. There's only a minuscule difference in our skill levels. If my blade had been just 2 centimeters longer back there, I would have gotten him. Simon looked over at the young man, calming himself. But there's no point thinking about that now, because this guy. As Simon brought his knife close to Tadius's neck, he realized something. He dodges every single attack because he sees them coming. Simon unleashed a special technique, but Tadius dodged it just as quickly. Tadius assessed the move. That was incredibly close. You're lucky the thing you're holding isn't any longer. Simon replied calmly, then I guess you've used up a lifetime's worth of luck today. As he finished speaking, Simon narrowed his eyes, coming to a conclusion. Despite his tough talk, the power gap was only growing wider. He looked at Thaddeus before him, filled with doubt. How was he supposed to deal with this guy when he wasn't taking any damage? Beads of sweat rolled down his face. He trembled. This was probably his last chance. If so, he had to make it count. Simon suddenly made his move. After the lightning-fast attack, Thaddeus clicked his tongue. How magnificent. He analyzed the situation. Every time the old man moved, he must have felt a piercing pain, as if his internal organs were being stabbed. And yet he could still endure it and fight. He dodged the flurry of blows and taunted, but your attacks don't do any damage to me at all. Thaddeus wondered. Something was still being held back. What was restraining the old man's power? Simon flew in like the wind, laughing as he reminded him, there you go again, my friend. Praise for the enemy should be saved for after you've won. That's true respect. The two charged into battle once more. He never stopped talking. Hey young man, do you know the advantage of a dagger? The more Simon lunged forward, the more Thaddeus had to retreat. He reasoned that while a longsword could only swing once with a dagger, he could move with lightning speed, leaving only a vortex where he'd just stood. Thaddeus was momentarily stunned. He could strike his opponent dozens of times. Did the old man just vanish? He watched as a series of light flashes soared up and converged on a single point. Thaddeus's eyes widened as he watched. So this was it from the very beginning. The attacks weren't getting weaker. He was intentionally conserving his strength. Simon appeared right after and continued his assault. Only then did he realize he'd been lured into a blind spot with smaller attacks, only to be hit with a barrage he couldn't possibly dodge. A massive heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Simon was determined. He was about to land a hit. It's over. Thaddeus gripped his blade so tightly that his hand started to bleed as he growled. The counterattack was faster than lightning. Simon couldn't believe what he was seeing. What? Seeing his shock, Thaddeus questioned him. With this level of skill, you thought no one could possibly dodge it, didn't you? This can't be happening. He looked at the younger man with a flicker of anxiety. After stabbing dozens, no hundreds of times without landing a single blow, were they all blocked? And he's acting so smug and nonchalant about it. With that, Simon smirked and glanced to the side. Realizing what Thaddeus was planning, he quickly formulated a counterplan. His next attack is aimed at my ribs. I have to block it. Thaddeus unleashed a technique that sent a stunned Simon reeling backward. After finishing the move, he landed safely, while Simon was sent flying backward through the air before crashing to the ground. As Simon sat on the ground, he heard Thaddeus speak. Impressive. You managed to protect your injured spot, even in that critical moment. Peter really is. Peter. Thaddeus's eyes then widened in surprise as he spoke to him. This area must have some kind of powerful energy to produce so many formidable people. He looked at Simon, who was still on the ground, unable to get up, and exclaimed, I'm truly impressed. Who would have thought a severely injured old man could withstand my attacks to this extent? I made a mistake, underestimating a veteran warrior like you. I have been disrespectful. He began to focus his power, his voice low. Now I will send you off with the highest respect. Suddenly, a golden glint flashed in Thaddeus's eyes. All of his attacks were now aimed at Simon on the ground. Simon gritted his teeth contemptuously. This is ridiculous. As he clenched his jaw, Thaddeus declared, but I'm glad I got to take your place against such a strong enemy. Peter Simon charged into battle again, forcing Thaddeus to yell, stop. Seeing Peter appear, his expression was one of shock. Why are you here, Peter? Standing next to Simon began to explain. I'll explain everything. The reason I came here. But Thaddeus was puzzled. Peter Gu, what are you talking about? He turned his back, realizing the situation. This is really great. Thaddeus recalled every moment he had spent with him. In this Kowloon hell, where everyone just wants to cast me out. For the first time, I felt like I had a true brother. Suddenly, he stopped, conflicted. But, did you know? Peter Gu. Thaddeus recalled meeting Peter, who was holding a stone paver, saying he was worried about the old stone steps at his mother's house. It's not that I don't want to fix those steps. While Peter frowned, he continued. It's because it can't be fixed. Because Thaddeus was about to reveal his true feelings. There's no place in this area that can repair those stone floors. Hearing that, he questioned, since when? You're starting to suspect me. The fight between the Kim Kang brothers and Peter, do you remember? Thaddeus recounted what he found at the Kim Kang brothers' place. That day, Peter used some kind of weapon to slash them. Looking at the Kim Kang brothers' wounds, he only used his left hand. Of course, I considered the possibility that Peter was left-handed, but he's not. Following that train of thought, he elaborated, it's a style of swordsmanship that doesn't use the right arm at all. The person closest to Peter, the one you mentioned, who only has one arm. Perhaps with such brilliant swordsmanship, he is the Apostle Simon. Looking at Simon's furious expression, he stated his opinion. And finally, I needed a firm confirmation. He turned and walked away, but continued speaking to Peter. The code of safety isn't based on superficial suspicions. It requires. He also turned away, lowering his head to listen. Convincing proof. Thaddeus continued his analysis. The injured Peter came to this clinic. He remembered drawing a map for him before. But, you were certain there was a clinic here, Thaddeus affirmed seriously. And only you and I, Peter Gu, knew about it. He stood his ground, explaining. There were many moments I could have suspected you, Peter Gu. However, the reason I haven't said anything until now is, Peter Gu. Thaddeus turned to look at him with complete trust and said, I was hoping you weren't my enemy. He looked at Peter and continued, that's because I was hoping. I also wanted to confirm whether you were on Peter's side. What was your purpose in approaching me? Did Peter send you to get close to me? He spoke slowly. That's all wrong. This made Thaddeus exclaim in surprise. What Peter looked at him calmly. That's just a misunderstanding on your part. He said, there's no way I could be on Peter's side. Thaddeus was utterly bewildered. What did you say? Peter affirmed seriously. Because I am Peter. Thaddeus was endlessly surprised. Peter. Brother. You're saying you're Peter? Then he questioned. Even though you know why I'm looking for Peter, you still dare to say that. And what do you mean by that? Thaddeus had assumed from the start that Peter was an old man. Peter Gu said impatiently, it's a long story. In short, the Peter you're looking for is me. Thaddeus adjusted his glasses, a refreshed look on his face. Is that so? If you're going to be so insistent. Seeing him remain silent, he continued. All right then. It seems we don't need to hear anything else. Whether you Peter Gu are Peter or a tiger raised by Peter, one thing is certain. Thaddeus's eyes turned cold as he swung his leg up for a kick, declaring, you will die by my hand. In that situation, Peter had already figured I'd run countless simulations in my head of how I could deal with Judas's attack, and I had found the answer. A storm of lightning-fast attacks were unleashed, catching him so off guard he couldn't react. As Peter blocked the moves, he silently made an assessment. This speed is completely different from anyone I've ever faced before. But suddenly he was confused, wondering what this attack was. Seeing Simon's face covered in sweat and pain, he asked Simon, are you all right? What happened? He struggled to reply Juan because of that last attack. I can't see clearly. I have to help the boss immediately. From a corner he was on the phone explaining the situation to someone. Right now, Thus and the boss have started fighting. No. Simon narrowed his eyes with suspicion. Can you even call this a fight? This is just an increasingly intense battle with the constant sound of impacts. But he knew that in a one-sided beatdown, the one in control is the one who decides the fight. Peter and Thus faced off at close range. In the midst of that fierce battle was Simon's voice of strength. But what about that strength, if the two of them just keep blocking each other's moves? He was still watching intently. What if he can't even land a single hit on his opponent? During the fight, Peter made an assessment as he easily blocked the attack. He was knocked back but landed on his feet. As he composed himself, he thought, this is bad. He's not leaving a single opening for me to attack. In that case, I have to create some distance first, then counterattack. Thus continued to unleash a flurry of attacks on him. A loud impact rang out, and Peter was hit. In a corner, Simon tensely reported the unimaginably high speed to the person on the phone. Even the difference in their power is nothing compared to this. Peter leaped up to counterattack and said to him, Thus I felt it from that last attack. But are reflexes like that even human? Suddenly a loud scream echoed out, but the boss was standing amidst a thick cloud of dust. Simon wondered what just happened. He suddenly squeezed one eye shut. The boss took so many hits, but how Peter calmly raised a hand to block his punch. This made Simon exclaim, he still looks fine. Then he spoke firmly to, Thus, what's this? Are you looking down on me? The two of them. He taunted him, contemptuously. There's no resolve in your attacks. Since we're here, you're not attacking to kill just to disable me. What are you thinking? Thus replied softly, no matter what, I just can't understand. His face was a mixture of dejection and surprise. It's not that I never thought Peter would plant a spy. But then he whispered, as if about to cry. But Peter was different. Thus poured his heart out. The brother Peter I knew was the only one in Kowloon. He was my friend, a true brother. Hearing this, Peter lowered his head and thought. The fighting stopped and he said, turns out you really can't read people correctly. Peter confessed, when I asked to be your disciple, when I came here and stuck close to you, and when I stepped into the home of your dear mother. He softly listed all those things. Then he delivered the fatal blow. It was all just part of my plan to find Raphael's weakness. Thus lowered his head in disappointment and replied, so that's it. From the very beginning it was all just a plan to get close to me. In that case, I have one last question. Peter. But he still looked at him with intense hope. I was there even a single second when you were with me, that you were truly sincere. Peter turned his head away and slowly said, 1 second. He asked nonchalantly, did we have any special moments? This shocked him completely. Then the two rushed at each other again and a loud cry rang out. No, Senior. Simon sat to the side confused. Why would he deliberately provoke him with words like that? Has he gone mad? The intense fight made him worry for his brother. If this keeps up, he might die first. Simon was still on the phone thinking, wait a minute, could it be that the boss wanted to see this? What do you mean, Senior? During the fight, Peter realized the attacks were completely different from before. Now he really intends to kill me. Every attack is as sharp as a blade. This is really tough. Thus continuously kicked at him. He understood now. His physical abilities are beyond human limits. He was clearly aiming for my legs, but by the time I realized, Peter's eyes widened as he saw the foot near his face. He had already switched his target to my head. In this battle, he suddenly reflected that he had been through thousands, tens of thousands of battles, and faced hundreds of thousands of people. But this, Peter was surprised to find it was completely unpredictable. This assault is too ferocious. He knew there was no other way. Seeing him push open a door and prepare to enter, Simon yelled, "No, boss, that's just a dead end. You have to run to a more open area. Hang in there, boss." The two entered a dark room. Thus stepped forward and said, "Peter, no, Peter, fine. I understand you have your reasons, but you know it too, don't you?" He recalled a picture of his family expressing, "I also have things I need to protect." So he then declared resolutely, "Let's settle this right now. You can't defeat me." Peter also spoke his mind. "Your physical abilities are astonishing. With reflexes like that, you've surpassed human limits." But then he gave a sinister smile. "Did you know that you also have a fatal weakness?" Thus was taken aback. "A fatal weakness." He pointed to his head contemptuously. "You think you can beat me with that cheap talk? Forget it. It won't affect me at all." Peter said slowly, "Whether it affects you or not." He flipped a switch and said, "We'll have to see." A blinding light appeared behind Peter. The light made him shield his eyes and exclaim, "What the hell? It's so bright," Peter confidently declared. "No matter how good your reflexes are, they can't be faster than light. Once you lose that incredible eyesight even for a moment." As he was shielding his eyes, Peter began to charge forward to fight. "All of your abilities will become useless." He landed a powerful blow that Thus couldn't react to in time. Simon didn't forget to report the situation to the person on the phone. Juan boss Peter used the surgical light in the dark operating room. A voice came from the phone. "That's it. When a person encounters a sudden strong light in a dark environment, the retina gets overstimulated. Juan explained the effect of the surgical light. Moreover, a surgical light emits light from multiple directions. It's so powerful it doesn't even create shadows. If you have to fight while backlit like that, his amazing reflexes are useless. Then Peter continued, "For the next 10 seconds or so, your eyes will be blind, and 10 seconds is more than enough time for me to take you down." Ren and Levin sat watching the match, cheering excitedly. "That's our senior Peter, all right. Go on, kill him." But he calmly said, "That's not going to happen." She shouted angrily, "Hey, if you're not going to cheer for him, then shut up. Why are you jinxing our senior like that?" Levin explained. "I don't think Master will lose either, but I think the problem is that guy." Thus, she grew confused. "What's wrong with him? Don't tell me he's blind," like Alip. Levin stroked his chin, speculating. "No, but I know. Thus, he's definitely going to." The battle between the two was still raging. Simon suddenly exclaimed with confidence, "Nice. If it keeps going like this, the boss will win in no time." A moment later, his face darkened with worry. "Wait a minute, something's not right." He began to analyze the situation. This guy is temporarily blind, but Simon was shocked by what he saw. He can still block all the attacks. Levin added, "Maybe before the light flashed, he managed to react and create an opening." Peter, on the other hand, was complaining, "This guy is so annoying, how is this even possible?" Thus caught his fist, stating firmly, "I already told you." He said confidently, "Nothing can affect me." Just then Peter realized it too. So that's it. Before the light flashed, he used one eye to react. After realizing the surgical lamp was about to turn on, he closed one of his eyes to protect it. Thus closed his eyes and declared, 10 seconds are up, right? Then he opened them and said, "Now, it's my turn." Thus spoke boldly, "I'll show you what can happen. In 10 seconds, starting now." The two clashed with incredible speed. Peter was pushed back, struggling to land as a distant light flickered on. He was completely stunned, wondering to himself, no matter how fast a person is, they can't be faster than light. But how could a human possibly sense and block a flash of light? Could it be this thing? He wondered, hesitantly flicking the light switch. Thus put a hand on his hip, pointed to his eye, and raised an eyebrow. "My right eye is still stinging. I was almost done for. But hey, even when you hid the light switch behind your back, I could still tell." Hearing this, Peter gave an awkward laugh. He continued, "The tiny movements in the muscles of your arm, the twitch of your deltoid, even the slight tension in the muscle that extends your thumb. I saw it all." Peter reflected. Before the surgical light could even flash, he saw the movement of my muscles as I hit the switch, and immediately squinted his left eye to protect it from the light. He then gave a slight smile and replied, "Thus you really are a monster." Thus warmed up his hands and wondered aloud, 10 seconds. On second thought, 10 seconds would be pretty boring for me. Suddenly, he lunged at Peter, his eyes blazing, which caught Peter so off guard he could only wonder, when did he? He tried to block the move but was still hit by a barrage of punches from. Thus, Peter frowned as he analyzed the situation. The damage is piling up. If this keeps up, I won't last. I have to make him use that thing. He was sent flying back and landed knocking over a clothes-drying rack. What a pain. What do I do now? How can I stop his reflexes and confirm what that thing is? No matter what, I have to make him reveal it. Thus folded, his arms landing lightly nearby. "You say you're Peter. Stop with the ridiculous wordplay. If you want to live, tell me where the real Peter is." The two were partially visible between the hanging sheets. Peter replied, "You wouldn't believe anything I say right now anyway. If you really want to know the truth." A sheet covered half of his face, revealing a provocative smile. "Then fight me for real." Thus replied indifferently, "I'm not in the mood for games." Suddenly, several unknown objects shot toward him. As they flew close to his face, he was surprised to see they were clothespins. He frowned, crushing them in his hand, and asked, "You call this an attack?" Then he looked over to where Peter had been, and realized, he's gone. He stood amidst the tightly packed rows of drying racks. Peter's voice continued, "Looks like we're playing one last game of hide and seek, huh? If you can catch me, you win. That is, if you can catch me." Thus annoyedly opened his hand, letting the crushed clothespin fragments fall. "I already told you I'm not in the mood to play." From a distance, Peter replied, "Your reflexes are incredible. You don't miss even the slightest movement. And you react instantly." With that, he rushed behind, thus powering up a punch. But thus easily blocked it and continued, "So what did you come up with? A clothespin, I told you. None of your attacks can get past me." Peter smiled slightly and asked, "What about this one then?" Thus took a defensive stance, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" Then he wondered, what is this damned darkness? Was this what he was aiming for? From the start, the clothespin was just a feint to hide the fact that I was pulling down the sheets. After which countless sheets fell from above. Peter explained from a small opening, "With reflexes as sharp as yours, the only way is to prevent your nerves from reacting at all. By completely blocking your vision." A sheet then fell over thus his head. Peter punched straight forward, tearing a hole in the sheet and sending thus flying. But suddenly he frowned in surprise and began to mock himself. "How ironic. I thought I had it figured out. And yet even now you still managed to block the attack." Thus stood his ground, his hands in a defensive posture. Simon, standing on a distant railing, wondered in amazement. His vision was completely blocked and he still stopped that blow. "Boss, what on earth are you thinking?" On the other side, the fallen sheets revealed an empty space between the two. "Fighters." Peter's face grew grim as he warned, "Hey buddy, why don't you stop this pointless charade? I had high hopes for you, an apostle, but this is disappointing. Stop playing around and bring out the real thing." Thus replied indifferently, "I want to know why you're doing this to me." "Fine, I don't want to hear it anymore. Let's end this. I'm getting serious now. Kim Sang-woo, remember this moment well, because right now will be the last thing you ever see." His eyes blazed, his face contorting until the veins popped. Simon thought worriedly, "No way. This is bad. If the boss takes that hit in his current state, he definitely won't survive. I have to stop him." With one hand high and one low, thus slightly lifted a leg as blue energy gathered around him. Simon realized it was a 9 dragons technique that couldn't be defended against or dodged. Thus his hands moved fluidly. Then he stomped the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. Seismic 100 strikes. The move unleashed a countless number of strikes toward Peter. Simon, with one of his eyes injured, screamed in a panic. "No, Peter." Someone on the other end of the line interjected, asking a question. "Senior Simon, what on earth happened?" He ignored the question and yelled, "If he gets hit by that attack from..." Thus dust and smoke billowed everywhere, carrying away pieces of the sheets to reveal or figure. He was stunned, stammering, "He can't take this hit, boss." Suddenly, thus looked horrified, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Impossible. No way." He blocked the seismic 100 strikes. Peter was kneeling on one knee in a perfect defensive stance. His eyes were serious, staring straight ahead, thus clenched his fist, trying to reassure himself. "No, it must have been a fluke. There must have been some flaw on my part." Then he spoke. "But does any of that matter? Are you just going to stand there and take my hits forever?" Peter didn't answer, a trickle of blood already at the corner of his mouth. Thus wondered, "Have I still not completely cast aside all my unnecessary thoughts?" Then he declared, "I really don't know how much longer you can take this. I'll end it with this next one, because no one has ever survived being hit by this." He gathered his power, and streams of red energy erupted around his body. Down below, Simon watched the scene and cried out in worry. "This is bad." He got past that last move, but if this keeps up, the boss will be in danger too. The person on the other end of the phone urgently warned, "What, no way, senior, get him out of there and run." He replied, "But there's something. I've had a suspicion for a while now. Could it be that the boss is doing this for that reason?" The person on the phone asked back, "Senior, what are you talking about?" Tedious spoke up, "Let me ask you one last time. Peter Gu, if you keep this up, you're really going to die by my hands. Even now, if you just beg me. Just a little, please beg." Suddenly, his face contorted, his eyes glowing red as he screamed. "Please just beg," Peter asked in return, "to spare my life." He frowned and let out a contemptuous laugh. "Tedious, is this all your desire to capture?" Peter amounts to Tedious's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Fine. Let's see if you can block this move. Let's see if you can survive." Sometimes a person's fingertips can be sharper than 100 legendary swords. Even the smallest opening is rendered useless before these fingertips. The Void Needle Fist. His fingertips converged as he lunged forward. These, the world's smallest and sharpest needles, pierced through everything, embedding themselves mercilessly all over the opponent's body. Suddenly, thus his eyes filled with horror. In that moment of shock, Peter lunged forward and punched him square in the stomach. His mind raced with questions. What? Impossible. Was my attack ineffective? This is a perfectly precise technique without a single flaw. How did he do this? Peter frowned, his expression grim as he warned, "Don't be so surprised. This is only the beginning." He dashed forward, wrapping one arm behind Thus's shoulder, his left eye glowing red. Thus frowned, marveling to himself. This is absurd. How can so many attacks? Peter's attacks rained down on him before he drove a fist straight into his stomach. Thus was sent flying, slamming into a wall. He coughed painfully, his body covered in blood, and clutching his stomach, he asked, "No, impossible. A moment ago you couldn't even react to my attack, and now you've not only overcome the Void Needle Fist, but also countered me. What method did you use? Completely blocking the Void Needle Fist should be impossible for a human," Peter acknowledged. "That's right. Your attack is one that no one can block. Its reaction speed is near zero. Not only would a normal person be unable to react, but even I can't defend against it completely." Thus looked up at him puzzled. "Then, how did you..." Peter replied, "The only way to deal with a near-zero reaction attack is to become yin instead of yang. In other words, you have to predict the opponent's attack in order to counter it." Thus laughed helpless and resentful. "Predict my attack? That's absurd," he suddenly screamed. "This technique isn't something that can be predicted and stopped," Peter continued. "You're right. If this were the first time I faced your technique, I would have certainly been defeated. But this technique is not unfamiliar to me." Tedious was stunned to hear that, Peter explained, "and I needed to see it clearly to tell you this truth. Because the techniques you just used are the same ones my brother used to use." Clutching his stomach in pain, he struggled to ask, "What the hell are you talking about?" "This is the technique of the demon of Kowloon," Peter continued. "That's right, the same demon of Kowloon who destroyed your homeland and tormented you endlessly. The demon of Kowloon, thus in his golden age." Even as he spoke, Peter's expression remained grim, blood still at the corner of his mouth. To Thus's astonishment, the man explained that he was in fact his father. Every single word stabbed into the young man's mind like a dagger. He practically froze on the spot. He didn't even realize he was trembling uncontrollably, his voice cracking and trailing off into nonsense. Facing Peter's calm, almost pitying gaze, Thus couldn't hold back any longer, his voice rising to a piercing shriek filled with rage. "Stop spouting nonsense. The demon who destroyed everything in my life is my father. You expect me to believe that?" The trickle of blood from the corner of Peter's mouth suddenly seemed glaringly bright. "Of course it's hard to believe," he continued. But then a thick stack of papers, neatly organized in 3 or 4 envelopes, fell to the ground in front of Thus. He stared blankly at the object, stunned, filled with confusion. Thus picked up the stack of papers and began to look through them, his voice laced with suspicion. "Are these letters?" "Read them," Peter said calmly. "This is the truth." His next words nearly shattered the last of Thus's mental defenses against the man he had hated for so long. The 9 Dragons Demon. On a winter day many years ago, heavy snow blanketed the small courtyard in front of a shop. It was late at night. Inside, the only light flickered from a small, old desk lamp. A red-haired man sat hunched over, engrossed in a corner of the shop's cluttered storeroom. The hand holding the pen moved across the paper. "To my brother. Peter, my friend, have you been well? It's been a long time, hasn't it, since the last time I wrote to you?" The words flowed gently from the tip of his pen. Next to the letter lay several stark white packets of medicine. "They say no news is good news, and it seems they're right." The man's face was gaunt and clearly visible, his eyes soulless, completely devoid of the spark of life. The dark circles under his eyes were so pronounced they nearly reached his gaunt cheekbones. He looked so frail that a single persistent cough seemed like it could fell him. This was the fiend. The packets of medicine scattered on the table seemed to confirm the words in his letter. "I'm sick. They say I might not pull through." The fiend's desolate figure huddled under the flickering desk lamp looked even more lonely and withered. "I used to boast that I'd live forever. Only now do I realize how fleeting this life truly is." His lips tightened into a grim line, his eyes betraying a hint of resentment. "There's nothing to regret if a man like me dies. After all, no one will even remember I was here. But if I had one last wish before I die..." His sunken eyes flashed with regret, as if sending a small prayer to any god that might be listening. "I want to see the people I love more than life itself just one more time." The bookstore was also enduring its own snow-filled winter days. The Peter of the past read his friend's letter in silence. He picked up a pen and began to write a reply. "I understand what you're going through right now. But you know as well as I do, if you do that, your wife and son will be in grave danger." Next to Peter's desk, a kettle whistled, sending up warm plumes of steam. "Stop thinking such wild thoughts, and focus on your health. Just take it one day at a time." After a great blizzard, the sun finally broke through, shining down on the fiend's shop. It was a faint light, but it was enough to bring a little warmth to his withered heart. "My friend, I can't believe it." The fiend continued to write to his friend, seemingly more agitated than before. A letter. She received a letter. His face, already drained of life, was now etched with deep worry. "But I'm terrified. It might have been better if she never got it. I haven't heard back from her, and I have this terrible feeling of dread." Peter's own mood seemed to darken. He replied quietly, "I know what you're thinking, but there's no use trying to stop it, so I'll just say this. Hide yourself well." In an old residential area tucked away behind a row of trees, the truth laid bare before him was so horrific that the fiend's fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. "I ran there, my heart filled with dread, but it seems a gut feeling is never wrong." He stared silently at the horrific scene inside the small, dilapidated house, refusing to believe his eyes. In an instant, his messy red hair turned a ghastly, mournful white. He was speechless. "I prayed it wasn't true, but the evidence left behind. It was all hers." The fiend collapsed to his knees, his hands lifting a tattered piece of clothing in absolute horror. If only I had been a little sooner. If only I had known." The image of a slender woman, a single tear rolling down her cheek, flashed through the fiend Illusion's mind. He completely broke down his hands, clutching tightly. The blood-soaked clothing and the bright red hair clip that had belonged to the love of his life. He wailed in despair. Tears of regret, helplessness, and rage streamed down his now aged face. In that moment, the fiend could only blame himself. If I had just made it in time, she wouldn't have had to suffer this. His tears eventually ran dry. The man slumped to the floor, cradling the keepsake from his beloved wife. As his thoughts cleared, his mind suddenly sharpened. "I don't know how much time I have left." His gaze turned ice-cold, filled with an utter ruthlessness. "But I've finally found what I have to do." Outside a bun shop, someone loudly called for the owner. The owner looked up, confused and hesitated before speaking. Can I help you? Why are you here? I don't think I've seen you before." The newcomer stood silhouetted against the light, his figure tall and imposing. He asked in a low, somber voice, "And if you haven't, does that mean you won't sell me any buns?" Faced with the strange customer, the shopkeepers replied in a fluster, "Ah, no, that's not it at all." The fiend's face was a terrifying mask of wrinkles, his eyes shot with blood-red veins, his mouth stretched into a horrifyingly wide grin. He growled, "I hear the buns here are delicious. Is that right?" A bloody storm of carnage erupted. That scum had been using human flesh for their buns and selling opium-laced tanghulu. A razor-sharp cleaver glinted in the cold light. Everywhere it slashed, screams echoed. A man outside lost an arm and fresh blood sprayed across the glass door. The fiend slammed the shop owner's head down onto a table. The man's eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets as he struggled frantically. But there was no escaping the hand gripping his face like a vice. The cold cleaver rose its intent to take his worthless life perfectly clear. The fiend had lost all reason, consumed by pure hatred. "It was them who did this to my wife." His innocent wife had discovered their filthy secret and was murdered for it. How could he possibly forgive them? He was completely consumed by madness. All he could see was the monster who had harmed the woman he loved. His hand gripped the cleaver so tightly, his veins bulged the blade, gleaming with a cold, lethal light. The shop owner screamed in desperation. In his final mad moments, he saw a small, dirty, red-haired boy standing off to the side, watching the entire scene in absolute horror. He screamed lowlife. The fiend stopped, his eyebrows furrowed deeply, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Who had the shopkeeper just called for? The fiend slowly turned his head, the shock still in his eyes, his mind practically screaming. What lowlife? That scrawny little kid in a shirt that was way too big for him. That unmistakable red hair, staring at the demon, with eyes so full of fear, he couldn't move. The demon was completely lost, thinking to himself, "I used to dream of reuniting with my son, but now, it's like this. Fate is so cruel." He pressed his lips together, gritting his teeth as he made a firm decision. "But maybe this is for the best. If they find out Lel is my son, he'll be in even more danger." The demon thought for a long time as the image of the boy kept flashing in his mind. "Yes, this is better. I have to clean out this disgusting cesspool as soon as possible." The old pitch-black housing complex was truly a den for inhuman bloodthirsty monsters. Tattered gray cloths fluttered in the wind like cold funeral flags. The demon watched the thugs, who looked no different from savage beasts, roaring as they charged forward, and the fire of slaughter ignited within him. These enemies turned the innocent Lebel into an addict, making a living by trafficking organs. One by one, none of them could escape the demon's cold blade. It was as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was falling upon their heads. Because of the terrified boy cowering in the distance, I have to free Lebel from them as soon as possible. A beautiful vision of a peaceful life in a sun-drenched neighborhood, with cheerful neighbors working together. That seemed to be the most wonderful dream for the boy. He's still just a growing kid. I don't want Lebel to suffer a twisted fate like I did. If a beautiful flower is destined to wilt quickly, I would rather he be a weed living quietly for a longer time. But wishes are one thing, and reality is far more brutal. What happened instead was the extreme fear of the demon's son, and a growing anxiety within the demon himself. But if I'm gone, how will the boy survive? At the very least, he needs to be able to protect himself. Right, I have no other choice. And so a new chapter began. The demon took Lebel to a place filled with rows upon rows of tightly packed bookshelves. He had to arrange everything for the boy, in addition to finding a way for the small, weak Lebel to survive without me. As the months passed, the frail boy from before seemed to have grown a little, but his body was still thin inside a baggy t-shirt, with his characteristic crimson hair, as he was busy rummaging through the books on a shelf. Suddenly, the demon with his terrifying face appeared behind the boy, glaring, and spoke in a low voice. "Hey kid, what are you looking for in my study?" He smirked, his deep-set eyes, though spotted with age, held an unspoken affection. "My martial arts manuals. You want to learn how to fight?" Lel stood up and admitted it straightforwardly, his face filled with determination. "Yes, I want to be as strong in martial arts as you are." The boy was a little tense as he spoke his mind, his desire burning like brilliant flames. "Please take me as your disciple. My father was a strong man, so I want to be strong like that too." The demon did nothing but scoff, silently mocking the boy. "What a naive kid," he replied contemptuously to Lebel. "You don't have a father." Lebel replied to the demon's cold words. "How? How did you know?" The demon made a silent decision. "This is the only way for the boy to survive when I'm gone." He let out an indifferent remark. "How would I know?" Suddenly the demon launched a surprise kick at Lebel. The boy never saw it coming. To the demon, the only path was to become strong. With his arms crossed, he casually delivered countless kicks straight to the boy's body, adding cruel taunts. "Someone like you. You think you can learn my techniques? Fine. Go ahead and try. Show me what you've got." His eyes were bloodshot like a devil's, the corners of his mouth curled in contempt. "You piece of trash who only knows how to shoplift." Scum like you will never amount to anything because you have absolutely zero talent. The fiend turned and walked away, leaving the bruised and trembling boy behind. His cheeks were swollen as he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. As he struggled to his feet, the fiend didn't even bother to look back as he tossed out a final threat. "Get lost. If you come back, I'll kill you." The words, so contrary to his heart, choked him. It felt like if he stayed a moment longer, he would break down and cry uncontrollably. I wanted to take his hand and pull him into an embrace, but I knew that would just be my own selfishness. And so Lel limped to his feet, clutching the scroll in his hand as he left the room. The demon saw it all from the corner of his eye. "I hope he stays far away from me. Even just one step." From that day on, Lebel never stopped learning martial arts training, doing everything he could to become stronger, just as he'd said he would. The demon didn't miss a single change, and the boy watching him grow stronger day by day. He hid himself in the dark shadows of the trees, suppressing a cough that felt like it would tear him apart. He quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, silently observing Lebel working tirelessly with a wooden post. I couldn't help but think, this kid. The image of the boy covered in wounds, sweat pouring down like rain, yet never stopping. His efforts seemed to shine under the moonlight, making the demon sigh with pride. He was a flower from the moment he was born. A truly brilliant flower. But life is unpredictable. The waves never cease as long as the wind blows. But that peace didn't last long. Once the Kowloon Hell was destroyed, there was no longer anything to worry about. Rows of soldiers armed with guns and ammunition surrounded the old residential area. The government had issued an order to demolish the area. Sweeps were carried out, and the sight of people lying among the rubble showed the traces of large-scale raids. The shouts of soldiers reporting could be heard everywhere. "This is bad, Kanghai, we can't go any deeper." A voice on the other end of the radio asked back. "Why?" the soldier replied in fear. "Because the ferocious demon has appeared." The aura of death around him made the reporter panic and scream. "There's a demon right there." The demon gritted his teeth, his eyes rolling back in fury as he warned them. "Get out of here. If you dare set foot in my territory again, I'll rip your guts out." The panicked soldiers yelled to each other as they turned back. "Run." The demon stood defiantly in the middle of the battlefield when suddenly he coughed, and fresh blood splattered onto the ground. He collapsed to his knees, his eyes wide with fear, as blood continued to pour from his mouth, spilling onto the ice-cold ground. After holding on for so many years, I think I only have a few short days left, so I have to try and arrange everything I can. The room was filled with a gloomy yellowish-green light, making the space feel strangely uncomfortable and suffocating. 3 soldiers pushed a treaty towards the demon. "Here, Kowloon demon. Sign here to finalize the treaty." He stood tall on the other side of the table, arms crossed, and growled, "This is your final warning." It was still the same old face with deep sunken eyes, but his aura was terrifying, and every single word was a threat. "From now on, don't you ever set foot in the 9 Dragons' hell again. If you do, I'll stop using your lives as leverage." The soldiers glanced at each other, as if secretly communicating something with shifty eyes. The ogre silently pressed his handprint onto the peace treaty. He seemed to realize that the men across from him were plotting something else, and his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Suddenly, his gaze shot in another direction, a hint of confusion in his eyes. An unusually tall figure appeared in the doorway, almost completely blocking the exit. "You're the 9 Dragons ogre, aren't you?" As quick as a flash, the 2 soldiers turned and fled for their lives, leaving only the somber ogre and the tall figure who was now stepping into the room. The ogre spoke calmly, as if he were simply narrating a story. "Tough talk. So you must be the one they call the Battlefield Demon." The strange man known as the Battlefield Demon raised 2 fingers in front of his darkened face, which was hidden behind a thick, heavy cloak. A chilling robotic voice echoed. "Target confirmed. Commencing elimination." The ogre still looked completely unafraid of death. "I had my suspicions, but I never thought you cowards would resort to this. Fine. Let me show you what happens." An aura of energy began to fluctuate around him, looking like he was ready for a life-or-death battle with the stranger. Amidst the swirling energy, fresh blood suddenly gushed from his mouth. The ogre seemed to ignore the fact he was coughing up blood, his eyes blazing as he stared down his enemy. His hands began to channel power, taking a ready stance. His entire body was seemingly engulfed in a blazing red fire. He gritted his teeth as if preparing his final words. "Later, if you ever meet my boy, tell him this for me." The ogre no longer thought about death. With a defiant roar, he charged toward the giant figure. "Do not be troubled by the swaying winds." He attacked but was struck in return. A powerful blow. "Do not feel pain from the charging bees." Blood started to pour from his eye, and he could no longer open it, but it didn't make him retreat. He gritted his teeth and lunged forward again. "I will use all my strength to become fertile ground, so that you can." For a moment, the only thing in the ogre's mind was the image of his beloved son shining under the moonlight. "Stand upon me, and blossom into a brilliant flower." With his final attack, the ogre poured nearly his entire life force into the blow. His face was terrifying to behold, yet tears streamed down his gaunt cheeks. I love you, my son. Time seemed to rewind to the most beautiful period of his life. A place with lush green bamboo groves filled with sunlight. A small house was nestled behind the woods, bathed in brilliant sunshine. The voice of a red-haired young man full of passion and life echoed. He was a demon in his 20s, with bright eyes. His handsome face rushed into the small house. Guys, I have a son, I'm a father. Inside, Peter was focused on a chessboard, and Johann was sitting across from him grinning from ear to ear. The young Simon jumped up with joy, cheering along with the demon. You're the man, Simon. You're an uncle now. Our nephew. Only Peter sat with his chin in his hand, lost in thought and silent. His eyes were joyful, but he couldn't hide a hint of anxiety. Simon was so happy he couldn't stop talking, rushing over to show off to Peter on the demon's behalf. Big brother, Peter, we have a nephew, shouldn't we celebrate? If he's my nephew, I'll have to train him well when he grows up. Big brother Johann, don't you dare corrupt my nephew, I won't allow it. Outside, the house dappled, sunlight filtered through the leaves onto the grass. The demon sat on a rock, not turning to look at Peter smoking beside him, or more accurately, he didn't dare to look. He stole a glance at the man beside him. Don't scold me, okay? I know what you're thinking. Peter glared at the red-haired man next to him. Does anyone know about this? You of all people should know best. We're not supposed to have families. The demon leaned back on his hands, answering his friend. I know. But because of that, you also know. If I had to give up everything just to keep one single thing. That thing. The demon's voice softened, his eyes seeming to hold all the tenderness of his life. There is family. Peter couldn't help but frown at his comrade as he took another drag from his cigarette. But you won't be able to see your family. You know that. If your family's identity gets out, your wife and son will be in danger. The demon answered him, I know that all too well. Lately, it's all I've been thinking about. His hands clenched together, the veins standing out on his strong hands. Tomorrow. No, even if I have to leave today, I just wish I could leave behind a single photograph with my wife and son. Peter looked down, not quite sure what to do. We're not. Before his comrade could finish, the demon cut him off. He waved his hand dismissively. I know, we're not allowed to take pictures. Peter stood up, about to pull out another cigarette to remind him. That's right. You will never be photographed with your wife and son. The demon shot back. I know already. You sound like a broken record. This time, it was Peter who cut his comrade off. But Peter turned his back, leaving the demon with a sentence that left him stunned. But, as the apostle, thus, that's a different story. A sun-drenched street in Chinatown. A beautiful woman with long hair, half-pinned with a red clip, held a tiny baby with fiery red hair. She smiled radiantly at the man beside her. I'm sorry, Endless Lucien. This was the only way I could do it. I understand everything you did. Her face was radiant in the sunlight, her eyes filled with happiness and hope for the future. Because I love you. The photographer raised his camera, bent his knees, and aimed the lens at the family of three, constantly giving them directions to get the perfect shot. All right, now, why so stiff, mister? Is this your first time having your picture taken? Come on, a little closer now. The lens focused, blurring, and then sharpening. The image of a handsome baby boy, unable to have a complete family, unable to leave his own mark on this world. And yet the man's large hand supported the baby boy as the photographer's voice called out. Perfect, taking the shot, a photograph filled with the happiness of a family of three. This way, I can still leave something behind. Maybe this is the first and the last proof that we ever existed. Thus bowed his head, his entire body trembling. Peter, however, seemed completely unshaken, standing there calmly watching. Thus, as he drowned in a sea of chaotic emotions, he clutched his father's letters in his hand. And you expect me to believe all this? Thus his face couldn't hide his shock, his hands gripping the fragile papers. The demon of Kowloon is my father. He stared intently at the time-worn photograph of the three of them, the veins on his hand bulging menacingly. If that's true, does that mean that Demon wasn't trying to sell out Kowloon but to protect it? Who did he want to protect this place from? From the very beginning, who was it? Peter answered, thus calmly, his eyes filled with sorrow. Who can you really not feel anything? Peter's words made the man kneeling on the floor tremble even more, the letters in his hand crumpling. Everything that happened in Kowloon. Images of innocent people, including women. The elderly and children bound and led away, one by one, flashed through thus's mind. The raids, the iron nets, the stun guns, the batons, the beatings, the desperate struggles of the oppressed, all unfolding according to a script someone else had written. Even thus himself had once been bound tightly with iron chains and leather straps, a fleeting dark memory. He still couldn't accept the truth he had just been told. He struggled to look up at the young man standing over him, his lips pressed into a thin, silent line. No, this can't be real. Lies. Thus clutched his wounds, trying to push himself forward in protest. He said he would give me back the hell of Kowloon. He said there was a way. He said the government of this country. Then suddenly, thus seemed to realize something was wrong, his eyes flashing with unconcealable shock. Back when he was captured, his body bound in several places and hung by iron chains, not a single part of him left unharmed. A man in an elegant suit had come to see him. I will give you back the hell of Kowloon. This is related to the government there. Thus suddenly remembered the past, and it seemed he had the answer to his biggest question. Wait, are you saying all of this was part of Raphael's plan? Impossible. No, Raphael wouldn't do that. Thus seemed to be on the verge of a complete collapse, his face on the brink of tears, as if one more shock would break him. He screamed. He couldn't have done that. Why? What was the reason? Why did it have to be this way? Peter placed a hand on Thus's shoulder. How about this? He said, crouching down in front of Thus, and making an offer. Do you want to find out the truth for yourself? With me, the true face of Raphael. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing Peter to look over in surprise. Both Peter and Thus turned their eyes toward the source of the sound. No. It seems we won't have to find out for ourselves after all. A long sound echoed through the street in the darkness. Peter grabbed Simon and helped him up, running with Thus through the narrow streets of the district. He narrowed his eyes, listening for the direction of the sound. The closer they got to the source, the clearer it became. It's coming from this way. Suddenly, Thus stopped pulling up short. He looked in horror at the scene before him. Wait, we can't go there. Thus's scream pierced the pitch-black night. Ahead of them was a small apartment building. No, don't touch my mother's house. Even Peter hadn't expected the sound to lead them here. Thus was frozen in shock. He ran into the house where an arresting plume of black smoke was billowing from the black wardrobe inside. Thus couldn't believe his eyes, staring at the scene before him in utter despair. Why? From my mother's wardrobe. This can't be happening, can it? Peter stood silently behind him, quietly watching Thus's trembling shoulders. Please no. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he tried to unlock the wardrobe door from which black smoke was endlessly pouring out. No, this can't be real. But then he seemed to realize something. This door wouldn't open. Thus had locked it himself before. He was afraid that every time he missed his mom and opened the wardrobe, her lingering scent inside would disappear. He collapsed to his knees. This time, Thus was truly in despair and began to sob, his trembling hands reaching out in front of him as only meaningless cries escaped his lips. Because the mementos of his mother inside the wardrobe had been completely destroyed, and the back panel had been smashed open, revealing a passageway into a basement that was glowing red with fire. Thus screamed, practically going insane. Mom, how could this happen? This revelation shocked Peter just as much. There was a tunnel behind the wardrobe. Even though he knew how much Thus cherished this wardrobe, how could this be? Thus looked up, his face deathly still, with 2 streams of tears rolling down his cheeks, turning back to Peter for an answer. The reason Raphael came for me. Peter looked straight at Thus. He was definitely looking for something. Something you would protect with your life. Peter clenched his fists, looking down at Thus kneeling on the floor. And it seems this was the perfect place. At least for him. I'm going crazy, he roared, his face filled with rage as tears continued to fall. Raphael. He turned his head. All right, I have to see this for myself. Thus his eyes widened with resentment as he led the way into the wardrobe. What's in here? What is Raphael hiding? Unexpectedly inside the wardrobe was an incredibly large tunnel leading downward. Thus went first, holding a flashlight, while Peter followed behind, supporting Simon. The scene before them was absolutely astonishing. Even Simon had to exclaim, this is a huge basement, but it's been engulfed in flames and burned down. How could he do this? Peter scanned the area silently, assessing it when he suddenly noticed something on the ground. Was everything destroyed? If you can't protect it, destroy it. Everything vanished without a trace. What's this? It's a piece of paper that wasn't completely burned. I recognize this logo. Peter put his phone on speaker to answer an incoming call. The person on the other end was frantic, delivering news that made Simon involuntarily shudder. Boss, this is bad. It looks like Raphael has sent mercenaries to capture you. Hide first and protect yourself. The boat we sent will be at the port soon. Simon clutched the wound on his side. Although he was squinting in pain, his words were still tough. Boss, no. Let's just take them all out right now. I can't forgive the people who did this. I'll fight to the end and kill every last one of them. Peter looked at his condition, realizing his judgment was far from objective. Even though Simon tried not to show it, his wounds were numerous and agonizing. If this continued, things would only get more difficult. He glanced to the side, silently calculating, and there was a bigger problem. After weighing the pros and cons, Peter spoke up, advising him, Thus, get up. I understand how you feel right now. He calmly looked at the young man who had fallen into despair sitting on the floor. But Raphael is doing everything he can to capture us. If we keep this up, you and the 9 dragons of hell will be in danger. Thus his back radiated silence and hurt. So if you want to get your revenge the right way, Peter reached his hand out too, thus continuing his offer. What we have to do now is reassess the situation and plan our next move. A long silence followed. Thus just remained quiet, saying nothing. Then his sinewy hand quickly rose and grasped Peter's. He looked at him gently, having seemingly made a decision for himself. All right, let's go. The 3 of them immediately ran out of the tunnel. Even so, to do something so unforgivable. Their footsteps were hurried in the night, but they still took the time to analyze the unfolding situation. The only people in the 9 dragons who could do this are the Diamond Masters, Peter said, with his eyes downcast, supporting Simon while trying to run as fast as possible. They never liked us from the beginning, so it's not surprising they'd do this if Raphael ordered them, to Simon added in reply. Those masters are no ordinary people. One diamond master with a broken blade can shatter an entire boulder. Or that fat guy with the giant mace, a vicious face, a brutal personality, and extraordinary strength. We have to be really careful if we meet them, Simon replied uneasily. Yeah, even so, if that's a mountain we have to climb, we'd better do it soon. Suddenly, Thus cried out in alarm, "What is this?" Simon and Peter seemed only slightly surprised. Just as you thought right, boss. No mistaking it. In front of the 3 of them, dark figures lay completely still. Fresh blood flowed freely. The Diamond Masters were dead. Simon couldn't help but voice the question in his mind. The Diamond Masters are dead. The tragedy before them was incredibly bizarre. Lifeless bodies were strewn across the ground, their limbs seemingly twisted with great force into miserable shapes. Fresh blood was splattered all around. They had been wrung out like laundry. Even Peter couldn't understand how someone so formidable could be turned into a sight like this. Who could do this to the Diamond Masters? Behind them, Thus suddenly grew noticeably quiet. Had he realized something? Suddenly, a broadcast speaker crackled from above. The 3 of them looked up in astonishment toward the sound. It was an old speaker on the wall. I order all units to capture the fugitive Peter, who is on the run. Simon asked doubtfully, "Who's that?" No one should be able to give orders to the Hansa anymore. Peter frowned at the speaker, silently calculating. Because Nathaniel is gone. To be able to kill the Diamond Masters like this. There's only one person in the world. Thus, hurriedly turned back to urge the 2 behind him. We have to get to the port immediately. The harbor was quiet, with only a few boats scattered about. One boat was already docked. The boatman waved to Peter's group as they ran over. Over here, hurry up, we have to go now." Peter jumped onto the boat first, then helped the struggling Simon aboard. "Simon, be careful." "You too, Thus." He suddenly grimaced in pain. Simon quickly looked at his arm. "Boss, your wound from the fight earlier is fine. Thus, get on the boat." Thus was halfway on when he suddenly stopped. "Wait, I forgot my mother's things." The old boatman quickly popped his head out to stop him. "What do you mean? Your life is the top priority right now. Glory's people will definitely be here any second. If you die, what's the point of your mother's things? Hurry, get on the boat." Thaddeus silently watched everyone, his eyes filled with a sorrow that brought him to the verge of tears. Peter ordered, with a stern face. "All right, hurry back." Thaddeus looked as though he'd been granted a pardon, and happily turned around looking overjoyed, ignoring the old boatman who was shouting for him to stop. "You people, they're already close. If this keeps up, we're all going to die. 10 minutes. I can't wait any longer. Don't worry, I have another boat stashed somewhere else. I can take that one. I'll be right behind you. You all go on ahead." With that, he turned and ran for his life back the way he came. Peter watched Thaddeus go, his lips sealed as he listened to the old boatman's yelling. Simon and Peter Gu are on board. "All right, Chief. We're setting off now." Thaddeus's figure grew more distant. The entrance gate was flanked by statues of 2 gods, wearing ferocious red masks. The light was a gloomy, greenish-yellow like something out of the underworld. Thaddeus pushed open the door of a building, and inside stood the silhouette of an incredibly bizarre large man. He was backlit, a hood covering his head. His voice was grim. "You're late, Thaddeus." He stood firm in front of 2 statues, his massive body nearly blocking what little light came from behind. "I've just received new orders from the chief." Not a sliver of his face was visible, and his voice was deep and muffled. "The Peter we're after has escaped by boat. The pursuit mission begins now. Follow me." Thaddeus stood before him with his arms crossed, answering calmly, even as the grotesque man strode toward him. "Fine by me." The man stopped abruptly. Thaddeus smirked, looking at him provocatively. "I can't tell you what it is, but I have a personal matter to take care of." He raised a leg, aiming a kick straight at the large man's face. "You're not going anywhere. Just stay inside the house." The large man remained hidden behind his cloak. "I'll give you 3 seconds. Lower your leg." He began the countdown. 3. Thaddeus just stared at him, looking completely unconcerned. 2. Thaddeus's foot remained aimed at the face under the hood. 1. The instant the count finished, the man grabbed Thaddeus's leg. He used his massive hand to twist it with unimaginable force. Thaddeus's whole body spun with the motion as the man threw him a great distance, launching himself in the opposite direction. Thaddeus landed firmly on his feet, and the large man quickly steadied himself as well. The man spoke, "I've just been assigned a new mission." Thaddeus knew this man all too well. The battlefield demon returned from hell. Nicknamed commander of a one-man special ops team, rank apostle. The large man's face was revealed from under the hood. It was a terrifying demon mask made of dark bronze with sharp blood-red fangs. Its mouth stretched from ear to ear, and its eyes were just 2 black empty pits. From this moment on, he is codenamed Philip Glory. LR Commander, nickname War Demon. Commander of the one-man special ops team. An incredibly vicious apostle rank operative. Mission: eliminate the traitor. A subordinate reported respectfully. Sir Simon and Peter Gu are all on board. Juan smiled, satisfied. Excellent. It's time to depart. An unknown voice gave an order broadcasting it to all forces. Effective immediately capture Peter who is fleeing to the port. The moment he's spotted, restrain him and contact me at once. I will come personally. Kegel mumbled. A measly mercenary. Who does he think he is giving orders? The voice repeated itself, broadcasting the order to all forces once more. In the silence, Kegel suddenly spoke up, startling Juan. Master, we have to leave immediately. Juan jumped at the sound of his voice. You scared me, she asked, her voice full of confusion. Whoa, what is it? Why are you in such a panic? Kegel had come to a conclusion about the recent events. I know who killed the Diamond Master with that monstrous strength. Besides Nathan, there's only one other person who could have done it. Juan stammered, confused. Who is it? He slowly voiced his theory. It's a soldier. One who was known in the past as the battlefield demon. The words made her head spin, and she repeated, a soldier. He replied, yes, exactly what it sounds like. That person died. All of his personal information and records were erased. He paused for a moment before adding, but, for some reason, he's come back to life. Kegel recounted the legendary feats of this mysterious individual, a man who was once a gifted soldier in a secret special forces unit. He listed some of that person's typical missions like mountain operations, maritime infiltration operations, and close quarters battle. He was praised as the first person to master every military tactic in the world. But one day, during a mission, he was caught in an explosion of unknown origin and confirmed to be deceased. Kage added that to be more precise, his death had been officially arranged. Because just as he was being forgotten, the scene shifts to the battlefield. A soldier speaks up, pausing for a moment. He adds, unidentified target spotted heading south. Someone else replies, if it's not friendly, take them down. The soldier acknowledges the order, roger that. But a moment later, the soldier hesitated, sensing something was off. This is a little weird. The commander asked, weird how? The soldier explained. No, I mean if it were an ally, that'd be one thing, but walking into enemy territory like this, isn't that way too exposed? But as he looked through his rifle's scope, the soldier was suddenly startled by the person he saw. He cried out in panic, shock, and fear. That's... Kage, the narrator continues. He had reappeared on the battlefield. Back to the story. The soldier was still reeling from shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He asked again, isn't that the demon of the battlefield? I heard he was dead. The commander ordered, quick call for backup. He tried to reassure the soldier, don't be scared. Even if he really is a demon, he doesn't have a single weapon on him right now. The moment the commander confirmed that the so-called demon of the battlefield was completely unarmed, he immediately ordered the soldier, this is our chance, shoot. Who does he think he is, coming here empty-handed, no weapons? Instantly, the soldier opened fire, aiming at the demon and shooting. As he fired, the soldier shouted with glee, it's useless to run, demon or not, I'll kill you all over again. The battlefield was devastated, thick with smoke and dust. As the dense cloud of dust began to settle, the soldier couldn't believe his eyes. He yelled, what? No way. Since when did he rip off a car door to block all the bullets? The armored vehicle had just discovered a new use that even it could never have imagined. After that last volley, the vehicle's door was riddled with holes. The soldier couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Even so, how could he block all those bullets with just a door? The demon then slowly delivered his conclusion. 4%. That's the probability of your bullets penetrating this door. 7.62mm rounds are effective against unarmored targets. But against light armor like this, their effect is limited. In addition, if the firing angle is below 45 degrees, the probability of this round ricocheting is higher, and right now, as long as I don't get hit, your chances of survival are 0%. Kegel continued. From that point on, the rumors started to spread. He was the one who made a pact with a demon, and was reborn. After a hail of bullets, the so-called demon was completely unharmed. This time, the soldier suddenly panicked and screamed as he slowly walked forward. And perhaps that was the last time that soldier ever saw the sun. According to Kegel's story, when he reappeared, no one thought he had the form of a human anymore. After that, he left his unit and formed his own special forces group called Leviathan Javan, abbreviated as LR. That demon's mask fell to the ground. It was a hideous demonic face. Long red fangs gave the impression that its owner was also incredibly ferocious, and that was indeed the case. He made everyone tremble in fear at the mere mention of his name. He commanded this force, participating in conflicts between nations as a mercenary. Wherever he set foot, the enemy forces were completely annihilated. The LR force quickly became a notorious name, but amidst that dark reputation there was a strange rumor. Back in the room, Kegel told of a strange legend that no one had ever actually seen the LR Special Ops team on the battlefield. Juan was surprised. Never. He replied, yes, and that's obvious because this unit has only one member. Juan couldn't believe what she was hearing. She had to ask again, what? How is that possible? He replied, yes, that's how legends are made. The demon of the battlefield, the survivor who returned from hell. Nicknames: Commander of the One-Man Special Forces, Team Apostle, codenamed Philip Glory, Commander of LR, the Demon of the Battlefield, Commander of the One-Man Special Forces Team. The Demon of the Battlefield spoke to him in a monotone voice, yet it carried a heavy, oppressive feeling, a kind of chill that made you shiver. Thaddeus, you are suspected of having met Peter, therefore I will eliminate you, and then go capture Peter. Thaddeus wasn't surprised. He even replied flippantly, "Oh, what a coincidence, because I was just about to kill you." The moment the words left his mouth, Thaddeus leaped up and stomped down with immense force. He let out a loud cry as he lunged, and then Thaddeus's pupils widened as if he'd seen something unbelievable. He wondered to himself, what is this sound? Can a sound like this really come from a human body? The foot he had slammed onto the ground was trembling, and he himself couldn't understand why. Philip then walked over and asked him, "Why is that? Why have you suddenly gotten so weak, Thaddeus? Don't you realize?" He spoke each word softly, but it made Thaddeus freeze in his tracks as if hit by a paralyzing spell. "Your attack is completely meaningless." Philip was kind enough to ask for Thaddeus's thoughts. "How long do you think you can keep fighting like this?" With that, he swung his fist towards him. While Philip looked colossal and massive, Thaddeus appeared smaller and much more agile. This disparity gave the impression that the fight was completely one-sided, and the winner of this battle was almost a foregone conclusion. Quick as a flash, Thaddeus weaved past his punch and asked, "How long?" As Philip's fist hit nothing but air, Thaddeus answered his question. "Until you die," Thaddeus continued. "You're the one who's meaningless, Philip. You can't beat me. You can't even touch me." Philip's expression didn't change at all. He remained calm. "You don't understand. For a soldier, the concept of impossible doesn't exist." He attacked Thaddeus once again, punching the ground with immense force. Thaddeus leaped up, dodging his attack. "Too bad, but I can see everything. Philip, what's impossible is impossible." He silently wondered to himself. Strange. Right now, Philip can't even get close to me, so where is all that confidence coming from? Philip just added coldly, "If it's impossible, then I'll make it possible." With that, he threw out a few flashbangs. Seeing them, Thaddeus thought to himself, flashbangs. He's trying to block my vision to paralyze my reflexes. But for me, even this is within my sight. The flashbangs exploded simultaneously, creating a thick cloud of smoke that obscured Thaddeus's vision. He used his arms as a shield against the blinding screen. As the smoke cleared and his vision returned, Philip asked, "Am I right? All of your attacks are meaningless. I can see everything and easily dodge them." Let me repeat myself. It was only then that Philip revealed why he couldn't be attacked. Thaddeus was stunned. The very next moment, Philip punched him in the right side of his ribs, sending him flying into the air before he came crashing back down to earth. Only then did Philip slowly and decisively state, "Nothing is absolute." Thaddeus lay sprawled on the ground, his whole body trembling as he silently wondered. What? Why? I saw everything and I reacted, but why couldn't I dodge that? As if reading his mind, Philip spoke as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Of course you couldn't dodge it. Because it's something you can't see. He blurted out in astonishment. "What the hell?" Philip explained. When a flashbang detonates, the sound reaches an average of 170 decibels. This intensity destroys a person's auditory cells, leading to temporary or permanent hearing loss. In other words, a flashbang doesn't just disable your eyes, it also deafens your ears. A true military weapon. Only then did Thaddeus belatedly realize. Philip is truly formidable. He's Raphael's right-hand man, isn't he? I can't let him get to them. He thought of Peter and Simon hiding somewhere. Thaddeus staggered to his feet. "Thanks, Philip. I learned something new today. As a thank you, I'll use my full power to kill you." Thaddeus was now writhing with a dull, persistent pain. "Damn it. In the last fight with Kim Chung-gu, I suffered a serious injury to my ribs. If I don't end this in one blow, I'm going to die." Philip could see his injury. He stated with certainty, "Just as I thought. You're hiding an injury. I don't know how long you plan to hide it and fight on, but in your current state, your probability of survival is 11%. He feigned an exaggerated surprise. 11%, then what about this? He asked. "What's your probability of survival after taking this hit?" He then gathered every last bit of his strength to unleash a life or death punch. This punch would only have two outcomes. Either it would finish Philip, or it would finish Thaddeus himself. Thaddeus told himself, "I have to end it here." Philip stood his ground and identified the technique as Jol Chim Gong Kwan. Thaddeus was silenced as if he'd looked directly into Medusa's eyes. I can't believe he figured it out so easily. Philip's voice didn't change in the slightest, every single word leaving him frozen in shock. "I've won once, so why can't I win a second time?" His pupils dilated as thus questioned him, but it was as if he was also questioning himself. What the hell are you talking about?" Philip answered with his actions, a punch landing squarely in the center of Thus's face. The force of the attack sent him flying 800,000 meters, leaving him a bloody mess with blood even streaming from his ears. Thus still couldn't believe what had just happened. Philip explained that the shock to his cochlea was causing a loss of balance, and his strength was severely diminished due to the trauma. He concluded, "Therefore, from now on, your chances of survival are before Philip hit him with another strike, leaving him completely unable to get back up, and just as he'd predicted, the second scenario came to pass. Seeing him lying sprawled on the ground, Philip said softly, "There, mission complete." Lying there, thus calculated to himself, it's been over 10 minutes, they must have gotten away safely. Just then, a voice from the doorway made Philip pause for a moment. "Stop." From the doorway, the backlit silhouette of a broad-shouldered, long-legged man stepped inside. Philip looked up, curious. "And you are?" the man asked. "Weren't you all looking for me? A pleasure. I am the one you've worked so hard to find." With a face as cold as ice, Peter had come to face Philip himself. Seeing Peter, thus whispered weakly, Why are you here? Tell him to go. This is my fight." Peter looked at him silently, assessing his condition. Thus he was already in bad shape before. Looking at him now, his ribs must be completely shattered. If a broken rib punctures a lung, complications like a pneumothorax will happen immediately, and if that's the case, he only has about 1 hour left to live. He set a goal for himself within this precious hour. He had to get him onto a ship with emergency medical equipment. But then he realized there were two major problems. The outside was swarming with mercenaries, and the worst of them was standing right in front of him. This one was definitely no ordinary man. Peter stared at Philip for a long moment, and came to his own conclusion. Philip was the first to speak. "So that's it. Is Peter the reason why Glory was so reluctant to cooperate in Cullen?" Thus whispered from the ground. But Philip cut him off. "Don't talk. Thus he told you that you have to live. You have to live to return to Korea. Only then can you be sentenced to death according to military law." Philip glanced at his watch and spoke to Peter. "If you're busy, feel free to leave." "Peter, I'll start counting now." He was setting a limit for himself to see how long it would take to send him on his way. In contrast to Philip's challenging tone, Peter simply reminded him slowly, "You don't need to worry, because you'll never find out." The two men stared at each other, the room thick with the smell of gunpowder, even though neither of them carried a single weapon. They stood there facing off. This was a true battlefield. And then at the exact same moment, they both moved. The towering Philip threw a powerful punch at Peter's face, but he leaped up, using the force of his leg to kick Philip in the face. After the exchange, the force of their opponent's blow knocked them both back several steps. Peter quickly came to a realization. He doesn't plan on letting me get away easily, does he? He knew with absolute certainty from that last punch that if he hadn't deflected it in time, his bones would have been turned to mush. He recalled the devastating scene from before, where the members of the Diamond Squad were scattered across the ground. They were all muscular, powerfully built men, yet they lay motionless on the floor, their bodies deformed in several places. Peter concluded, "This is insane power. So this bastard is the reason the Diamond Squad ended up like that." Seeing Peter standing still, with no intention of attacking again, Philip swung his arm and charged, asking, "What's this? Giving up already, old man?" Peter remained silent, but inwardly he was calculating. In a situation where there was nothing left to hide, the only thing he could do now was play a game of speed to find a fatal weakness. Having made his decision, Peter rushed forward to block an attack aimed at the back of Philip's neck. While Philip was still slightly stunned, he kept attacking, striking him all over his body. After taking several of Peter's blows, Philip finally realized his attacks weren't the kind you could easily block, especially the strikes coming from the side and below, which flew in without any predictable pattern. He now understood. So this was the legendary Peter everyone talked about. The man really knew how to fight. He knew every single one of his weaknesses, and then he cursed his damn mask. With this mask, it was hard to see attacks from the side and below, so he was thoroughly exploiting his limited vision to strike. Once again, using the blind spot, Peter struck Philip's chin. This time he saw it coming, but it seemed he was a bit too hasty. As Peter was about to strike his chin again, he managed to grab his arm forcefully, throwing him through the wooden window frame, shattering it. Peter was thrown outside. He dropped to one knee, planting a hand on the ground to steady himself. Looking down from above, he taunted, "Could it be because of your injuries, Peter?" He seemed genuinely impressed. "I'm truly surprised by moves like that, coming from someone so seriously injured. Even old men on the brink of death would have trouble pulling that off." After a quick calculation, Philip stated decisively that after 5 minutes and 23 seconds of fighting, in his injured state, his chance of survival was now only 18%. Although 18% was a relatively low number, Peter didn't seem to care in the slightest. His attitude remained unchanged, and he even expressed his appreciation. "Thank you for the detailed analysis. Well then, from now on, I'll be raising that number." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately vanished into the dark night using the dense forest terrain. Philip currently couldn't pinpoint his location, but he was still certain this wouldn't benefit Peter. "It's useless. You can't beat me if you keep playing hide-and-seek like this," Philip emphasized. "The longer this fight drags on, the more your chances of survival will plummet. You're being too cautious. Aren't you tired of living like that old soldier?" As he spoke, he searched for Peter in the vast emptiness, and then Philip spotted something. "So it's from that direction, is it?" Instantly, he threw a dagger at the base of a tree, where he determined Peter was hiding. But from another corner, Peter's voice finally emerged. Too bad. You've been had. If things continue like this, am I still within your 18%? Philip replied with a resolute voice. 100% not a chance. That percentage isn't a freefall. Peter, confused, asked back, what makes you say that? He answered without a single wasted word, because I've found your hiding spot. Peter thought to himself, this is it then. Philip walked over to a tree and looked down. But, as it turned out, that wasn't Peter's hiding spot at all. While I was in a state of confusion, Peter's voice came from behind. I don't know what secrets your body holds, but I wonder if your head and neck are just as tough. From behind, Peter grabbed a wooden log and leaped up to slam it onto Philip's neck. But it never happened, because Philip managed to turn around in time and grab him by the throat. Only then did Peter belatedly realize did he throw that knife just to do this. Now he seriously re-examined the knife Philip had just thrown. Military knives usually don't reflect light to maintain secrecy, but the knife he just threw was sparkling like a mirror. It was meant to reveal my position. Grasping Peter's neck with one hand and lifting him into the air, Philip finally showed off his full talent. I have trained in every fighting technique this world has to offer, so I can predict any attack you're about to make next. After that moment, he slammed him violently to the ground. Now he had truly confirmed it, and with that, your chance of survival is now 0%. A powerful punch landed on Peter's chest. His punch didn't just affect Peter alone, it also deformed the ground all around him. Philip then thought to himself, even so, that last attack almost put me in danger. If he hadn't been injured, he would have been the one to pay the price. So he grabbed a dagger, his other hand holding Peter's ankle. Looking down from above, he said, I must eliminate all variables. Peter knew he had to get his leg free, but his body was completely exhausted. A third voice appeared. Another variable. Then came the Jerem, hidden blade technique, hundreds of knives attacking Philip. He didn't even bother to turn his head, instead expressing regret to that third voice. It was none other than thus. A pity. That must be your final blow, but it's useless. Thus fell to his knees, completely exhausted, as blood poured from his body, soaking a patch of ground. Looking down from above, Philip asked him, did you think this counterattack would be pretty with how much blood you're losing? Philip reminded him, as if being kind. Thus your body is already shattered. Attacks like that won't do anything to me. Thus retorted, no. All of my attacks hit their mark. Unable to grasp Thus's logic, Philip asked back, what do you mean? None of your attacks did any damage. I told you, he repeated a variable. Thus held out his hand. In it were the safety pins from all the grenades on Philip's body. Seeing this, Philip was startled. He'd been tricked. He had pulled all the safety pins on the grenades to create an explosion. Normally one would choose to take off the vest, but the time from pulling the pin to detonation is only about 1.5 seconds. That's all the time he needed. To kill Peter, thus immediately used every ounce of his strength to run towards him, intending to take him down with him. Thus yelled, wait. Instantly, he used his last bit of strength to run over and wrap his arms around Philip's waist, trying to push him away from Peter. Peter screamed in despair, no, and then the inevitable happened. With the entire payload of explosives on his body, an explosion erupted, and it seemed unlikely that either Philip or Thus would survive. Having escaped the forest, Peter was now carrying Thus on his back, running through the streets. He encouraged him, hang in there, just a little further, and we'll be on the ship, and then we'll be safe. Thus spoke his thoughts weakly. Even so. I've thought and thought, but I still can't figure it out. At what point did things start to go wrong? I have no idea. Of all things, especially between you and me, Peter, was our so-called brotherhood ever real? He was reminiscing about the days he roamed everywhere with him. Every moment of joy and sorrow, the sunset afternoons, the dark, gloomy nights, he relived every moment the two of them had spent together. And then, back in the present, a voice full of regret and disappointment said, though I never realized it, I think I understand now. We stopped talking to each other a long time ago. Peter was completely silent. He looked at him, his eyes filled with so many emotions that it seemed even he himself didn't know which one he was trying to express. Thus smiled bitterly. Look, your eyes can't lie. Perhaps. This isn't the right time to talk about such things. Peter avoided the topic. All right, let's get your wounds treated first, then we'll talk. Thus affirmed with conviction. My ears might hurt, but I will listen to everything. But then, there was silence. An unnatural silence. Peter panicked. The hands that had been clutching his neck went limp. Peter's eyes filled with panic, a hint of fear, a trace of anxiety. He hoisted him up higher and ran faster, not forgetting to call out to him. Wake up, let's go get those candied fruit skewers you kept asking for. And then he too began to remember the moment they became brothers. It was a sunset afternoon. The two of them were sitting together on the rooftop of some building. Thus back then was full of positive energy, his face radiant. He looked at Peter and made a proposal. Brother, around here they call each other brothers. We're both lonely. So why don't we become brothers? What do you think? From now on, we'll be brothers. Thus scooted closer and slung his arm around Peter's shoulder. That afternoon was probably an afternoon that Peter could never forget. Returning to the present with Thus unconscious, he finally answered. You're wrong. I mean, we can't become brothers now or later. Because we've been brothers for a long, long time. Perhaps since that day, since that sunset afternoon, from the moment Thaddeus suggested this, the two of them had truly become brothers, soulmates. Peter told himself, I have to hurry. On the way to get Thaddeus medical treatment, he quickly took stock of his own equipment. Stun and smoke grenades are the non-lethal types. Though the explosive force isn't strong, if they all detonate simultaneously in close proximity, the resonant shockwaves from the explosions could cause serious damage. Pausing for a moment, Peter suddenly remembered. However, if it was him, if it was the Apostle Philip, he had a chance to kill me, but he walked away. From the moment he appeared, I wasn't his target. Even in that last battle, all of his senses were focused. All his attention was on, thus. He wasn't focused on the fight at all. He wondered. Still, how could he fight like that? Back at the scene of the battle, Philip sat on the ground and silently assessed Peter. Truly a legend. Philip gave an order to his subordinates. Relay this to all Glory members. From now on, we proceed with Plan B. Peter spoke into a radio with JW. He informed him, JW, I'm currently moving to a different port. Meet me there, Kegel asked. Boss, are you still safe? Peter replied, luckily. But the Glory soldiers have killed the remnants of Dark Soul and taken over Kowloon. Kage warned, if the mercenaries think you're an enemy, they'll kill you on sight. Peter stated firmly. It'll be fine. I can handle it. Kage didn't think so. No, if it were just you, I wouldn't be worried. Be realistic. Are you planning on walking right into your death? Peter glanced at the unconscious Thaddeus on his shoulder. Seeing his pale lips and bluish fingertips, it was obvious. It looks like his pneumothorax has gotten serious. If I don't act fast, his life will be in danger. However, just as Juan said, the surveillance network is too dense. If I were alone, it wouldn't be a problem. But getting through this network while carrying Thaddeus is impossible. He struggled. What do I do? What's the plan? And then, in his desperation, an idea struck him. It's risky, but it's the only way. A soldier in the organization's group heard a strange noise and asked suspiciously, Who's there? Peter appeared and said something to the soldier. A moment later, one of the men shouted, Peter is on the run with an injured person. If you spot any suspicious individuals, report it immediately. If he doesn't comply with orders to surrender, you have permission to shoot, to kill. One of the soldiers wondered, but isn't Peter just some old man on his last legs? Do we really need to go this far? Another guy chimed in. This is the first time I've ever seen the captain this worked up. There must be a reason. Looking straight ahead, he was suddenly surprised. What the hell is that? Through the hazy mist of the night, a dark figure appeared slowly walking towards them. The soldier immediately raised his rifle, ready to fire at the slightest unusual movement. He challenged, Hands up. Is that you, Peter? His comrade stopped him. Wait a second, isn't that one of ours? Peter had disguised himself as one of their own. It's unclear where he got it, but he was now wearing their uniform and casually strolling along while pushing a file cart. Kage couldn't help but praise him. Boss, pretending to be a mercenary is a good move. And then Kage reminded Peter, but you know that's not enough. Those mercenaries. Before he could finish, a mercenary shouted, Stop, hands up, move and I'll shoot, he asked Juan. That's right, Juan, if I want to get to the port, I have to get past that checkpoint. The Glory mercenaries guarding that checkpoint will probably ask me. They're going to ask any second now. This is it. The soldier who had been wondering about Peter raised his gun and asked the challenge Blade. Peter replied without a moment's hesitation. On the other end of the line, Juan and Kage exclaimed in unison, Oh my god, boss, what are you trying to do? This is bad. Juan frantically urged him. Run, get out of there right now, Peter replied. The password is how the military identifies friend from foe with these meaningless words. Here are some examples of the nonsensical words these mercenaries make up among themselves. Bullet octopus. Watermelon. And the password needs to be a perfect match. It has to be exact, to be identified as one of their own. Kage got to the point. The problem is, even if you manage to steal a uniform for a disguise, Master once talked about that password, which means, you don't know the answer. The soldier asked again for confirmation. Blade, he threatened. Can't answer. I'm reporting this now. If you don't answer in 3 seconds, I'll put a bullet in your head. And then his watch began to count down. Juan panicked. Damn it. This is really bad. Kage was just as frantic. There's no way the boss could know the mercenary's password. If this keeps up, Thaddeus in the cart will. He counted down 2. And then the final second, another soldier urged, Shoot him, damn it. Just then, Peter calmly uttered one word, Quilt. Just then, 2 new mercenaries appeared. One didn't hesitate to praise him. Nice work. The other, following regulations, asked, We need to confirm your identity. State your unit and your mission. Peter replied, I'm part of the supply staff for this operation. That's the Crane, Kegel wondered. Could this be Juan? He was even more surprised. How did he know the answer? The password was something an outsider could never know. Peter finally answered the 2 of them. The password Blade and jeans. There's only one way I could have known this. Flashing back to 30 minutes earlier, a mercenary was on guard when he suddenly heard a strange noise. What the hell was that? Who's there? Peter appeared in a blood-stained blue shirt. He walked up and explained, I'm carrying out an urgent order from Captain Philip. The mercenary was suspicious. The captain, an urgent order. But what's with those clothes? Sensing something was wrong, he immediately dropped into a ready stance and demanded the organization's secret password. Blade, Peter recounted to the two men. First acting as someone who is surrendering, I get their part of the password and then I make my next move. In the blink of an eye, Peter had taken care of the mercenary to get his uniform. Once he had their uniform on, Peter set out to decode the password. He found a random soldier immediately raised his gun and just like the mercenary from before, challenged him, stop Blade. Although confused, the soldier raised his hands and replied with the countersign. Jeans, Peter explained to the two of them. By pretending to be a glory mercenary and giving the challenge phrase, I got the response for the password, exploiting the inherent weakness of a fixed password. Another mercenary respectfully received his orders. Yes, Captain. Nothing unusual. Someone has left the checkpoint. Other than that, we haven't detected anyone suspicious at the checkpoint. All members of the Shadow Soul Assassins are to be killed on sight. The mercenary then asked Philip, but hey, why are you carrying so many supplies? This cart is incredibly heavy. Hearing this, Philip immediately gave an order. Shoot him, now. The confused mercenary asked, Captain, what are you talking about? Philip repeated himself, his voice firm and urgent, shoot him now. The mercenary couldn't understand Philip's reasoning. He asked again. Captain Philip quickly explained, supplies are heavy when they're being brought in. No one pulls a heavy cart on their way out. Instantly, the mercenaries got into position, ready to fire. Philip didn't sit idly by either. He got on his radio and broadcast an order to all mercenaries. All units move to the port and block any area a boat can enter. I repeat, all units move to the port now. From a hidden corner, Peter silently acknowledged that Philip was an outstanding strategist. He recalled the scene from before, when the mercenary reported a seemingly simple clue, one that almost no one would have noticed. But hey, why are you carrying so many supplies? This cart is incredibly heavy. In his mind, they had found him with just a tiny clue. Reinforcements could arrive at any moment. He had to move faster. Peter pushed the cart with Thus inside, running as fast as he could to the harbor. When he got there, Peter realized it was bad. Mercenaries were already stationed all the way out here. Right now, this was the only spot where they could get on a ship. Ultimately, there was no other way. Peter looked at the cart, and a plan clicked in his head. It was pretty risky, so he said a little something to himself first. Sorry, Thus. With that, he shoved the cart toward the mercenaries standing guard. Hearing the commotion, the soldiers started shouting. What's going on? Is that Peter? Another one spotted him. Wait a minute. What is that? It's not a person. Another soldier recalled the earlier report saying Peter was pulling a cart. Another guy immediately got to the point. Then where's Peter? A voice rang out from behind. Right here. It was none other than Peter's voice. While they were still confused about where the voice was coming from, Peter sprang into action. He stepped forward and sent the guy closest to him flying with a kick. Seeing him make his move, one of the soldiers tried to calm his comrades. Damn it, don't panic. Nobody engage him up close. Fall back and open fire. The moment he finished warning his team, he took a bullet from Peter right through the chest with no time to react. One gun, one man. Peter fought the group of mercenaries all by himself. His hand held the gun, his eyes locked on his targets to shoot, while he used his legs to eliminate any opponents who got close enough to attack. Single-handedly, he used this method to take out all the mercenaries present. In just a moment, not a single mercenary was left who could stop Peter from boarding the boat and leaving this place. After Peter had dealt with everyone, Kegel, who had been silent, spoke up to check on the situation. What was that? Boss, what happened to you? Are you dead? If you're dead, you'd better answer. Peter replied coldly. You seem pretty eager for me to die, huh? Kegel cut him off. Of course I was just kidding. Why so serious? Once, both Peter and Thus were safely on the boat, it started cutting through the water, moving away quickly. Kegel asked Peter with concern. Boss, are you okay? But Peter wasn't worried about himself. He urged him, worry about Thus. Hurry up and give him first aid to save his life. An old man with a white beard and hair, he was the medic on the ship. Judging by his appearance, you could tell he had years of experience. But when he saw Thus, he couldn't help but exclaim, no, what in the world happened? And then he immediately got to work. All right, I'll start first aid right now. But a collapsed lung had already caused severe damage. The old man looked at Thus and came to a conclusion this person wouldn't live for much longer, but it wasn't entirely hopeless. The old man suggested there was only one scenario in which the boy could be saved, unless the world's best surgeon performs the operation. But you can forget about that. That doesn't matter. We have to leave right now. We have to rush to the hospital at full speed. The old man shook his head. No. Even if you make it to a hospital, Glory has already made its move. There's no way to save him, even if we get to a hospital. Is there any doctor in the world who would dare to defy Glory? It was then that Peter spoke up. No, there is someone. There's only one. Both the old man and Summon were bewildered by his words, but fearing that the others wouldn't believe him. He repeated himself to reaffirm it. This person can be saved. He's the only one who can treat him. Simon, a bit flustered, asked Peter, "You don't actually intend to go find that person, do you?" Peter stood at the boat's railing, gazing into the distance, and answered, "That's right. We're going to go see him." Nathaniel. Elsewhere, Philip was on the radio, talking to someone. "It's me. Let's meet. Matthew, this is his offer. Decapitate the traitor immediately." As soon as the sound rang out, the pot-bellied man standing behind the long-bearded man quickly and decisively swung the machete in his hand. "I just want to tear this disgusting country down with my own two hands." In another location, inside a spacious but dimly lit room, sat a man with a body as perfectly sculpted as a statue. He was lounging comfortably on a long chair, enjoying a bottle of expensive wine. A cold voice escaped his lips. "Philip, have you taken care of the Kowloon area yet?" The voice on the other end replied, "Yes, sir." Then the voice continued in a monotone. "This is a mission status report. The target area, all of Kowloon, has been brought under control according to plan. Then in the process of executing the mission, a conflict occurred with the traitor, thus and Peter." On the other end of the line was a man standing before the harbor, his eyes reflecting the vast but dark seascape. The man casually put both hands in his pockets, his gaze distant as he calmly gave his report. The man listening on this end smirked smugly and raised his voice, and the result, the voice on the other end replied in the same monotone. Result of the engagement, thus suffered severe fractures. Peter helped him escape by sea. Currently, Peter is the primary target for pursuit. The mission is ongoing. As for, thus, it's unclear if he's dead or alive, but if he survived, his injuries are critical. Peter's side may try to find a hospital for treatment, but no hospital in the country will take them in. Analyzing the situation, there's only one possible destination Peter could choose. "I will go with Matthew to carry out the pursuit mission." The man listening interrupted him. "No, Philip. If that's the place." He hesitated, his words filled with sinister scheming. "I've already chosen the most suitable person to go with Matthew." "Really?" Philip asked, just as a shocking sound rang out. The man nonchalantly glanced at the bloody scene. A head had been separated from its neck, and blood was splattering everywhere. "Let's have high hopes for them." Daytime. On the vast ocean, a powerful ship sped across the waves. On deck, two men, one standing and one sitting, were talking to each other. On the floor, a young man lay on a blanket, seemingly asleep. The two men were Simon and the ship's captain, and the boy lying there was thus. The captain started a conversation. "But is it possible? If it's the Nathaniel, isn't he the monster I know of?" Simon looked pensive. "A monster, yes. After all, he can even save people who are already dead." The other man was incredibly surprised to hear this, and immediately asked, "What's that supposed to mean?" Simon then began to recount the legend of Nathaniel. He's a general practitioner who has mastered every field from internal medicine and surgery to psychiatry. And what's more, for a normal person it takes 3 to 5 years to perfect each specialty. But he finished all of them by the time he was in his 20s. The other man couldn't help but marvel. "That's truly extraordinary." Simon continued the story, but the thing that turned him into a legend was a different event. The captain asked curiously what event was that. Simon recounted a story from decades ago. A massive explosion occurred in a combat zone. Dozens of people were critically injured, and the time they had to save them was ticking away by the second. And even the medical team was caught in the blast, leaving them without enough doctors to handle the casualties. What was more terrifying was that each person was injured in different ways, from internal to external wounds, making emergency treatment an impossible task. But then he appeared, the genius Dr. Nathaniel, all by himself. And from that moment on, every single patient on the brink of death survived. The boat captain, hearing of the miracle doctor for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "That's truly phenomenal. To save dozens of people at once, all by himself." "But isn't that just because he's a doctor?" As if suddenly remembering something, Simon spoke up. "Ah, I forgot to tell you one important thing." The boat captain asked with curiosity. "What is it?" Simon continued. "It's true he performed the surgeries because he's a doctor. But the crucial part is that there wasn't a single surgical instrument there." The two chatted for a while longer, and then the boat docked. Peter carried thus Dios on his back, and Simon waved a friendly goodbye to the boat captain. The three of them stepped ashore, headed into a mountain, and climbed to the peak to reach a temple. Simon supported thus Dios's back and asked Peter, "But do you think this will actually work out?" Peter pressed him. "What do you mean?" Simon explained. "You know what I mean, Doctor. Nathaniel vanished without a trace after he retired." Simon's eyes were filled with doubt. "Even if we manage to find him like this, will he even agree to see us?" Peter's face was cold and emotionless. "The reality is, if we want to save, thus there's no one else but him." The two of them stopped in front of a temple, both overwhelmed by its majestic appearance. Simon hesitated. "But honestly, this whole thing is really weird, isn't it?" Simon sighed. "Is he really here? It's too suspicious. This place looks like some kind of religious gathering with lots of followers." "Believe it or not," Peter glanced at the person on his back, "we have to meet Nathaniel first." The two of them went inside to the sound of rustling leaves being swept. A monk saw them and asked, "What business brings you gentlemen here?" The monk put his palms together, his face friendly and kind. Peter's face was expressionless, but Simon's eyes widened in surprise. He stepped forward to speak with the monk. I know this is going to sound like a strange question. His voice filled with hesitation, but is there anyone here by the name of Nathaniel? The monk paused before asking Nathaniel. You say, perhaps you've come to the wrong place. Simon gave a forced smile. I understand that reaction, but we're in a real hurry. We're certain he's here. The monk smiled back politely. Oh dear, this is quite awkward. I understand your difficult situation, but there is no one here by that name. Hearing that, they decisively turned to leave. Simon scratched his head, looking troubled. Peter said thoughtfully, it seems this isn't the place we're looking for. Simon replied, see, I told you. There's no way he'd be in a place like this. Peter silently observed their surroundings. There were no signs of camouflage, nor any security measures against strangers. It was truly just a peaceful temple, without a doubt. And over there were 3 monks, one holding a white dog in his arms, with a black dog on the ground tagging along behind him. The other monk saw this and smiled gently. Looks like little B got scared again today. The monk holding the dog answered cheerfully. The guy was startled when he heard the name Dung, and then laughed for a long time. That whole scene caught Peter's eye. He quietly wondered if Nathaniel was really here. Suddenly, a piercing scream drew everyone's attention. That included Peter. One of the guests had collapsed onto the stairs. She clutched her arm and screamed, looking like she was in agony. I think my bone is dislocated. What do I do now? It hurts so much. The monk sweeping leaves nearby grew frantic. Oh my God, an ambulance can't get up here. The only way is to carry her down the mountain. But how? Hearing that, she screamed. Then call a helicopter, please. I'm about to die. Suddenly she fell silent and stopped screaming. She shot right up. What the? All of a sudden, it doesn't hurt at all. A monk standing nearby saw this and approached her. Are you all right? Oh, the woman waved her hand happily. Yes, I'm fine. The monk put his hands together in prayer. He had a benevolent look on his face. Oh my, what a relief. It seems your arm wasn't dislocated after all. It must be thanks to the Bodhisattva Guanyin. The woman smiled cheerfully. I really thought my arm was broken. I was scared to death. The people around also found it curious. How strange, her arm was clearly dangling unnaturally just a moment ago. The woman smiled smugly. It's all thanks to the protection of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Peter's face was emotionless. Well, let's head down the mountain. Simon quickly obeyed. Yes, boss. A voice called out from behind them. Hey there. A monk approached them. However, he looked strange with his face completely covered. The person he was carrying on his back looked extremely exhausted. It's getting dark, so why don't you rest here for the night and continue your journey tomorrow morning? The invitation surprised Simon, while Peter maintained his expressionless face. That evening, the sound of a wooden fish drum and steady chanting echoed inside the temple. The Maha Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, while moving in the deep course of Prajnaparamita, shone a light on the 5 skandhas and found them equally empty. Simon and Peter sat beside the mat where thus was lying, their eyes fixed intently on the boy who had passed the critical stage. But if things continue like this, he won't be able to recover. Will my nephew be all right? Peter couldn't say for sure. He pondered for a moment, a look of confusion in his eyes. Peter reassured him. He'll be fine. We'll take care of it. At that moment, the door to the room swung open. The monk entered with a benevolent smile. I hope the accommodations are to your liking. For us, the temple grounds are always a place of spiritual practice. Just then, Peter, who was leaning against the door, spoke up to express his gratitude. I really don't know how to thank you. Excuse me, master. The monk who was drumming and chanting paused for a moment. It is all thanks to the immeasurable merits of the Buddha. Then he turned around. Of the 2 bowls, one suddenly burst into smoke. Then, that monk turned back with a friendly smile. I hope the meal isn't lacking in any way. Peter approached the monk, put his hand in his pocket, and replied politely, Of course not, it's just that everyone is still tired, so they don't have much of an appetite. And also, Peter hesitated, we have to keep an eye on a friend who needs to be watched. I was afraid that if I ate too much, I'd get sleepy, so I just saved my portion. Hearing this, the monk agreed. That's true. It is a bit strange that you haven't finished eating or rested by now. The monk's voice suddenly became different. As soon as he finished speaking, the monk struck the wooden fish in his hand with great force. Peter remained unfazed by the sudden action, his crimson eyes coldly scanning the surroundings. But sure enough, no one else here seemed surprised. 2 monks immediately stood up. One drew a long sword and the other pulled out a long whip. The 2 weapons looked flimsy but were filled with killing intent. Peter said calmly, I'm old, so it's not easy to surprise me. One of the 2 men demanded, How did you know about us? Hearing that, Peter explained coldly, It wasn't hard at all. When you clasped your hands to pray, I saw the scars, things that time could never hide. Another monk pointed a sharp blade at Peter. A young brat like you dares to treat your elders this way. Peter growled. I'll ask again, can I see Nathaniel? He repeated Nathaniel, codename Higun special skill, Sompio confirmed. The moment he finished speaking, 2 people rushed at Peter from both sides. Codename Damwan, special skill unknown. As Hun charged toward Peter, he thought, even though they're unarmed and injured, he's clearly the dangerous one here. Because of this, the whip in Hun's hand quickly wrapped tightly around Peter's body. I need to take him down now. Hi, Hun growled. We'll decide whether to kill him or not later, but if he's in the business. Just then, Damwon leaped forward. Dragging this out will only cause more trouble. He swung his blade quickly and decisively. Let's end it here. In a flash, something so unexpected happened that Hun and Damwon's eyes widened in shock. The ropes wrapped around Peter had been sliced into pieces and fell to the ground, and in his hand was Damwon's longsword. Damwon was stunned. How is this possible? He was definitely tied up tight. I didn't even see him move. But Peter didn't care about Damwon's colorful expression. He glanced outside. Well, do the rest of you out there want to give it a try? Hun stared at Peter. Who in the hell are you? Peter shot back. If you knew who I was, would you introduce us to Nathaniel? Hi, Hun replied. Of course, but on one condition, you're still alive when it happens. The man stood up, dropped his whip to the ground, and raised his hands into a fighting stance. Attack him at the same time. The moment the words were spoken, the people outside rushed in, forming a circle to surround Peter. Peter didn't flinch, his expression perfectly calm as he took in the scene before him. A calm voice rang out. That's enough. Why would you act so chaotically in front of the Buddha? All of you stand down. A person with their face completely covered stepped in, carrying the steady demeanor of a leader. Please forgive our rudeness. We've had too many unsettling incidents recently, which has probably made the monks a bit sensitive. When the sun rises, we will. Peter interrupted. You're still going to pretend you don't know? He raised his voice, questioning the person before him, who feigned confusion. What are you talking about, Pilgrim? Peter cut him off. You're not fooling me this time either. His voice was calm as he exposed the person. A moment ago, that believer's joints were all dislocated, and yet no one, not even the person himself, realized they were being reset without anyone noticing. I have to ask how many monks in this world can do that. Besides, even as time passes, old habits don't change easily. The habit of putting on gloves for hygiene before providing treatment is the exact posture of a doctor. Isn't that right, Apostle of Glory, Nathaniel? At that same moment, the person in front of Peter pulled down the cloth covering their face. Elsewhere, Philip hesitated. The person you mentioned. Is he meant to eliminate both Nathaniel and Peter? Did you call him? The man on the other end of the line confirmed smugly. Of course. Think about it, isn't it dramatic? A character perfectly suited for this mission. Along with the magic bullet shooter, Mateo, the best gunslinger on the planet. He's a rare genius, 1 in 150 million. In a way, he's another Peter. How long are you going to ignore this? Apostle of Glory. Peter slowly turned his head. Nathaniel. A voice rang out, interrupting Peter's conversation. Stop. You know Nathaniel and you're so young. Could you also be from Glory? Damwon growled aggressively, threatening him. Have the kids at Glory stopped learning how to greet their seniors these days? Hun wasn't to be outdone, adding a warning of his own. If you know what's good for you, turn back. You won't lay a single finger on Nathaniel. Hearing this, Peter asked back, however, there was no hint of a question in his voice, only a thick sense of pressure. A single finger. Nathaniel was startled, having covered his face again as he had at the beginning. Nathaniel walked past Damwon and Hun and said slowly, we can't even see each other's faces often, let alone be recognized by an outsider. Damwon didn't understand Nathaniel's intention. Huh, what do you mean by that? Nathaniel said calmly. The 12 apostles who once led Glory, among them the one who stood at the highest position. She then lifted her head to look at the tall young man before her. Peter was deep in thought as whispers rose around him. Could this person be? Then suddenly the people standing near Peter dropped to their knees. The others gradually followed, kneeling. The sound of joints hitting the floor echoed one after another. All disciples of Bi Hyun greet Apostle Peter. Everyone bowed, their heads touching the ground. They shouted in unison. A little later in the room where Thaddeus lay, Nathaniel approached to examine him. Simon exclaimed, my goodness, the beautiful big sister from all those years ago. Before Simon could finish his sentence, Nathaniel shot him a glare. Is still as beautiful as ever. He quickly corrected himself. Beautiful. How can that compare to someone who's regained their youth? Seriously, I can never get used to looking at you. Nathaniel looked towards Peter. Simon drew Nathaniel's attention back to him. You know, when you suddenly disappeared, I was really worried. Did you know that? But seeing you're still living so well, I feel a bit relieved. But I have to ask now. I really don't understand why you disappeared back then. Simon's question startled Nathaniel. Although she didn't openly show her confusion, their sharp eyes noticed it. Nathaniel fell silent and turned to continue what she was doing. Hey, a vague statement with no clear subject or predicate came from Nathaniel. Last time you only sent someone, but now you've brought people yourself. I don't know what's going on, but from now on, if you bring anyone else from Glory, I won't help you anymore. Peter understood that Nathaniel was speaking to him and replied, understood. By the way, Nathaniel hesitated. What kind of body does this person have? Simon heard this and looked confused. What are you talking about? His body is a complete wreck, yet he's still breathing. It's truly amazing. When the blanket was pulled back, Thaddeus's body was fully revealed. His body was covered in massive dark bruises. Veins and tubes crisscrossed his body. He should have died at least 10. No, it wouldn't be strange if he'd died 100 times, Nathaniel said. Peter broke into a light sweat. Tell me the truth. Nathaniel lifted her head, looking straight into Peter's eyes. Who is this person? Peter was lost in thought, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He slowly began to explain. He's really... Suddenly, Simon jumped to his feet, laughing loudly and joyfully. Oh my, our beautiful sister has always been so sharp. This person is Boss Thurs's son. Before Peter could reveal his identity, Simon quickly blurted out. He even inherited the name Thaddeus. Peter couldn't stop Simon in time. He quickly turned to explain. Wait, listen to me. What I mean is... Nathaniel didn't bother to listen to Peter. She abruptly stood up and decisively turned to leave. Simon didn't understand what was happening. He wondered, what's wrong? Why'd you suddenly go silent? Don't you need to continue the treatment? Hey, miss, Simon called after her. You said my nephew wasn't okay. That's my nephew. My nephew. The only reply was a cold, retreating back. Nathaniel was indifferent. Oh, is he the son of She-Do? If that's the case, then all the more reason I can't treat him. Then the door slammed shut, and Peter's face filled with despair. He quickly shot up and chased after her. Hey boss, where are you going now? Simon called after him. He looked left, then right. Simon couldn't make sense of the current situation. What is really going on? What on earth has she been through? Outside, where a Buddha statue was erected in the courtyard, Nathaniel was kneeling in prayer. Peter quietly followed, kneeling down to pray as well. Without even looking, Nathaniel knew who had just arrived. Aren't you praying in the wrong place? Peter didn't hesitate to retort. Aren't you, Nathaniel? Nathaniel replied, while still keeping her hands together in prayer. I took refuge in the faith a long time ago. The night air was cool, and the wind rustled through the leaves. Simon spoke up, breaking the silence. Is it because of that incident that you can't treat him? If that's what this is about, don't worry, it's not that. Before Peter could finish, Nathaniel cut him off. She shot to her feet. I put down the scalpel a long time ago. And more importantly, Nathaniel looked at her own hands. The part of me that was a doctor has completely crumbled. That's all. There's no other hidden meaning. Peter slowly stood up. But hearing you say that, aren't your words and actions a bit contradictory? He walked up behind Nathaniel, his tall figure completely overpowering her. Nathaniel looked confused. What do you mean? Peter explained, his voice steady as he laid out his argument. A moment ago, you quickly identified the problem. You even immediately took Thus's pulse to check his condition. And if it were you, you would have surely prepared a special medicine that would be useful for Thus. No matter what, your true self still yearns to save people as a doctor, doesn't it? Ah. Peter hesitated. That thing. About Hannah. He thought to himself, there was no other choice. It was the only way for everyone to survive. Peter reassured her, it wasn't your fault at all. It was just an accident. Nathaniel turned around. Even if I've saved 10,000 people, if even one person has to die because of me, then I'm not worthy of being a doctor. Nathaniel then walked away. A shocking sound came from behind Nathaniel. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Peter was kneeling on the ground, his hand reaching out to grab the sleeve of Nathaniel's robe. She was shocked and stammered, You? What are you doing, please? Peter's head was bowed, his hair falling over his handsome face. Nathaniel, please save Thus. Nathaniel bit her lip, her eyes darting away. After a moment of contemplation, Nathaniel decisively pulled her arm away. She walked off coldly, without a hint of hesitation, leaving Peter's outstretched hand hanging in midair. In the room, Simon screamed, Wake up! Thus convulsed, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood from his mouth as his whole body seized up. Oh my God, what do we do now? Nephew, you have to wake up. Simon was frantic, his hands flailing about in confusion, not knowing what to do. At that moment, Peter returned. Simon looked towards the door in a panic. Boss, it's bad. His condition is terrible. We have to get him out of here right now. I'll carry him. Just help me get him up. In contrast to Simon's urgent demeanor, Peter took in the entire scene with an expressionless face. Simon grew even more frantic. No, boss, he's in critical condition. Where are you going, boss? That's enough. A sharp shout cut through the noisy atmosphere. Nathaniel had returned. She quickly approached Thus's side. Pneumothorax. I performed first aid, but the lung injury hasn't fully closed. Air continues to leak, putting more and more pressure on his lungs and heart. The internal bleeding in his lungs is also severe. In this condition, he can't hold on for much longer. Simon was horrified. Then what do we do now? Nathaniel's eyes were filled with determination. I'm going to perform an open chest surgery. Simon was flustered. Open chest surgery. Images of anatomical dissections played out like a film crystal clear in Nathaniel's mind. Clearly she knew what she had to do. I'll open the lung directly, cut away the damaged tissue, then use sutures or clamps to stop the air leak and bleeding at the same time. Hearing this, Simon let out a sigh of relief. There's a way, thank goodness. But before Simon could celebrate, Nathaniel spoke up. It's just that. If this fails, he'll die. Outside, both Simon and Peter were waiting. Simon couldn't sit still. His heart felt like it was on fire. He paced back and forth wondering, will it be okay? Boss. Peter was hunched over on an old wooden bench in the courtyard. We just have to believe. Who else can we trust besides? Nathaniel, Simon pondered. It's a strange feeling. I hope nothing goes wrong. Peter was silent, his vacant gaze a mixture of hope and anxiety. Outside, the temple gates were closed. The sky was pitch black, and a chilling silence fell over the area. A monk was picking up trash in the courtyard when the sound of footsteps caught his attention. He looked up and before him stood two strangers. Seeing them, the monk asked politely, "What brings you here?" "It's a man and a woman." The woman replied, "I have business with the person upstairs. Scram, will you, buddy?" Despite her rude words, the monk maintained a friendly smile. "My apologies for the impoliteness, but those upstairs aren't fond of the bloody stench of the mundane world." He clasped his hands together, the smile vanishing from his face as his eyes turned cold. With a rustling sound, 4 more people appeared around the man and woman. In their hands they held machetes, axes, swords, and sickles. The quiet man said nothing, but the woman sighed. "Oh dear, is it going to be this troublesome again?" The monk silently sized up the two in front of him. "This bunch looks dangerous. I don't see any obvious weapons, but I can't be careless. I have to subdue them before they can draw anything." The moment he thought it, he acted. A long rope with darts tied to both ends shot out. Don't give them time to think. In an instant, a shocking sound erupted and blood splattered everywhere. A deep hole was blown through his abdomen. His body couldn't even react. It all happened too fast. What the? A gun. She was just standing still. No, it was more than that. There was only one gunshot, but everyone around was hit and collapsed to the ground. The monk trembled in agony. What in the world is happening? What the hell is this? She clearly wasn't holding anything. The woman spoke up. What else could it be? It's a rancor, a phantom bullet shooter. She raised 2 fingers into the shape of a gun. A tattoo of a pistol was on the back of her hand, her face smug with satisfaction. You've all been hit. Codename belonging to Glory, special sniping skill unknown. Nickname Phantom Bullet Shooter unknown. Dorothy turned to the man behind her and said, "Let's go." The man replied coldly. Rank unknown, codename unknown, special skill unknown. Nickname, the 1 in 150 million genius. The man's voice rang out a deep, hoarse sound that seemed to echo up from hell itself. Now then, it's time to finish off Peter. Ah, I almost forgot. Let me ask you something. Dorothy turned her head. I heard you're another version of Peter. What's that supposed to mean? The man repeated the phrase, another version of Peter. He gave her a single final warning. If you call me Peter again, you're dead. Dorothy showed no fear. In fact, she had already drawn her gun. Dorothy pressed it into the man's side. But your chest will have a hole in it first. The man remained perfectly calm. Bare hands are fine, a knife works too, and even a gun is no problem. The man leaned in close to Dorothy, whispering, Matthew, whatever you want to use, kid, I'll be happy to play along. Just then, a voice came through her earpiece. Matthew, reinforcements are on their way. Dorothy spun around, raised her hands, shrugged, and walked away leisurely. Someone always has to ruin the fun right when it gets good. She glanced back. Let's finish this when you're done. The man slowly spoke to himself. Talent, fame, none of it matters. My only goal, he growled, is to kill Peter. Meanwhile, over with Simon and Peter. Simon was demonstrating his sword skills for Damwon. As he danced with the blade, he explained, your movements must be as fluid as flowing water. Damwon was full of admiration. Wow, I can't believe I'm seeing this technique in person. It's like a dream, Simon smirked. I hear that a lot. Peter. From a distance, Hyun approached where Peter was sitting. The call caught his attention. Hyun bowed politely. I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. We didn't recognize you. It was extremely rude of us. Before Hyun could finish, Peter raised a hand to cut him off. It's all right. Back in those days, even the apostles rarely saw one another. It's not strange that you didn't recognize me, but I must say your skills are far from ordinary. Peter complimented them. It may not be the glorious era of the past, but according to the current glory system, you'd all be at least B rank, maybe even higher. Hyun bowed humbly. You're too kind, Peter. Peter didn't stop there. He continued, but with this level of skill, why did you all choose to abandon the mortal world to live like this? That's because, Hyun slowly stood up straight, his face showing a look of comfort and satisfaction. All the masters here are people who have lived a second life. Peter was curious. A second life. Hyun calmly began to recount what had happened more than 10 years ago. At the time, we were on a mission when we were ambushed by the enemy. Our team barely escaped with our lives and hid in a small cabin on a mountain. Is this the end? In the biting cold of winter, the team of fugitives sat in a small, snow-covered cabin. Everyone was shivering. One of them said, I don't want to die. Is there any chance reinforcements will come? No way. We're at 2,000 meters above sea level. All communications have been cut. Rescue teams, planes, there's no way they can reach us in this mess. No one could escape the pessimistic thoughts. The harsh climate of the snowy mountain was even more terrifying than the enemy. Our physical and mental strength had hit rock bottom. We had all fallen into despair. And then at that very moment, in the eerie silence of the blizzard, we heard the distinct sound of footsteps. Huddled together, the group jumped in fright at the sound. They were all terrified by the strange noise. One person said, "That's the enemy." Another cut in, "They've found our position." Everyone drew their handguns, preparing to defend themselves. "All right, it looks like this is the end. I'll see you all in the next life." The door burst open, and the group couldn't believe their eyes. The person who had come was